I work at the only pizza place in town. Written by the Pizzaman 2222, narrated by Brandon Dayton. A job as a pizza delivery driver can be dangerous, but I'm sure most of you probably already knew that. However, my job is dangerous for different reasons. What do I mean by that? Well, to start, just call me Pete. Though most people in town call me the Pizza Man, some even call me Pizza Pete. Now, as for which town I live in, I'm not gonna say. For two reasons. One, the fewer people that are here, the easier my job is. And two, our town is dangerous. Not just for the usual reasons that I'm gonna describe, but also for the fact that we have a lot of crime in our area. You see, people in my town are goddamn crazy. I've been stabbed by someone because I didn't bring them a cold bottle of soda. Yes, that actually happened to me. Now that you have at least a vague idea of the kind of area that I live in, let me tell you about where I work. I work at a mom and pop pizza place. The owners named it after themselves, so I can't tell you what it's actually called, but for the purposes of this post and any future ones, I will refer to it as Formaggio's. That means cheese in Italian for the uninitiated. And I'll also be referring to the owners, aka my bosses, as Mr. and Mrs. Formaggio. Their pizza shop happens to be the only pizza place in town, unless you happen to count places like grocery stores where you can get a frozen pizza if you really want. And while those pizzas are alright, they do pale in comparison to the pizzas that Formaggio's makes. But okay, enough of that. You're probably wanting me to elaborate on what I meant by unusual reasons. I mentioned that the people in the town that I live in are nuts, but it's not just that. The town seems to attract crazy, on top of all types of other weird shit. And sure, occasionally a relatively normal person will come to our town, but those type of people clearly want to get through it as quickly as they can. Even rarer are the supposed normal people who decide that they want to move here, usually because they want to live somewhere quiet. What usually ends up happening to these types of people is that they turn out to be the craziest people of all, or they simply go missing. As a matter of fact, the town junkyard is filled with the abandoned, mangled cars of people that went missing. Sometimes there'll be a leftover license plate that the local police are able to figure out a missing person's address and perhaps get in contact with their loved ones. If they don't have a wallet or something like that that got left behind that they can look through, I have a sneaking suspicion that some of these cops keep the money found in these wallets and purses for themselves, but they are at least somewhat competent at their jobs. At least I can give them that. While there are cars that have been found, they have been damaged in abnormal ways. Most cars here are damaged in car wrecks. I know that seems like a no-brainer, but we actually have a pretty serious drunk driving problem. Anyway, I should probably expand on the whole abnormal ways thing. For one, the cars almost always seem to be found far away from the road. Not just far away, but in places that it'd seem almost impossible for them to get without a helicopter lifting them up or something like that. I even saw one police report saying that they found a car stuck in a fucking tree. I should probably mention that the trees around here are mostly oak and range from 80 to 100 feet in height. So yeah, it would be quite impossible for the car to end up there all on its own. And that's just one incident. There was another where a car had been found that looked like something had pushed the front and back ends of it together. And in that case, a body was recovered. Luckily, his wallet was still there. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to even try and identify him. But people going missing isn't really the strangest thing that happens in our town. It's when they come back. Usually after a month or so. We tend to call these people the returned, for lack of a better word anyway. At first, you might want to call them zombies, but the thing is that these people aren't technically undead. And while I know that word doesn't necessarily apply to something undead, I don't want you to think that I'm talking about a flesh eater. That being said, the returned are extremely dangerous. I'm going to tell you about my encounter that I had with one just yesterday. It was around 6 a.m. when I woke up, and then I went outside. Mr. Formaggio has me come in between 8 and 8:30 to do prepping for the day. Since my shifts usually tend to end up being 10 to 12-hour ones, I'm usually too tired to get any exercise when I get back home, so I chose to exercise in the morning. Anyway, I'd been walking around town for about a half an hour. During this time, none of the shops had opened up yet. They all wait until sunrise to do that. I'd walked through the center of town, where Formaggio's is located by the way, when I noticed someone on the other side of the street. They were facing away from me and were making these jittery movements. Thinking it was just a meth head or something, I continued on my walk. It didn't take long for me to realize that this person was trying to track me. Annoyed, I considered heading back to my place. I do keep a pocket knife and a gun on me, so if this person did try something, I wouldn't have much of an issue fighting him off. However, I really didn't want it to come to that. I'd rather not have to stab or shoot someone if given the choice. As I was considering heading home, the person turned to face me. The first thing I noticed about them was their glowing yellow eyes. They stepped closer. Under a streetlight, I was able to see everything about them. The person in question turned out to be a female. Her skin was a sickly pale color, and her hair was blonde with multiple patches of gray running through it. We looked at each other for a few moments before she made this rattling shriek. Her body contorted, making several loud cracks until her hands and feet were on the ground in a spider-like pose. Quickly, she started crawling across the street towards me. I didn't hesitate to pull my gun out, and then I shot her, point blank in the head. Needless to say, she fell over, and after twitching for a few moments, fell completely still. By this time, the sun was starting to show itself, and several people had come outside, no doubt having heard the gunshots, one of whom was the town sheriff, named Chuck. I made sure to put my gun away before he approached me, still in his pajamas. He looked down at the woman's body, then to me, and asked, "Another one?" "Yep," I replied. He sighed and then said, "God damn it! How do these people always end up like this?" "Beats me. Just so you know, it was one of the spidery ones again." "I figured it, from the way her limbs are bent." "Do you need me to come to the station and answer any questions?" "That won't be necessary, Pete. We can take care of the body, but we'll still be ordering a pizza later today, so you'll be coming by later anyways. Speaking of which, what's the specialty this week? I haven't had a chance to check it out." "I'm glad you asked. It's actually a seasoned feta cheese pizza with sausage and black olives." I might have to give that a try." "I highly recommend it, and oh, shit, it's almost 7. I gotta go home so I can get ready for work." "No problem, Pete. Take care." "You too," I told Chuck, and then started sprinting back towards my house. I know that probably seemed like a pretty mundane reaction to what it was that I just described, but as you've probably figured out, this isn't the first time that something like this has happened in our town. Hell, this wasn't even my first time encountering something like that, nor am I the only one in town who has had something like that happen to me. Ask around town if people have witnessed anything strange. Chances are you'll get a story like mine, if not one even weirder. Anyway, thankfully for me, I didn't run into any more trouble on the way home. However, I did notice that some things were amiss. Mostly it was seeing moving shapes in the woods nearby, but I couldn't really make them out due to how far away they were. All I noticed about them was that they had glowing eyes similar to the woman that I had just seen. The only difference was that their eyes were glowing with multiple different colors, not just yellow. One particular pair of eyes gave me an uneasy feeling. These were a pair of amber eyes that almost seemed to flicker like a flame. The reason that they made me feel uneasy was that I hadn't seen any other creatures with those eyes before, and I hadn't heard about anyone who had seen them before either. I decided to just ignore it and head inside. An hour or so later, I had gotten ready, and then I headed off to work. Mr. and Mrs. Formaggio greeted me when I arrived. "Hey, Pete. I heard about what happened. You alright?" Mr. Formaggio asked. "I'm fine, thanks for asking though. Besides prepping, is there anything I should know about?" "Carl called in another catering order. He said he's gonna want 5 of the specialty pizzas and a Caesar salad," Mrs. Formaggio said. Carl is the one who owns the gun store in town. Most people know him as Crazy Carl. And while there is something off about him, he's ironically our best and most polite customer. At least I haven't had any issues with the guy. In fact, he saved several people around town from the returned and other creatures. Will do. I'll be sure to deliver the order to him later today. By the way, we'll probably get a call from Chuck wanting some of the specialty pizzas later today as well. Thanks for letting us know, Pete. Can you do us a favor and make 20 more portions than usual for when he calls? Mr. Formaggio asked. "Will do," I said, and then I got to work. After prepping everything and heating up the ovens, I made sure to set up the tables. We actually do have a pretty nice sit-down area for people who feel like eating inside of the restaurant. Anyway, the day went pretty well, at first, and then around 5, Carl and Chuck called in their orders. It took about an hour to make all the pizzas, and of course I was the one to deliver them. The station and Carl's store are located right next to each other, so it wasn't much of an issue for me to deliver both of them at the same time. I usually end up using Mr. Formaggio's car to make deliveries. Crazy Carl's was the first place that I stopped off at. I walked in his store carrying 5 pizzas and a bottle of Coke. "Pizza Pete, am I glad to see you? Ooh, I've been waiting all day for these bad boys," he said, taking the pizzas and soda from me. "Hope you enjoy it, Carl. I'd love to chat for a few minutes, but I gotta go make a delivery to the station." "Take care then, and be careful. I heard there might be a thunderstorm today." "I will. I actually had a run-in with a return this morning." "I heard about that. Had myself a run-in with one of them flying creatures." "Yeah, I heard about those. When did it happen?" "A few nights ago. Son of a bitch woke me up at like 3 in the morning by landing on my roof. It tried attacking me as soon as I stepped outside, but you know how quick I am with my shots. My shotgun got the bastard in one of its legs. I would have finished it off, but the pussy flew into the woods." "I see. I'll be sure to stay on my guard then. Later." "See ya," Carl told me. After that, I headed to the station. I was lucky enough to have Chuck approach my car. "How are things going at the station?" I asked after putting my window down and handing him the food.
"Been pretty good. We'll need more of that special ammo, though. How have things been for you? Since the returned incident, I mean."
"I delivered to Carl's today. He told me that one of those flying creatures attacked him a few nights ago."
"Can't say I'm surprised. You think you would have moved closer to town by now, instead of living off in the woods."
"Well, everyone knows the man enjoys his solitude. Anyway, I gotta get back to the store. Enjoy the food."
"Judging by the wonderful smell, I will. Take care, Pete,"
he told me, and I waved him goodbye, then headed back to Formaggio's. I worked a couple more hours until my shift ended around 8:30, and when I walked out, it had indeed started raining. By the time I got home, it was absolutely pouring. The rain has continued going on since last night. Fortunately, I do have the weekends off, except for when I get called in, so I've just been playing games all day. I'll update y'all if something else happens. Remember to stay safe and have fun. This is Pizza Pete, signing out. Some bullshit happened to me today. Well, technically yesterday, as of my posting this. I got called into work. Apparently Mr. and Mrs. Formaggio had a family emergency involving Mrs. Formaggio's mother, so they couldn't run the store. Yours truly was the first person that they called. Now, I know that just getting called in is something that can't really be avoided. The thing is, the rain from last night had still been going on, and the returned and other creatures tend to come out more during darker times, such as when visibility is low due to heavy rain or fog in some cases. The town does have a procedure where owners of shops can choose not to open their store until the weather clears up. Thing is, there are also a good bit of opportunistic criminals who will take these opportunities to try and break into the closed stores. And Formaggio's does tend to make a lot of money. People love pizza after all. Before I went out, I had to make a few preparations in addition to what I would normally do. I made sure to bring my utility belt, which I used to keep several more knives on me, in addition to the knife and the gun that I normally carry. The knives in question have several different runes that I wrote on the blade. People in town figured out that most of the creatures that weren't as susceptible to brute force were weakened by certain symbols. This was all that was figured out by the earliest settlers of our town, or at least that's the theory anyways. At the town library, there's an old book containing various runes and symbols corresponding with different creatures. For example, you'd open it to a page to see 4 symbols, then next to it were the words blue-eyed, wide-mouthed creature. This helps people to know that those runes weaken that creature specifically. Most everybody in town has a copy of the original book, thanks to the librarian, Alice. She hand-wrote multiple copies for the town. My hand hurts after just writing 2 pages. I had no idea how she was able to do it. You might be thinking that people in town put multiple sets of runes on the same blade. That, however, isn't a very good idea. Each set of runes can only be applied to a single object at a time. If someone tried putting 2 or more sets of runes on the same object, they'd just cancel each other out. But that's just for small objects such as knives. Large objects such as houses or stores can have multiple runes on them, as long as each is set far enough apart from the others. When on a larger object, they have their own radius, and so long as different sets are far enough apart from each other on said object, they seem to work just fine. In fact, my house and many other homes and buildings in town are covered in these sets of runes. But while they do keep the returned and many other creatures at bay, they do not stop assholes who try breaking into stores. And that's where I come in. I made sure to peek out before stepping outside. I was fortunate enough not to see any returned or glowing pairs of eyes. My luck changed, however, when I stepped out and locked the door behind me. I looked up to see what we call a long-neck creature staring down at me from my roof. It had fleshy red scorpion-like skin, 4 legs similar to that of a spider, and to top it all off, a long neck, duh, with a rounded head, sharp teeth, and white eyes. Its face was just a few inches from mine. It opened its mouth wide to try and bite me, but before it could, I pulled out one of my knives and thrust it into one of its eyes. I pulled my knife out before it hit the ground. Then, when it did, I cut its throat. I mean, I had to, or else its dying screams would attract even more creatures. A few spurts of green blood shot from its neck before it fell completely still. Shaking my head in annoyance, I went ahead and got in my car. Usually I would just walk to work since it's so close by. However, a lot of those fuckers can attack someone in just a half an hour, and I am fortunate enough to own a car with a quiet engine. It took me a few minutes to reach work. On the way there, I saw many returned running along the street and sidewalk, also other creatures crawling up the buildings, even a few of those flying creatures. I assume that those must be like the ones that Carl encountered. When I got to Formaggio's, I was greeted with the sight of 6 returned, but these returned looked different. While still in the spider pose, these looked as if 2 people had their waists cut completely off, and then they were fused to the other person that had that happen to them. If you've ever seen Cat Dog, that stupid show on Nickelodeon, that should let you know exactly what these creatures were like. They had white eyes and were just staring at my headlights, most likely because they thought my car was possibly one of them. They aren't exactly smart, after all. I was considering what I should do. I mean, I could have just run them over, but I just took my car to the mechanic last week. My second option was to just shoot them, but if I wasn't quick enough to kill them all, they would start shrieking when they saw one of their kind was killed and would attract more of them, or possibly something even worse. I thought about honking my horn. It does work to scare them away. However, that also might just end up attracting other creatures. Just move, you pieces of shit, I thought. Just as I was thinking this, I heard the sounds of a siren and saw blue and red lights in the distance. All of the returned immediately started crawling towards it. Seizing this opportunity, I was able to drive right up to Formaggio's and park, then unlock the door and head inside. It wasn't long after heading inside that I heard several gunshots, followed by the sound of the police car coming towards the store. I clocked in and was able to start some prepping before Chuck approached the building along with his deputy Sam. Hey guys, want to come in? The store isn't open yet and I just started on the prepping.
Thanks, Pete. Come on, Sam,
Chuck said, stepping into the store with Sam behind him. By the way, thanks for drawing those fuckers away from me.
Don't mention it, but weren't you supposed to be off today?
The Formaggios had a family emergency.
I see. Anyone else working today?
Just me. I suggested to Mr. Formaggio that at least one other person should work with me, but he said we aren't busy enough during this kind of weather to really justify it. Ugh, just my luck, right? I'm the only thing standing between this store and drugged out cokeheads that try to break in.
Sorry to hear that, Pete. We'd love to stay and help, but we need to make sure that other stores are safe.
I understand. Why don't you come back later? I'll make you eat your free pizza.
That sounds nice. Well, we better get going.
Right. Later. Oh, before you go, I actually encountered one of those long neck things. Its body is in my driveway, so if you could, you know...
Understood. We'll have someone clear it as soon as we can,
Chuck said. Then he and Sam promptly left. Sam doesn't talk all that much, in case you haven't noticed, and he tends to be a more by-the-book cop. Well, as by the book as you can be in this town anyways. By the time I finished prepping and setting everything up, I saw another car pull up. It rolled in, and then it parked with smoke coming out of its hood. A man who looked roughly the same age as me stepped out. He was thin, with blonde hair and brown eyes.
Hey, my car broke down. Mind if I sit in here for a bit and call a tow truck?
He asked me. Sure, but one probably won't come through here for a while.
Why's that?
I explained to him that it gets more dangerous around here during thunderstorms, obviously leaving out the part about the returned and creatures like that. I just told him that muggings and break-ins tend to happen more often during weather like this. Through casual conversation, I learned that his name was Nick, and he was just passing through town on his way to his grandpa's funeral. Your grandpa died? Condolences, man. I've been there, I told him.
Thanks. I feel really bad, but he was in his 80s. It was bound to happen eventually. Still doesn't make it any easier to deal with, though. I live out of state, which is why I'm driving. I thought it'd be cheaper than flying, and then this happened, Nick said, gesturing towards the smoking car outside. Wish I could help somehow. It's all right. It'll get fixed when it gets fixed. Actually, I haven't even eaten since yesterday, he said, picking up one of the menus. He ended up ordering a mushroom and pepperoni pizza, along with some pasta and a beer. On the house, I said to him, after setting his food down. Thanks, Pete. You know, I'm probably going to be back through here after the funeral. I'd like for us to hang out.
Let's just hope it isn't raining again when you come back through, I said. We talked some more about different things, favorite movies, food, stuff like that, and the rain let up, but by the time that it did, it was nightfall. Hey, this area tends to get pretty dangerous at night. Why don't I take you to my place? I asked him.
You sure? I don't want to intrude.
Nah, it's fine. I just need to close. I just finished closing when I heard Nick yell.
What the fuck is that thing?
He screamed. I looked up to see another one of those wide-eyed, long-necked creatures staring at us from the street. Oh, that. Yeah, we get those sometimes.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because you wouldn't believe me.
I see what's going on here.
What?
You drugged my beer, didn't you?
What? No. Why the hell would I do that?
Hell if I know. Maybe you're just bored, and this is how you get your sick kicks. I thought you were cool. I'm leaving, man,
Nick said, heading towards the door.
No,
I said, getting in front of him. That thing isn't a hallucination. If you leave this store while it's still out there, it will kill you.
Why should I believe you?
Do you really want to go out there and take that chance? He looked at the creature and then back to me.
Okay, you have a point. Assuming that that thing is real, though, how the hell do we get rid of it?
Well, I could go out and kill it, but there might be more.
There's more of them?
Yeah, I'll explain it all when we get back to my place. The creature went away a few minutes after we were done talking. I clocked out and then drove Nick over to my house. He was spooked about all the creatures that he saw on the way there. Apparently, he hadn't had any encounters on his way into town. Once we were in my house, I explained to him the full story about this town. He still thinks that I probably drugged him. Hopefully by tomorrow, he'll believe me. He seems like a nice guy, and I would hate for something to happen to him. He's asleep on my couch right now. Mr. and Mrs. Formaggio won't be back until Wednesday. As I'm finishing typing this, it's nearly 20 till 6, and I have an opening shift in under 3 hours. Fuck my life, right? Oh well. At least I'll have someone to work with this time. And I will be sure to pound back some energy drinks. Wish me luck. I'll update y'all probably next week, if and when something else happens. This is Pizza Pete, signing out. Hey guys, it's Nick from the last post. If you were wondering where Pete is, well, he's in the hospital. I visited him, and he's got his leg stabbed and then broken by what he described as some incredibly up shit. His words, not mine. Before I tell you all about it, I have to admit that I was wrong about what I accused him of before. All it took was seeing another one of those monstrosities the next night after he let me stay at his place. In that instance, I saw what was known as a big mouth, which was a spherical, spider-legged creature with a large mouth, as the name would imply, full of razor-sharp teeth. I was outside getting some fresh air on Pete's porch when I saw that thing just come out of the woods. I would have gone back inside, but my dumbass ended up locking myself out. Given that Pete's house was covered in runes, I thought I was safe, but webs are apparently a thing, which it shot from its mouth and used to pull me towards it. I didn't have any time to react. I struggled as its web pulled me continuously towards that razor-sharp maw, but it was no use. I thought I was a goner when a car came whizzing by and struck one of the creature's legs, taking him right off. Its body hit the ground face first. Not wasting any time, I pulled my shirt off, which the web was attached to, and I threw it at the creature. It kept moving like a turtle on its back that was trying to flip itself over. I actually found it somewhat amusing until it started to roll towards me. I was gonna make a run for it when the same car from before struck it again. This time, the person in question got out of the car.
Fucking deer. If they think they own the place,
he said to the now dead thing in the road in a heavily slurred voice. He gave it one swift kick in one of its eyes before getting back into his car. Then he drove off, hitting several wooden mailboxes as he went down the road. This town really needs to do something about its drunk driving problem, but seeing as how one saved me, I guess I shouldn't complain about him too much. Pete arrived shortly after, and seeing the thing in the road and me without a shirt, figured out pretty quickly what had happened. He unlocked the door for me, and then proceeded to show me ways to defend myself against the creatures. He had spare knives with runes on them, and he was kind enough to let me have them. I asked him if he had another copy of his rune book, but it was the only one, and I thought it was too important to ask it from him, so I just settled on taking pictures of each individual page with my phone, which, as you can imagine, is tedious as hell. My car was fixed the next day, and still on a tight schedule to make it to my grandpa's funeral, I had to head out straight from the mechanic shop. I already had everything that I had brought to Pete's house, so there was really no need to go back there. Pete drove me to the mechanic shop and saw me off from there. We exchanged numbers, and I told him that I'd contact him after I was done with the funeral. I don't feel comfortable going into too much detail about the funeral, if you don't mind, but I made it to it 3 days later, and while it was hard to get through, I was glad to see my grandpa off one last time. I called Pete after the funeral at the motel I was staying at. I asked him if he was safe, and he replied that he was doing all right, but he was annoyed by how busy work had been that week. We talked for a little while about the funeral and the fact that Mrs. Formaggio's mother had suffered a heart attack. He told me that they were staying at her mother's to give her some emotional support, and they wouldn't be back until Thursday. Then he asked me if I wanted to meet up with him in town on Friday afternoon when he was off of work. As much as I like Pete, I didn't really want to revisit a town surrounded by woods filled with dangerous creatures that can kill me. So we agreed that he would meet me outside of town, where the creatures didn't show up. At least that was the original plan. I was driving to our specified location on Friday when I heard one of my tires pop. When it rains, it pours. "Motherfucker!" I screamed when I saw that my front right tire had run over a pile of rusty nails, as well as a few glass bottles. "Who did this? Who the fuck did this?" I yelled, and then punched my passenger door out of sheer frustration. I wouldn't have minded so much, honestly, if I had a spare tire to use, and if it didn't mean going back into town. Not seeing any other choice, I called a tow truck to come and get me. It arrived from town at about 6:30, and after hooking my car, it picked me up. I asked him if he happened to know Pete. "The pizza man? Hell yeah. I've been to a lot of pizza places, but let me tell you, Formaggio's has some real good shit. But, Pete is in the hospital." "What? Why?" "He had a run-in with one of those monsters today." "I'll be sure to pay him a visit then." "When you do, tell him Mike said hey." I'd visit him, but you know work is a bitch. I drove my car from the shop an hour later and headed straight to the hospital. By the time I got there, it was almost nighttime. Pete was especially happy to see me again. "Hey," he told me. "Hey," I said back, then relayed the message that Mike gave me. "Heh, I'll have to give him some free pizza. I still owe him for that favor that he did for me last month." "Said favor being?" My battery died when I was running errands last month, and I also forgot my wallet at home. But Mike gave me a free tow and a lift.
That was nice of him. By the way, what the hell happened to your leg?
Pete's right leg was in a purple cast. Oh, that. I had to deliver to Carl, the dude who owns the gun store in town.
Crazy Carl?
Yeah, him. I usually don't have any problems when delivering to him, but in this particular case, I had to drive up to his home, since he was feeling sick and couldn't run his shop. Honestly, he told us that if we thought it was too dangerous to deliver to his place, then we didn't have to. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have volunteered to do it. Carl's house is located pretty deep in the woods, outside town. To be honest, the delivery was going fine until I went up to his door with the pizzas and soda. Then I rang the doorbell, I felt something hit my back and then yank me, and the next thing I knew, I was pinned up by my leg upside down to a tree.
What did it to you?
Big tall motherfucker. I've never actually seen that kind of creature in person before, only in my book. It was the one with the two mouths for eyes.
You mean the one where it had a second mouth in place of its eyes?
Yeah, that one. And it's got these two long-ass tongues that it tried to use to pull me back. It pinned my leg to the tree using one of its... what would you describe its claws as?
Scythe-like?
Yeah, okay, let's go with that. Obviously, it hurt like fuck, but I didn't want to scream in fear that it would attract more creatures.
Didn't have any weapons on you, though?
I did, and I tried pulling one out, but the bastard knocked it out of my hand before I could use it. I was pretty sure that I was fucking dead when it raised its other claw, and then I heard a small chink sound behind and saw it start to slump forward, which was not good for me because, man, did its breath smell.
You got a good sense of humor for someone who was almost killed.
What can I say? Laughter is the best medicine. So, as I was saying, I saw that an arrow, that I figured probably had some runes carved into the head, had been shot into the back of the tall fucker's skull. I turned to look at who had shot it, and when I did, I saw the top of its head get blown clean off. It fell to the ground, during which its claw slipped from my leg, and I fell down as well. I ended up landing on my injured leg, which broke, as you can clearly see. Carl rushed over to me and then brought me inside, and after bandaging my leg as best as he could, and getting his pizzas and soda off of the ground, he drove me up to the hospital.
He wanted to keep pizzas that were on the ground?
Yeah, but he said that since they were still in boxes, they were still good. Anyway, he drove me up to the hospital. We arrived there at 3, and I have been here ever since.
I'm happy that you survived, Pete.
Same. God damn it. I have tons of games and shows that I've been meaning to try, and I will not die until I get a chance to do exactly that. But, can you do me a favor, Nick? I've actually been making posts on Reddit about my experiences. I was supposed to do it today, but, well, you know.
So, you want me to do it?
If it's not too much trouble.
No problem.
Thanks. And feel free to let him know how things have been going with you.
I think I just might.
And that brings us up to now. It's about 3:30 in the morning as I post this from my phone. Pete has fallen asleep, and I'm about to head down and grab some food from the snack machines. Pete will probably be well enough to post to you guys again next week. I'm gonna be honest, I don't currently have a job or anything, and this town is starting to grow on me, despite its obvious hazards. Maybe it's just because of Pete, but I am starting to like this place. Who knows? I might just stay for a little while after he's discharged from the hospital. Anyways, this is Nick, signing out. Hey, it's the Pizzaman again. Hope you all saw the last post that Nick made. Since the incident in the forest, I have been released from the hospital. Thankfully, the creature didn't cause any permanent damage. It just took some bandages to heal up the wound, and of course my leg was put in a cast. Although, getting used to these crutches has definitely been a pain in the ass. Nick has had to help me up several times when I've lost my balance and fallen on my face. Speaking of Nick, he's actually moved in with me. We've got to talking some more since the last post, and it turns out that he had actually been kicked out by his parents. The reasoning for it was because he got kicked out of his college. It was because some other students who he had problems with claimed that he was harassing them. Those students had been going to that college for years and were well liked by everyone, so everyone kind of just believed them over Nick. He got a call from his dad, who berated him over what happened. Apparently his dad and mom believed the school and the other students over their own son. Great parents, right? Well, Nick was told by his dad not to bother coming home for a place to stay, and then shortly after, Nick found out that his number had been completely blocked by them. He did see him again at the funeral, but he didn't bother talking with either of them, and they didn't bother speaking with him. Since Nick had been banned from his house, he had just been kind of drifting from place to place. He would stay at the cheapest motels he could find. Sometimes he would even just sleep in his car. Truth be told, he was just about out of money when he returned to my town. I normally wouldn't share information so personal, but I figured that you would all be wondering why Nick decided to move here, of all places. I asked him if it was okay to tell you all of this, and he said that it was. I managed to get him an interview at Formaggio's. According to Nick, it went something like this.
Have you ever had any experience in this kind of restaurant?
Mr. Formaggio asked Nick.
I've worked at Domino's for a couple years. Good enough. You're hired.
So now, he and I are working together. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. I've been back to work since the last post, mostly to show Nick the ropes. Because of my injury, there are a few conditions in regards to me going to work. For one, I can only head out to work when it's daytime out, and I have to be out of there before dark. If I'm working alone, if I'm closing with someone, I can stay to help them close. And lastly, if there is any heavy fog or thunderstorms out, I get the day off. But I want to talk about something that happened on Thursday, because what occurred, I have never seen, nor even heard about. So, Nick and I were at Formaggio's, and it was later in the day, and most of the customers were heading home. The only customers we had left were Chuck and Sam, who were getting ready for their nightly patrol.
Should I ask them to leave since we're closing?
Nick asked me. Nah, they're cool.
Hey Pete, I don't think you've introduced me to your friend here. I think I overheard your name is Nick, right?
Chuck asked him.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Chuck,
Nick said, reading his badge. They shook hands, and then Nick did the same with Sam. They all chatted for a little bit before I told Nick that we had to get busy closing. After telling us goodbye, Chuck and Sam left, and then Nick and I got to doing the closing. Fortunately, there are plenty of counters and such for me to use in order to get around, so I didn't have too much trouble. Nick did learn pretty quickly. I showed him how to shut off and clean the ovens and the dishes, and where to store food in the walk-in fridge. He had taken out the trash, and I was counting to see how many of which ingredients we had left, and which ones we needed to go and buy. I was halfway done counting when Nick called me from the dine-in room.
Hey, Pete, can you tell me what the hell this is?
It's probably just some, I was about to say, until I saw what it was that Nick was looking at. Up in the sky, far ahead of us was a swirling rainbow-colored mass, which was hovering above the forest in the distance.
Ever see anything like this before?
No, I've never even heard about anything like this. I haven't even seen it in my book.
You think it's dangerous?
I don't know. Wait, I think that thing's hovering over Carl's house. Take a picture or something of that. I'm gonna go call Carl's shop.
What happens if something comes out of that thing and attacks us?
Well, we make a break for it. I called Carl, and he picked up on the first couple of rings.
Pete, what's up?
Carl, where are you right now?
Just in the back of my store, about to close up. Why? Need something?
Look outside, towards your property. He did as I asked.
What in the fuck? How long's that thing been there?
Not sure. Nick and I just noticed it. We didn't see it before, so I'm guessing it maybe appeared tonight.
Huh. Chuck and the others have probably noticed it already, but I think I'll call them anyway. Have you seen any creatures yet?
Actually, we haven't, come to think of it, and they do usually start coming out at around this time. Do you think that thing in the sky has something to do with it? Before he could answer, the thing in the sky slammed into the ground. The impact could be heard all across town.
The fuck? You see what that thing just did?
Yeah, oh shit. Something came slithering towards the restaurant. Said thing was a giant worm creature. Its mouth was circular with sharp teeth. Its face had multiple eyes, matching the rainbow color of the thing that was in the sky.
Please tell me that the restaurant has the runes to keep that thing back.
Pete, everything all right?
Carl asked. We're gonna need some help here, I said, seeing multiple returned and other creatures also coming towards the restaurant.
Don't worry, I'll be there as soon as
Carl said, before I heard a loud crash from his end and the call went completely dead. Carl? Carl!
I yelled.
Oh, shit. Something happened to him, didn't it?
Looks like it.
Does that mean he's...
I don't know. I hope not. Carl's tough. We have to believe that he will pull through.
Where does that leave us then? That worm thing could be over here at any moment.
Call the department. Once they hear about what happened, they'll come right over here. Nick called and told them about the situation, and they told him that indeed they were on the way. But it might be a while since there were a lot of creatures.
They said it's gonna take like 10 minutes.
We'll just have to hope we can survive until then. Look under the counter. You'll find some weapons.
Jesus Christ. Look at all these guns.
Yeah. Toss me a shotgun and a box of shells. Quickly. Now, I said, as the worm was now quickly slithering over towards us. I quickly loaded and cocked the gun as it started to rear its head back. As it started to strike, I threw open the door and gave it a shot right to the face. It was knocked back, and a return tried taking this opportunity to rush me. I knocked it back with the butt of the gun and then quickly closed the door again.
You almost let one of them in.
I didn't have a choice. If that thing breaks the glass, they will all be able to get in.
I thought the runes were supposed to keep them back.
They do, but opening the door creates an opening in the barrier. Obviously, we can't exactly draw runes in midair, right? Now, do me a favor before that worm thing recovers. You ever shoot a gun?
A few times.
Grab a gun and ammo, then head up to the roof and start firing at these things. I'll meet you up there in just a second.
We don't get paid enough for this,
he said, climbing up the ladder to the roof hatch. I had to shoot at the worm again, and several returned before Nick finally started firing. When he did, I leapt over to the ladder and then made my way up. I saw several winged creatures descending towards Nick and managed to shoot them all back.
Whoa, I didn't even notice them. Thanks, Pete.
Don't mention it. Just keep shooting. I've got the other side of the building covered. The worm and other creatures continued attacking for the next 5 minutes. We heard other gunshots coming from different parts of town. One of the flying creatures managed to get past me, then sunk its teeth into Nick's ribs.
Oh, motherfucker! You piece of shit!
He said, pulling out a knife and then stabbing out both of the creature's eyes. He aimed his shotgun at it and then blew its head clean off. Sorry, Nick. I was reloading. Oh, shit, I said. I looked up to see another winged creature descending towards me. I was able to block its attack, but it started to lift me by the gun that I held in my hands. I thought quickly, pulling out a knife and stabbing it in the neck. Seeing as how the creatures that attacked us were dead, save for the worm, we decided to train our guns on it. Unfortunately, we were met with the sound of clicks when we pulled the triggers. Is there any more ammo down below? I asked.
No, I grabbed all the ammo we had when I came up here. Should I grab the handguns?
They're not gonna do any good against this thing.
Then what are we gonna do? It's getting ready to attack again.
The worm did indeed get ready to attack again when it was knocked back once more. We looked over to see Carl with his gun pointed at the beast. He ran over to it and tossed something in its mouth. Then he ran away from it as fast as he possibly could. What happened next was the worm's head blowing up. Bits of blue blood rained down from the sky.
Ew, got some of it in my mouth,
Nick said, spitting. Never mind that. We got bigger problems. Look. The explosion had attracted yet another horde of creatures who now swarmed towards Carl. He was able to hold him off for a little while, but eventually it did look as if he would be overpowered. Thankfully, Chuck and Sam arrived just in time, and they took out the other creatures.
Thank fucking Christ,
Nick said. Yeah, you said it. Let's head back down. A short time later, the 5 of us were sitting at one of the tables. I asked Carl what happened, and he said that a creature that he hadn't seen before smashed through his store window and grabbed him, but he was able to break free and kill it. Chuck apologized for taking so long and said that they'd been dealing with these calls all night, then told me and Nick to stay safe before he and Sam left. When he did, I asked Carl, by the way, how did you make that thing's head explode? Grenade. What? How did you get a... Don't worry about it. Gets the job done, right? True. Need a lift home? I looked at Nick.
No thanks. My car luckily didn't get damaged.
All right, then. Can't believe I gotta get my store's windows goddamn replaced and redraw them runes on it. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Anyway, take care, you two. Take care, and thanks, Carl, I said. I don't mention it. Oh, And Nick? Carl asked as he was almost out the door.
What is it?
Carl pointed at me and then said, make sure you have his back. Nick smiled and said,
You got it.
We locked up and went home after Carl left. On the way, we saw twice as many police cars than usual out, and more creatures that we hadn't seen before. Nick and I are lucky to have survived our encounter, and he was fortunate enough to only need some rubbing alcohol and a few bandages on the spot where the creature bit him. I don't know why that thing appeared in the sky, or how these new creatures are presumably connected to it, but we are going to get to the bottom of this. Knowing Carl, he'll probably try to investigate whatever it was that landed near his property. I'll call him tomorrow and see what he's found out. Then Nick and I will probably go to his house later this week. I just hope that he doesn't get himself killed. And I hope beyond hope that I don't run into one of those tall bastards again. See y'all again soon. This is Pizza Pete, signing out. You know, there are days where I really freaking hate this job. In particular, we had a bit of a hostage situation literally the day after my last post. I know what you might be thinking. Who the hell robs a pizza place? That's what I thought when someone walked in around closing and pulled a gun on us. And by us, I mean Mr. and Mrs. Formaggio, Nick, and myself. The man in particular looked to be the biker type. He was overweight and looked to be in his late 40s or early 50s, and he had a long beard. This isn't the first time that something like this has happened. It's usually either someone seriously fucked up on drugs or a passerby who thinks that they can just rob a store, consequence-free, and then skip town. Seeing as how it tends to happen frequently, we actually do have a bit of a protocol, and that is where monsters actually come in handy. That is, if we can't just get to a gun without the robber noticing. Believe me, we tried to warn him not to go out, but he didn't listen. They never do. Some return tore him apart before he could even get on his motorcycle. He didn't even see him coming. Nick was understandably nauseous from seeing it and threw up. He wasn't used to it like the rest of us were. I remember just starting out. Seeing him spew actually made me feel a bit nostalgic. After that, it was just a matter of making sure that the coast was clear, then getting the money back. Now, this plan won't work if the robber gets swallowed whole. Sometimes the monster who swallows him will cough up the money, which is usually in a plastic grocery bag. But man, we were doing so good. We didn't have a robbery at our store for like an entire year until that point. But the silver lining is that we did manage to get the cash back. Enough of that though. I want to tell you all about what I learned about that, what I'm going to refer to as rainbow thingy that I mentioned in the last post. To start, I have some bad news. The town lost some people to the new monsters that showed up. Me and people that I know were lucky enough to have survived, but other people who didn't have the weapons to fight these things weren't so lucky. Chuck told me that they found about 5 bodies and that 5 were missing. He told me they tried their hardest, but they just didn't have the equipment or the manpower to deal with these new creatures. Truth be told, he looked pretty distraught about the whole situation. Chuck is a good guy, and I do hate seeing him like that, so I promised to help him solve this situation. That started with calling Carl for an update on the rainbow thingy. Bizarrely and annoyingly enough, it seemed to have vanished since landing near his property. He said he spent hours looking for it, but found nothing. He even got a search party together to help him, but it yielded similar results. The only thing they did see was a tall figure with gold eyes. Not gold as in yellow. Carl and several others described them as looking like 2 big, almond-shaped eyes that looked like they were made of solid gold. They couldn't make out the rest of the figure because of how dark it was in the forest. The only reason they noticed the eyes is because of how goddamn bright they were. I told him not to be so reckless and how dangerous the forest is. He told me, "No shit, I only live here, Pete." I said to him that his point was taken, and to call me if any new developments occurred. Naturally, he's also been keeping the police updated. Speaking of which, Carl has actually hooked him up with some explosives to deal with these new creatures, in exchange for them looking the other way on the fact that he owned explosives. It's supposed to be a temporary solution until we can find the right combination of whatever colored runes to keep these things away, assuming that runes will still work on them. Now, the town was lucky enough to have not lost anyone since the last incident, mostly due to the fact that the town was now under an emergency home before sunset curfew. It was in effect until we were able to solve this problem. And as much as I hate working on my days off, the weekend is really the only time that I can investigate anything, if I'm not called in, that is. Nick was nice enough to accompany me. Our search started on Saturday. We headed to the town library to see if Alice knew anything. Alice is a nice woman. She's 30 and works alone. I don't know how she manages everything without help, but she does find a way. She greeted us with her usual cheerful demeanor, and I quickly introduced her to Nick. After they shook hands, the three of us got to talking. "So, Pete, it's been a while since I've seen you here, and I didn't order any pizza. What's the occasion?" "Well, it's about what happened last week." "Oh, that. It's a real shame what happened. I'm surprised I didn't have any trouble. To be honest, I only heard about what happened the very next day."
Wait, you mean none of the new creatures attacked the library?
Nick asked her. "No, none. It's not that hard to believe. The library's so quiet that the creatures do tend to ignore it. Anyway, we were hoping there might be something here to help us deal with the new ones that have been popping up," I said. "If you mean a book, I'm not sure that there is."
"Oh, come on. You don't have like any old books lying around or anything?"
Nick asked. "Well, I do have this one book. It's from the town's early settlers, but it doesn't have any symbols in it, just pictures. Mind if we take a look at it?" "Sure thing." The book she handed us was old and leathery. It looked like she had made repairs on it to keep it from falling apart. Looking through it, we saw sketches of various monsters, some of which I didn't recognize at all, but two definitely caught my eye. One of those being the worm creature that we saw, and the other a pair of eyes, with the word gold beside them and a question mark. That was on the last page. After looking through the rest of the book, we closed it. Then I told Alice that we had to head out. "Thanks for your help, Alice," I told her. "No problem, Pete. It's been too long since I've had some of Formaggio's pizza." "Well then, I'll have to bring some by. Later." "Bye." After that, Nick and I got into his car. Then he asked me, "Where to next?" I told him I was about to give Carl a call, when coincidentally my phone started to ring and I saw that it was him. I put him on speaker and then began speaking with him. "Carl, I was just about to call you. Is something up?" "I need some help. Everybody else is busy, so I figured I'd call you." "What exactly do you need help with?" "No time to explain. Just come on over," he told me, and then hung up.
"Should we head over there?"
I get the feeling that we definitely should. It didn't take long to drive there, only about half an hour, and Carl was waiting for us far away from his property. "You should probably park here," he said.
"Why?"
Nick asked. "Because I have traps set up in my yard." "What kind?" I hesitantly asked. "Just some bear traps." "Oh, well, that doesn't sound too bad. And a few landmines, and I think I also got some C4 laying around." And there it is.
Why would you have all that?"
Nick asked. "'Cause of the new fuckers. They come anywhere near my property and they're gonna leave in pieces."
"What if someone just happened to wander over here?"
"It's cool. I had a barbed wire fence set up. See?" he asked, pointing. Between the trees, we saw parts of the fence that he had installed. "When did you get all of this?" I asked. "Earlier this week. Some people helped me install it. The fence, I mean. All the other stuff I put in myself. Now hop out. I'll help you inside, Pete." "So, what exactly did you need us for?" I asked Carl once we were inside. We could see clear locked cabinets with weapons in them lining his walls. "This," he said, holding up a long silver pendant. At the end of it was a flat golden star with a clear diamond imprinted on it. "Oh, I mean, it's pretty and all, but did you really need us to come all the way out here for that?" He rolled his eyes and then responded, "I got this gold-eyed fucker." "Huh? How?" "Honestly, pure luck on my part. I was searching the forest again when I caught some movement from the corner of my eye. I thought it was just another creature, so I quickly turned and swiped at it with my pocket knife. Afterward, I heard something hit my boot, followed by fleeing footsteps. I got a glimpse of those gold eyes, so I know that it was the same one." "That reminds me. We actually saw a sketch of those eyes. It was in an old settler book that Alice had at the library." So, this isn't the first time that thing has shown up, huh? Guess not. Anything about that rainbow thingy? Unfortunately not. Damn. Anyway, I need you guys for a stakeout. There's a chance that Gold Eyes may be after it.
What's your plan? Who knows how long it'll take to show up, if at all, Nick said.
Don't worry, I got plenty of room and plenty of food. Just make yourselves comfortable. Nick and I sat by the windows, watching and waiting. It took until sunset for me to spot something in between the trees. I saw what looked like 2 pieces of gold floating in the darkness. Look, I said, pointing. Carl and Nick looked out the same window that I did. There's that son of a bitch. Come on, Carl said, grabbing a rifle and then opening the door. Hang on, I said, grabbing my crutches. I hobbled out right behind Carl and Nick. You want this? Carl asked the pair of eyes holding the pendant out in front of him.
Carl, don't antagonize it. We have no idea what it's capable of,
Nick said. Carl ignored Nick's comment and continued. It didn't take long for the figure that the eyes were attached to walk right up to the entrance of the fence and into the light of the sunset. The 3 of us were surprised to see a stereotypical gray alien. He was tall. I'd say over 8 feet. Its mouth was in a neutral position as it stared at us with its shining gold eyes. It held a large metal briefcase in one of its hands, and it wore a black business suit with a red tie that it did look really good in, if I'm being completely honest. The alien just stared at us for a few moments before Carl aimed his rifle at it. Wait, I told Carl, putting up my hand to stop him from shooting. What? He asked, lowering his gun. It's not doing anything, it's just looking at us. So what? We supposed to have a staring contest with this fucking thing? I could at least scare it off.
Maybe we could just ask it to leave, Nick suggested.
Of course! Why didn't I think of that? Here, I'll try, Carl said. You! Walk off my property! He told the alien, finger walking on the air. Understand? He asked it sarcastically. Clearly, the alien replied calmly. We were shocked, to say the very least. You can talk? I think the answer to that question is fairly obvious. Who are you? And why are you here? I asked it. My name in my native tongue is probably too long for you humans to remember, but in English it translates to Zol. And I have 2 answers to your second question. The obvious one is my necklace. It's important to me, and I want it back. And the other answer is in relation to the new creatures, which I'm sure that this area has experienced once again. What do you know about it? Plenty. If you'll let me inside, I can tell you everything that I know. Now, hang on. I don't know if we could trust this guy. He could get his necklace back, but I want him off my property, Carl said. What makes it yours? Zol asked him. Because I was here first. Pardon me? Were you alive 150 years ago when I came here last? I don't recall seeing you. Then again, 150 years is quite a while, so my memory might be a bit hazy. Smart-ass motherfucker, Carl said. What's in it for us if we let you in? I asked Zol. This, he said, pulling an old book out of his pocket. It showed a page that had a creature that we didn't recognize on it, with some runes drawn beside it.
You know how to stop the new creatures? Nick said.
Indeed I do. Will you accept my offer? Carl? I asked, looking over at him. Fine. I should probably warn you where the explosives are buried. No need. I saw where you put them, Zol said, casually stepping around them, much to Carl's irritation. Later, Zol was sitting on the couch beside Carl. His pendant was on the table beside his open briefcase. In it looked to be some kind of laptop.
This is insane. There's a real-life alien sitting on Carl's couch, Nick said, gesturing towards Zol with his arm. He and I were talking in the kitchen. I know. Honestly, I feel like I should be more surprised than I am right now, but I'm not, I replied. I guess living near all the other crazy shit has caused us to be, like, less surprised at events like this. Don't get me wrong, it's still crazy, but like you said, it doesn't really feel as crazy as it should.
Guys, Carl called to us, and then told us to come into the living room.
Something up?
Nick asked once we were seated. I wanted to explain some things. First, Carl here seems to be under the impression that I brought in these new creatures. This is not the case. I merely arrived at the same time that they started showing up. Then what caused them to appear? I have a theory. The second thing to clear up is about what you refer to as the rainbow thingy. That is my ship. I have it hidden in the forest.
Let me guess, it's invisible, right?
Carl asked sarcastically. Actually, yes.
Oh.
So, what's your theory? I asked Zol. To put it simply, someone let these creatures in. Not just the new ones, but the old ones as well. What? Who would do that? And why? I'm not sure, but I came here to search for an answer. Why would you do that? Because I promised the townspeople I would help them when I returned, and because my planet is also being overrun by these creatures, and I'm searching for the way to stop them once and for all. Your planet? I'm only one of a handful of survivors that managed to escape. As we speak, those monsters have taken the entire planet over. I happened upon this planet, where parts of it were giving off the same energy reading as the portals that those monsters come from.
Oh, so they do come out of portals,
Carl said. Yes, we tried to fight them, but we eventually ran out of resources and were overtaken. Well, if you help us, we'll help you, I said. Good to know. I say we search tomorrow. I've been searching by myself. For what, exactly? Another being, like me, or at least some trace of them. Got it. But we gotta be home before tomorrow night. Very well. I think I'll head out now. Can you three do me a favor and not mention our encounter to anyone? I think that would be for the best. We all agreed, and then Zol left. We went to bed shortly after that to prepare for the long day ahead of us. The next day wasn't very rewarding. We covered a lot of ground and found absolutely nothing. I tried helping as best I could, but having to hop around on crutches really made me a burden more than anything else. The only thing that I could do was be a lookout for any creatures, which, to my credit, I was pretty decent at, and I was able to warn everybody before we were attacked. The other silver lining was that Nick got the book that Zol showed us to Alice. He told her that we just happened to find it in the forest, but we didn't remember where exactly. And he told us that she would get to work immediately, making copies for everyone. When all of us were back at Carl's house, I asked Zol if there was any chance that we could see the inside of his ship. He told me that he would think about it, but that it would have to wait for next week. And he stressed that we were not allowed to touch anything unless he gave us permission to. So that's a bit of motivation to get me through the week. I'll be sure to let you know about the inside of Zol's ship in my next post. Shit has been nuts, obviously. Well, it's always been kind of nuts, but yeah, more so than usual. Anyways, I'll see y'all next time. This is Pizza Pete, signing out. Finally, I'm able to update you guys. I would have done it sooner if it weren't for those FBI bastards showing up. Right now, me, Carl, and Nick are all in a shitty hotel. It smells awful, but at least there is Wi-Fi. But I can't be online for too long, however. So, a few days after my last post, these black SUVs with tinted windows came into town. Nick and I were working at a shift with Mr. Formaggio. Mrs. Formaggio was out getting us some ingredients. It was the middle of me and Nick's shift when one of those SUVs parked in front of the store. We also saw that more of them seemed to be stopping and braking in front of other stores. But not just other stores, homes as well. Two burly-looking bald men stepped out and entered our store. Both were wearing business suits, and one of them had a pair of reflective sunglasses on.
Can we help you?
Mr. Formaggio asked. The two men showed us their badges.
We're with the FBI, and we wanted to ask you folks some questions,
the one with the sunglasses said. When he did that, Nick and I exchanged a concerned look. Thankfully, neither of the FBI guys noticed.
What sort of questions?
Mr. Formaggio replied.
A few days ago, we received reports of strange lights that could be seen hovering over your town. These reports were made by people in neighboring towns. Do you happen to know anything about that?
Mr. Formaggio did know about Zol. He ended up encountering him about a day after my last post. He nearly had a heart attack when he saw him, but Carl was able to convince him that Zol meant no harm.
Can't say that I do, he replied. Is that right? Well, I'm sure you folks won't mind if we take a look around. Oh, and I'm sure I don't need to inform you that you can be punished for lying to the FBI. I'm well aware of that. Can I get you anything? No, thank you. We are very busy, he said, and then he and his partner left. Now, we were pretty pissed. The reason being is that we've been trying to get the government involved to deal with all of these weird creatures in town for years now, but they just never responded. It's like, oh, freaky monsters that can rip you apart? Whatever. Lights in the sky? Oh, we'll be over ASAP. So yeah, I'm sure you can understand why we were just a little bit salty. Anyway, when they left, we immediately called Carl and told him about the situation. He was at his home at the time, and he told us that he would warn Zol right away. He also told us that he wanted to place an order, of course. In this case, it was 2 supreme pizzas and an orange soda. Fuck, they're after Zol. Who knows what they'll do to him if they find him,
Nick said once they were off the phone with Carl. Relax, they don't even know about him really. If we keep quiet, everything will be fine. And besides, if they stay overnight, they may be more likely to help with our little monster problem.
And they may be after the ship above all else,
Mr. Formaggio interjected. Those bastards want to see the inside of that ship before I do? We can't let that happen. We need to get him out of town as soon as possible, I said.
What about them taking care of our monster problem?
Nick asked. Oh, yeah. I guess I got caught up in the excitement and forgot a bit. Do you think Nick and I should head over to Carl's right now? I asked Mr. Formaggio.
I think it might look a bit suspicious to head there right now. I think you should give it at least an hour. Nick, take the trash out. Tell us what you see while you're out there.
I took some more calls while Nick took out the trash dutifully. When he got back, he informed us that there were far more SUVs than he had originally thought. More must have arrived while the men talked with us. Nick said at least 100 more seemed to have shown up. What really puts us on edge is that he saw some of the government start to get into arguments with the store owners. When they did, they closed the blinds to those stores. Shit. I hope that doesn't happen to Carl, I said. He doesn't trust people involved with the government, which is ironic given his potential background. I don't know much about it, and I haven't asked out of politeness, but I've heard rumors around town saying that he has some military background. If he does, I haven't found any records of him serving, and he may have a distrust of the government due to his supposed service. Anyway, we had a small rush, which made that hour go by pretty quick. Once it died down, me and Nick drove up to Carl's. Along the way, we saw some government officials stepping outside of homes, one of which seemed to be wiping some blood off of his face. We arrived at Carl's to see 2 SUVs parked in front of his fence.
Well, this can't be good,
Nick said as we got out. He walked while I used my crutches. We went into his yard to see him surrounded by 4 agents. His hands were cuffed behind his back, and one of the agents had his foot on Carl's back. Nick was about to call out, but I shushed him, then gestured for him to sneak around and go into Carl's house. The agents were too focused on Carl to even notice, and I would have just slowed Nick down. He gave me Carl's pizzas and sodas to hold, and then he made his way to the front door. He made sure to keep on the grass so that it wouldn't make any noise. I heard the agents yelling at Carl, asking him about the ship. Carl responded that he didn't know, and they could go fuck themselves. One responded by grinding his shoe into Carl's temple. It was at that moment that I decided to do something. I figured Carl would prefer the pizza over the soda, so I chucked the 2-liter at the agent's head, who had his foot on Carl's temple. The bottle burst open, soaking his head and suit in orange soda. Some even got on the other agents, and they all stared daggers at me.
Who the fuck do you think you are doing that to me?
The one I threw the bottle at asked. I'm the pizza man, and that was for you assholes taking so long. We've been trying to contact you for years, and now you show up, only to start terrorizing us. So quit whining about being a little sticky.
I could put you in prison for what you just did.
Is that right? Why don't you stick around for a bit? This area is very active at night. The other agents were about to move in on me, but the soda-soaked agent stopped them.
You say that you threw the bottle because we took so long, but could the real reason be that this man is a friend of yours?
He asked, pointing at Carl. Of course he is. We all know each other in this town, and Carl is a valuable customer. Look, whatever you want to know, he obviously doesn't know it, so get lost. I'll even pay for the dry cleaning of everyone's clothes. That way you won't be laughed at when you get back to your office or wherever the hell you government people go when you get through with doing shit like this.
We aren't leaving until we get what we want.
What branch of the government are you guys with anyways?
We're with a branch that investigates paranormal and supernatural occurrences.
Oh, so like the Men in Black?
No! We aren't the goddamn Men in Black or the motherfucking X-Files. We were around long before that movie or that show was.
He growled, taking me by surprise. The other agents began trying to calm him down.
Relax, deep breaths, bro,
one of them said to him. He breathed in deeply and then exhaled.
No, the branch we serve under doesn't have a name. We've taken to calling it the Mystery Branch,
he said to me after regaining his composure. Wow, how many episodes of Scooby-Doo did you guys have to watch to come up with that one? His eye twitched at this statement, and I thought he was about to go off on another rant, but he managed to keep his composure.
The name isn't official, and I'd watch my mouth if I were you, or something might happen to Carl here.
Well, obviously he doesn't know anything, so why the hell are you people still here?
You expect us to believe that? Just take a look at this man. He is a fucking loon. Crazy tends to attract this kind of stuff.
That loon is my friend. And you say that crazy attracts this kind of stuff, but how exactly would you describe the people who go out and look for this kind of stuff?
Touché. Is he still awake?
He asked, looking down at Carl, and then he took his foot off of his temple. Carl moaned in pain, but managed to speak.
Fuck you,
Carl said, then spat on the agent's shoe. The agent glared at Carl.
This young man is a friend of yours, correct? I wonder if you'd be more willing to talk if it was him at risk,
he asked, pulling out a gun and then aiming it at me. Shooting a guy in crutches. You must be very proud of yourself, I said.
Shut up. Now I'm gonna give Carl here until the count of 10 before I shoot your fucking dick off,
the agent yelled, aiming the gun at my crotch. Not my dick! I yelled.
Then he needs to talk. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Before he got to 10, we heard several gunshots. The agents fell to the ground, rolling around in pain while clutching their legs. The head of the group dropped his gun. Luckily, he didn't end up shooting me just out of reflex. Nice shot, Nick, I called to him. He was standing on Carl's porch, with one of Carl's guns in his hands.
You sneaky little shits,
the agent hissed. Carl rolled over and snatched the keys from the agent's belt, and then unlocked his cuffs with one of them. He knocked out the head agent with one hard punch. The others tried drawing their guns, but Carl knocked them out as well.
Are you guys okay? I mean, given the circumstances,
Nick asked after running to us. I've been better. Impressed your aim has gotten so good.
Yeah, those lessons you gave me really paid off. Where's Zoll?
When you guys called, I told him to hide until I knew those government bastards left town. I don't know where he is, but we need to leave town. More of those agents will probably be on their way here. What? What about the others in town? I asked. They'll be fine. They don't actually know anything. Shouldn't we call them first? No. I heard them say they wanted to put the town on lockdown. They'll probably confiscate people's phones soon. Speaking of phones, get rid of yours. Seriously? Yeah, you too, Nick. Nick sighed and then smashed his phone. I was about to do the same thing when I realized something. I accidentally grabbed one of my old phones. Shit, I said. Wait, that may actually help us. If we go somewhere with Wi-Fi, you could use your phone to access the internet. As long as we don't plaster our last names and are careful, we'll probably be safe. I even have an old laptop that we can use, Carl said, and then he ran inside his home. He came back out with his laptop and several bags.
What's in these?
Nick asked when Carl gave him one. Just some supplies.
ready in case I need to move quickly. Let's go. It's gonna be dark soon.
We took Carl's car, then sped down the road from his home. The road led directly into town. He was going to take the next exit out of town when he saw several SUVs blocking said exit.
Fuck, we're too late,
Carl cursed under his breath. Multiple agents were in front of the SUVs. One of them had a megaphone. "Turn back and go back into your home or store," the agent called to us. "Shit, what do we do?" I asked.
"Wait,"
Carl said, pointing to the sky. We saw some heavy storm clouds and a streak of lightning up ahead. Rain began pouring from the sky. The agent began yelling at us through the rain. He told us that if we weren't going to move, we would be forced to. He and the other agents were going to get back into their vehicles when one of them yelled and pointed. In the sky, there were at least a dozen flying creatures. They were joined by 20 returned and several of those long-necked monsters. They all screamed when the returned attacked. A few agents got killed by them, but the others managed to shoot and kill the returned. That was when the other creatures joined in. The long neck one pounced, then gobbled most of the other agents. It accidentally knocked the SUVs out of the way in the process. One agent managed to get by it, but was torn apart and eaten by the flying creatures.
"Not the way I was hoping for, but hell, I'll take it,"
Carl said, speeding us through the gap in the vehicles. The creatures were too busy eating to even take notice of us. We didn't stop for 3 hours, all the while checking to make sure that we weren't followed. We've been on the run for over a week now. We only stop to sleep at the shittiest motels. Carl carries a lot of cash on him, and we've made sure to use aliases, but we've also been making sure to take turns keeping watch. By typing this, I'm sure you can guess that it's my turn to keep watch tonight. I don't know what we're gonna do. We have no way of contacting anyone in town without being tracked, and we have no idea when or even if those government guys will leave. I asked Carl what we should do, and he told me that he knows a guy that we could see, but he won't elaborate no matter how much Nick and I ask. The worst part of all this is that I never saw the inside of Zol's ship, but I hope that he's okay. For now, I better get off. Since we've been on the run, I tend to get paranoid if I'm online for too long, but I felt like I should keep y'all updated. I can't log off as the pizzaman right now, so this is just Pete logging off. See y'all next time. We've seen some weird things on the road. It has been a long while since I've posted here. I used to be formerly known as Pizzaman Pete. Since over a year ago, though, I've just gone by the name of Pete. I don't want to bog down this post with a lot of details about my background, so I'll try to keep it brief. I and my friends Carl and Nick come from a town where there are, let's just say, unusual problems. To summarize them, we had to deal with a variety of hostile cryptids and people who, after being missing for a while, returned hostile. If anyone wants more information regarding my experiences with all that, they can go through my old posts, which I will link here or in the description. In the last one, I mentioned that Carl was supposed to be taking us to see a friend of his. This has been successful, with a lot of difficulties preceding it. I'll pick up where I left off with my previous update. Keep in mind, at the time I had to deal with a broken leg, which thankfully now is back in tip-top shape. If anybody is wondering why I haven't updated in so long, well, there have been some delays. I'll explain them eventually. For now, I will just say that we are somewhere safe, where we don't have to worry about those government bastards, at least not for a while. It hasn't been easy though. I thought living in my town would prepare me for anything. I was wrong. To quote the great Dave Chappelle, I have seen some shit. Where I'm going to officially start this off now is a little over a month of us being on the road. "Pete," Nick whispered after shaking me awake. That night it was his turn to keep watch. "What is it?" I grumbled, too tired to fully open my eyes. "They found us." Those words may well have been a cold splash of water. Upon hearing them, all the tiredness that I had felt left me. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I was getting something from the snack machine, and I saw two of them talking with the owner. I don't know what they said to him, but he looked pretty shaken up by it. Anyway, we need to get moving. They'll be at our door any second." I hopped out of bed on my good leg. Nick turned his attention to wake up Carl, who turned out to already be awake and quickly packing his things. "When did," Nick asked him.
"I heard you talking to Pete."
I never knew Carl had such strong hearing. We didn't have time to dwell on that. I grabbed my crutches and put one of the chairs under the door's handle to make it more difficult to open. A very short time later, we heard pounding on it and demands for us to unlock it. Once everything was packed, we headed to the window. Since it didn't open, Carl had to smash through it using the other chair. "Watch the glass," he warned, tossing the chair aside. We went to his car, that he made sure to park in the space nearest to our room. He was backing out of it as some agents got to the window. One of them cursed at us and drew his gun, firing it about 4 times. He only managed to hit one of the back doors. Then we sped out of the parking lot and down the road. "That was way too close," I said, looking through the back windshield to make sure that we weren't being followed. "That goes without saying," Carl said. "Fantastic. Have to get the damn car painted again." I should mention that a week prior, we stopped at a body shop to have Carl's car changed to a different color. "I'm not sure if that'll work," Nick said. He pointed out that the agents could potentially go to whatever body shops that we go to, then interrogate the owners as they did to the one who owned that hotel. Considering this possibility, we decided the next best thing would be to just paint the car ourselves. Once Carl drove what we felt to be a safe distance from that hotel, we stopped at a Home Depot, then got a variety of spray paint cans at it. "Now we just have to find somewhere we can use this stuff," Carl said, getting back onto the road. "What color should we use?" We settled on dark red. Eventually, we came across some woods that Carl pulled into. "All right, let's try to make this quick." We got out of the car with the spray cans and put some masks on so the fumes wouldn't affect us, at least not as much. Once we were through painting the car, we had to wait for over an hour for it to dry. Nick had to walk away to take a piss, which left Carl and me some time to chat. "So, how do you think everyone's been holding up since we left?" "Wish I knew for sure, Pete, but they're probably fine. Compared to what they usually have to deal with, some pussy-ass agent shouldn't be more than a nuisance." "Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I'd been wondering something." "What is it?" "As long as we've known each other, you've hated the government, right? What's the deal with that?" Carl became visibly uncomfortable at this question. "Oh, sorry. Is that too personal? If it is, you don't have to answer it." "No, it's fine. It's just that the answer's pretty long and I don't feel like getting into it right now. What I will say about it is that it has to do with a bunch of little things and one major thing. Anyway, I need to step away for a bit." Carl went into the woods in the same direction as Nick had. Since I was now alone, I didn't have to go into the woods to do my own business. Once done, I figured I'd just play something to pass the time. During one of our stops, I went into a thrift store. There, I picked up a Nintendo gaming bag that contained a DS Lite and a Game Boy Advance SP, along with some games. I popped in some Donkey Kong Country and switched on my SP, only to find it was behaving strangely. "The hell?" I murmured, seeing static overtake the screen. I had never seen a GBA do that before then, or since. The static I saw was the same kind that old TVs emitted. Chalking it up to glitching, I attempted to turn it off so I could turn it back on, but it didn't turn off. I tried the switch multiple times with no result. Annoyed, I pocketed it and looked ahead. To my further confusion, the car's lights were on. Not only that, but they were blinking in a strange pattern. Only one light would blink at a time. The front lights would blink 3 times, then stop, and then blink the same amount. Sometimes, only one back and front light would blink. I got some serious, there's some paranormal shit going on here vibes from seeing this. Now, as I've said, growing up in my town has caused me to be a bit more mentally resilient to this kind of stuff than most people. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I don't feel afraid when these kinds of things happen, or that the creatures in my town don't unnerve me. However, it can be sort of akin to getting attacked by a grizzly bear. And by that, I mean, they're scarier than usual if someone doesn't have the means to deal with them. That's something that my parents taught me very early on when I was growing up out there. Above all else, they put a lot of emphasis on not letting panic dictate decisions. I've tried my best to heed their advice. I'm only human though, and I do have the occasional slip-up. One of the older posts shows that my injured leg was the result of me being careless. One good thing I can say about the incident is that it has made me more cautious and more tolerant to pain. Enough of that though. I was about to call out for Carl and Nick when I felt the SP vibrate. That is another thing that I am almost certain they cannot usually do. Actually, that's not entirely accurate. It didn't vibrate, it was more like it pulsed. I took it back out, flipping it open. Instead of static on the screen, I saw a beating heart. "What in the fuck?" I whispered. Not only was it pulsing, but the SP also felt fleshy. I suspected if I closed my eyes, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between an actual heart and that gaming system. Suddenly, I could feel it in my hand. I clutched my head, falling forward from the tree that I'd been leaning on. The agonizing pain alternated from my head to my chest, back and forth until I finally just passed out from it. "Pete," I heard Carl whisper while shaking me awake. I slowly opened my eyes and became even more unnerved when I saw the panic in his eyes. Nick was with him and appeared just as spooked as Carl. "What happened to you guys?" "We'll explain later," Carl said as he and Nick were helping me up. "Right now, we should get back in the car." "But we've only been out here for like 10 minutes, I pointed out as we were heading back towards it. "That's not enough time for it to..." His car was completely dry. "How?" I wondered out loud. Carl and Nick said nothing, but we got in. Carl drove, and after moments of silence, I spoke. "Do either of you want to explain anything to me?" "First, explain what happened to you," Carl said, making eye contact with me in the mirror. I gave a brief recount of my experiences. When I finished it, their expressions were grim. "Did something like that happen to you guys?"
Something attacked me,
Nick answered in a hoarse voice. "What?" I said, sitting up. "And why do you sound like that?" He said that what had attacked him did so as he was walking back in the direction that he came from. Some kind of brown tendrils came out of the ground and trees and wrapped around him.
They felt so wrong. I thought they were wooden, but they felt slimy.
He pulled down the collar of his shirt, revealing purple marks around his neck. "Christ," I said. "They did that to you?" Before that, I was going to say that all of our experiences were the result of the spray paint causing us just to hallucinate. After all, even with the masks on, we were around it for a pretty long time. Not to mention, just because we're used to supernatural stuff happening doesn't mean that events don't have perfectly logical explanations. Upon seeing those bruises, however, I knew that these events were truly happening.
Yeah, I got lucky though, and managed to yell out before they started choking me. If I hadn't been able to, Carl probably wouldn't have heard me. Thanks, by the way.
At that, Carl added to the conversation. "No problem, Nick. That thing was freaky as hell, though." "Wait, did you guys see what the tentacles were attached to?" "Kind of. After I cut Nick free, we heard something big growl at us from deeper in the woods. We couldn't make it out because of all the trees. That's for the best, though. It hurt to look at it." "What do you mean?" "It was like our brains couldn't make sense of it. The only parts of its face that we saw were its eyes. It had at least a dozen of them, all different shapes and sizes. It tried grabbing us again, but we escaped before it could." I slumped in the back seat and groaned. I thought leaving town would at least give us a break from this kind of shit. "Well, you know what they say, Pete. Certain kinds of problems tend to follow you around." Apparently. Why is it happening now, though? Wish I knew. But let's be thankful it didn't kill any of us. Yeah, true. But what do you think that it was trying to do to me? Can't say for sure. Maybe it was trying to get inside your head or something. Anyway, I think it'd be for the best if we talked about something else. I have to leave it off here for now. I'm pretty busy usually, so I'll have to continue this next week. Okay, so right off the bat, I want to say that my body is screaming at me right now. I didn't mention this in the last post, but Carl has been putting Nick and I through some really intense combat training. I won't deny that it has benefited us. I mean, up until about 8 months ago, I could never do an action role, nor did I ever look as fit as I do now. Lately, he's been trying to teach us how to backflip and front flip, along with some parkour techniques. So far, most of our attempts haven't been successful. I've fallen face down more times than I can count now. I think we're at least starting to get the hang of it though, so yeah, there's that. Since I've gotten that off my chest, I guess I'll pick up where I left off yesterday. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened over the next week. I tried doing things to distract myself, only to find my mind wandering back to that subject. Nick's voice had returned to normal by then, and his bruises were gone. Nothing really eventful happened for a little while after that. Then, of course, shit hit the fan once again. "Hey, Carl," I said. "Huh?" he replied from the passenger seat. Nick was the one driving, and at the time it was well into the night. He and Carl rotated driving duties. I would have helped with all that if it weren't for my leg. All I could really do was be on the lookout for any suspicious cars following us. On more than one occasion, we had to lose some pursuers. One of those times, Carl shot out their tires, sending them off-road into a ditch. I know you can't really talk about where you're headed, but do you at least know how long it'll take to get there? I asked. We've been on the road for over 2 weeks now. I can't really answer that, Pete. If it weren't for all the detours we had to take, we would have reached it by now. Detours meant taking alternative routes when we noticed any signs of agents in an area. We also had to determine which ones to pick, that those agents most likely wouldn't. The idea was to be as unpredictable as possible when it came to traveling. If we weren't, they'd be able to figure out where we were and have people waiting for us. I don't play chess, but our situation was similar in that it required thinking several steps ahead.
"Maybe we should just see if we could disguise ourselves," Nick suggested.
I did know somebody who specialized in special effects makeup. Taught me some things, but it could take hours or even days to apply that stuff in a way that would completely change our faces.
Do you think it would be worth it? I asked. Carl wrinkled his brow and thought.
Maybe later. It'd take too long with the way we've been going.
He was about to close his eyes when they suddenly widened.
"What is it?"
Nick said, glancing at him.
Do either of you smell that?
Smell what?
It smells like breakfast. Bacon, eggs, toast. I think I'm even picking up on some syrup.
Well, actually, now that you mention it, yeah. What about you, Pete?
I can, but where's it coming from? I don't see any restaurants. Almost as if in response to what I had just said, we saw a truck stop diner come into view. We all looked at each other.
I could use a bite to eat, Carl said. What about you guys?
I'm down. Although, isn't it kind of weird that a truck stop diner is all the way out here?
Nick asked. We've seen stranger things. Besides, it's not that uncommon for places like this to be out here. Sometimes it's the only thing that saves truckers from nodding off at the wheel and crashing. I don't fully remember the name of that place. I think it was someone's name and then the words truck stop diner. I do remember it looking pretty run down. Half the letters that made up its neon sign were out. And as we pulled in to park, the headlights of Carl's car illuminated a bunch of discarded hubcaps near the restaurant's entrance.
"Are you guys sure you want to stop here?"
Nick asked. We've seen worse places, I said with a shrug. Besides, the smell has gotten even stronger. There were only about 4, maybe 5 trucks parked at the stop. We expected the inside to be about as maintained as the outside. Instead, it ended up looking as if the restaurant had just opened recently. Based on the decor, the diner had either been built during the 50s or was made to appear that way.
This is a stark contrast if I have ever seen one, Carl said.
The tables were empty. The bar stools, however, were all occupied. A trucker sat on each one. Some only drank while others chatted amongst themselves. It was hard to make out their conversations due to how gruff their voices were. An older, red-haired woman in thick glasses was serving them drinks. Then she noticed us. She told the truckers that she'd be right back. She took out a small notepad from the pocket of her uniform and a pencil which she was keeping behind her ear. She smiled at us with teeth that seemed almost too white. Then she greeted us with a voice that captured the essence of Southern hospitality.
Good evening, y'all. What can I get you?
We gave her our orders. Carl ordered some bacon and eggs. Nick ordered some ham and hash browns. Having a bit of a sweet tooth at the time, I ordered some French toast, which was to be served with maple syrup and strawberries. Along with all that, we each ordered some coffee.
All right. Now, it might take me a little while to whip all this up. I hope that won't be an issue.
Not at all, Carl told her.
Fantastic. We'll have it out as soon as it's ready. Oh, by the way, we have some delicious cakes and pies if y'all are feeling like dessert afterwards.
Then she went into the back to give the cooks our orders.
"You know," Nick said, "I was feeling kinda iffy about this place, but it seems pretty good."
Yep. It's good to just be able to relax like this.
All this traveling gets tiring, I said. So, Carl, how long do you think we should stay here? I'd say about an hour or so would be good. All right. I'm getting kind of restless, so I'm going to go out for some fresh air. Let me know when our food is out. I grabbed my crutches and proceeded to get up from the booth. As I did, a trucker was getting up as well. Something happened as he passed by that caused me to be slightly on edge. The hell? I said in a low voice. Is something wrong, Pete? I thought I saw... never mind. It's late. My mind's probably playing tricks on me. Using my crutches, I hobbled outside. Usually I'm not a fan of hot weather. However, at the time, I did find it to be relaxing. It had been so long since I had just stopped and truly took in the scenery. I glanced up at the sky filled with stars, and my heart nearly stopped at what I saw. I thought I saw something among the stars. It only lasted for a split second. When I blinked, the sky looked normal again. Thinking my tiredness was now causing me to lose it, I decided to get a little exercise to try and wake myself up more. I intended to simply hop around the diner 3 or 4 times. While going around it, I happened to see the trucker who had walked past me. There were also several other truckers that he was talking to. Due to being too far away, I couldn't make out their conversation. However, I gathered that he wanted to show them what was in his trailer. Curious as to what was inside, I watched as he opened it. This revealed only darkness inside. At first, I, as well as the other truckers, were under the impression that it was empty. That impression quickly changed when a giant hand came out of it. When I say giant, I mean it didn't seem possible that whatever the arm was attached to could even fit in that trailer. The arm alone was so thick that it almost seemed to take up the entirety of the inside. Dark fur covered it, and each of its fingers ended in long claws. Oh, fuck. Not more of this shit, I thought, beginning to slowly back away to go back inside to grab Carl and Nick. With the exception of the trucker who opened the trailer, the others screamed but were quickly silenced. The hand shoved 2 of its claws through their heads, killing them. It then lifted them into the truck. I wanted to yell too, but I managed to keep it inside. The last thing I wanted to do was attract its attention. Unfortunately, my efforts were futile. The trucker went to close the trailer when the hand made a gesture, letting him know not to. Then, it pointed its index finger in my direction. That was some horse shit. The arm stretched out of the trailer towards me. Keep in mind, I was over 30 feet from the trailer. If I had to guess, I'd say it could sense me somehow. Of course, I wasn't wondering about that at the time. I was trying to figure out how the hell to get away from it. I could only hop so fast after all. I ended up tripping. Now, in every horror movie I've seen, tripping is usually a death sentence for a character. In this case, tripping actually saved my life. By tripping, I caused its claws to miss. If I hadn't, I would have been impaled. Guys! I yelled as the arm was turning around to try and stab me again. As it was about to, I heard the sound of screeching tires and then the loud bang of a shotgun. Bits of dark blood and flesh flew away from the hand, causing it to recoil. As it was, the trucker's expression, which was calm before, stretched into an almost unnaturally wide grin. "What the fuck was that?" I screamed at him. He didn't answer. He just went to the driver's door of his truck and went through it. My mouth fell open when I saw this. So, that wasn't a hallucination in the diner after all, I thought. While he was walking past me in the diner, he phased through the ends of my crutches. I originally dismissed this as simply being the product of a tired mind, but seeing him go through his driver's door made me know that that was not the case. It was only after he was driving off that I became aware of Carl and Nick standing behind me. The former held his shotgun, now aimed at the ground, and both of them wore pale expressions. "Did you guys see what that trucker did too?" They replied that they did, and I asked them what they saw in the diner.
"We'll tell you about it when we're back on the road,"
Nick said, as he and Carl helped me up. I have to leave things off here. However, I will share something in the starry night sky that each of us witnessed. Nick pointed it out as we were getting into Carl's car. We wondered what he was seeing, and then we noticed that the stars were moving. They did so until they had taken the shape of a face with a wide grin. The best way I can describe it is if the smiling trucker somehow became possessed by the Cheshire Cat,
yet somehow even more disturbing. We knew it was staring down at us, which made me feel insignificantly small, and I imagine that Carl and Nick both felt similarly. What disturbed us more is when it spoke. Not out loud. Words came out of its mouth, of which there were only 3.
You look tasty.
Carl has decided to switch things up. Nick and I have been doing some combat training with him. If anyone's wondering how that's going, well, Nick got his shoulder dislocated and I now have a black eye. How fast Carl moves is insane. Then again, he has had a lot of combat experience, so I guess I shouldn't be that surprised. Enough of that, though. I'll pick up where I last left off. The face in the sky, along with the words, were only there for a moment or two. Then the stars reshaped themselves again, returning to normal. Neither of us said anything as we were going along the road with Carl back at the wheel. Eventually, the silence became too much for me. I broke it with a pretty straightforward question. Does anybody have any idea what the fuck that was?
No clue,
Nick replied. Yeah, I figured. I'm not even sure if I want to know what it is that we saw. Anyways, what did you guys see in the diner? Well, the first thing that tipped us off that something was wrong was the conversation that we overheard 2 truckers having, Carl said. We overheard them talking about how President Reagan was doing. Reagan? Wasn't he a president in like the 80s? Yep, for almost all of it. He died in 2004, so as you can imagine, we found it quite odd that they were discussing him as though he were not only still alive, but still the president as well. We just thought maybe they were crazy. Okay, what was the second thing?
I can answer that,
Nick said. He told me that the waitress brought out the food. According to him and Carl, it looked as good as it smelled. He was getting up to go and get me when he accidentally knocked his coffee mug off of the table.
It went right through the waitress,
he continued. So, she was like the trucker.
Yeah, the cup shattered on the floor and she just stood there, smiling at us.
Shit sorta hit the fan after that, Carl interjected. That woman went from 0 to psycho in the blink of an eye.
They tried to leave right away and she began shrieking. She told them that
they couldn't leave now that they knew their secret. Everyone's face started melting off in there. They tried to hit us by making shit float around, Nick said. Yeah, it was pretty fucked up.
Holy shit, I said. How did you guys escape without getting hurt by all of that?
It was actually real easy, Carl said. A pitcher ended up breaking the window by our booth and we just sort of jumped out the window.
Oh, they didn't go after you guys?
They did, but something scared them into going back inside.
The arm?
Yeah, probably. They looked terrified. They must have sensed it because they said that it was hungry.
So it keeps them there until it needs to feed.
Apparently. And maybe the food there is a way to trap people.
Now that you mention it, that scent did seem almost unnaturally good. If that was the case, I'm glad that none of us ate there. I wonder where the truckers I saw get pulled into that trailer ended up.
Nowhere that we'd want to be. I think that's a safe bet.
Agreed. Now, do you guys mind if I get a little shut-eye? They both told me that that'd be fine if I did, so I closed my eyes. Other than a vivid dream of that hand dragging me screaming into the trailer, I slept pretty well. It was good not having to deal with any agents chasing us or paranormal dangers, at least over the next week. When something did happen again, it was at a place that specialized in mental torture, brought on by pure boredom. I am, of course, talking about a high school.
I think we're about to get some rain,
Nick said, noticing the dark clouds that had accumulated in the sky.
I prefer to think of it as a free car wash, Carl said.
Did anybody notice that flash of lightning? I asked. Another flash appeared in the sky. Then we heard the boom of thunder and the cracking noise of wood splitting apart. A tree, having been hit by the lightning, fell into the road, flaming.
Oh shit,
Nick yelled, slamming on the brakes. The car stopped only about an inch from the tree's base. He backed up so that the fire wouldn't be a problem.
What now?
He asked once the car was a safe distance away.
We'll have to take another route,
Carl replied. Guys? I said, feeling my eyes widen. I pointed out my window. Approaching us from far off in the distance, and uprooting trees as it did, was a large tornado.
Jesus Christ, Nick said. Look at the size of that thing.
Drive! Fucking drive! Carl yelled. Nick turned the car around, attempting to speed away from the area. It's no good, I said, seeing that the tornado was quickly catching up to us. We gotta find some shelter.
But where?
Nick asked.
I don't see any buildings.
For a moment, it appeared as if we'd be unable to escape the tornado. Then I spotted it. Poking over the trees was the school's flagpole. I pointed it out and Nick drove in that direction. He parked by the sidewalk. Then we got out and went to the doors.
They're locked,
Nick said, tugging on the double doors. Stand back, Carl told him, drawing his pistol and shooting one of the windows out. He reached in to open the door from the inside. While he was doing this, I leaned against the other set of doors and ended up losing my balance. I managed to keep from falling by grabbing one of the handles, which pulled the door open. Nick and Carl both noticed this. The latter of the two seemed to mentally curse at himself. Do you think we should see if this school has a basement? I asked. That might take too long, Carl replied. We should take cover in one of the classrooms.
This is reminding me of like those tornado drills that we did in school, Nick said. Maybe we should try like ducking and covering.
Oh, sure. That'll keep us from getting crushed by debris, I responded. Wait, guys, I think I see the door going to the stairs. Carl pointed towards the end of the hall. Even though it was hard to see, we could make out the stairs through the windows of the double doors. Although we weren't sure if they led downstairs, we knew that it wouldn't take long for the tornado to reach the school. My arms and good leg burned by the time we reached those doors. Thankfully, the school did turn out to have a basement. That tornado's getting close, I said, hearing its rumble. Good thing you spotted this, Carl, or else we'd be... My crutches slipped on the first step, causing me to fall, sliding down the stairs. I stopped when my feet hit the doors at the bottom, and I just kinda lay there, groaning in pain.
Pete, I know this is sort of a dumb question, but are you okay?
Nick asked.
I've been better. Can you guys get my crutches for me?
I used the railing to pull myself back up. If I had to come up with one good thing about having to use crutches, it's that they have definitely made my arms stronger. I thanked Carl and Nick when they handed me my crutches, and then we all went through the doors.
There's a whole other wing down here,
Nick commented. Classroom entrances covered the walls. Huh. I wonder why nobody else thought to take shelter here, I said. Maybe it's just too far, Carl shrugged. Whatever the reason, we could stay here until this blows over. Hopefully the car's still in one piece when we leave. I snickered at Carl's unintentional pun and leaned back against the wall. Aside from the howling winds outside, the next few minutes were filled with silence. Guys, I said, prompting them to look at me, does the hall seem different to you somehow? I couldn't put my finger on it. Something definitely felt changed about the area, though. Nick was the one who realized what it was.
I think there's an extra door,
he told us. We stared at them and came to the realization that an extra door had indeed appeared. It was on the left side, at the very end of the hall. Maybe we just missed it somehow? I said, glancing around the room and then feeling my chest tighten. Guys? Carl and Nick looked where I had been. The door we came through was missing. Nick ran to where it had been.
What happened to it?
He asked, feeling the now smooth wall.
I know for sure that we didn't hear anything shift around.
At that moment, we had a collective realization, and it did not give us good vibes. If the door missing wasn't bad enough of an omen, the noise of the tornado had stopped, as though it were never there.
Okay, if this is being caused by what we think it is, where do we go from here? Nick continued. I mean, we don't seem to be in danger, but that could change really quick.
Well, I think the only thing we can do is try to find another way out of this place, Carl said. Make sure to stay close. I was the one who looked into the first room by peeking through its window.
Do you see anything?
Nick asked me. It's too dark to make out anything, I replied, pressing my right eye against the glass. Wait, I think I could see something moving. When I realized what I was looking at, I immediately pulled away from the door. Carl and Nick took notice of my wide eyes and heavy breathing. Pete, what'd you see in there? Carl asked. Oh, you know, not much. Desks, some scissors, a ruler, the ghost of a girl with her fucking eyes gouged out.
Wait, what was that last one?
Nick inquired. I repeated the last thing to him once more. Then he and Carl glanced over at the window.
The girl I had seen was now shuffling towards the door. Low moans escaped her as she reached for the knob, turning it. "No, you don't," Carl said, taking out a large pack of salt and spreading a line of it in front of the door. When the girl opened the door, she was unable to pass it. She hissed at the salt line, slowly backing away from it. I was relieved that had actually worked. "Carl, why do you carry that on you?" I asked. "Too many unsalted soft pretzels. Now come on." What we saw in the other rooms wasn't any better. They contained classes full of students who had their eyes gouged out, just like that girl, or their jaws ripped off, or sometimes both. Some seemed to have been burned alive, as indicated by how charred their bodies looked. It was truly one of the most fucked up things I have ever seen. I try not to think about what they would have done if they could have gotten a hold of us. The second to last door contained a man. Based on his uniform, we figured he was once the school janitor. His mouth hung open unnaturally wide. In the back of it, a small hole was visible. Behind him were even more people. Some were teachers, others were most likely parents. We even saw a cop among them. What they all shared in common was having a bullet wound through some part of their heads. When the janitor noticed us, his mouth curved into an unsettling smile. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that this creepy bastard was responsible for the deaths here, I said.
All of them?
Nick asked.
How?
He was probably a serial killer, Carl told him, sprinkling another line of salt under the door. As he did, I kept staring at the janitor and his victims, and a horrifying realization came over me. Guys, do you notice anything else off about their bodies? They peeked back through the window.
Oh my God, Nick said. Were parts of them eaten by him?
It would seem that way, Carl replied with a grim expression. The sooner we get the hell out of here, the better. The last door, which happened to be unusually far away from the others, differed from the rest. For one, it didn't have a window. For another, it seemed really out of place. It was the kind that would normally be found in a home, not a school, unless someone's home was their school, I guess. Aside from that exception, though, it stuck out like a sore thumb. We knew that if the other doors were any indicator, what was behind that one would not be good. So, which one of you's gonna check it? I asked. I would if it weren't for my bad leg. The only way to see into the room was to try and peek through the gap that separated the door from the floor. Nick peeked underneath it after Carl put a line of salt in front of that door.
It's too dark to see anything, he informed us. Carl, you wouldn't happen to have, like, a flashlight, would you?
Of course. Carl handed the flashlight to him, and he shone its light under the door's gap.
I still can't see anything. What gives? Wait.
Nick's eyes grew wide, and he backed away from that door. What did you see? I asked him, concerned at his reaction.
Something dark and scaly. It was like it was absorbing the light.
Based on his expression and what he was saying, we knew that whatever was behind that door was far more dangerous than what we had seen in the other rooms.
What should we do?
Nick asked. Truth be told, we didn't have the faintest idea how to get out of there. Our next course of action was decided for us. Suddenly the door swung open. On the other side of it was a mouth, too big to fit through it. What in the fuck? I said, backing away from the door. The only thing as horrifying as its appearance was how foul its breath smelled, which it let out with a deafening roar, causing us to cover our ears. It smelled like someone had sealed away a skunk that died shitting itself. Then someone else uncovered it thousands or maybe even millions of years later. After roaring, the mouth just smiled. Then the door closed and vanished. Are you guys all right? Carl asked us. Yeah, I said, but I hope this ringing in my ears goes away soon. Nick was about to say something as well when he looked behind us. Upon doing so, his words caught in his throat. Nick, what's wrong? Carl asked.
Behind you,
Nick managed to choke out, pointing. Following his gaze showed us the reason for his panic and made us all feel it as well. That creature's breath had blown away the salt lines in front of the doors, allowing the ghosts to come out of the classrooms and into the hall. Quick, Carl, I said. Put some salt in front of us. Already on it, he replied, rummaging through his salt pack, only for his eyes to grow wide as he faced me. Pete, I'm out of salt.
I'll have to leave things off here. With these training drills, I do need to get all the rest that I can get. Anyway, I should be back next week to pick up where I left off. Later. Everything fucking hurts. Carl has been having us do weight exercises now. We've been doing this with large rocks and logs. Words cannot describe how sore my arms and legs felt afterwards. Even after over 8 hours of sleep, moving is still painful. Enough of my whining though. I'll now pick up where I left off in my last post. I thought that we were shit out of luck. There were dozens of ghosts, all shambling towards us. We did not have any means of defending ourselves against or escaping from them. What do you mean you're out of salt? I asked Carl, with my tone sounding more shrill than I had intended. I mean, I'm out, he replied, turning the pack upside down over his palm to confirm this. Then what the hell do we do?
They're getting closer, Nick informed us. We need to come up with something fast.
I'm trying, Carl told him. Both of you shut up so I can think. Carl tapped his head, trying to concentrate. Pete, hand us your crutches. Maybe we could use them to shove them back. I did as I was told, handing them over. Truth be told, I did feel like I was just dead weight. Carl and Nick were going to do most of the work, while all I could really do was stand back and watch.
Hang on, Nick said. Do you guys see that?
He pointed towards the right side of the hall from our point of view. There we saw a lever to activate a fire alarm. Good eye, Nick. Let's just hope that this works. The school janitor was at the front of the horde. His smile was that of a person who was about to indulge in a favorite food that they hadn't eaten in years.
I'd hate to have met this guy when he was still alive,
Nick said, as he and Carl were trying to shove him back along with the other spirits. Damn it, this isn't working, Carl said. Sorry about this, Pete. Before I could clarify what he meant, he wielded my crutch like a sledgehammer and then began swinging it. Oh, shit! This is way easier, Carl said as he made contact with the janitor's forehead, forcing him back. Try it, Nick! Nick joined Carl in swinging away with what were basically my extra legs. I could only watch as my means of balance were dented to hell. They managed to keep this up long enough to reach the fire alarm lever. Nick was the one who managed to pull it. He did this just in time because if my crutches gave out, then who the hell knows what might have happened to us. Their reaction to the fire alarm was not what we were expecting. We hoped that they would react to it by covering their ears and screaming, allowing us to slip by them and into one of the rooms. Instead, they looked towards the noise. They began forming a single file line. Seeing this was bizarre, to say the least. Are they following the fire drill procedure? I asked.
It definitely seems that way, Nick said. How bizarre.
Well, old habits tend to die hard, Carl explained. But I wonder where they're headed. As far as we could tell, they were heading towards the wall, where the door that we had come out of had been. To our surprise, it started melting, revealing the door which swung open as the ghosts approached it. As they went through it, they vanished into thin air. Realizing that this might be our only means of escape, we quickly started making our way towards it. Come on, stay open, I chanted, using the wall to help myself with hopping towards the door with Carl and Nick right out in front of me. Much to our dismay, the door began closing. Fuck you! No you don't! Carl yelled, throwing one of my crutches, sending it sliding across the floor. Luckily, it managed to reach the door before it could close, acting as a wedge to keep it open. However, we could tell that it wouldn't keep it open for long because it was already giving under the door's weight.
Almost there,
Nick panted. We dove for the door as the crutch finally gave. Thankfully, we managed to make it out just by the skin of our teeth, finding ourselves back outside, landing hard on the sidewalk. How the hell did we end up here from the basement? I said, pulling myself into a sitting position, noticing the scrapes on my elbows. Looking back at the school showed us that the building had been abandoned years ago. To be honest, I've always found that cliche to be cheap as far as horror goes, but after experiencing it myself, however, my opinion about that has significantly changed.
Fuck if I know, Nick said. Let's just get the hell out of here.
We may have to walk, Carl told him, and pointed to the spot where the car used to be. Oh, this is horseshit, I cursed. My crutches had to get broken for us to get out of there, and now we have to walk.
There's a lot of debris on the ground from the tornado, Nick said to me. Maybe we could find something among that you could use.
A lot was an understatement. Piles of uprooted trees littered the ground. In addition to old junked cars and litter, Carl and Nick snapped off some branches, yielding me some makeshift crutches. Thanks, guys. They weren't as good as my old ones. However, I could make do with them. No problem, Pete, Carl said. Shame about the car, though.
Hey, wait,
Nick spoke up, squinting his eyes. He climbed onto one of the discarded trees.
Holy shit, he exclaimed. Guys, I see the car.
Sure enough, it turned out to be sitting on top of a pile of trees. Despite broken headlights and windows, by some miracle it was still intact. If it still actually worked, remained to be seen. Good eye, Nick. I'm gonna go see if I can get it to turn on. Carl ran towards his car, climbing the trees in order to get to it. His lips moved in silent prayer right before he turned the keys, powering on the vehicle and making it roar to life. Yes, he said enthusiastically, slamming a fist down on the wheel. I knew she'd pull through, ha ha! Despite it taking some maneuvering with the steering wheel, he did manage to drive his car down from the pile of trees, pulling it to a stop in front of us. Watch the glass! We opened the door to see bits of it covering the interior of the car. We got in after brushing it off the best we could, and then Carl sped the hell away from that godforsaken place. That has to be the second worst experience I have ever had in a school.
Second? What was the first then?
Nick inquired. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it sometime. While what we just saw in that school was indeed horrifying, I did have one other experience in school that I consider to be worse, albeit marginally. Maybe it's due to the fact that it happened when I was a lot younger. Anyway, I don't feel like getting to it right now. I'll have to leave it off here since I'm getting tired. This is Pete, signing out. Alright, so things have been kind of slow this week. I'm guessing Carl figured out that we need more of a break based on the fact that our drills haven't been as intense. Now, from where I left off, we were dealing with a major issue. Carl, we can't stay on the road in this thing, I said. He groaned in response. I know that, Pete. It's a damn shame, though. I've had this car since I was 16. I'm gonna hate seeing it go. Despite us not being aware that Carl was that fond of his car until then, we still felt bad for him. Unfortunately, we just didn't have the time to get it repaired. On top of that, the costs would have probably ended up being more than just getting another car. Oh well, Carl continued. We better find a dealership before a cop pulls us over. It didn't take us long to find one. Although Carl managed to get a pretty good deal from selling his car, given its condition, the purchase of another one did cost him a good bit. I didn't think it would cost me so much, he said, as we were driving away from the dealership.
Is that going to be a big deal?
Nick asked him. It might be. I thought you were carrying all your money, I said. No, I was carrying half of it. The other half is in my store's safe. Do you have enough to reach where we're headed? Carl didn't say anything for a moment, thinking that question over. I should, but if we have a good chance to get more, I think we should take it. As it turned out, an opportunity would be arising for us quite soon. A little while later, we got hungry, so we decided to stop for some Mexican food. Not wanting anyone to risk having anybody eavesdrop on us, we chose to eat outside.
Pete, why are you using a fork to eat your nachos?
Nick asked. A large plate of them sat in front of me. They were steak nachos with extra jalapenos, and I was having them with a glass of Dr. Pepper. Carl was having a plate of chicken enchiladas, and Nick was having some shrimp fajitas. The former had a beer bottle served with his meal, and the latter had a glass of strawberry lemonade. Because of this, I replied, lifting the bottom of my nachos to reveal plain chips. This has happened to me a number of times at those kind of restaurants. They just dump the toppings onto the chips, leaving the ones on the bottom untouched and plain. Disgusting. That's why I've picked up the habit of sort of folding them on top of each other whenever I get a plate, in order to try and make sure that all the chips get at least some flavor. Still, it was a nice change of pace from convenience stores and snack machine food. As I was explaining my restaurant chips gripe to Nick, Carl spoke up. Could we focus, please? He asked us, catching our attention. Okay, so
what should we discuss first?
Why this shit keeps happening to us? I responded, referring to our paranormal experiences thus far.
We've been on the road for well over a month now, and each of those events happened to us a week apart,
Nick said.
Maybe we're cursed.
He took a bite of his fajitas and then sipped his drink. That would be just our luck, wouldn't it? I said, putting a chip in my mouth.
It could be a matter of distance, not time,
Carl pointed out. How do you figure?
Well, whenever they've happened, we've traveled around the same amount of distance. In order to confirm this, I think we need to test it.
Wouldn't that only prove that they've been happening to us when a certain condition is met, and not why they've been happening?
Nick pointed out.
True, but at least we'd know. Anyway, I think we should move on to figuring out how to make up for our, financial setback.
I have my card on me. If the right bank is around here, I could withdraw all my money, I offered.
It wouldn't be worth the risk,
Carl replied, shaking his head. Yeah, I figured. I just thought I'd put it out there. We bounced ideas back and forth for a little while. None of them were viable, unfortunately. Having finished our food, we then paid our bill and left. When we got back outside, we found a distraught-sounding woman having a phone call in the parking lot.
I know that place is dangerous, but I don't know who else I can turn to. You know I can't do it myself, so is there anyone you know that would be willing to help me?
She let out a sigh as the person on the other end of the call presumably gave her a disappointing answer.
I understand. Thanks anyways.
It was after putting her phone in her purse that she noticed us.
Were you listening to that?
She asked with a hint of annoyance.
Eavesdroppers are so annoying.
We weren't trying to, lady, I said defensively. If you didn't want anyone to hear you talking, you shouldn't have had your call outside. At that, her look of irritation faded into one of guilt.
You're right. I'm sorry. I've been under a lot of stress lately.
It's all right, but what exactly has you worried?
Well, this is gonna sound really strange, I know, but would you three consider yourself paranormal investigators?
We exchanged a look with each other. Kinda, I replied. Her eyes lit up at that.
Oh, good. Then you might be able to help me,
she said, getting noticeably more excited until she stopped herself and began inhaling and exhaling deeply.
Are you okay?
Nick asked.
I'm fine. I just have to make sure I don't get too excited. Heart condition. Anyways, do you guys think that you can help?
With what exactly? Carl said.
My dog ran off.
Sorry to hear that. What does that have to do with the paranormal, though?
Because of where she ran off to.
Well, we'd love to help out, but, we need to get going. We started to leave when she spoke up again.
Wait, I'll pay you.
Actually, we might be able to stay for a little bit after all, Carl told her. Through getting acquainted, we learned that her name was Mindy. Apparently, her dog got lost in the trailer park, reported to be haunted.
How do you know for sure that it is?
Carl inquired.
Because of the disappearances.
She explained that one night, 20 years ago, all of the residents of the trailer park went missing. None of their things were gone, they just seemed to have vanished into thin air. Over the years, a number of curious kids would try to explore it and end up missing themselves. And so would their parents and any search parties who tried to go looking for them.
After that, people have just avoided that place altogether. I don't know why Zippy took off there. She never does anything like that and always stays by me. It was like she could hear something from there, calling for her. We excused ourselves to discuss things. So, what do you guys think?
Carl asked us.
From what she's telling us, this could be dangerous.
Yeah, but we could use the money, I said.
Maybe we can get some supplies to help us out,
Nick suggested.
Good thinking,
Carl told him.
I'll have a talk about that with Mindy.
What he told her was that we'd have to search tomorrow, because we need to spend time getting prepared. She agreed to this and gave us the location of the trailer park. During that time, Carl replenished his salt pack, got some things he thought might help us, and I got some replacement crutches. They may have been from the thrift store, but they were still new to me. Aside from that, we also did some research. We found out that in addition to the disappearances, there were reports of strange noises coming from the park. Some people say they hear low moans while walking by it. Others say they hear what was described as a staticky screaming. What worried us the most is the last report we read. It said that someone heard the howling of a large beast coming from it, whose cry they didn't recognize. This place seemed to be the real deal. We just hoped that we were prepared enough to deal with what came. "Why'd you have to tell her we'd be here so early?" I muttered to Carl as we were driving to the trailer park. It was nearly 7. The sky was going from dark to bright as the rays from the rising sun were illuminating it. "We're trying to get this done and leave here as soon as we can."
Have a rock star,
Nick offered, extending a can to me. I downed the whole thing in a matter of seconds. Mindy pulled up in her car a short while later. By then, the caffeine from the drink was thankfully beginning to affect me. As we were getting out of the car, we caught a glimpse of the trailer park. From what we could see, it seemed to be pretty big. "I brought you guys some things that might help." From her car, she produced a carrying cage, some doggy treats, and squeaky toys, all of which seemed to be on the expensive side. Carl took the toys and treats while Nick took the cage. "Do you have any advice for us before we go in?" I asked. "I wish I did. Good luck." We went to the park's entrance, where a rusted sign that presumably once showed the park's name was lying flat on the ground. On top of it was a toddler's sneaker.
"Oh yeah, this isn't off-putting in the slightest,"
Nick said. "Well, we knew what we'd be getting into," Carl told him. "Come on, hopefully this won't take too long." That was only the tip of the eerie iceberg that was the trailer park. Seeing people's things scattered about, as if they just vanished right in the middle of using them, felt chillingly unnerving. Unfortunately, none of the items Mindy gave us seemed to be working. She did try them before. However, that was only at the entrance to the park. "This isn't working," I said. "Her dog would be able to hear us by now, wouldn't she?" "Just keep your eyes peeled," Carl replied, shaking the bag of treats and squeezing one of the toys. "Here, Zippy." We spent a little while searching, only to come up empty. "Maybe she got into one of the trailers somehow," I said. "Do you guys think any of them could have doggy doors installed?" "It's possible," Carl replied, "but we don't know which trailers do without checking each and every one."
This is gonna take a lot longer than we thought, isn't it?"
Nick groaned. A search of the first trailer Zippy could have entered got us nothing.
"One down, like 30 more to go,"
Nick said. "Man, I hope the others aren't as cluttered as this one," I told him. "I could hardly get any footing with my crutches in here. Anyway, we ready to search the next one?" They replied that they were, and we all proceeded to exit the trailer. However, upon opening the door, we were greeted with a starry night sky. I closed it, and then turned to them. "Do you guys see that too?" They nodded, wide-eyed. "Okay." "Right now, we can see sunlight coming through that window," I said, pointing to it. "Therefore, opening this door again should show us that it's daytime outside. I mean, that seems like sound logic, right?" "It does," Carl replied.
"Yup,"
Nick concurred. "All right, so we're gonna reopen this door, and everything should be fine," I told them. Opening the door showed us the exact same thing.
"This doesn't make any goddamn sense," Nick said. "You can still see the sunlight coming from the window, but it looks like night outside."
Needless to say, this warranted some discussion. What the hell could be causing this? Some kind of time anomaly? I asked.
"Maybe we've gone into some kind of pocket dimension," Nick said. "This must be what happened to the residents."
At those words, a horrifying realization came over me. "That means we're trapped here too, now," I told him.
"Oh, fuck no. Who knows what could be waiting for us outside? There's probably monsters waiting to rip us apart, or the ghosts of the people who got trapped here."
"Pete! Nick! Relax," Carl said, interrupting what was about to be a legitimate panic attack for us. "What if we tried the window instead?" "Oh, yeah," I said, feeling relieved. "Good thinking, Carl." But trying the window gave us the same result.
"Are you fucking kidding me?"
Nick yelled. "We're trapped," I said. "We're fucking trapped." "There has to be a way out," Carl told us. "How?" I moved the window up and down to show him confirmation of the situation that we were now in. Seeing it halfway up, with the window showing sunlight and the open part showing nighttime, felt really bizarre. "I'm not sure yet," he replied,
but I know we won't find it by staying in here.
All right, then, I said. Let's cross our fingers and hope that nothing is waiting to slaughter us when we get outside. With the turn of the knob and an opening of the door, we stepped into unfamiliar territory. One of the benefits of living out here is that it tends to be quiet. It's very relaxing and has been a nice contrast from what I've grown accustomed to for most of my life. What wasn't relaxing is what we found after leaving the trailer. All right, so far so good, I said, surveying the area. Other than it being night, this place doesn't really look any different from before. For now, but that could change soon, Carl told me. If Zippy's here, we could at least try finding her. Unlike the previous times, shaking Zippy's bag of treats and squeaking her toys did produce results. However, they weren't exactly what we were hoping for. From out of the shadows appeared families whose skin was deathly pale under the moonlight. Oh shit, ghosts, I yelled. Get back in the trailer! We were about to when one of them spoke up.
Wait,
A man said.
we're not ghosts, and we don't want to hurt you.
Yeah? And why should we trust you? Carl asked him.
What choice do you have? Just at least hear us out, okay?
Not really seeing the harm in it, we chose to listen to what they had to say. The man explained to us that one day everything was normal. There was a bright magenta flash, and then they found themselves in this alternate dimension.
We don't know what caused it, he said. It just sort of happened. All we know is that we're stuck here. Hey, what year was it when you guys came here?
2019, Carl replied.
2019. Jesus, we've been here for that long? It's hard to keep track of time in here. This place doesn't allow us to age.
Then that means we'll be stuck here forever, I said, feeling sick at the thought. Sorry if this question has such an obvious answer, but have any of you tried, like leaving the park?
Of course we have. It won't let us. It's like there's an invisible wall around the park. Some have tried, other ways of escaping, with no success. Whatever injuries we get, heal. If they're really bad, they take a while. They always do heal. Eventually, though.
Due to the shock of this information, Nick had to sit down, and I had to lean onto the trailer in order to steady myself. Carl just paced nervously back and forth. I have seen him do this before, when he's deep in thought about something.
If we're gonna be stuck here, we might as well see if it was all for nothing, Nick said. Did any of you see a dog come through here? Actually, we did. Was the dog's name Zippy?
He wrinkled his brow in concentration, trying to help himself remember, and then nodded.
Yeah, she's a shy one. We haven't seen her in a while. At least we could take some solace in that, Nick said. Now we just have to contend with the fact that this is where presumably we will be forever.
What is there to do around here anyway? I asked the man.
We still got our stuff, so we mostly spend time using it. Nothing different really happens except for when someone new shows up, or when the beast does.
The what now?
We're not sure if it's an alien or a demon or what. It comes around here sometimes and eats one of us. Then it spits whoever it ate out as a skeleton. Last time it picked me.
You seem pretty nonchalant about something so horrifying. The man shrugged.
You get used to it, but it does always hurt.
Can't you hide from it?
We try. Sometimes it works, but if it wants you, it'll have you. Nothing works to stop it either. Not even guns.
From the sound of it, we were paddleless, up a creek with our hypothetical boat on the verge of capsizing. Carl, having listened to the conversation thus far, spoke up.
Hey, is it always night here? He asked.
It is. Day never comes around.
That might mean that the monster is sensitive to light. Do any of you have some powerful flashlights or anything similar?
Not really, sorry. We do have flashlights, but I don't know if they'll do you much good against it.
How big is it? Usually, because of my immaturity, such a question would make me snicker. At that moment, however, I found myself dreading the man's reply to that question.
It's tall, kind of thin, but it can do a lot of damage. Someone hand me a flashlight.
A girl who, judging by her features, was probably his daughter, gave him one. Using it, he illuminated the nearby trailer. Christ, I said at the sight before us. Massive tears were in the trailer. The metal hung limply, as if it were sheets of paper torn and discarded. And if that didn't alarm us enough, there were also holes in the drywall. All of this had been made by something with extra sharp claws, as indicated by the shape of those holes. Well, we're fucked, I stated flatly. Don't give up yet, Carl told me. There might be something we can do. You mean like fight it? Yeah, and then we'll just be shredded to ribbons by this thing's claws.
Be quiet,
the man said sharply. All the residents had the expression of just having heard the cry of a dangerous predator nearby.
Everyone, hide!
Most hid in their trailers. Others chose to hide underneath them. We chose the latter option and went underneath an occupied trailer with a family inside of it. Shortly later after we did so, movement could be heard within the park. This thing sounded heavy. A scraping noise accompanied every thunderous step that it took. Silence and luck were the keys to survival here. Unfortunately for us, neither would be on our side, as we would soon find out. As it turned out, we weren't the only ones hiding underneath the trailer that we had picked.
Do you guys hear something?
Nick whispered. Yeah, now that you mention it, I think I can hear growling, I replied. Carl, can we get a little light here? Using a small pocket flashlight, Carl partially illuminated our hiding spot, revealing 4 small furry legs, a dog tag with the name Zippy engraved on it, and 2 triangle-shaped ears. Oh no, he said. She's a chihuahua. Her lips were pulled back in a snarling growl. Don't, I tried pleading, knowing full well that it would be in vain. And then Zippy began barking. I have never met a chihuahua that I liked, aside from the one that used to be the mascot for Taco Bell. Other than that one, though, all of the ones that I've seen or come into contact with have been little overly hyper furry balls of barking annoyance. Whenever someone with one happened into our town, they just always seemed to want to start crap with me. Keep in mind, I'm like 6'4", and I do absolutely nothing to appear as a threat to them. Why they think picking on people much larger than them is a good idea, I will probably never know. Maybe it's a territorial thing. Again, I don't know. What I do know is that the trailer park incident has only further solidified my hatred for that breed. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Carl hissed at Zippy. She would not stop. Her shrill barks echoed throughout the park. Carl tried getting her to calm down by offering her a squeaky toy. Instead of biting it, she bit him. Bitch! He cried out through gritted teeth while clutching his bloody hand. She kept on barking, drawing the attention of the beast, as indicated by the fact that its steps were now far more audible to us. Carl finally managed to shut Zippy up by snagging her and then stuffing a squeaky pretzel into her mouth. The monster drew closer, until its hooved legs became visible to us. Not only were they incredibly thick, its arms were also unnaturally long, and ended in claws similar to the ones that sloths have. Coarse, dark fur covered it, and gave off a foul, ashy stench. Please go away, I thought. I glanced over at Carl and Nick. The former seemed to be attempting to get something out of his back pocket. Guys, he whispered, holding something up. What he held made my eyes go wide.
Is that a flashbang?
Nick asked in a low yet bewildered tone. Carl nodded. I've been saving it for an emergency, and I think now might be the time to use it. Maybe not. Look, it's gone, I said, pointing. In retrospect, that and the dead silence afterwards should have been dead giveaways to us for what was about to happen next. As I got ready to let a sigh of relief escape me, I felt it grasp the ankle of my good leg. Oh shit, I yelled, getting dragged across the ground. The creature yanked me out from underneath the trailer, holding me upside down. Its smell was now practically suffocating to me. The best way I can describe how it looked is being a somehow bipedal cross between a boar and a wolf. It had the eyes and teeth of a wolf, but also the snout and tusks that boars possess. "Hang on, Pete!" Carl called out as it raised one of its claws. I braced myself for the strike when I heard several gunshots, followed by the creature roaring in pain, causing it to drop me. It was only after landing on my back with a hard thud did I notice how tall that thing really was. It had to be 10 feet at least. With the wind knocked out of me, there wasn't much that I could do other than listen to it now going after Carl. Thankfully, it didn't take long for me to recover and pull myself up. The creature was still chasing Carl, and I didn't see Nick anywhere. Carl and the creature made their way around the park back towards my direction. I don't know how I could help until my eyes fell on my crutches that I had left by the trailer. Using one, I kicked it in front of him. Seeing this, Carl jumped over it, but the beast was not so fortunate. It let out a surprised roar, tripping over the crutch and landing on the ground with a hard thud. Carl seized this opportunity. "Hide, Pete!" he shouted, pulling the pin on his flashbang and then tossing it under the monster. We dove back under the trailer as the flashbang went off, filling the area with blinding light. Carl's theory about it being weak to light turned out to be true. It gave off a much louder pained roar this time, blindly stumbling around. Once again, Carl seized this opportunity. Crawling out from underneath the trailer, he fired some shots at its legs. With it weakened, the bullets pierced through their target, making the creature collapse to the ground. Carl then finished the beast off by putting one more right between the eyes. As it let out its last dying gasps, Nick, holding Zippy's carrying cage, came running with her in front of him. She leaped onto the now dead beast, barking furiously at it. "Did you actually manage to kill it?" Nick asked, noticing the now dead monster. "Yeah," Carl replied, breathing heavily. At that point, Zippy had become silent, and she became that way the instant that she leapt onto the creature. Once again, we probably should have recognized that as an omen. At the moment, however, we were just glad that it wouldn't be bothering anyone anymore. We weren't the only ones either. The residents came out of their trailers.
"I can't believe it," the man said. "You really killed it."
Everyone stared in stunned silence for a moment. "What happens now?" I asked. Almost as though it were in response to my question, a light appeared at the entrance to the trailer park.
"We're finally going home," the man smiled.
The light swept over everything in a brilliant flash. When it cleared, we found ourselves still in the trailer park, only now it was day instead of night. Everyone cried and laughed. Nick grabbed Zippy, putting her back in the cage. The creature's body, under the light of the sun, started dissolving. "We can finally get on with our lives. We can..." Suddenly, the man doubled over, clutching his stomach in pain, and so did the other tenants. "What's wrong?" Carl asked them, growing concerned. They were in so much pain that none of them could even reply. All they could do was stare at us with pleading eyes. Unfortunately, there really wasn't anything that we could have done for them. Right in front of us, each and every resident started rapidly losing weight. Within seconds, they became emaciated before breaking down and turning into dust. Escaping from an over 2-decade-long hell just to suffer that fate? I already knew fairness and life weren't exactly the best of friends. However, that was a truly fucked up sight to behold. "Why?" I asked in shock. "Why did that happen?" "I don't know," Carl replied. "It was like they starved to death. The place kept them alive no matter what. That means they probably never felt hungry, but clearly that changed when they got back here." "Well, there's nothing we can do for them now. Let's just get our money and try to forget about all this." As we began walking back towards the park's exit, a deep growling noise grew noticeable to us that was coming from the cage.
"Guys,"
Nick yelled, staring into it. Doing the same thing showed us Zippy, whose eyes were now a sickly yellow. Her teeth were considerably larger, seeming almost too big for her mouth. Her limbs were now much longer, almost noodle-like, yet still
somehow able to support her. She grinned at us. As if chihuahuas couldn't become any more annoying to deal with, Zippy somehow became possessed. Her cage stood on the ground with a circle of salt surrounding it. For the past 2 or so minutes, she'd been barking, which sounded eerily akin to maniacal laughter. How the f*** are we gonna explain this? I asked. I'm working on that, Carl replied. At least the salt worked. I guess whatever's possessing her is, weakened here. Yeah, well, regardless, if Mindy sees her like this, she'll probably have a heart attack. So, does anyone have any solutions? I'm gonna check to see if she's still here. In the meantime, you and Nick see if you can come up with something. Carl jogged off, leaving us alone with Zippy. Thankfully, she had mostly quieted down at that point, aside from letting out some growling, gurgling noises.
Do you think we could get anybody out here to exorcise her?
Nick asked. Maybe, but that'd mean convincing someone to come here. You heard Mindy. Everyone in town is afraid of this place.
So what? We fixed that.
But would they believe that we fixed that?
I think it's worth a shot. I've never heard of a pet exorcism before, though. Have you?
It's the first time for me. How do you think this is gonna work, then?
Oh, it beats me.
Carl returned a short time later, informing us that Mindy had left. We relayed to him the idea that we had come up with. That'd mean that one of us would have to stay here while the others go get someone, he said. Can I trust you two to do that while I stay here? Are you sure you'll be fine alone with her? I asked, pointing to Zippy's cage. I'll be fine. Just hurry back. After leaving the park, we headed to the nearest church, hoping that somebody would be able to help us.
Can I help you too?
The priest asked, glancing up from some paperwork that he was shuffling through. He was the only one there at the time.
This'll sound weird, Nick responded, but do you know how to perform an exorcism?
The priest stopped what he was doing, looking back up at us.
Is this some kind of joke?
He asked, visibly annoyed.
No,
Nick continued.
It has to do with the trailer park. Out.
The priest pointed to the double doors.
Wait, at least hear us out, Nick told him. No, whatever you two are planning, I don't want anything to do with it. Now, leave. But...
I put a hand on Nick's shoulder.
What?
Just follow my lead. We turned to leave, heading for the exit. Oh well, I said. I guess we'll have to see if we can get help at another church. I bet if a priest is able to survive going to the park, he would get a lot of new followers.
Wait,
the priest called out, causing us to stop.
What exactly are you two trying to do?
We explained what we were doing at the park.
You spoke with Mindy?
We did, I answered. We heard her talking on the phone earlier today. Was that a conversation with you?
Yes,
he nodded.
Were you three able to get Zippy back from the park?
Sort of. So, do you know how to perform an exorcism?
Why are you asking?
Her dog got possessed. It's a long story. Anyway, can you help?
Well, if the park is safe to go to now, I suppose I could try to. Meet me outside in 10 minutes. I'll need to gather some things. Do you think this guy can do it?
Nick asked as we were going down the steps of the church. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. This is the first time I've been to a church in years.
Same for me.
The priest came outside, carrying a large number of things in his arms. These things included a Bible, a cross, a bottle of holy water, and a bag of crystal salt. We followed him back to the trailer park and then introduced him to Carl.
This is the dog?
He asked, peering into the cage. His face had gone noticeably pale.
This may frighten me,
he continued, speaking in a shaky voice.
However, with God on my side, I shall vanquish this evil.
He then began making a much larger circle around the one that Carl had already made. Once done, he proceeded to open his Bible and holy water bottle.
In the name of Jesus Christ and his Father, God the Creator, I command you to be gone from this innocent animal,
he declared, flinging holy water into the cage. Zippy hissed in response, making us think that the priest's actions were working to exorcise her. Upon seeing this, he grew more confident.
That's right. You are no match for the power of my faith.
Zippy whimpered, and he walked closer to the cage, breaking the salt circle around it. What the hell are you doing? Carl asked him.
Don't worry. It's weakened. I admit I was worried, but since there's enough faith here among us, this won't be a problem.
What does he mean by that? I wondered as he knelt down to open the cage. When I realized the answer to that, I felt my blood run cold. Wait! Don't open the cage! I yelled, trying to warn him. We aren't religious! Wait, what? It was too late. Zippy attacked the priest, using her paws to pin him to the ground, and then proceeded to begin snapping at him. Why didn't you tell me? He screamed. We didn't think it was important, I replied. Get out of there!
What do you think I'm trying to do?
He attempted crawling away only to be dragged back by his legs. Help me! He wailed, getting his back chomped into. Is there anything we can do for him? I asked. Seeing Zippy bite into his neck answered my questions. We thought that killed him for sure. Instead, she released her grip on him, and he sat up with his back to us. Hey, are you all right? Carl said to him. His neck twisted around, cracking as it did until his head was facing completely backwards. We could see that his eyes were now entirely white and were slightly glowing. Zippy's teeth marks were visible on his neck. He answered Carl's question by letting out a low, gurgling moan, as what I can only really describe as pink bile came out of his mouth.
I don't think he is,
Nick said, his face wrinkling in disgust.
What do we do now?
The salt circle seemed to be holding them back. Unfortunately, it didn't for very long, due to a gust of wind that blew part of it away. Zippy and the priest looked from the opening to us. Wide smiles stretched across their faces, making my stomach drop. Well, shit, I said. I feel like I should explain our living situation. The property we're currently living on belonged to an old friend of Carl's. What happened to him, I'll get to in a later post. But he managed to make a decent setup out here. It's running off of its own power sources, both hydroelectric and solar. It also has its own private internet server, which is good for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel comfortable uploading any of these posts. The only downside is that the nearest store is like 2 hours away, and we only visit it once we've disguised ourselves. I know that sounds paranoid as hell, but better safe than sorry, honestly. Anyway, we weren't in a good situation at the trailer park, to put it very lightly.
You took away my toys,
the priest growled at us. It wasn't him talking, it was the creature controlling him. His voice was extremely raspy. You can talk? Carl asked it in a bewildered tone.
When I have a human host, and now I'll have 3 more.
Of course, we attempted fleeing, but it caught us with ease. Using Zippy, it pinned Carl and Nick to the ground. Using the priest's body, it caught me by moving extremely fast and grabbing me by the throat. His and Zippy's mouths opened, indicating that it was about to possess us as well. Life or death situations are funny things. In them, someone usually has 3 reactions: fight, flight, or freeze. But I had a different one: negotiating. I don't know what it was, but in the midst of my fear and panic, I managed to come up with a spur-of-the-moment idea, and I hoped that it would save us. As it was getting ready to strike, I managed to blurt out one word that made it pause.
More. What?
It loosened its grip so I could talk better.
We can get you more.
It eyed me closely, as if trying to find some hint of deception. Still, it did seem intrigued by what I had said.
How exactly would you manage to do that?
It had made Zippy stop with her mouth open just inches from Carl and Nick's faces.
Let's just say there are some people after us. We can get them to come here if you agree to let us go.
It considered my words.
Would you be able to get more people here than there were before?
Possibly.
How long will it take?
Would 24 hours work?
It won't. I'm really hungry right now. I can do 6 hours at the most.
All right, but as a condition of our deal, I also want you to release the dog and the priest.
The dog I can do. However, I need this man's body to infect others.
I didn't want to leave the priest like that. I didn't really have much of a choice, though.
Fine. Do we have a deal then?
Yes!
We shook hands on it, and then it released us. My plan was pretty simple. It was for one of us to use their card at a nearby store, thereby enabling our location to be found by those pursuing us, and then lead them to the park. Carl was the one who'd have the highest chance of succeeding, so he went, while Nick and I stayed behind. When he vanished from view, we felt the hands of the priests on our shoulders. We couldn't move, no matter how much we tried. We had a deal, I told it.
Don't worry. I won't kill you. I just want to have a little fun,
it replied, pressing its index fingers to our foreheads. Nothing happened at first, and then I felt pressure building in my head. What occurred next is me experiencing the worst migraine that I've ever had, and so did Nick. It felt like my brain was gonna pop out of my skull at any moment. Even though I wanted to scream, I physically couldn't. I couldn't even breathe. Something began forming in front of me. A weak light that soon grew blinding filled my vision. When it faded, I found myself to be still in the trailer park, along with Nick, only it was nighttime, again.
What the hell is the point of this?
Nick asked, looking around.
Do you think it's here with us?
Before I could answer, someone came outside. An older-looking man. He didn't notice us despite staring in our direction. I felt a growing realization the closer he got to us. Does this guy seem familiar to you? I asked Nick.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, he kinda looks like the priest.
Do you think this is his dad, maybe?
Could be, but why would it show us this?
The answer to that is something that we could have done without. In one hand, he held a luggage bag. He seemed to be heading towards the park's exit. Not knowing what else to do, we followed him. When he reached the exit, he knelt down, placing the bag on the ground and unzipping it. From it, he pulled out a jar of flour, some black candles, matches, a bag of what I hoped was animal blood, a knife, and a small statue of the creature. Putting two and two together, we realized that we were about to see how it came to be in the trailer park. He poured out the flour, making sure to form it into a mound, and then he placed the statue on it. After that, he surrounded it with candles.
Please work,
he desperately murmured, lighting the candles.
What do you think pushed him to do this?
Nick asked, looking at me.
Jesus. Huh?
Look at his eyes. I didn't notice it before due to how dark it was. Thanks to the candlelight, though, I could see that there were dark circles under his eyes. From the looks of it, he hadn't slept in quite some time. What he did next was pouring the blood from the bag over the statue, causing it to drip onto the flour, coating it. Then he grabbed the knife, raising the blade of it to his palm.
I want to make a deal,
he said, slicing his hand, allowing blood to flow from the wound and onto the statue. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my hand, and so did Nick because he screamed as well. We checked our palms and didn't see any visible wounds. That did nothing to ease the dread that we were now feeling from figuring out the torture in store for us. The candle fire began changing, going from orange to red. It wasn't just the color that changed, however, but also the form of the candles themselves. They turned to what can best be described as droplets of blood that, despite being liquid, stayed dancing on the wicks as though they were still flames.
My God, it's working.
His shock quickly turned into regret at what transpired before him. The blood seemed to be seeping into the statue, and then a ripple started forming above it. What emerged from that ripple was the head of the monster.
Make my son healthy again, and give us the money we need to move far away from here, and live comfortably, the man said to it. In exchange, you'll get everyone else here.
In response, the beast grunted, nodding as it did. So, this is how it got here, I commented. He threw everyone else under the bus, for himself. Desperation can bring out the worst in people, but why would he come back? Did he not tell him about this? Would you? I mean, not outright. I'd just tell him to hey, stay away from this place. And that is what he tried to do. What we witnessed next was him and his son in the living room of another home. The former was seated in a chair, and the latter on the floor in front of him. They seemed to be doing well for themselves, indicating that the deal had worked in their favor. Unfortunately, this would not last.
What did you want to tell me, Dad?
There's a place that you must never go, under any circumstance.
Really? How come? What's it called?
The name of it is...
His eyes widened. Stabbing pain shot through our chests.
Shit, Nick said. Don't tell me.
The priest's dad fell over, clutching his chest.
Mom!
The priest screamed. Our vision faded. Then we found ourselves back in the park. Everything seemed normal until once again the air started rippling. From it came what I'm going to refer to as black steam. It was so dark that it even stood out against the starless night sky. The growl of the creature echoed over the park, causing several residents to exit their homes armed. Judging by their expressions, they didn't realize what they were up against. If they had, there's no way that they would have even thought about going outside when it was around. It's not like hiding made much of a difference, though. This thing was like a cat, in that it just enjoyed hunting. The noises of small children crying came from one of the trailers. Although brief, it nonetheless attracted the monster's attention. All we could do is brace ourselves for what was about to happen. Excruciating does not even begin to describe how it felt. It ripped through the trailer as if it were paper, grabbing the screaming children inside. When it started crunching on them, all we could do was scream. It did the same thing to all of the other residents. We felt all of what the residents did. Being eaten alive, getting their eyes gouged out, torn in half, and having their skulls crushed. In reality, it only lasted a few hours. However, the pain made it feel like an absolute eternity. And then, it just ended. The priest had removed his fingers from our foreheads. We fell back, drenched in sweat from our mental ordeal.
What the fuck was that?
I asked between heavy gasps.
That felt pretty good,
it said, ignoring my question.
Your friend came through.
We raised our heads, detecting the sounds of cars speeding towards the park. Carl came speeding through the entrance with what could be considered a mini army following behind him.
Don't move!
The priest and Zippy went behind a nearby trailer. Carl came running towards us and got tackled to the ground, and then we were pinned down as well.
Put these three in one of the cars,
the leading agent ordered.
I'll let HQ know that we have them.
This is when it struck. The priest and Zippy leaped from atop a trailer, sinking their teeth into two of the agents. Having now possessed them, it proceeded to do the same thing to all of the others. Their efforts to try and stop it or escape were fruitless. Soon they all became a part of it.
This turned out way better than I thought, the priest said. I was getting tired of my old toys anyways.
We came through with our end of the deal,
Carl told it, getting to his feet. Now you have to.
Of course. A deal is a deal, after all.
It made Zippy level her face with the priests. Both of their mouths opened unnaturally wide. From Zippy's came the part of it possessing her, going right into the priest's mouth via projectile vomiting. Ugh. Although disgusting, it strangely isn't the most repulsive thing that I have ever seen. When it was over, Zippy returned back to normal and then fell asleep on the spot.
There, now take her and go.
I didn't need to be told that twice. However, Carl got an idea.
Before we go, could we get their wallets?
Carl asked.
Sure. It's not as if they'll have any use for them.
After collecting the wallets, we got the hell out of there. In total, there was a combined amount of over $2,000 in their wallets. Once emptied, we pulled off into a secluded area, then put all of them in a pile, doused it in gasoline, and set them ablaze. With that done, all we had to do now was find Mindy. Luckily, that didn't take too long. We found her in front of the church, about to go in from the looks of it. Her mouth fell open when she noticed us with Zippy.
I can't believe it. You actually got her back.
Yep, Carl said. Wasn't easy, though. That is an understatement, I thought, remembering the agonizing pain that Nick and I had gone through.
How did you do it?
It's a long story, and we really need to get going. We've already spent way more time here than we should have. Do you have the money?
I understand, and yes, I do.
She got the money from her car.
Well, we can't really say it was a pleasure, but thanks for doing business with us, Carl said to her.
Likewise, I'm moving after this.
Smart choice.
We watched her drive off, pulling out of the church parking lot. Do you guys mind if I go take a leak? I asked. They replied that they didn't, and I went inside. When finished, I came back outside, and then we left the church as well.
Well, that was all kinds of fucked up,
Nick said. Ugh, couldn't agree more with that, I told him. I could still hear that thing's voice ringing in my ears. The only silver lining to all this is that we've got more money now. Speaking of which, reaching into my pockets, I pulled out handfuls of cash and coins.
Where'd you get that?
Carl asked me. Collection plate.
Really?
Nice.
How much you got there?
I haven't counted it yet, but probably several $100s at least. Words can't describe how happy we were to be done with that job and that town. Merely thinking about what we went through back there makes me want to shudder. Well, that's going to be it for this post. I am going to retire for the night. Stay safe, everyone. Our next venture was a camping trip. It happened to be my first time going on a camping trip, and given what we saw before that, I didn't exactly have a good feeling about all of this. Carl, no offense, but this sounds like a terrible idea.
Don't knock it till you try it, Pete. It'll be fun. You'll see. Besides, they'll probably send out more agents. There aren't that many routes that we could take from here, which will make it easier for them to find us. Therefore, I say we do this, so that way they'll just kind of pass us by.
Do you really think that'll work?
When they realize what happened to their agents, they're gonna pull out the big guns to try and find us. Phew, I think this is our best bet.
I guess. I wish they'd just give up. I mean, we can't be worth going through all this trouble, can we?
They probably don't want us talking and threatening the control that they have over the town.
Maybe. What do you think of all this, Nick?
huh?
He groggily replied, partially stirring from his sleep.
Yeah, camping. Sure, let's do it.
Then he fell back asleep, snoring.
Well, that settles that, Carl said. Now we have to get some supplies.
Needless to say, I wasn't feeling confident about all this, but be that as it may, I couldn't think of any counterpoints to Carl's argument. We stopped and got some food and supplies for the trip, and then we pulled deep into the woods.
This looks like a good spot,
Carl told us. We stopped at the open part of a forest containing a nice view of a lake. Since I couldn't help set things up, that task fell upon Carl and Nick. Meanwhile, I had the job of fishing. I'd only been fishing 4 times prior to that, with varying success. I know patience is key, but sometimes the damn things just won't bite. I didn't have much else to do though, so I was content to play on my Game Boy for a while, waiting for the line to move. Carl bought some quad folding chairs while shopping, and I grabbed one to set up near the lake. Having to carry it, along with the fishing supplies and my Game Boy, was a pain in the ass. Despite that, I managed to get everything over there without dropping any of it. Once all the setting up things was done, I plopped down in the chair, and then after some preparation, cast my fishing line into the lake. All there was left to do after that was wait, and, play some video games. I hadn't tested it since that incident. Luckily, the GBA seemed to be working fine.
Have you caught anything yet?
Nick asked, coming up beside me with his fishing rod. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. Have you guys already finished setting up the tents?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That fast? Have you been camping before?
I have. I was in the Scouts when I was younger.
I never figured you for the type.
My parents forced me into it. Honestly, I would have rather spent my summers playing video games too, but instead, I had to do that. I lost count of the number of wasp stings I got during my time in the Scouts. Still, it helped us out here, so I guess it was good for something after all.
He set up his fishing rod with some bait and cast it out. "What about you?" Nick asked me. "Camping? No, never really been the type. I've been hiking a few times, though. Outside of the town, obviously. Hey, what's Carl up to?"
"Getting firewood. What do you think we'll be dealing with this time?"
Beats me. Wendigos, maybe? Hopefully the trees don't pull some Evil Dead shit. If they do, fire spreads pretty fast.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. By the way, have you ever used a crossbow before?
We purchased 3 crossbows among our supplies. The store had a sale going on where if someone got 2, they could get a third one half off. Not being one to pass up a good sale, Carl bought them all with a fuck ton of arrows. Yeah, my dad and Carl showed me how to use one.
Actually, that reminds me. Where are your parents anyways? Do they just live outside of the town?
It's kind of a long story. Before Nick could ask me to elaborate, our fishing lines moved. The next half hour after that, we had quite the streak of luck, catching catfish, which we put in a cooler. Carl returned carrying a bundle of wood. "Good job, guys. Now, while I debone them fish, do me a favor and hang up the charms we got." The ones we hung up were dream catchers. We also got some bracelets and necklaces containing various gemstones that were supposed to bring good luck. Having been through our previous experiences, we hoped that these things would help us. "All right, Pete, the fish have been deboned," Carl said. "Can you handle the rest?" "I could do the prep. I just need you guys to handle the fire part." While they took care of that, I got ready to make a fish pizza for the 3 of us. Now, I know that a lot of people shudder at the thought of fish on pizza. However, I say don't knock it till you try it. Besides, there is a right and a wrong way to do things. The wrong way for this was to just throw big chunks onto the pizza. The right way is to make sure that it's finely diced. Once the dough was thinned out enough, I began topping the pizza. I spread the cheese on and then put on the spices, basil, garlic, oregano. Then after topping it with cheese, I put on the fish, along with some mushrooms and jalapenos. Now, those reading this might be wondering, how do you cook a pizza while on a camping trip? The answer to that is quite simple. A thoroughly ironed iron skillet with a lid. After lining it with parchment paper, I put the pizza inside. Then Carl put it over the fire by using a makeshift grill. All that was left to do after that was wait. Despite the ingredients not being fresh, it still came out pretty good. For my first time camping, I actually found it to be pretty enjoyable, at least for the first couple of nights. Day 3 is where things took an unexpected turn. Several loud gunshots woke me from my slumber. "Guys," I said, sitting up. "We heard it too," Carl replied, having been woken up as well, along with Nick.
"I thought we were supposed to be the only ones out here," Nick said, looking at Carl.
"So did I. This might complicate things. I wasn't expecting any other campers, let alone hunters."
"Do you think what happened to us could affect other people?" I asked Carl.
"I'm not sure. Maybe we should go talk with them. Nick, could you come with me?"
"Sure thing."
"Pete, stay here and keep watch."
"Got it." While they went to go see the hunters, I played some Pokemon Fire Red on a Nuzlocke challenge. For those unfamiliar with Nuzlocks, check Bulbapedia. Anyway, in the middle of grinding, the sound of Carl yelling reached me.
"What the fuck is your problem?"
he roared. I couldn't hear anything else coming from them after that, and then someone else yelled,
"We ain't moving! Hey, now get out of here!"
"You know what? Fuck you both! I hope y'all dumb shits get mauled by a grizzly bear!"
Carl screamed at him. He and Nick returned shortly later with scratches under their eyes. A large coffee stain was on the former's shirt, and he looked really pissed off. "I take it didn't go well," I said to him.
"You'd be right there, Pete,"
Carl replied irritably. "What happened exactly?"
"Nick, you tell him. I need to fucking change."
Carl walked off, and Nick proceeded to explain how the conversation with them went. Carl tried approaching them to inform them that they should move. However, when he did, one of them screamed at him, yelling that it was their spot, and they caused a deer to escape. What followed was Carl getting coffee splashed and a fist fight that lasted for about 2 minutes.
They weren't getting ready to shoot anything. They were just trying to set things up. Anyway, it's a good thing we got out of there when we did. I'm pretty sure Carl and them were on the verge of drawing their guns.
Sounds rough. I've had guns drawn on me back at Formaggio's. It's not fun, I could tell you that much. Anyway, what do you suppose we should do? If Carl's right, we are going to see some wild shit tonight.
I'm not sure. We could pack everything in the car and drive off if we see something, but then again, if we leave too early, we might risk running into some agents. We'll have to talk with Carl about it.
Carl returned wearing a different shirt. We informed him of our conversation and asked what he thought the best course of action would be for us. Sorry, but we'll have to stay here. They'll be in the area even tomorrow, but we could pre-pack most of our things. Well, I said, grabbing a soda from the cooler, then opening it and raising it up. Here's to hoping that we don't get murdered tonight. The plan was for one of us to stay up and keep watch and alert the others if we noticed anything off. I volunteered to be the one to stay up since late nights are something that I'm accustomed to. The previous night I'd been sleeping in a hammock. Now I kept watch, sitting in one of the chairs. Carl instructed me to keep the fire going, which I did by periodically putting in some more kindling. I passed the time by playing some more Fire Red. While doing so, a faint noise reached my ears. I paused, trying to listen closer. I reasoned that it could be simply a deer munching on some vegetation. Then I thought that if that were the case, those hunters would probably be after it by now with how determined they seem to be. And if that were the case, I would also be hearing more gunshots as well. Getting a worrying feeling, I closed my SP, then grabbed my crossbow along with some bolts. The noise grew steadily louder. Guys, I said, waking Carl and Nick. They rubbed their eyes, then sat up when they noticed it too. Suddenly it stopped, and there was silence. I know what I'm about to say is cliché. However, it really did feel too quiet, and that meant that a predator was nearby. Knowing this, they got their crossbows ready. Nobody said anything for the next few moments. We looked out for any odd movement within the woods. The tension was so thick, we could practically cut it with a knife. Then what sounded like a large animal belching echoed over the forest. Something shot out over the trees as if it were catapulted.
What the hell is that?
Nick asked, squinting as it came towards us. It landed with a heavy thud at my feet. My mind didn't register what I was seeing at first, and then, with a chilling realization, I recognized what I was seeing was a severed head. The man whom it belonged to wore a terrified expression on his face. "Oh, shit!" I yelled, shoving it away with my foot, sending it rolling towards Nick.
"Don't kick it towards me,"
he said, scooting away from it and getting to his feet.
"Wait a sec. This is one of those hunters. Who could have done this to him?"
That question was answered by a ground-shaking rumbling. "I don't like where this is going," I said, and then I yelled out as my chair started tipping over. Things were about to go from Jesus Christ to absolute what the fuck. Trees bent, snapping under the weight of the thing coming towards us. Each vibration rattled inside of me, making my already quickly beating heart pump even faster. What came into view was something that, for convenience sake, I'm just going to refer to as the toad. Although it was indeed shaped like one, this thing also had several distinctive features. The first and most obvious was its size, which even without its other features would be enough to make most people shit themselves. This thing was so massive that the trees were only slightly taller than it. The toad was colored black, making it blend in with the shadows. I found its eyes and mouth to be the most disturbing features of it. The eyes were milky white, reminiscent to those belonging to a long-drowned corpse. In its mouth were rows of straight white teeth. They seemed almost too big for the toad, giving it a grinning appearance. Its fat purple tongue poked out, nearly touching the ground, and saliva dripped from it that sizzled upon hitting the ground. We weren't sure what to do in that moment. Our charms weren't working at all on this thing, and its skin looked far too thick for our arrows to be effective.
"Should we try and make a break for it?"
Nick asked. We nodded and got ready to run when we noticed that the car was on its side. "Fuck," I said. Sometimes I wonder if us surviving our encounters was dumb luck or a miracle. On one hand, I imagine lucky people don't have to deal with what we did on a weekly basis. But on the other, if there was a god looking out for us, I would want to ask him 2 questions. The first would be why he allows even half of the things that we've seen to exist at all, and the second would be why we have to be the ones to deal with them. I'm not only talking about Carl, Nick, and I either. I'm referring to everyone in my town, whose issues had been going on well before I was even born. Hell, they could have been occurring as far back as the town's founding for all we know. We imagine it had to start after the town was built because why the hell would people choose to settle in a place full of weird, dangerous things? But then again, Australia is a place that people choose to live for some reason, despite it being home to the most poisonous creatures on Earth, so who knows, I guess. Speaking of poison, that toad looked ready to gobble us right up. It sized us up, licking its lips in anticipation. With the car overturned, our chances of escape seemed slim to none. Not to mention, I couldn't even run, really. I could only hop quickly. Too bad for me, it seemed to be set on consuming me first. I think it somehow knew that I couldn't get away as easily. Its tongue started stretching towards me. We reacted by firing our crossbows at it, causing it to cry out in pain. By doing this, we learned that its skin was venomous as well. Our arrows, which stuck into its belly, disintegrated almost instantly. Still, they had hurt it, so that was at least some good news for us. What wasn't was the fact that it had now become pissed off. It let out a croaking roar and slammed against the ground. The impact of it caused my bones to rattle, rendering me temporarily paralyzed. With doubling vision and stars dancing in front of my eyes, I was almost helpless as the toad came closer. "I can't see anything," I declared. "What about you guys?" "No," Nick replied. "I can't move either." We asked Carl if he was doing any better. He didn't respond, and seemed busy trying to do something. I managed to shake away the stars in front of my vision, allowing myself view of the toad now towering over me. I still couldn't move, although this time I think it was more thanks to fear rather than the quake that the toad had caused. It resumed stretching out its tongue, which circled around but didn't yet touch me. I knew that once it did, the venom coating it would just begin burning through me. There wasn't really anything I could do, though. That's why I say, thank goodness for Carl. As the toad was about to grab hold of me with its tongue, I saw a quick flash of orange fly past me, the brightness of which forced me to squint my eyes. The toad let out a roar of pain. I looked and saw an arrow, now on fire, sticking out from its tongue. Apparently, Carl had been making flame arrows. The one he fired was sticking out of the toad's tongue. The heat of the fire seemed to be counteracting the poison, preventing it from dissolving as our arrows did before. Try as it might to shake it free, it was unable to do so. "Heads up, guys," Carl called out, tossing us some arrows that he had modified by wrapping and soaking in gasoline. Using these, we continued to fire at the toad. "Hey, I think we're driving it back," Nick said hopefully. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. Our arrows were forcing it to retreat. I even managed to get one of its eyes. Bastard. However, it did something that we didn't expect at all. It shook its body and tongue, sending saliva flying in our direction. Scared it would get on me, I raised my crossbow to shield myself. Fortunately for Carl and I, none of it got on us. Nick, on the other hand, was not so lucky. "Fuck!" he shrieked in pain. We looked to see a large portion of it now covering Nick's chest and stomach. Carl immediately rushed over to him. I checked on the toad to see it jumping away from us. When it was out of sight, I went over to Nick as well. Carl, using the blanket that he brought, tried to wipe the poison away. "Pete, he's thrashing around too much. Help me hold him down." I held down his arms and Carl held down his legs. "Shit, he looks bad. Do you think he'll be alright?" "I don't know. Let's try and do all we can for him right now." We just couldn't catch a break that night. First we had to deal with that toad, which almost ate me. I shuddered to think about what the inside of its stomach might have looked like. And now, Nick was suffering thanks to that abomination's venom. Is there anything we can do about the poison? "We can try." From his pack, he got out a first aid kit, a thermos, and a plastic water bottle that he tossed beside me. "What's all this for?" "Get him to bite down on it." Nick bit down on it so hard that it started leaking. Carl used his thermos to collect some of the poison off of Nick.
Sorry, Nick, this is gonna hurt like hell,
he told him, pulling out a bottle of rubbing alcohol. Even with the water bottle in his mouth, Nick's screams were loud enough to rattle my eardrums after Carl poured that alcohol on him. Despite our combined strength, we could hardly hold him in place. Finally, he calmed down a little, but he was breathing heavily. We need to get him to a hospital, I said. Is the car still turned on its side? Carl glanced up, looking past me.
Unfortunately, it is.
Damn it. Do you think those hunters' car might be nearby? Good thinking.
I'll go check. You stay right here.
Got it. Not like I can really go anywhere else. In spite of the fact that Carl was probably only gone for about 10 minutes, it felt like hours. Eventually, though, he drove up in a pickup truck. The driver's window was shattered, indicating to me that he probably did hotwire it.
Help me gather our shit,
he said, getting out of the truck. I used his pack to prop up Nick's head, and then we began gathering what we could. While I did all this, Carl was busy getting the car off its side. He did this by using a tow cable from the back of the pickup truck, and he hooked it from the truck's bumper to the car's. By driving, he did manage to pull the car back upright. After that, he put Nick in the passenger seat and helped me finish gathering our things. How far away do you think the nearest hospital is? I asked once we were back on the road.
I don't know. To be honest, I'm not even sure taking him to one's the best idea.
Why not?
Well, for one, it's gonna cost a fortune, and we're not even sure they can help.
We have to at least try.
I know that, but that poison ain't from around here. To put it simply, if that toad could be considered demonic, we might need to approach it from that angle.
So what? You think we should, bathe him in holy water? We aren't even believers, so that might not work either.
I think we might need to find someone who can help us. Someone out of the way.
Like a witch doctor type?
Yeah, something like that.
How's he doing?
Not good, but doesn't seem to be getting worse either. That could change soon though, so we need to find someone, and fast.
The next 10 or so minutes were only accompanied by Nick's pained rasps. To say that I thought Carl's idea would be a long shot was an understatement. I mean, where the hell would someone be who would happen to know a cure for the poison that was afflicting Nick? I was thinking that we'd have to try half a dozen faith healers or those nut jobs who try shit like healing crystals to cure cancer. All we could do then was hope that someone semi-legitimate could manage to help us. A gurgling noise drew our attention to Nick.
What in the fuck?
Carl asked hoarsely. What we were seeing rendered me unable to speak at first. Nick's body was slowly beginning to darken, as if it were rotting, and all of his features were bloating. Thinking about how Nick looked back then still manages to freak me the hell out. Anyone ever see, a blobfish outside of water? Imagine something like that, but darker looking, with sickly, milky-white eyes. Do you think that'll stop the swelling?
I don't know. Just keep the damn ice pack on him. By the way, how are his bandages?
Damp. At least they aren't leaking anymore. We pulled over earlier to try and do something about Nick's present condition. The best that we could really do was try and squeeze some of the poison from him. Carl did this by cutting into him and squeezing some blood out of his window. It smelled worse than roadkill left out in the sun for a month. Hey, if we're gonna have to keep bloodletting him, do you think we could see if we could find leeches to do the work for us? I mean, this area does look like the kind of place that you would find leeches in.
Not a bad idea. Problem is, probably take a fuck ton of them little suckers to get the poison out of them.
The blurring of siren lights interrupted the conversation.
Shit, I must have been going too fast.
Carl kept his hands on the wheel as the cop came around.
Do you know why Oh, Christ. What the fuck is that smell?
When he noticed Nick, he quickly backed away some from the vehicle.
Sorry, officer. Our friend here's sick, and we're trying to get him somewhere quick.
How did this happen?
Animal bite.
Were you three camping out in the woods?
We were out there for just a little to stop and stretch.
So you weren't camping? Mind if I take a look in your trunk then?
Realizing the cop was going to discover our gear anyways, Carl admitted to him that we had been camping in a forest nearby.
Are you aware you can face a fine and jail time for illegally camping in the forest near here?
We had to.
Save it for the judge. I'll call an ambulance for your friend here, but you two are coming with me.
Cop glanced at me before returning his attention back to Carl.
You and him, get out of the vehicle and place your hands on the hood of your car.
We did as we were told. He went around to Nick's side to get a closer view of him, and that was a fatal mistake on his part.
He looks even worse than I thought,
he said, holding his shirt up over his nose. Nick's eyes had been closed up until that point. Then they shot open. He let out a croak eerily similar to that Toad's. Before the cop could even react, Nick threw up, projectile vomiting venom directly into the cop's face.
It burns! Oh God, it burns!
He screamed, clutching his face while rolling back and forth on the road.
Oh shit,
I yelled. We got out of the car and went over to him. To our shock, there was steam coming off of him. That meant that the poison was getting stronger. Do you think we can get him somewhere too? Well, I wouldn't feel right about leaving him there, but I don't know if there's really anything we can do for him. He was letting out moans of pain. Between his fingers, we could see parts of his face beginning to burn and sizzle. His eyes were melting out, and the poison was going to reach his brain soon. Get one of the blankets from the back. Knowing what Carl planned on doing, I did as he said. As I got one of the blankets out, I heard the sound of Carl firing off his gun, made quieter by a silencer he had attached to it. The sound of it made my stomach drop. I was worried, not only because of the fact that we just killed a man, but now being around Nick was putting us in severe danger. I handed Carl the blanket, and he rolled it out. The cop was now lying still, with a bleeding hole right in the middle of his forehead. Using my crutches, I rolled him onto the blanket, then Carl wrapped him up. Luckily, we happened to be right next to a lake. It was just a matter of using some of our ropes to tie some heavy rocks to him, and then rolling him into the lake afterward, followed by his car. Not the most dignified funeral, but you do what you must. I really hope we don't have to stay here for very long, I said grimly, as Carl was putting the car back in drive. That is an understatement, Pete. Carl had turned Nick over so that the risk of him puking on us would be greatly reduced. While this did bring some relief, it was still nerve-wracking, having to keep a constant eye on him. We reached the town a short while later. I gotta get some gas, Carl said, pulling into a station. Want me to get you anything while I'm inside? Yeah, a get-out-of-jail-free card might come in handy later. Relax. It's not like either of us wanted to do it, but you saw how he was. He would have died soon anyways. Saving him from the rest of that pain was the humane thing to do. I guess. At least the venom didn't hit Nick in the face. See, Pete? There's always a silver lining. Now, did you actually want anything while I'm in there? Some breath mints would be nice. He chuckled at that. All right, I'll be back shortly. Relax and try to act casual. That was easier said than done with how I was feeling. Every police car that happened to drive by the station instantly put me on edge. I'm back, Carl said from behind me, making me jump a little. Don't do that! You scared the shit out of me. I told you to relax, didn't I? You'll end up drawing attention to us if you're all jittery. Anyway, here. He handed me a bag containing the things that he bought, along with the mints that I had asked for. He also got some drinks and snacks, and what I was most thankful for, air freshener. Carl pumped his gas and then got back inside the car. Oh yeah, I was talking with the cashier in there. I asked him if he happened to know anybody nearby who could help with what Nick has. What did he say? Apparently there's an old woman in town who people sometimes see about this kind of stuff. The guy said she's a little strange, but she's supposed to be legit. Where in town is she? That guy gave me directions to her house. He said it should only take about 10 minutes to get there from here. Do you mind reading the directions to me? I want to keep my eyes on the road. No problem. The directions given to us ended up sending us up a shadowy dirt road. Branches of trees stretched over it, almost reminding me of arms reaching forward. How ominous, I said. Kinda reminds me of some of the roads outside of our town. Well, let's hope there aren't any returned around here, Carl jokingly replied. By the way, where's the next turn at? I glanced down at the paper. It says her house should be just up ahead. Oh yeah, I think I see her driveway. He turned onto it. The woman's driveway curved upward into a hill. The house wasn't actually visible until we reached the top due to the abundance of branches in the way. From the looks of it, guessing that the place hadn't been landscaped in about over half a century would probably be a safe bet. The house itself made that road seem akin to a stroll through Candyland. To start with, it was big. Not mansion big, but it was pretty sizable though. I think the paint was either black or brown, although it was hard to tell with all the shadows overlapping it, not to mention that its paint was peeling in several places. Well, this looks welcoming. I think I'm finally getting the hang of parkouring. I'm happy to say that I've only fallen on my ass and face 4 times each in the past 24 hours. Carl says I still got a ways to go though. Still, that is something to be proud of, I suppose. Nick's been making similar progress, so kudos to him. Anyways, with the pleasantries out of the way, I'm gonna pick up where I left off last week. We looked at the windows, several of which only had one shutter or none at all. The movement of curtains being parted drew our attention to the very top one. From that window, the woman stared down at us. From what the cashier told Carl, I was expecting her to be old. However, I wasn't expecting her to be this old. It's not much of an exaggeration to say that she seemed almost mummified. She appeared to be in her late 80s, early 90s maybe. Hell, I wouldn't have been surprised if I learned that she was over 100 years old. Carl waved to her, and she nodded back, then left her window to come downstairs and unlock the front door. Carl, are you sure about this? The guy said she's legit, and that he knows people who've been helped by her. She might be able to help Nick. Yeah, or summon Pumpkinhead. Look, just try to be polite with her. If she turns out to be crazy or a fraud, then we'll leave right away. The front door opened, and the old lady stepped out onto the porch. I've been expecting you 3. Come in, and bring your friend inside, she said in a very raspy voice. Without another word, she turned around and went back inside herself. Carl and I exchanged a look. Then he went to get Nick, and I followed the woman inside. Much like the exterior of the house, the interior was also gloomy as hell. Unlike the outside, though, it was actually pretty easy on the eyes, and pretty well upkept. As I followed her, we passed by a number of strange objects sitting on shelves in jars. I saw the dried petals of various flowers, along with different colored powders. There were also several different kinds of dried mushrooms that I'd never seen before, and something that gave me cause for concern. I didn't get a good look at it, but I'm pretty sure it was a jar containing green liquid and a single human eye. So, I said, breaking the deafening silence, how did you know we were coming? Did someone call you? No, I haven't used my phone in years. Its ringing annoyed me. I was told of your arrival by the tea leaves. We passed by an old rotary phone covered in cobwebs and a thick layer of dust. I was concerned, asking her exactly just how old she was. Then I figured that wouldn't be polite, so I got right to asking her if she could do anything to cure Nick. I'll have to get a closer look at him when your other friend brings him inside. In the meantime, you should tell me how he came to be afflicted by his ailment. You 3 have seen things that most people shouldn't, correct? Did the tea leaves tell you that too? No, you just have that scent. The room she led me to was dimly lit by a number of candles. Compared to what I had seen in her house so far, it didn't appear that unusual. It contained a large filled bookshelf, some armchairs, a coffee table, and a roaring fireplace. On it was a tea kettle with steam still coming from the spout, and some cups on saucers. Make yourself comfortable. I did so, and then proceeded to explain things as best I could. I summarized what our town was like, and our encounters since leaving it. She listened to all of this thoughtfully, and only spoke once I was finished. It sounds like you 3 have had quite a lot of trouble. That's an understatement. Carl then came into the room, lugging Nick over his shoulder. Where should I put him? In front of the fireplace. Carl placed Nick there, and then the woman went over to Nick. She examined him, muttering to herself as she did. Once she was finished, she stood back up and faced us. So, is there anything you can do for him? I asked her.
It will be a long and difficult process, but yes, I think he can be saved." We perked up at that. "Good," Carl said. "What do we need to do?" "I need to gather some things. While I get them, I need you two to drink some of this tea." She poured it into the cups and then brought them to us before turning to leave. I stared down at the cup, unsure of whether or not I should actually drink it. Ever since seeing the movie Get Out, I've been apprehensive about drinking tea from strangers. Still, it appeared and smelled all right. Pretty good, actually. I detected a lemony, minty fragrance coming from it, with a hint of cinnamon. I glanced over at Carl, who was already sipping his tea. With a shrug, I began drinking as well. I'll admit now that it did taste quite good. It seemed to have been sweetened with honey instead of sugar. "Do you feel any different?" I asked Carl. "Not as far as I could tell." The old lady returned, carrying an old leather-bound book along with one jar of blue powder, dried rose petals, and some dried mushrooms. "Did you drink the tea?" "Yeah," I replied. "What was that for anyways?" "You'll see soon. I need you two to help me with this." She directed us to lay the powder down around Nick, then place one mushroom and one petal along the line of powder until it was completely covered. As Carl was doing that, I was to read something from the book. There was a bookmark on the page that I was supposed to be reading from, so I opened the book to it. However, when I did, I found it to be filled in an ancient-looking runic language. "Hey, I can't read this," I said to the woman, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor in a meditative pose with her eyes closed. "That's what the tea is for. I added a powder into it that will help you. Don't read what's on the page. Feel it." Right. The only thing I could think of was that she meant for me to take her words literally. I closed my eyes, running my fingers along the page. I felt a surge of energy from the book. What happened next I can only really describe as me being possessed by some force. Before I even realized what was happening, words in an unknown language came spewing out of my mouth. Not only did that happen, but there were also visions. I saw visions of every horrific thing that I'd ever seen, beginning with seeing Nick in his current state at that very point. Getting sideswiped by multiple flashbacks is freaky as hell, but what scared me the most was the last one. Everything seemed bigger to me. It took me a moment to realize that that was because that memory was of when I was still a baby. I was in front of the fireplace of my home, which was unlit at the time. Large fuzzy dice and toy blocks sat in front of me. A lit-up Christmas tree illuminated the room, which would have been pitch black otherwise. In the middle of playing with my toys, I heard a low, scratching noise coming from the fireplace. Two long and dark fur-covered arms, ending in razor-sharp claws, poked out of it, digging into the marble. Yeah, so it turns out that re-experiencing repressed memories isn't very fun, especially when they involve nearly getting killed by a bloodthirsty monster. When the memory ended, time began rapidly speeding up. Soon, I felt myself get brought back into the presence with such tremendous force that it knocked me backwards. My vision doubled, and the room spun for a couple of seconds before everything came back into focus. I sat up groggily, with my forehead bumping. Pardon my French, but what the fuck was that? A necessary step in curing your friend. The things you've seen are quite terrifying. You saw all that too? Yes, and I think I know what's happening to Nick. Really? What? I believe he is becoming the toad creature that you saw. What? All my grogginess suddenly left me, being replaced with a case of what I tend to call the fuck nose. These occur when something I don't want to happen might happen. I mean, shit was already scary enough for us. We didn't need Nick turning into a were-toad or whatever the hell you'd call it. How do we fix him? I asked, panicked. There's no way we're leaving him like this. Relax. Oh, sorry. I sat down, trying to calm myself. What do we need to do? Asked Carl. As I've said, this will take a long while. There's only one creature whose blood would be pure enough to cleanse him. And that would be a unicorn. Our optimism dropped faster than a heavy stone
plummeting to the bottom of a lake. Besides the issue of, finding a unicorn, they aren't really friendly, contrary to popular belief. I remember hearing another poster's account of meeting one and made a mental note to take his advice. However, the situation at hand was requiring me to disregard said advice. Where exactly are we supposed to find one? I asked.
Last I checked, they aren't exactly roaming around the countryside. Indeed, they're solitary and often unapproachable creatures whose wrath is not to be incurred. However, under certain circumstances, currying favor with them is possible.
And those would be?
I can't say, but I can help you find one.
She looked at Carl.
Follow me. Watch Nick, Pete. If he starts throwing up again, prop his head up.
Got it. Carl left with the old woman. They returned shortly later with Carl holding a small burlap sack. What's in there?
I'll explain on the way.
On the way to where?
Just grab your crutches and come outside.
Without another word, Carl left. How long does he have?
From the looks of it, I'd say about a week before he transforms completely.
Jesus, we don't have long then.
Then you had better hurry.
I propped Nick up in case of vomiting. Hang in there, buddy. We'll be back with that unicorn blood before you know it. I left as well. Carl was waiting for me in the car when I got outside. Once I got in, he backed up, speeding away from the house. Where are we going?
We need to find a large clearing. This bag contains what we need to find the unicorns.
Can I look inside?
Yeah, but don't drop anything and tie it back real tight when you're done.
In the bag was a rolled up piece of paper, along with 3 more jars. The first contained more flower petals and other various powders. Both contained colors matching that of a rainbow. What intrigued me most was the content of the third jar. It held what seemed to be a long strand of white fur. What's this? I asked, holding it up.
That is unicorn fur. It's the main key to do what we need to do, so for the love of Christ, don't lose it.
He proceeded to explain that all of these things were for a ritual. Apparently, one way to find unicorns is either during the light of dawn or dusk. The latter, in our case. A ritual could be performed that would show a pathway to which the home of the unicorns could be found. The instructions for it were written on the paper. By the time we found a clearing, the sun was already beginning to set.
What's the first step?
Carl asked me. I was to read the instructions while he performed the other requirements for the ritual. Step 1. Place the powder on the nearest tree.
All right,
Carl replied, taking out some of the powder and patting it onto the tree that I was leaning against. Okay. Step 2 is pouring out the petals and letting the wind carry them away. Supposedly, the pathway will appear in whatever direction they get blown in. Carl did just that, and the wind blew the petals away to his left and my right. The last step is to hold up the fur to the light while someone chants the following below. Below that was a poem which I read out loud. On 4 legs with horned heads they stand, proud and tall, the sight of them truly grand. With galloping that sounds like thunder, their eyes are filled with wisdom and wonder. Beware not to take them lightly, for their moods can darken quickly. Their blood is said to cure all but death, but getting it may leave you taking your last breath. Should this warning be disregarded, your wits will help to keep you guarded. To find them, a path must open. Under the right light, it will glisten. The poem only served to deepen my tension about what we were going to do. When I was finished reading, we looked to see where the path would be, and sure enough, it did appear. From between the far-off trees, a rainbow path started stretching towards us. It connected with the powdered tree and sparkled beautifully under the dusk light.
You know,
Carl said,
I'm kind of wishing we brought a camera. I mean, a photo of one of them would probably go for millions.
Yeah, but I get the feeling that trying to take one of them might really piss him off.
Yeah, point taken. Well, let's hurry up with this.
The path led us to a new forest. This one contained rainbow-colored trees with gold and silver leaves. The sky was now a light purple with 2 suns accompanying it. What is this place? I asked, almost mesmerized by how dazzling the scenery was.
The unicorn's home. It's beautiful, but we ain't here to sightsee. Keep your eyes peeled.
Right. By the way, how exactly are we going to get blood from a unicorn? Carl responded by patting the gun in his pocket. "You're gonna kill one?" I asked, raising my voice some.
Damn it, Pete! Don't be so loud!
Carl replied with a hiss. "Oh, sorry." I reduced my voice to a whisper. "But do you think that'll work?"
The only way to find out, honestly, I'm hoping I can just wound one without outright killing it.
Actually, isn't it kind of weird that we haven't seen any yet?
Now that you mention it, yeah. Then again, we haven't been on this path very long, so we'll probably see one soon.
Despite both of us refusing to acknowledge it, there was an uneasiness in the air. I knew that we both had the same feeling because it's one that people have become accustomed to in our town. It was the feeling of being watched. Eventually, it got to be too much for me, and I had to say something. "Carl."
I know. Keep looking ahead.
Suddenly, a sound reached us that sounded like thunder. Realizing what was causing it, we climbed up one of the trees. From all directions, they came onto the path, and were as tall as I had heard. They surrounded the tree, looking up at us with rage-filled eyes. "Well, this doesn't look good," I said, tightening my grip onto the trunk that I held onto. Given my experiences with them, I think there are some misconceptions around unicorns that should be corrected. Namely the fact that they are not gentle creatures. Instead, they're bloodthirsty psychopaths who would impale someone with their horns for looking at them funny. Still, there were other things that I learned about them which I didn't expect, and I will get into those. "Any ideas?" I asked Carl.
I could hit them pretty easily from here. Problem is, I don't know if my rounds are strong enough to put them down.
"What are we supposed to do then? Just wait until they go away?" Almost as if in response to that, one of the unicorns got ready to charge. Nostrils flaring, one began running at the tree, kicking up dust as it did. We held onto the branches tightly as we could, bracing for impact with all our strength. Despite this, we were both nearly loosened from the tree when the first unicorn pierced the trunk with its horn. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure the whole damn tree would have been uprooted if they kept that up. "Carl, I'm slipping," I yelled.
Hold on, just a little longer.
"You try doing that with a broken leg." With the second unicorn's blow to the tree, we fell out of it, landing hard on the ground in front of those horses. Even looking down at them, they looked tall. However, from where we were now, towering best describes their height. I thought that we were royally fucked at that point. The unicorns leveled their horns at our necks, getting ready to impale us.
"We have received word from the king,"
we heard someone with a booming voice yell. The unicorns turned their attention away from us towards this person that was fast approaching. Our mouths fell open when we saw that it was another unicorn. Only this one was bronze-colored with a white horn. The others currently terrorizing us were all white with pale yellow horns.
"Oh, there you are,"
he continued speaking.
"The news I have from him is urgent. We must—"
Then he turned his gaze upon us.
"More delicacies for the royals."
I felt myself getting pale at those words.
"We'll deal with them later,"
the unicorn nearest to us said.
"What is it that you need to tell us?" "The princess has been kidnapped."
"What? But she's still only a foal. Those bastards will try any dirty trick to gain the upper hand." At this point, we felt that we should probably speak up. "Excuse us," Carl spoke up, hesitantly, prompting all the unicorns to whip their necks in our direction. "I'm sure y'all must be stressed, so why don't you just let us go? It'll be one less thing on your plates."
"How are you able to communicate with us?"
the first unicorn asked. We exchanged a glance. Ritual? Yeah, it was a ritual," Carl told him.
"Well, regardless, you have trespassed on our lands. As such, we are able to punish you as we see fit. That can wait, though, since we have more important matters to deal with. You two are coming with us." "Faster,"
one said, poking me with his horn. "Ow, I'm trying," I replied irritably. "I've only got one good leg that works." The walk felt like it took forever. Eventually, we came to a kingdom. It was reminiscent of ancient Greek architecture. The homes were made of different kinds of stone, beautifully polished. The castle was made of pink and red marble. A staircase of the same color scheme stretched from the ground to its entrance. "God damn it," I said, seeing just how long those stairs were. By the time we reached the top, my leg felt rubbery. We were then led to the throne room where the king and queen sat. Both were golden unicorns. The former's horn was ruby red, while the latter's was sapphire blue.
What took you so long? The king asked. You should have been here much sooner. Our apologies. The others caught some trespassers in the forest, the bronze unicorn replied, gesturing towards us. They've gained the ability to communicate with us.
The king turned his attention towards us.
You're not like most of the others. How and why are you here?
At that moment, a light bulb went off in my head again. I explained the situation to him, leaving out the part about planning to shoot one of them. If we help you get your daughter back, do you think that you could help us? The king paced back and forth.
What do you think?
He asked, seeking counsel from the queen unicorn. They would have less chance of being noticed by the Equos, she replied.
Yeah, you've got a point there.
I'm sorry, I interjected. Equos? They are similar to us, except that they lack horns and have wings instead. Pegasus. She was describing fucking Pegasuses. Learning that they too existed was shocking enough. However, what was more so is the fact that apparently there's a war between the Pegasi and the unicorns.
It's been raging ever since our civilizations began, the king explained. They think themselves higher beings just because they can fly. Preposterous, we say. They are nothing compared to us unicorns. We are stronger, and we can jump high enough to reach those cowards.
The king rambled on and on like that, bringing up different ways that unicorns are better than Equos for several minutes. When he was finally done, the others let out a cheer, stomping their hooves in unison. Wait, I said once they quieted down. Just out of curiosity, are there any unicorn Equos? The king slammed his hooves so hard that the floor shook.
We do not speak of those abominations,
he roared, causing us to flinch.
We banished the sun for breeding with one of them, and if either of you ever brings up anything close to that subject again, I won't hesitate to mount your heads in my trophy room. Am I clear?
Yes, I stuttered out.
Good. Now, for that matter of how you'll be getting our daughter back.
He proceeded to explain to us that she was most likely being kept in the castle of the Equos kingdom. To get there, we would have to traverse through their forest.
They have a number of harpies and other creatures under their command, the king continued. My father once lost his best knight to a group of them. By the time they were done with him, only his skull remained.
Needless to say, I was not feeling hopeful about the task at hand. Any advice on how to deal with them? Carl asked.
Yes, fire. But that can attract the Equos' attention as well, so use it wisely. Now, you two must leave, and soon. You have a long journey ahead of you.
Got it. First though, my friend's leg here is broken. Is there anything you can do to help him?
The king considered this, looking to the queen again. She nodded and the king faced me.
Since it would increase your chances of success, very well. Lie down.
Confused, I lowered myself to the floor, with my casted leg outstretched and my pant legs pulled up. He then lowered his horn to my leg. My breath caught in my throat. He lunged his horn forward. I closed my eyes, mentally preparing for what I thought was going to be excruciating pain. Instead, I opened my eyes to find that he had only pierced my cast, making it crack and fall apart. He then gestured to the queen, who came over to him. She used her horn to cut him open, allowing the king's blood to pour from himself onto my leg. It felt weird as hell, honestly. I saw it basically soak in like my leg was a sponge. I can move it, I exclaimed, flexing my toes. It doesn't hurt at all. Although my heart was still hammering from thinking that my leg was about to get impaled again, I was very happy that it had finally been healed.
Understand that under any other circumstances, we would never do that for lesser beings such as yourselves. Seeing as how the case is what it is, I think it's important for both of you to see what failure will bring you.
He ordered the others to go and get his meal. They returned later, carrying a large silver platter on their backs.
Judging by the change of color in your faces, I take it you now understand what will happen if you return here without our daughter. Correct?
The king said. We both only nodded, wide-eyed at what was on the platter. On it was the large, roasted carcass of a Pegasus. In the span of about an hour, we learned that unicorns really were bloodthirsty psychopaths, but also apparently racist cannibals. The way they tore into the Equus's corpse was stomach-churning, to say the very least. They were noisy as hell, too, and from the looks of it, they were not letting a single part of it go to waste.
Would you like some?
The king offered. No thanks, Carl replied. We're not really hungry.
Suit yourself. I take it you both understand the situation that you're in.
We nodded.
Good. I'll send someone out to take you where you need to go. He'll meet you outside.
We couldn't get out of there fast enough, honestly. It took a great deal of my willpower not to just puke while I watched them eat. If I had, I get the feeling that I wouldn't be typing this up right now. Oh my God, I said, pausing to take a deep breath once we were going back down the steps. It smells so much better out here. You could say that again. Hey, at least your leg's all fixed up now. Yeah, but that's not really gonna matter if we can't pull this off. Don't get cynical on me, Pete. After all, this ain't my first rescue mission. What was your last one like? A lot different from the one we're about to do, but all the ones I've completed have given me years of stealth experience. I guess I'll follow your lead on this then. A brown-furred unicorn with a black horn met us outside. Around his neck was a leather bag attached to a strap, and on his back was a saddle. What's in there? I asked, pointing to the bag.
Things we'll need. Now.
He knelt down.
Get on.
His fur was silky, yet solid. Being on him was surreal enough. Having him carry us was another experience altogether. I mean, how many people can say that they have actually rode a real live unicorn? Sure, they may be psycho fucking assholes, at least from our experience. However, riding one was of course still exhilarating. We had to hold on for dear life because he was going so fast. I damn near fell off a couple of times. I can't wait to tell Nick about this, I told Carl. Same here.
Like hell you will,
the brown unicorn said. Why not? Carl asked.
Under most circumstances, you two would never be able to do this. You're getting off before any of those harpies, or especially the Equos, see us. And if you ever tell anyone about this, I will find you and stomp you to death in your sleep.
We both knew that he would follow through with this threat if either of us talked. Now I know what you're thinking. Pete, haven't you done exactly that by typing all this up? Well, due to reasons that I'm about to explain, we're actually safe from this threat. Are we close? I inquired.
We're nearly there. Take out what's in the pouch.
Carl opened it to find some torches and 2 swords.
To light them, all you have to do is strike them against something.
Got it, Carl said. The Equos or Pegasus forest was more akin to a regular forest, although one could tell that it was different. It's kind of hard to explain. All I can really say is that it had a certain vibrancy that distinguished it from forests found on planet Earth. Overlooking the forest was a snow-covered mountaintop. On top of that was a pearl white mountain that stretched up into the skies. I take it the princess is in there, I asked.
You'd be correct. In all likelihood, she's probably being kept in their dungeon.
The brown unicorn slowed to a stop.
This is where you must get off.
He knelt again, and we slid down, along with the bag.
Now, I must return to the king and queen. I'll be back here by sunrise in case you two are actually successful. Godspeed.
Almost as if it came from out of nowhere, a blur cut across the forest, accompanied by a loud shrieking. Before the brown unicorn could even react, we saw a large slash form on his neck. Blood sprayed from it, and we stared. Oh shit alarms going off in our head.
Run!
He choked out with his last breath, then falling over dead. We bolted, diving behind one of the trees. From our vantage point, we got a good view of the harpies. Now, these weren't the kind that you would see in the artwork of, I don't know, Yu-Gi-Oh cards. These looked way closer to how the ancient Greeks depicted them. The best way I can describe them is being a cross between a condor and an eagle, but with human faces. Instead of having mouths or noses, they possessed very sharp beaks. We were really lucky that they didn't notice us, or else it would have been us on their menu. Getting eaten seemed to be a recurring risk for us now. I can't decide what repulsed me more, the way that they fed or the way that the unicorns fed. The way the harpies pulled and stretched the raw meat off the bones was scary, to be sure. However, the unicorns' cannibalism is terrifying on principle, even if they see themselves as different beings from the Equos. In either case, our situation did not look good. Not only did we have to go farther between those monstrosities, now we had no way of getting back to the castle. It felt like being between a rock and a hard place that was filled with monsters. "Well, this is just fucking dandy," I said, as we were walking further into the forest, making sure to use the trees as cover. Why can't things ever go smoothly for us?
Wish I knew the answer to that. At least we haven't been spotted. That mountain's gonna be one hell of a climb, though.
I've been thinking about that. We've been walking for a while now. I know it's risky, but do you think we should stop to rest? If we did, we'd have more strength to make it up the mountain, right? Not to mention more strength to get the princess and go back down it.
It doesn't sound like a bad idea, actually.
Then let's find a good spot to set up camp. Hey, is it just me, or did it get really cold all of a sudden?
Now that you mention it, yeah. Oh, wait. No.
What? Low moans, carried by the wind, became audible, and I understood suddenly why Carl was so on edge. Another thing I've also gotten enough to last me for a while is camping. Call me crazy, but nearly dying several times kind of put a damper on the whole great outdoors thing. Now we were having to deal with ghosts. Maybe they're the Casper kind, I suggested.
Yeah, they sound really friendly,
Carl sarcastically replied.
Come on, we need to hide.
Try as we might, there didn't seem to be any getting away from them. No matter how far we ran, they still didn't sound more than a couple of yards away. Why won't they quit? I asked, breathing heavily.
Maybe live prey attracts them, or...
What? Carl abruptly stopped, causing me to damn near run into him. What the hell are you doing? We need to move.
I have an idea.
What?
Face them, and don't show any fear.
You want to run that by me one more time?
Just trust me.
Although apprehensive about his idea, I was honestly just too worn out to keep on running. Besides, Carl has survived his fair share of paranormal shit, starting before I was even born. Therefore, his instinct for dealing with these kinds of things is admittedly sharper than mine. All right, I agreed, taking a deep breath and turning around. What or who the spirits used to be was pretty hard to distinguish. Different voices were causing the moans. Coming into view showed that its source was comprised of harpies, unicorns, Equos, and what scared me most of all, humans. It was like we were looking at a preview of what was most likely to be our fate. Carl, my faith in your plan is dwindling pretty fast.
Quiet. Don't move.
They came closer, allowing us to see what had caused their deaths. Most seemed to have been caused by injuries, decapitations, impalements, and throat wounds, just to name a few. Some seemed to have died of starvation, judging by how emaciated they appeared. One of them, who used to be human, stopped right in front of me. He looked me dead in my eyes. Although, it was hard to tell if he actually was, seeing as how his eyes had been gouged out. Keeping my composure then took all of my willpower. It was like having to hold in a fart at a funeral or a wedding. I knew that if either of us showed any signs of being afraid, that would mean our end. They stayed, hovering in front of us for what felt like hours. Really, it couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 minutes. Eventually, they began going away. Neither of us moved a muscle until we were sure that the ghosts were gone. I need a minute, I said, leaning up against a tree. All right, where, if any place, do you think it would be a good place to set up camp?
A cave would be ideal, but there's no telling if one's nearby.
Let's keep walking then. Maybe we yelled as a net trap ensnared us. How the hell did they set this up? I asked. They don't even have hands. I actually had a lot of questions in regards to how exactly they were able to build all of what we had seen, but all that took a back seat to our current predicament. We heard footsteps coming towards us. They sounded unusually light given the creatures around us. To our surprise, they turned out to belong to a group of people. Each one of them surrounded the net with what I want to say lances would probably be the best way to describe them. Basically, their weapons were detached unicorn horns reattached to handles. Each one of them wore the fur of either a Pegasus or a unicorn head. The distinction between the two is that the unicorn hoods had stitches where the horns used to be. Seeing them under the moonlight was all kinds of spooky. Still, they were an upgrade compared to the things we'd seen so far. We figured that getting them to assist us might actually be an option.
Hey, get us down from here,
Carl told them. They complied, using one of their lances to cut us down. This gave us the false impression that they were going to offer us their help. The fall took the wind out of us a little bit. We were about to thank them when two of them kicked us across our temples, knocking us both out. Upon reawakening sometime later, I let out a pained groan and discovered that we were tied up with rope. "Carl, are you awake?"
Yeah,
he replied, shaking off his grogginess as well.
but I'm wondering why your hair's like that.
Like what?
Standing up straight.
Wait a sec, we're upside down. We looked downward, which was really upward from our perspective, and saw a pot full of boiling water. Of course they had to be cannibals, I said. Carl, we need to get the hell out of here.
I'm well aware of that. Shit,
What?
they took my stuff.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You really think I'd be pulling that kind of shit right now?
Sorry, I'm just stressed. How the hell are we gonna get out of here, though? Maybe we could chew through the ropes? I proceeded to try biting into him. My efforts only granted me sore jaws. Okay, well that didn't work. Any ideas? Carl seemed to be thinking. Before he could come up with something, however, they came into the room. "Let us go, you crazy assholes!" I shouted at him, and one of them spoke to us.
Whether you live or die is dependent on the will of our masters.
"And who would they be?" Carl asked. They all turned towards a large doorway lit by torches on both sides. Galloping became audible to us. We thought we were about to see either Pegasus or unicorns. Instead, what came into view were mixes of both. They had both horns and wings. Their leader was gold with a purple horn. "Hybrids," I said.
If that's what you prefer to call us,
She replied.
what we are doesn't have a name. But now we are quite hungry.
She ordered one of the cannibals to lower us into the pot.
Wait,
Carl objected.
how come you didn't kill all these people, but you're about to have us killed?
They've proved their worth to us.
How can we?
What's your business here?
Cut us down and we'll tell you. The blood's rushing to our heads.
Very well. However, if you try to run, you will meet a swift end.
Once freed of our restraints, we explained things to them.
You're working for the Unicorn King and Queen,
She said, approaching enragement in her voice.
I should end you both right now.
She lowered her horn, leveled towards us. "Hey," I protested. "It's not like we wanted to do this. They basically put us in a do-or-die situation." There were a few tense seconds when we thought that she was just going to impale us anyways, but then she stood back up.
Your mission. It will require you to go into the Equos Tower.
That's right.
Carl replied.
And if you succeed, you'll have to return to the Unicorn's castle.
What about it?
She paced back and forth, as though an idea was coming to her.
There's going to be a change in your plans,
She told us. "I'm afraid to ask," I said. "But what exactly do you mean by that?"
You two are going to assassinate both the Equos King and Queen and the Unicorn King and Queen.
Oh boy. Don't you hate it when you're in the middle of doing something and then you get asked to do something else? Well, that's how we felt then. Only it was as if someone had told us to climb Mount Everest, and then someone else told us to clean up all of the litter that we found on it. As an aside, there's apparently a bunch of trash piled onto it. I really don't get people. What used to be a beautiful mountain has basically become a dump heap because they want to prove that they aren't compensating. Anyway, I guess I'm getting off track. "We aren't even sure how we're gonna rescue the princess," I said. "How the hell do you expect us to pull off an assassination?"
With something we've been working on.
The hybrid leader explained to us that they'd been working on a poison that can kill both Pegasi and unicorns.
It turns their regenerative properties against them and causes... what was it called again?
She looked at one of the cannibals.
blood clotting.
That's right. She turned back to us. All you two have to do is get it into their food or injure them with a weapon covered in it.
What do we gain from doing this? I asked.
You mean besides us sparing you?
Look, what they asked us to do is already dangerous enough, and you're wanting us to do something even riskier.
So, you want to be compensated for that?
I nodded. Carl, knowing what I was trying to do, kept watching. This was where my poker face came into play. The secret is to keep your composure. In a way, I'm kinda glad about the whole ghost incident. It mentally prepared me for what was happening just then. Although those aren't the first times that I've had to keep cool under pressure, unfortunately, that did nothing to alleviate the fear that was running around inside of me. I knew that if I showed any signs of weakness, she would not agree to reward us.
Very well. We'll provide you with some of our blood. It has the same healing properties as the unicorns do.
How long do you think this'll take?
Carl asked her.
If it's time you're worried about, it moves differently here. The humans who have survived here have hardly aged. That's why they make such good slaves. And so will you two, if you fail.
You expect us to do it alone?
Of course not. You'll have some help. We've had this plan for quite some time, but have lacked the numbers to execute it. They'll explain it to you.
The plan involved there being several groups. One would sneak into the kitchen to poison the food there, while another would try to poison the royals in their bedroom. Meanwhile, a number of hybrids would try to draw the Pegasus's attention, and if all went well, then we'd do the same thing to the unicorn castle. What will you do if we manage to pull this off? I inquired.
My kind have been forced underground by both sides, always afraid to show ourselves to them. However, when we succeed in our mission, that will all change.
She sounded confident. I was not. The way I saw it, our chances were slim at best. Still, it wasn't like we had much of a choice other than to just kind of go along with it.
It will take 1 day to create the amount of poison we need, so you two will have some time to rest up.
All right,
Carl said.
By the way, where's our stuff?
Our weapons room.
She ordered the cannibals to escort us there. Along with more lances, there were also some shivs, which seemed to have been made of broken off harpy talons. There were also a large amount of treasures. Our bag was on a large pile of gold. Carl's weapons sat on a nearby table. So, I said to the cannibals as Carl was grabbing our things, what should we do in the meantime? They just stared at me, making me feel equal parts awkward and uncomfortable. I took that as them not really being too big on small talk. Now that I was getting a closer look at them, they all seemed extremely on edge. It was like they were all afraid of saying something wrong and being overheard. That is something that I could empathize with. I might not have been there long enough to have that level of fear, but I knew to choose my words carefully around them. Although they were apprehensive about engaging in conversation, I did ask them how they came to be here. Some performed the same ritual that we did. Others happened upon a path that led them there. Lastly, there were a few that managed to follow some unicorns into their world.
We thought it would be paradise where they lived,
one of them told us.
It is just not for us.
Yeah, we kind of figured that already,
Carl replied, then lowered his voice.
Have any of you tried leaving here?
Too risky. I mean, you saw the things outside, right? Besides, if we tried it, the hybrids would rip us apart. We're safer here.
Safe is a relative term, I said. So, when are we leaving?
2 days' time. Our first obstacle will be avoiding the creatures under the Equos. Now we've been here long enough to recognize the signs when they're nearby. We'll have to move fast, but carefully.
That sounds like it'll take a lot of effort. Got anything to eat? Something like not human would be preferable.
Beggars can't be choosers. We did manage to kill one of the harpies, though.
I thought they were immortal.
Not against enchanted weapons. One of their talons or a unicorn's horn works fine. Anyway, we have some harpy meat cooking. When it's done, you can help yourselves to it.
I was expecting harpy meat to be revolting, and only a slight upgrade from eating a person. However, it was better than we expected. The flavor is kinda hard to describe. It was like a sort of a beefy fish type of taste, although the meat looked closer to chicken than it did to beef or fish. The hybrids allowed us to use some seasonings on it that they acquired, also giving it a sort of lemony orange taste. All in all, it was a decent meal under the given circumstances. That isn't to say that I wasn't nervous about what we were going to attempt. I mean, who wouldn't be? However, fear is a detriment to sensible decision making. We needed all the rest and strength we could get for what was to come. Therefore, I tried not to let myself become mentally overwhelmed. It's like Carl will tell us occasionally, that there's only so much that we can do. Sometimes we just gotta let things play out. It might not be entirely reassuring, but it is the truth. The next day mostly consisted of us waiting for whenever it was time to go out. There was a lot of talk among the hybrids about what they would do when the castle in the tower was theirs. Even some of the humans managed to sound optimistic. I guess after living enslaved underground for who knows how long, nearly anything is an upgrade. It's akin to basically just getting a better prison cell. Carl and I were making casual conversation when the hybrid leader called us over.
Have you two undergone the process?
The leader asked us.
The what now?
Carl replied.
I'll take that as a no. It's required of all who are part of our clan. Come.
Carl and I looked at each other before following her. We knew what she was referring to couldn't be pleasant. She led us down into a deep room. 2 hybrids stood in front of a door with 2 levers. The leader ordered them to open it, and they obeyed. What the doors opened to was some kind of pool. Only it wasn't filled with water. That much was clear just by looking at it. Instead, it seemed to be filled with some kind of pink goo. It pulsed, and I think it even croaked when we got closer. What is it? I asked, half curiously and half apprehensively. True, what we were looking at did only appear to be a pool filled with sentient pink jello. However, if there's anything I've learned, it's that you never know what might completely fuck you up.
This is our method to boost mind resistance, the leader told us. There are creatures under both the equals and unicorns capable of reading minds. This will give you some immunity to their powers.
Something here that serves a purpose beyond sadistic torture. Well, that's a first, I thought. So then, do we drink it? Carl asked. My nose scrunched up at the thought. Somehow, I didn't think that it would taste all that great.
No, you must allow it to soak into you. It's a long process, so the sooner you get it done, the better.
We didn't know what to expect from it, but we went along and stripped down to just our boxers. Well, boxer briefs for me. We stared down at the pool, which I heard rumbling as if it were someone's empty stomach. That made me quite apprehensive. Hey, I said, before we do this, how will we know when we're done?
Only it can determine that. Now, try not to scream.
Before either of us could ask her to elaborate on that, we were shoved in. I was expecting the goo to be warm. Instead, it was extremely cold. I gasped and shuddered the moment that I felt it. Carl did the same thing. We heard it let out a grunt, and then it began rolling and bubbling. It actually wasn't that bad at first, once we adjusted to the temperature. That was short-lived, though, from what happened next. We went from feeling as if we were getting light massages to feeling like something was grabbing onto us. What the? I said, getting agitated. Why can't I move?
I can't either,
Carl informed me. It started rising. Panic flooded its way into my mind. I thought this thing might have found us unworthy or something and was just gonna consume us. What it did instead felt almost as horrible. It rose above our heads in a wave and enveloped us completely. This cut off most of my senses. The only ones I had left were taste and touch. Dear God, I wish I didn't have those at this moment. This thing was the definition of foul. A rotten egg sandwich left out in the sun for 2 weeks would have tasted like ambrosia compared to this. It fed part of itself to me. I could feel it sliding down my throat. I wanted to scream or gag or do anything, but I couldn't because of it. That wasn't the only torture we endured from it either. I felt it change inside me. The best way I can describe this sensation is a stomachache from swallowing too many needles. I felt them poke and squirm into different parts of me. The pain was so intense. It was a mystery why I didn't pass out completely. Maybe it was preventing that. It makes me wonder if we had to be awake for it, or if it was just a sadist like all the other freaking monsters in this world. Either way, that shit definitely hurt. It got especially bad when it started working its way up into my head. Some pressure built behind my eyes, and I was legitimately scared that they would pop out. And it reached my brain. I have never experienced this level of vulnerability before. Sure, I'm no stranger to dangerous situations. This was new, however. All I could do was scream internally as I felt it seeping into my brain. When it did, everything went dark. My eyes opened some hours later, and I realized two things. The first was that I was experiencing the worst migraine of my life. I felt as if my head was going to split open. The second thing was that we were being dragged. The sliding of another door became audible to us, and we were tossed into a dimly lit room. A guard who had our clothes in his mouth dropped them in front of us.
"We can't have your screams waking the others," he told us. "Get whatever rest you can for tomorrow. You'll need it."
That night, our sleep was frequently interrupted by us waking up screaming from the pain in our heads. Oof. Right now, it's storming pretty hard outside. We thought that meant practice would be put on hold. However, Carl wasn't having it. He told us that we couldn't let a little rain stop us. The result of that was us having to clean mud out of our ears. Literally. Hopefully, the stains will come out of my clothes. Ugh. Now, I'm in my lazy clothes, baggy jogging shorts, and an oversized shirt. You know what Carl found in this place's storage? A goddamn Foreman grill. Still works great, too. In fact, right now I'm eating some pastrami and provolone melts that I made using it. If you ask me, sourdough bread is the best for a sandwich, although I think pumpernickel comes in a close second. Some people say tomato soup goes well with a grilled cheese. I find that a cup of V8 works better. Add some sriracha to the sandwich for a little spice. Ooh, and you got yourself a meal. That's pretty much all I can come up with for small talk. So I'll now continue recounting Carl and I's fucked up venture. Oh yeah, speaking of which, apparently there are multiple Pegasus and Unicorn kingdoms, and not just the ones that we saw. Now, obviously, I don't like either of them. At least, I don't like the ones that we met. I could sympathize with the hybrids on some level, but they're still complete psychopaths as well. We woke up to our room's door opening. I groaned, having gotten a pretty shitty night's sleep.
"It's time,"
a hybrid member told us. With the command, it meant that it was time to execute the plan. We got dressed. Then they showed us the poison to be used for the assassinations. It was a clear, almost syrupy consistency. We were told that it was both odorless and tasteless. "Hey," I said to the leader, "is there like an antidote for this stuff?"
"Why would there need to be?"
In case one of us gets poisoned?"
"That's a risk we're willing to take. Besides, making one would take too long. Now, do you have any other questions?"
Is this the only place with humans?"
"No. Even some of the commoner equos and unicorns own some. It's been a practice in both cultures for quite some time. How do you think these kingdoms got built?"
Would it be hypocritical to be disgusted by that? Despite us humans also engaging in that practice? Kinda. I mean, still, that didn't make the thought of it any less frightening. I mean, imagine stumbling across a path that leads into their world. Then the next thing you know, you've become a slave of theirs. It doesn't sound like an ideal way to spend the remainder of one's natural life. That's why me and Carl were dependent on this mission going well. I don't know which would have been worse, being their slave or simply getting killed by them. Either way, we just had to give things our all. Carl and I went into separate groups. He was a part of the one who was tasked with trying to poison the royals in their rooms. I was part of the one whose job was poisoning the food. I won't lie, not having Carl there did make me pretty nervous. Prior to heading out, he gave me some words of advice. "Pete, don't fuck up." Yeah, thanks for the encouragement. No problem. Carl's group left first, with mine leaving shortly later. In order to reach our destinations, we'd have to approach the tower from different angles. There was a hell of a lot of crouching and waiting for some guard Pegasus to pass by. The tensest part were when some ghosts or harpies were nearby, and not just for the fact that they could rip us apart. It was also because their screeching would alert any other nearby guards. These harpies were even more hideous up close. They do have some intelligence, as we heard some speak. Their voices sound very parrot-like, but more effeminate. They were also some sadistic bitches. Some talked about how they'd hunt humans for sport, others laughed about torturing people to death. These bitches were definitely crazy. I'd be damned if I was going to become their plaything. The idea of getting feasted on by them, like I was a mouse being played with by a cat, gives me the heebie-jeebies. Something else that also raised the stakes was in regard to the ghosts. As it turned out, they had a habit of possessing people, humans only though. Most of the other creatures were too strong to be taken over, that is, under special circumstances. I already knew the key to not being possessed was to maintain composure around them. Unfortunately, with the harpies nearby, doing so was virtually impossible. We ended up getting spotted by some as we were waiting for some ghosts to leave our vicinity. I thought we were up the creek without a paddle. Fortunately, the one leading our group thought fast. He pushed the member nearest to him towards the ghosts and the harpies, and then he told us to run like hell. By this point, the harpies were already screeching, which alerted the Pegasus. These fuckers were fast. Several of them flew down to the ground, landing on several members of our group. Seeing them cave in people's skulls with their hooves was stomach-churning, to say the very least. Now, luckily, my town's past experiences did end up helping me. Whenever I thought one of the faster monsters was nearby, I would know to jump back at the slightest blur or wind on my face, and that's what I did there. One nearly crushed me, but I managed to get out of the way in time, after which I stabbed it with my poison-coated lance. It didn't even puncture that deep, but the poison's effects were horrifying to watch. Blood clotting wasn't the only effect, it turns out. It basically ate through them from the inside out. In a couple short seconds, I could already see their ribs and skull. The possibility of that stuff getting into me was a shuddering thought. The Pegasus didn't scream though, or let out any noise of distress. Maybe it couldn't. However, I could see the pain in their eyes. I almost felt bad for it. Almost. That isn't to say I enjoyed seeing them suffer. It's more that, yeah, they tried to kill me. That can put a damper on having any sympathy for them. The members left of my group managed to kill their assaulters as well. The smell was nearly fainting-inducing. All we could really do was keep moving forward as the harpies were feeding on the corpses of those that we left behind. Now we were left with no choice but to try and find another route. We might have gotten away from the harpies and ghosts, but they were just the tip of the fucked up iceberg. The area we came across next was a river. It just so happened that this led to another way towards the tower, which we could see on the other side. The only problem was we weren't quite sure how to cross it. There was no way that we could swim all the way across, not to mention whatever horrors were lurking in the water. I thought we were stuck until we spotted some large logs floating along the current. That gave us an idea. A large number of them floated by and we leaped at them. I held onto mine tightly. Nobody dared make any noises out of fear of what it might attract. Unfortunately, that didn't keep us completely out of harm's way either. The person holding the log to the right of me let out a yell.
"Are you trying to get us killed?"
I hissed nervously.
"I thought I felt something trying to grab my foot,"
he told us. I was about to chew him out for scaring us when something pulled him down into the water. Our eyes grew wide seeing this. We began kicking like hell, trying in any way possible to get to the other shore quicker. Our efforts were in vain. I cursed as something wrapped around my leg, yanking me down into the water as well. Under the water, I could see something big, with many glowing yellow eyes that reminded me of headlights. I knew right away that looking into them was a bad idea, but it was too late. A flash washed over me and I found myself in a dark void. I wasn't alone. Two people were in front of me whom I haven't seen in a while. It was my mom and dad. "Peter," my mom smiled, hugging me. "It's been so long." I was too stunned to respond. My first instinct was to assume that this was some kind of hallucination. My mom's hug challenged this notion. It felt exactly like her. I didn't have any clue what was going on. Eventually, I did manage to find my voice, though. "What is this place?" I asked. "Where are we?"
"That being you saw is benevolent," my dad explained. "It's able to communicate across different planes, and it's taken pity on us. It wants to help reunite us."
"How?"
"All you have to do is pledge your loyalty to it."
Now my heartbeat quickened. My danger meter was slowly inching its way up from 0. "What do you mean?" I asked. "All you have to do is close your eyes and accept its embrace," my mom responded. "If you do, you'll be taken to us and we'll all be free." It was so tempting, and that is exactly why I refused to do it. Too good to be true are words of wisdom in most cases, and this was one of those cases. I can't," I said, causing my parents' warm smiles to fade. "Weren't you listening?" my dad said, starting to sound angry. "We can be together again." "I have some friends who need me. I'm sorry." My mom spoke next, in a tone that conveyed impatience and irritation. "Don't you care about us, Pete? Your dad and I gave so much for you, and you won't even do this for us?" That was what broke the illusion for me. I shoved her back, making her yell out in surprise. They stared at me wide-eyed. "No!" I shouted. "You aren't them. You aren't my parents. You're fakes." "We're trying to help you," my dad said, stepping closer. Without warning, I screamed and shoved the tip of my lance into his chest. My mom shrieked, and then I did the same to her. Even though I knew that they weren't real, that didn't make it any less painful and terrifying to go through. I heard their anguished cries while watching their faces melt right in front of me. Seeing this filled me with grief and horror. All I could do was scream at the top of my lungs, and then I saw cracks begin to form in the void. Soon another flash washed over me. With a start, realization came over me that I was back in the water. Glancing down showed me through the blurry water that I had stuck my lance into something. It was the eye of the monster. When this clicked in my mind, it took great restraint to keep myself from yelling in fear and thus accidentally sucking in some water. I stomped on the tendril holding my foot, causing the monster to finally let go. Then I swam up and luckily managed to find another log. A glance around told me that only about half of us were left now. Part of me wonders what they saw. Another part tells me that that's a question better left unanswered. Thankfully, we did manage to make it the rest of the way without any more trouble. We collapsed on the land, breathing hard. I could hear some people sobbing. I felt a deep pain in my chest. One only something very specific can alleviate. I've added that thing in the water to my mental list of scary shit that I fucking despise. To me, few things are crueler than weaponizing guilt and using it to control someone. We collected ourselves after our short break and continued on. We reached the base of the mountain. My fingers tightened around my weapon's handle, and I grew cautious and fearful of the dangers waiting for us at the tower. Climbing is another thing that I've had enough of for a long while. The harpies and river incident were bad enough. Now, we had to climb a mountain and hope enough of us would make it to carry out the mission. And here, we of course lost some more people. It wasn't because anyone attacked us either. One person lost his balance and almost hit me. The guy below me wasn't so lucky. He got pierced by his lance, pulling him off the mountain as well. Whether or not he died from poisoning or hitting the ground, I couldn't tell. All I knew is that we needed to keep moving. My body was burning by the time we reached the top. Even up close, I still couldn't see the top of the tower. The clouds looked so thick that they almost seemed solid. "Which way's the kitchen?" I asked.
"We don't know. We'll just have to look for it."
This is where a unique ability of mine came into play. You see, through years of working at Formaggio's, I got a pretty good sense of smell. Using it, I was able to pick up on the faint scent of roasting meat. Stealth was the name of the game here. There were Pegasus guards around nearly every single corner. It was anxiety-inducing having to jump between the shadows, all the while having to be quieter than mice. It was something that we were only able to keep up for so long. A guard spotted us eventually. One person in our group managed to stab them as they came charging forward. However, the guard easily dashed two of our members against the wall, breaking their skulls wide open. The way the others reacted was disturbing. They seemed almost envious of those two. I wondered how long they had been there to see death as such a mercy. Then again, maybe the creature in the river caused them to feel that way. I got the feeling that some of them were hoping to just be killed there. The commotion attracted more guards who killed everyone in my group except for me. I only managed to survive by hiding in a nearby closet. Some guards paused in front of the closet.
Where did he go?
One of them asked.
He couldn't have gotten far. Maybe he's in here.
I raised my lance, ready for them to open the door and see me. I was 100% in fight or flight mode. I would have chosen the latter option. However, it wasn't available to me at the time. I got ready to fight when a thunderous boom echoed from below.
What was that?
The other asked, alarmed. It happened again, this time even louder.
Someone's trying to breach the gates. Forget about the human for right now.
The relief I felt hearing them run away from the door was like getting splashed with cold water after a summer marathon. Once they were gone, I cracked the door open in order to make sure the coast was actually clear, and then I continued on my way. I may have had a few more close calls, but I did manage to reach the kitchen. There, I saw the chefs were all human slaves. They gasped, and I put my index finger up to my lips. Shh. Who are you? What are you doing here? One of them asked me. Invasion. Long story short, I'm here to poison their food. While most went along with it, there was one man who objected by trying to attack me. I ended up killing him, but to be clear, it was in self-defense. As a matter of fact, I didn't even really try to defend myself. He yelled and ran at me with a knife, then I turned and he ended up running into my lance, impaling him. It was clear by how disheveled he looked that this man had been brainwashed. Either that or he just snapped from being in there so long. In either case, things did not end well for him. The poison's effect on him was even worse than how it affected the Equos. Unlike the man who got stabbed on the mountain, I could actually see this one up close. Boils began appearing all throughout his body. His head started swelling up. He clawed at his throat, indicating that he couldn't breathe. At the same time, his eyes were melting out of their sockets. Soon, the poison ate entirely through him, leaving him as a red, fleshy pile on the floor. That image is not leaving my head anytime soon. I try not to think about it. The slaves in the room all looked at me with abject horror. Oh, yeah, you should probably be careful around this thing, I told them. I then proceeded to put poison in all the food that was to be served to the royals. What are you doing? Another slave asked me. Poisoning the food. What? You can't do that. Why not? They'll get suspicious. If they find out anything, we'll all suffer for it. Then don't tell them anything. But they'll know. No, they won't. And you better not tell them or I'll fucking gut you. Of course, I wasn't serious, but I couldn't afford any disruptions. The ovens in the kitchen were freaking huge. They were akin to walk-in ones, only a good deal bigger. Considering what went into the oven, I guess its size was necessary. As it turned out, the Pegasus ate unicorns. Can't say I was really surprised by that, but that didn't make it any less disturbing to me. The unicorn corpse was being made into a roast. It sat on a bed of potatoes and vegetables. Had the scent been caused by a different source, I might have found it pleasant. Right then, however, I just found it completely revolting. Seeing a roasted unicorn corpse was really unnerving. I almost felt as though it could come back to life at any moment and just tear me apart. I ignored this feeling as best I could while working. Before long, I was finished. Just then, some guards could be heard approaching the kitchen. I opened the door to the pantry and went inside. Anyone who talks is fucking dead, I told the people there and closed the door, hoping to Christ that they wouldn't see through my bluff. It's September, and you know what that means. Fall, or autumn as some people like to call it, is on its way. The leaves around here are already beginning to change color. Soon it'll be goodbye scorching hot summer. Hello, big fluffy sweaters. I'm gonna be stocking up on pumpkin stuff. This is the time of the year where I eat so much of it over the course of the next 2 months that I don't even want to look at that stuff by Thanksgiving. Speaking of fall festivities, Halloween will be rolling around soon, which of course I am a big fan of. Anyway, that's enough for the intro. I'll be getting back to the royally fucked up shit that I was dealing with in this tower. If I got a dime for every time I had to hide while something life-threatening was nearby, I still wouldn't be anywhere close to rich. However, it is a situation I have found myself in a lot, and probably will again in the future, to be fair. A skill that I learned from it is being as still as possible for lengthy periods of time. At this point,
I could probably give those British guards with the tall, fuzzy hats a run for their money.
We have reason to believe some assassins have infiltrated the tower, one of the guards said. Have any of you seen anyone suspicious?
I thought for sure that someone would give me away, but I was wrong. No, well, actually we did see someone run by the kitchen. We didn't get a good look at him though, an older sounding man told them. The guards must have been satisfied by that answer because I heard them leave the kitchen. Only when I was completely sure they were gone did I come out of the pantry. Thanks, I told everyone. Do you guys handle serving the food?
No, the gods handle that.
Okay, good. By the way, be mindful of those fumes. Also, when they get their food, you might want to see if you could find a way out of here. With that, my job was complete. After that, I decided to try finding Carl. I hoped things were going well for him. I guess since the tower was under attack, the royals would be put into a safe room. I asked the slaves if they knew where that might be. They told me they didn't know, since they weren't allowed to see very much of the tower. Knowing Carl, he'd be hidden somewhere nearby, listening in on conversations to find out where the royals could possibly be. He might even be trying to follow some guards to the room. It was at times like those when I wish he owned some kind of walkie-talkie. Usually they'd be risky since conversations on them could be listened to. In that place, however, which appeared to be in another dimension far as we could tell, they would have been really handy. We didn't have them though, so I could only really rely pretty much on blind luck. I didn't have any clue where I was headed. All I could do was keep moving forward while avoiding the guards. I managed to keep this up for about 10 minutes. I ended up in a spot where I was about to be found by multiple guards with no door nearby. What ended up happening is me discovering that a part of the wall could be pushed in, opening up into a hidden room. As soon as I was in it, the wall closed, leaving me in the dark. I couldn't make out anything, so I just kept going forward. Unfortunately for me, the room led to a staircase. I cursed, slipping and falling down it. Upon reaching the bottom, I groaned, getting to my feet and then popping my back. I was surprised nobody had heard my fall. The corridors there were far more echoey than upstairs. Each step I took was amplified, so I thought for sure that the noise would have reached anyone who was down there. So far, I seemed to be the only one who was down there. Luckily, Carl did give me a pocket flashlight earlier that I could use. In hindsight, I probably should have turned it on sooner. Would have saved me from that tumble. Still, I did have to use it cautiously. If anyone was down there, they would definitely be able to see that in the pitch blackness. Despite the lack of guards or any other immediate threats, I still didn't feel at ease. I'm not afraid of the dark, but something about those halls was putting me on edge. I got a strong feeling of being watched. If something was down there after all, I wondered why it hadn't attacked me yet. Then again, I figured it could have just been my paranoia getting the best of me. This was proven wrong by a noise that reached me. What it was, I could only really discern as humming. Not only that, I could feel vibrating as if something heavy and large was approaching very quickly. Whatever it was, it sounded huge, far bigger than an equo. I don't know what it could be. All I knew was that I didn't want to find out what it could be. Try as I might, I couldn't seem to get away from it. No matter how many corners I turned, the closer it got, the more I noticed the noise it made was almost mechanical. Yet there was also something disturbingly organic about it. Whatever this thing was, it must have been down there for a long time, because it knew how to navigate those corridors. I wasn't even sure if my lance would be able to help me against it. With its potential size, even if I managed to inflict a wound, it would still be able to kill me with ease. Plus, unlike upstairs, I did not have the advantage of stealth. I felt like a mouse being chased by a cat. I just kept moving forward in hopes that it would eventually get bored and leave me alone. If only I were that lucky. It got louder. The scraping now became grating onto my ears. Not only that, I became aware of a dim orange light. Actually, I guess glow would be more accurate. It pulsed, faintly covering the hall in brief pulses of orange. Heavy breathing reached me. Not near enough to feel, but pretty damn close. I ended up at a dead end. Frantically, I tried searching for some kind of switch in hopes that maybe the wall could be turned. Not finding anything, all I could do now was turn to face my pursuer. What it turned out to be was far more horrifying than I thought.
Standing on two legs was a twisted combination of man, machine, and unicorn. It towered over me, dwarfing even the Equos in height. Its face was more horse-shaped, with human skin stretched over it. Seeing it was all kinds of fucked up. There were metal tubes running through parts of it up to its temples. Whatever they were connected to was causing that orange glow, which its eyes and horn produced. It stared with both hatred and hunger, approaching as I didn't have any way out. Growing up in my town has given me some mental fortitude against the paranormal that would otherwise leave average people babbling incoherent messes. Every once in a while, though, I come across something that even shakes me. I don't just mean in terms of immediate danger, either. I mean something that will last in my memory for a really, really long time. As far as I could tell, this was the result of experimenting. The Equos must have ordered it done on a slave, and the unicorn must have been basically a POW. That had disturbing implications in that they would have needed the help of some humans to make all this happen. I didn't understand why its skin looked mostly human at the time. Thinking about it now, it might have been some form of humiliation. Whatever the reason, it got left in the underground of the tower to wander about for a long time. Now, the rage building up inside of it was about to be directed at me. It was hard to tell how much of this thing was machine. That meant if I tried stabbing it with my lance, I would have been met with just metal. It was a situation that required thinking on my feet, something that I have gotten somewhat decent at over the years. I hope the time spent in almost absolute darkness had made it sensitive to light. There was only one way to find out if it was. As it came closer, stretching its arms out towards me, I shined my flashlight beam into its eyes. Sure enough, it reacted by crying out in pain and covering its eyes. While it was dazed, I hauled ass, dashing past it. My goal then was backtracking to get back upstairs. Even if I ran into some guards, it was better than being down there with that thing. I did thankfully manage to lose it. Finding my way back upstairs, however, was a different story. I had rounded so many corners trying to get away from that thing that backtracking seemed near impossible. What was even more worrying was the risk of running into it again, or similar things. Still, a use of this place could be an escape route. That meant there had to be other ways out of it. I felt along the floors and walls while walking on the off chance of coming across a switch. It was a slow and tedious process, but I didn't want to risk missing anything. Eventually, my patience bore fruit. I discovered another switch, this time on the floor. My foot pressed into it, opening up another wall to the right of me. The first thing I became aware of after entering was more humming. Thinking more creatures like the one I saw were about to attack me, I became on edge. When nothing happened, I calmed down a bit. The more I listened to it, the more a distinction between it and that thing became noticeable to me. Something about it seemed more industrial to me. It was as if parts of some machine were moving in order to build something. Thinking there might be a switch to illuminate the place, I searched the wall for one. I found a lever that felt similar to the one seen in old movies like Frankenstein. Flipping it upwards caused an electrical crackling that powered on the room's lights. What it revealed definitely would have been fit in a sci-fi horror movie. In containers of pink liquid were more of those experiments. The Pegasus were planning on creating an army of these twisted abominations. However, they hadn't quite perfected them yet. If the mechanical hybrid I saw was any indicator, the issue was making them obedient. That did cause me to wonder, though, why it didn't even try to leave the underground. But then again, maybe it just didn't want to. I don't think it could, looking like that. What it really wanted then, I wasn't so sure. A cry reached me. Following it showed me a caged full unicorn. I put two and two together, realizing that this was the princess. Just then, the wall opened up again. Coming into the lab was it. I can't say I was surprised it knew about the lab. With how long it had been down there, it probably knew the whole underground like the back of its hands. Or hooves, as the case may be. That didn't stop my bowels from nearly evacuating at the sight of it. I tried shining my flashlight at it again, but it grabbed the flashlight out of my hand, crushing it to pieces. Next, I tried stabbing it with the lance, only for that to get knocked out of my hand. It grabbed me by the throat, lifting me off the floor. It could have killed me right then and there. Instead, it elected to just choke the hell out of me.
Why are you down here?
What I felt then was confused and disturbed. The former because I didn't even think it could talk, and the latter because of how wrong its voice sounded. It reminded me of text-to-speech, except with a deep raspiness to it. I tapped on its wrist, letting it know that I couldn't talk, making it partially loosen its grip on me.
I was trying to get away from the guards. Why were you in the tower?
If you let me go, I'll explain. It dropped me to the floor. I got up, rubbing my neck, and then explained everything.
It would serve them right for doing this to me and to my worthless parents.
Parents? Another disturbing realization hit me. You're the prince.
Former. I lost that title some time ago, and now I've been reduced to this.
That really sucks, I said, unsure of what else to say. Awkward silence hung between us for a couple of moments. I decided to break it with another question. Do the Equos even know that you're down here?
Of course. That's why they haven't been down here in years. They did this to me, you know. Them and some of you accursed humans. It took me years to get used to how I am now. They tried controlling me, but things didn't go well for them.
He pointed to a table against the far wall where several Pegasus skulls rested on it. Attempting to change the subject to something less gruesome, I asked him another question. His answer did not have my desired result. How exactly have you been surviving?
This is my food.
He pointed to the other experiments. You eat them?
I have to live off something. I'm not all machine, you know. It took me a while to learn how to use this technology, but eventually I got the hang of it.
Well, cannibalism seems par for the course here, so I can't say that I'm surprised, but you're obviously pretty busy, so how about just showing me how to get back upstairs? Then I could be out of your hair.
I can't do that. I'm actually glad you're here now.
The way he said that made me really uncomfortable. Why?
Because I've needed a fresh test subject.
To say I was scared shitless at that point would have been an understatement. Now, obviously, from my posting this, I did manage to make it out of there. How exactly is something that'll have to be answered next week. I think I'm gonna wind down and watch a movie before bed. See y'all later. Do you know something that is uncomfortable? Pull-ups. I swear to God, we had to do like 1,000 of them today. My arms still feel like they are on fire. Not to mention the fact that they're going to be sore the very next day. Oh well, at least I got my protein shakes, I guess, to help try and repair the muscle. Carl has been very adamant about us having them. I got some pumpkin spice with mine to get into the fall spirit. As it turns out, having your arms and legs chained to a table isn't exactly comfortable either. Neither is having a human skin-covered, anthropomorphic, former unicorn prince get ready to perform his twisted experiments upon you. Mostly that latter one, especially when said person's sanity has dwindled from years of torture. As my luck would have it, he was about to take all of his frustrations out on me. I tried escaping by pushing some shit over, to no avail. It really only succeeded in pissing him off. He knocked me out, and I woke up shortly later, chained to some kind of operating table. Cuffs dug into my ankles and wrists. I tilted my head up to see where he was. He was at a far end table with his back to me. Sensing that I was awake, he began speaking.
It's been a long while since I've had company. Hopefully you'll last a little longer than those that came before you.
The fact that I was not the first person in this lab really didn't shock me. I figured some slaves would have attempted to use the catacombs as a means of escape, although I imagine they wouldn't have lasted very long on their own. Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place. What surprised and scared me was finding out what his intent was. What are you planning to do with me? I demanded.
For years I've been trying to find a way to rid myself of this condition, but all my attempts so far have failed.
Then what makes you think this time will turn out any different?
Because I can feel it. Last time my method was off ever so slightly. This time, however, I know it'll work. You and I are gonna switch places.
My oh shit meter went up to 12 when I realized what he meant. You can't do that though. I thought you considered humans lesser beings.
I do, but anything is better than how I am now. Everything hurts all the time. Now I finally have a chance to free myself of this pain. I just need to make a few preparations.
While he gathered the tools, I pleaded to be let go. Your plan will never work. Even if you take my body, you'll be killed once you escape.
Who said anything about escaping?
Then what exactly are you gonna do?
That isn't something you need to worry about. Despite what you may think, I am capable of mercy.
I took that to mean he intended on killing me after the transfer. How exactly he was gonna do all this, I wasn't completely sure. But I was about to find out. What he gathered were some glowing metal tubes that were spiked at the end. In addition, he wheeled in a large metal tank that pulsed, akin to a beating heart. The center of it contained a window in which I could see green globby liquid moving inside. The way it did made me think that it might have been alive somehow. Whatever it was, judging by those tubes, it was about to go inside of me.
You have no idea how long it took me to make this, to get it exactly right. All the tests will finally be worth it.
I began screaming out a stream of expletives at him, and then he gagged my mouth.
Once the transfer's complete, I'll be far stronger than your kind normally is. I might visit your world one day and have a little fun there.
My legal troubles were bad enough already. The last thing that would help them was this psychotic monster wreaking havoc while impersonating me. It's amazing how fast the mind can work during life or death situations. I thought of one thing that might save me. However, it required that he be able to understand me. I managed to work the gag out of my mouth as he was about to stick the tubes inside of me. You had a full, right? He paused.
What about her?
What did she look like?
Why are you asking this? If it's to stall, I assure you that this won't change your fate.
At least do me that one favor. Fortunately for me, he granted my request. Luckily, his answer was exactly what I needed. We've met her. She's leading the invaders.
That's a low blow. Mention her again and I'll draw your death out for as long as possible.
It isn't. Just give me a chance. Do you really want to risk giving up a chance to be reunited with her? He got closer to me, looking into my eyes, trying to determine if I could be trusted. I hadn't gotten a good look at them until then, and man, the eyes were the freakiest part of him. For one, they seemed to be a blend of horse and human eyes. It was as though the eyes of the latters had taken on the size of the formers. The way they rolled around in his head as he studied me was super unnerving. Eventually, though, he decided to hear me out.
If what you're saying is true, I can't face her looking like this.
So, if I help you with this, there won't be any swapping bodies or torturing me or anything like that?
I give you my word. However, if you fail me...
I already know. Trust me. I've been hearing that a lot lately. Anyway, I could get you one of the guards' bodies.
I don't like the thought of becoming one of them. Oh well, I can't afford to be picky.
He led me back to the stairs. Luring a guard was easy enough. I got them to chase me downstairs and the former prince knocked him out. Then he switched bodies with him. The guard's reaction to finding out what he had become was just to scream uncontrollably. He wanted to leave him alone. I don't consider myself a humanitarian, but leaving the guard in that state would have been a pretty fucked up thing to do, honestly. Therefore, I ended his misery by slitting his throat. The smell of his blood was so rancid, I began seeing double. Once we got far enough away, I came back to my senses. How are you going to explain things to her?
There are several methods I know of that can extract the entire truth from someone. If she doesn't believe me, I'll just offer to volunteer for one. Now, where can I find her?
I think she was part of that group that was supposed to poison the royals.
I know where that part of the castle is located.
How do you know, if you've been in the catacombs for so long?
Before they changed me, I helped them by giving them all the details of my parents' army and their castle.
So, that's how they were able to kidnap the princess, I thought. The royals' wing of the tower was surprisingly easy to get to because there were no guards on duty. Something had slaughtered them. Their blood and flesh coated the floor and the walls. We found the severed heads of several Pegasus, hybrids, as well as humans. What the hell could have done this to them?
Maybe it was from a battle.
The carnage here is way too intense to have been caused by that. Something way stronger did this. The question I hope to never find the answer to is, what? This is the part where I said fuck you to every god and goddess I could think of, and to the universe in general. Something wet and heavy was heading towards us. Its steps sounded squishy, and the floor quaked with every step that it took. What slithered into the room was almost as bad as what I had seen down in the tunnels. It was a creature infused with the body parts of Pegasus, hybrids, and humans alike. They were a part of some kind of large pink blobby thing. It took notice of us and started to rise from the ground. Its true height was more than enough to reach the ceiling far above us. The size of it was frightening enough, but what disturbed me was the familiar voice that I heard coming from it. Pete, help! And that's all I can stand to type up for now. Sorry everyone, but my arms need their rest, so this is Pete, signing off. Good-ish news. Carl has decided to switch up workouts on us, again. Our legs have been taking the brunt of the torture this week. He's been making us go on 8-hour runs. All the while we're wearing heavy packs. I jokingly asked him if they were filled with rocks, and he said, yep. Hopefully that gives you a decent picture in regards to what it is we're going through. My shoulders are burning, and my legs feel like jelly. Oh, speaking of jelly, I guess we'll pick up where I left off last week. After the incident in the tower, I've never been able to look at stuff the same way again. Although I wasn't a huge fan of it in the first place. What the fuck is this thing? I asked as it was towering over us. The way it looked at us made me feel akin to mice being sized up by a cat.
It's called an engulfer. Whatever it touches becomes a part of it.
How do we stop it?
Aim for the center. That's where its heart is.
If I do, everyone will go back to normal?
Provided they haven't been part of it for too long, yes.
I thought it was a good thing that I still had my lance. It was going to be great for sticking in between its body parts. At least, it would have been, had it not been for what happened next. Before I could react, a tendril shot out of the engulfer, yanking the lance out of my grip. Huh, I said, staring down at my now empty hands. Glancing back up showed me that the engulfer was now swallowing my weapon, engulfing it even. It let out a burp when it was done, and then another tendril shot towards us. I jumped out of the way, and it stretched towards the back wall. Christ, the range of this thing is insane, I thought. It felt like no matter where I ran, it would be able to reach me. Can you fly us past this thing? He knelt so I could climb onto his back, then attempted flying, only to tumble to the floor. The fuck was that? I asked, getting to my feet.
I haven't adapted enough to this body yet.
Another tendril came shooting towards us, which I managed to duck. We'll have to fall back then. I got back on him and we began running like hell. All the while, I guided him on avoiding the engulfer's attacks. Whatever direction it tried striking in, I told him to avoid. For example, it attacked left, we went right. It aimed for his legs, we jumped, and so on. Although there were some way too close calls, we did manage to escape it. I think we lost it, I said, breathing heavily and hopping back onto the floor.
For now. But it'll be after us.
Do you know if the armory's near here?
Not without going back towards it.
Is there any other way to hurt it?
Fire and lightning, but if she's part of it, I don't want to risk hurting her.
I didn't want to risk hurting Carl either, but Time was not on our side. If we didn't act fast, saving either of them wouldn't be possible. Is there anything in your lab that might help us?
Getting back to it would take too long.
What about the kitchen?
Why there?
I have an idea. How long would it take to get there?
Not long.
What we made, with some help, were bombs from gas and other various spices. We headed back towards the engulfed, and there we took a gamble that very well could have cost us our lives. If this doesn't work, I want you to know that you're a psychotic fucking piece of shit. Tendrils shot out, yanking us forward. Fucking hell did it hurt. Starting with its slime soaking through my shirt, I felt as if someone had lit my chest on fire. That feeling extended as we were slowly being swallowed by it. My mind was racing with a combination of fear and pain. Somehow I managed to regain my focus. It had to expand some to add us, and when it did, we slammed the bombs inside of it, making them explode into fire, and the engulfer groaned in pain. The noise was akin to someone having a bellyache. I felt the engulfer's grip loosen. It began shrinking slowly, and then more rapidly. Hybrids, Pegasus, humans, and the body parts of all three started falling from it. I was at the top, and when I fell, I grabbed onto its heart while falling. While it did cushion my fall, it also exploded into orange goopy liquid, coating everyone there, both the alive and the dead. "Carl!" I called out, coughing up some of the foul liquid. "I'm here, Pete! I'm still in one piece, I think." Most of the hybrids had survived, including the leader. She was hostile towards the banished prince, but I managed to smooth things over. I left out the part of him being her father, since that would take a lot of explaining. However, I did suggest to her that she should use one of the truth-extracting methods that he mentioned.
"I commend you for your efforts," the leader told us. "With the supplies here, the Unicorn Kingdom will be ours."
"So, does that mean you won't be needing us anymore?" She considered my question for a moment.
"I suppose we could invade without your help. Very well. As a reward for saving us, you're free to go."
We received a jar of hybrid blood, as promised. As it turns out, hybrids are also capable of entering our world. The leader turned one of the doors in the tower to a portal back to our world. The only downside is that some of Carl's things were still at the Unicorn Castle. We decided that they probably weren't worth the trouble. As a souvenir, we got a small handful of hybrid fur, albeit coated in blood. Getting back was surreal. We came out of a tree that still had the door that we used on it. After returning to where we parked, it closed behind us and disappeared. Then we got back to Nick. "How long have we been gone?" I asked the old woman.
"Nearly 5 days. I've been trying to keep your friend's sickness at bay, but I can only do so much. Did you get the blood?"
Carl showed her the jar.
"Will it be enough?"
he asked.
"Hopefully."
She led us back to the room that Nick was being kept in. His condition had gotten alarmingly worse. His body had swelled even further, and his skin had become much more like the toad's.
"Pour it into his mouth."
I held up his head while Carl poured the blood. Thankfully, it worked great. We saw Nick begin to shrink, and then his skin returned to normal.
"Fuck, my head,"
he groggily said, sitting up.
"Where are we? What happened?"
We explained things to him, leaving out how we had killed a cop. We figured that he already had enough to deal with. "What's the last thing you remember?" I asked him.
"Honestly, not much. By the way, how did the rest of the invasions turn out?"
"Who cares?" And that was an answer that we could all agree with. Anyway, that'll do for now. Next week's post will be taking a break from the road. Oh no, the road is my favorite place! No, it's alright. Everybody deserves a break from the road every once in a while, don't they? I hope everyone had a happy Halloween. Thanksgiving is going to be coming up soon, which I don't really have anything noteworthy relating to that I can mention. I mean, other than what usually goes on in my town. The most significant thing to happen is that I actually began working at Formaggio's around that time. They were serving something called Thanksgiving pizza. There are two different kinds. Both actually use a giant stuffing pizza in place of pizza dough. One uses gravy in place of the pizza sauce, and the other, cranberry. Then both pizzas get topped with foods associated with the holiday. Of course, turkey is a given, but it's a pretty free-form recipe. The secret is making sure it's crispy enough to withstand the moisture of the sauce and the toppings. I won't tell you to find Formaggio's around Thanksgiving to get it, but you can make it at home. I would recommend it. Getting the stuffing crisp without burning it is a bit of a trial and error process. I think it's worth it though. Anyways, with the small talk out of the way, we'll be picking this back up from when Nick got cured. Well, thanks, I told the old woman. Do we need to pay you?
There's no need for that. However, I can glimpse your futures for you, if you'd like.
I glanced at Carl and Nick, who both gave me a shrug. Sure, why not? How are you going to be doing it? Like reading tea leaves?
Not quite. Could you get that box from on top of the shelf?
The box was wooden and carved intricately with the faces of a cheetah, jaguar, lion, and tiger. Lifting its lid showed me a clear crystal ball lying on top of velvet cushioning. I guess you prefer the classic ways of fortune-telling, I joked. She did not laugh. Put it on the coffee table. I did as I was told, and she placed her hands over it. Doing so caused it to begin glowing white. We can't see anything, I said.
It takes years of the right kind of practice.
Do you ever check your own future?
That is something that I'd rather not know about. Now be quiet. I must concentrate.
She closed her eyes and started humming something. We watched her silently. Then the light of the ball went from white to blood red, causing it to make the room look like it was being used for developing photos. The word ominous hardly does justice to how we felt seeing this. Her eyes were wide and filled with fear. "What are you seeing?" Carl asked. She did not answer. Instead, she shrieked so loudly it was a wonder that all glass objects in her vicinity didn't shatter. Then she fell to the floor, with her eyes still open. The light the crystal ball gave off faded instantly. We were hoping that the old woman was just in shock. Unfortunately, this didn't turn out to be the case. "She's dead," Carl informed us after checking her pulse.
What did she see?
Nick asked, backing away. "I'm not sure we want to know," I replied, turning my gaze away from her corpse. I think the question we should be focusing on right now is, what are we going to do with her? If we leave her here, it could be a while before anyone discovers that she died. "I don't think we have a choice," Carl said. "If we bury her, nobody will know how she went missing. That'll cause an investigation, and we might end up with some more people after us. That is one of the last things that we need."
Speaking of which, we're gonna have another encounter soon, Nick spoke up. I know this is in bad taste, but do you think we should take something from here that might help us?
That was a difficult question. On one hand, she did have a lot of things, some of which could potentially help us. On the other, we didn't know their purpose. For all we knew, one of the objects could end up cursing us, and that's something that we already have enough trouble with. I'm not saying that she seemed the type to do that to someone. It's more that it wouldn't surprise me if something dangerous happened to fall into her possession. After some back and forth discussion, we chose to only each take one thing. Carl chose an old pocket watch, Nick chose the book that she used for performing rituals, and I chose the crystal ball.
Should we, say some things before we leave? Nick asked.
Sure, Carl replied and then cleared his throat. Before he could say anything, a low noise became audible. "What the hell is that?" I asked, looking around. "Did either of you hear that?" "Yeah," Carl replied. "It almost sounds like giggling." A chilling realization washed over us. Our head whipped towards where she was lying. What began as giggling was now quick, insane laughing. She did it with an unnaturally wide grin on her face.
I thought you said she was dead,"
Nick stammered to Carl. I felt how he sounded. "I thought she was. I checked her pulse. There was nothing." Her laughter steadily grew even louder, changing into a loud cackling.
"You three are the best ones yet,"
she said. Her voice was different, now sounding unnervingly inhuman. Her eyes were now what I can only describe as a milky black. "Who are you?" I shouted at it. "What are you?" Its unwavering grin and my distress was both infuriating, and frightening. I felt like an ant under a magnifying glass.
No need to get feisty, Pete. I'm only looking for friendly conversation. To answer your question, though, I'm the one who's been responsible for your little adventures. It's delightful being able to speak with you and all. It's not something I get to do very often.
Adventures, Carl roared. Do you know what you put us through? It only yawned in response, ignoring his outrage. If it weren't for the fact shutting it up would mean beating an old lady, we probably would have beat the living hell out of it. Although, from how twisted that thing was, it might have enjoyed that.
What about you?
It asked Nick.
I know you've had your fair share of agonies since meeting these two. I hope you're prepared to experience far more.
What do you want? Nick replied to it.
What any god wants. Entertainment!
You're a god? It gave an expression, as if asking if we knew who we were dealing with. Learning this came with terrible implications for us.
That should be obvious. How else would I be able to do all of this?
Which god are you? I inquired of it.
One that goes back a very long time. You can call me Indephromist. You know, your kind used to be a lot furrier. It's amazing how much things have changed since I entered your world.
Why us?
Why not you?
Its question told us that we were only toys to it. Things seemed pretty bleak then. I mean, it essentially meant that we were the playthings of some malevolent deity beyond our comprehension. Still, even with this knowledge, we planned on beating any of the challenges that it threw at us.
I'll leave you all with a little parting gift.
In the blink of an eye, it shot forward, tapping us on our foreheads. I saw a flash of light when it did. In it, I could see the silhouette of something incomprehensibly large. Its shape is not something that I can accurately describe since I only viewed part of it. When the vision faded, I collapsed to the floor, along with Carl and Nick. What was that? I asked breathlessly.
Me.
It laughed again. As it did, I could see parts of the old woman's face starting to flake off. Soon the only thing left of her was a dried skeleton. The thing possessing her must have left because what was left of her body crumpled. We left without another word about what we had just seen. Whoever came across her is probably having a hell of a time trying to figure out how the fuck she ended up like that. The bigger question weighing on us is how we're gonna deal with Indephromist. Why do eldritch beings have such pretentiously long names? Can't one ever be called Bob or something? I guess it comes with the whole driving people insane with only your appearance thing that they do so well. Whatever the reason, we definitely have our work cut out for us. Right now, we're safe from it. However, the way we're dealing with it may not work for the town. Hopefully, we'll figure out a solution to that problem when we head back. For now, this is Pete, signing out. The Halloween gathering in our town didn't go so well. Hey, it's Pete, aka Pizza Pete, back again. For those of you unfamiliar with me, you can find some of my posts here, and in a playlist down in the description. I want to take a break from describing our experiences on the road. With it being October, I think something Halloween related is more than appropriate. Believe it or not, it's a pretty big deal in our town. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking. Pete, hadn't you said that there's a bunch of monsters and shit roaming around your town at night? Wouldn't trick-or-treaters be like a walking buffet to them? Yeah, both are valid questions. To answer them, we do things a little bit differently. We have celebrations at our town rec center. It's plenty big enough to accommodate a sizable party. People and their families dressed up will go there to celebrate All Hallows Eve. There are games, rides, moonbounce castles, and of course, candy. A lot of candy. Some of the town's police are stationed outside in case of children wandering outside or something similar occurring. Getting to it is easy enough, provided you do it during the day. Yeah, overall it's pretty fun. At least most of the time. Unfortunately though, sometimes things just go wrong. On one particular Halloween, did things go from fun to downright frightening in our town. The last time it happened before that one was over 100 years ago. The time I'm referring to was when I was still in my freshman year of high school. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't exactly well-behaved growing up. In fact, I was a fucking nightmare to deal with. I had anger issues starting at an early age that lasted for the majority of my childhood. This story begins with my dad picking me up early from school. The cause for this resulted in me getting 2 days of in-school suspension and a month of counseling. I didn't understand why they kept bothering with that, especially when it hadn't helped me before then.
Pete, why are you making me have this conversation with you again?
I didn't reply, only stared out the window.
Look at me when I'm talking to you.
Reluctantly, I met my father's gaze. What do you expect me to say? That I'm sorry for shutting his annoying ass up?
He might need to go to the hospital after what you did. If he's lucky, he won't need any stitches.
What was I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell your teacher.
I have, and he just kept bothering me when she wasn't paying attention. My dad sighed. Seeing that the conversation was going nowhere, he decided to change the subject.
Listen, the annual Halloween party is on Saturday. How about we all go there?
Aren't I grounded? Besides, I don't really feel like it.
Normally you would be, but I think you've been spending too much time alone. You need to socialize more.
Don't I do enough of that at school? And I've been to the party before. I wouldn't be missing out on much, honestly. I'd rather just stay home and watch movies.
Well, your mom and I are going to be volunteering there, and quite frankly, after the kitchen incident, we still don't fully trust you to stay home alone.
I already told you that that was an accident.
Sure, it was just like the broken dishes and the holes in our wall. So you're going, and that's final.
I didn't feel like arguing about it with him. If he was making me go, I was going to put in the least amount of effort possible. My mom wasn't any happier than my dad when she saw that I was home early. What did you do this time? She asked me. My dad explained things to her. Jesus, Pete. I began heading towards the stairs. Where are you going? My mom asked. My room. I don't need another lecture. She didn't try to push things further. Although I was pissed about being in trouble, I was glad to have some extra time off from school. I spent the next couple of hours gaming to get my mind off of things. Pete, you need to take out the trash before it gets dark, I heard my mom call to me. Glancing out my window showed me that the sun was about to start setting. I still had plenty of time before they came out. Just in case, though, I brought some of my knives with me. There are creatures in our town that can only be damaged by weapons with certain runes on them. If it weren't for that fact, there'd be no way in hell that my parents would have let me have those knives. Taking out the trash wouldn't have been hard if it weren't for the weather. I was about to head back inside when, out of nowhere, storm clouds rolled in, dimming the sun's light. I tried dashing back inside as it began raining, and then they came out. We call them the Returned. They're people who go missing and come back changed. They have no trace of humanity left and will attack almost anything. One of them attacked me while I was outside. He tackled me, pinning me to the ground. This one was an older-looking man whose entire eyes glowed blue. Having been caught off guard, my mind raced, trying to grasp the situation and figure a way out of it. That's another way that my anger got me in trouble. I'd be so focused on whatever was bothering me at the time that I would make myself vulnerable. And now I was dealing with the Returned. His sickeningly long nails dug into my shoulders, causing me to gnash my teeth in pain. I couldn't scream since that would only attract more of them. My eyes grew wide when he opened his mouth. It stretched much larger than what should have been possible for any normal person. Realizing what he was about to do, I struggled furiously under him and luckily managed to get one of my arms and a knife free. Before he could bite into me, I brought up the blade, slashing him right across the throat with it. Then I blacked out. When I came back to my senses, my dad was holding me. I looked down at the Returned, who now lay dead with multiple stab wounds. His blood was all over my clothes. My breathing was rapid as my heart thudded in my chest. My hands trembled and I shoved them into my pockets along with my knife. "Get back inside," my dad told me. "Pete, what happened?" my mom asked with concern in her voice. "Nothing," I replied.
"He was attacked, but he's fine now," my dad told her.
"Oh my God, you must have been terrified." "I don't get scared. Now, leave me alone. I need to shower." Once I was through, I put my clothes in the laundry, then headed to my room. That night, several of our neighbors were attacked too. Luckily, nobody we knew got killed. However, some people weren't so fortunate. From what I heard after the fact, over a dozen people went missing. What happened didn't scare me, at least that's what I kept telling myself, but you can only lie to yourself for so long, and that is a lesson that I had to learn the hard way. I spent the next 2 days alone in my room before Saturday came around. We didn't talk about what happened at my school, preferring not to think about it. That isn't to say that my parents were trying to ignore it, they just didn't want to deal with it at that time. We headed to the rec center 2 hours before the festivities officially began. There are 2 parts to the celebration. The first takes place during the day, and the other at night. The former consists of outside games, hay rides, and a community barbecue. The food brought to it is usually festive in some way. For example, someone will often bring hot dogs wrapped in puff pastry with mustard eyes to look like little mummies. My personal favorites are the gross out stuff. You know, food meant to resemble brains or guts or things of that nature. I still wasn't in a great mood when we arrived. My plan for the event was simple. I was gonna grab a big plate of food, find a secluded area, and spend my time reading. Books and stories in general are something that helped me to take my mind off of my troubles. They still do. Although I tend to listen more than read nowadays. Anyway, when we pulled up, Chuck was there to greet my parents. He's the town sheriff. My parents got out and shook hands with him.
Darcy, Mark, thanks for helping out.
Don't mention it, Chuck, my dad replied. Chuck's smile dropped upon seeing me.
Your parents told me about what happened at your school. Jerry's going to be here, so I want your word that you and him won't fight.
Sure, if he doesn't.
Do I have your word or not?
Fine.
Good. Now if you don't mind, we're going to need your help too.
I did mind, but knew if I said no, my parents would make me do it anyways, so I helped with setting up the tables and putting out the food. When I was through with all that, I found a nearby bench to sit down on, then pulled out the paperback that I was keeping in my jacket pocket. Something people of my town have gotten used to is the feeling of being watched. Most of the time, it's easy to ignore. After all, there's usually plenty of time before they come out to go inside. With that being said, however, sometimes the feeling can get more intense than usual. I experienced just that while trying to read. I felt something in the surrounding woods focus its gaze on me. The unnerving thing wasn't entirely the fact that it was looking at me, it was the fact that it was looking at me specifically. I felt like I was being singled out, akin to a warthog being stalked by a lion. I glanced into the forest and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary at first, but then I noticed something. 2 black orbs, even darker than even the most shadowy parts of the woods, were visible. It took me a moment to realize that I was looking at a pair of eyes. What they were attached to, I have no idea, and that put me on edge. I didn't want to look away though. I'm not entirely sure why. It almost felt like a challenge. Do you know how wildlife experts say it's a bad idea to turn your back on big cats? Well, it was sort of like that.
Pete,
I heard Chuck say, causing my attention to shift to him.
Your parents need help inside with something.
All right.
What were you looking at? Were you just daydreaming?
I glanced back at the woods to find that the orbs were no longer there. I thought I saw something. Do you know of any creatures around here with like all black eyes? Chuck wrinkled his brow in thought.
Not that I can think of, but we'll keep an eye out for one just in case. Anyway, your parents are in the gym. Don't keep them waiting. And remember what I told you.
Yeah, got it. My parents required my assistance in putting up some of the inside decorations. During this, I asked them about what I had seen. I haven't seen anything like that. Have you, Darcy? My mom shook her head and spoke to me. Pete, are you sure you weren't imagining things? The woods can mess with your head, you know. That was true. There were several incidents in our town of people going out into the woods only to never be seen again. Well, never seen alive, I should say. For that reason, most of us in town tend to avoid going into the woods. There are few exceptions to this. One of them is in the case of search parties. A well-prepared group of at least 6 is ideal for safety, as long as no one wanders off. Although sometimes quantity doesn't matter so much as quality. I'm not sure, I replied to my mom. Well, in case it is something, don't wander too close to the woods. We soon finished decorating, and I was able to go back outside. I didn't see the orbs again for a while. I chose not to dwell on it and tried to relax. I grabbed some jack-o'-lantern and ghost-shaped pizza slices for reading snacks along with some root beer, and then I returned to the bench that I was sitting on earlier. I thought I would be able to just enjoy the rest of my day in relative peace, but that was not the case. Halfway through a chapter, someone knocked the book out of my hands. The person in question who did it was Jerry's older brother. Looking back, his anger towards me for what I did to his brother was understandable. At the time, though, I became incredibly pissed off at him for ruining my peace and quiet. "What do you want, Sean?"
I heard about what you did to Jerry.
In spite of my irritation, I tried de-escalating the situation. "Look, I promised Chuck I wouldn't get into any trouble. I haven't even seen Jerry today, so just leave me alone, and there won't be any problems."
Then apologize to him for what you did.
This was another instance where I could have ended the conflict by simply biting the bullet. Instead, what came out of my mouth was, "The hell I will. I'm not the one who started that fight." I called it a fight, but it was really more of like a blind rage beatdown.
Do it, or I'll kick your ass right now.
Sean glared at me. When I refused, he threw the first punch. Since I saw it coming, I had tensed up my jaw beforehand. That didn't stop it from hurting, though. He tried to hit me again, so I kneed him in the stomach. Then he yanked me by my shirt, and we both tumbled to the ground. A short period of us rolling on the ground, exchanging punches went by before our scrap was broken up.
"Pete, what did I tell you?"
my dad said after pulling me off of Sean. He was there along with my mom, Chuck, Jerry, and Jerry and Sean's parents. Jerry's right arm was in a cast, and I could see some stitches along his left eyebrow. "I didn't start this," I replied. "Then who did?" my mom asked. We each tried explaining our side of the issue. However, all that happened was that we ended up screaming over each other. Our parents tried being civil with one another, but that too soon became a shouting match.
"All right, enough!"
Chuck yelled, breaking up our arguments.
"You all need to sort this out, or I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave."
After that, the argument stopped. In order to keep the peace, I was sent inside. I was fine with that, since I was under the impression that I would be away from the people. My parents had other plans for me. They didn't believe in physical punishments, and instead got creative. Honestly, the occasional beating would have been preferable to what I was made to do. The summer before this, I got mad at one of our neighbors and vandalized their mailbox. To make up for it, I was forced to spend most of June handling their chores. Keep in mind, they live in a 2-story house with a super cluttered garage. They'd always have something heavy for me to lift. My arms and legs were practically screaming at me by the time I got through with each day. On the plus side, it improved my physique, so I guess it did benefit me some. What my parents were making me do now was handle the janitor's job for the party. "Why do I have to do this when I was only trying to defend myself?" I protested. "You could have kept things from going that far," my mom told me. "So I should have apologized to Jerry?" "I'm not saying that."
"I think what your mom's trying to tell you is that you need to find ways to keep situations from getting out of hand."
"I tried."
"No, you didn't. You could have walked away and told someone. Instead, you chose to stay, and things got out of hand."
"Your dad's right, Pete. You need to learn how to be more selective about getting into fights. We know you get angry, but you can't keep letting that get the better of you. Now, go help out." While the rest of the attendees were enjoying themselves, I had to clean up after everyone. I saw Sean, who smirked while flipping me off when nobody was paying attention. Not wanting to get myself in any more trouble, I chose to ignore him and just continued working. The entire time I felt myself burn up. Whether it was from my anger or getting punched numerous times, I'm not sure. Probably a combination of both. One kid ended up eating too much, causing them to puke. As I was cleaning their vomit, I felt it again. A shudder ran through me. I turned around to see him again. Those orbs. Now I knew it seemed to be singling me out. Why that was, I had no clue. I suddenly didn't feel very safe. I tried telling a nearby cop. Of course, when he came over, the eyes were already gone. He told me to get back to work, and I kept at it. Thankfully, when it was time for everyone to go inside, I was allowed to take a short break.
"Pete."
I looked up from my book to see Mr. Formaggio trying to get my attention. At that point, I didn't know him or his wife that well. I had eaten at their restaurant a few times, and they and my parents got along well, even engaging in conversations at times. However, I'd never really interacted with them beyond some occasional small talk. "What is it?" I asked.
"We're gonna need more drinks. Could you head downstairs and grab some?"
"Sure. How many should I get?"
"There are baskets by the soda. Just fill them up with what you can."
The recently added basement was far less bright compared to upstairs. The dim light hardly provided suitable visibility. Still, I was able to navigate it pretty well. As I was walking, something made me stop. I thought I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. Turning towards it showed me that nothing seemed to be amiss. That still didn't stop me from getting a bad feeling. Against my better judgment and basic common sense in general, I didn't immediately run back upstairs. In my defense, I was under the impression that nothing could get into the building. After all, it had the runes needed to protect from every creature in our town. At least, they guarded against the ones that we knew of. I located the soda and proceeded to fill a basket with some 2 liters. Once done, I went to leave and nearly dropped said basket. There was something off about my shadow. The best way I can explain it is that it was almost as if my shadow had too much presence, if that makes sense. I stared down at it, unsure if my mind was playing tricks on me or if I should be concerned for my own safety. What happened next erased the former as a possibility and made me know that I was in some deep shit. My shadow opened its eyes, revealing 2 black orbs, even darker than it was. Do you know what I really miss? Taking a walk and seeing all the Halloween decorations that people have on their homes. That was something I really enjoyed back in town, at least during the day. Oh well, I guess I'll have to be content with Halloween-themed desktop backgrounds for the time being. We made some festive brownies that may or may not be pot-laced. The ghosts, pumpkins, and spiders we drew on them almost seemed to be dancing to me. Have any of you ever seen the movie Trick or Treat While High? It looks fucking awesome, and I highly recommend it. Anyway, I better stop my stoned ramblings and pick up where I left off in the last post. From an early age, my parents taught me about the various creatures in town and how to deal with them. The thing masquerading as my shadow was something completely new. It opened its mouth, smiling with pearly white teeth. That was my first sign that this thing was not friendly. The second was what happened next. It peeled itself off the floor, sounding similar to duct tape being pulled, and this thing towered over me. Keep in mind, I was pretty tall for my age. I thought fast and threw the basket that I was holding at it. To my dismay, it passed right through. That made me figure the knives I brought wouldn't do much good against it either. My next move was to try going right through it. Bad fucking idea. The instant I touched it, a paralyzing chill ran through me. I felt as if I had just been frozen solid. Its smile stretched wider, and it extended a hand towards me. I didn't know what its intent was. All I knew is that I did not want to find out. Luck happened upon me in the form of the above light bulb going out. Sparks flew from it, frightening the monster, causing it to move away while shielding its eyes. The moment it and I were no longer making physical contact, I could move again, and I wasted no time in bolting, but it was not about to give up so easily. I glanced back every so often to see it gliding along the walls. Soon it reattached itself to my shadow. Has anyone ever tried outrunning their own shadow? It's not easy, maybe even impossible. Still, I pressed on, hoping to reach upstairs before it got to me. It didn't seem as though things would turn out in my favor, but then I got lucky again. Someone else was downstairs. It was Jim, the rec center's custodian. Upon seeing me, confusion spread across his face. "Hey, your parents..." His eyes grew wide when he saw it. I would have told him to run if I hadn't been so busy doing exactly that myself. Our shadows ended up overlapping, causing it to transfer to him. I heard him scream and stopped to see it grabbing his face. Then it seeped into him. His body twisted and jerked in unnatural ways. I felt as if I were watching someone putting on a suit and trying to make it fit right. He did this weird spider thing where he bent backwards on all fours and then began speed crawling towards me. Fortunately, the stairs were nearby. I dashed to them, ascending the steps. Before I could open the door, I felt a hand grab my ankle. The janitor attempted to pull me back down, and I held onto that banister for dear life. I'm not proud of what I did to get out of his grasp. I kicked him in the neck. He fell back, holding his throat and tumbling all the way back down the stairs. "Sorry," I called out to him, and then went through the door. What happened next was a bit of a jump scare moment. I closed and locked the door. Well, I actually slammed it, and that's when I heard my mom. "Pete?" I jumped, spinning around to face her. "Where's the soda? And why are you all sweaty?" "Mom, something got into the rec center. It's down in the basement." "Are you serious? We sent Jim down to look for you. Did you see him? He could be in danger." "Yeah, I had to kick him down the stairs." In hindsight, I probably could have phrased that better. When I finished speaking those words, my mom's eyes grew wide. "You did what?" she shrieked at me. "That came out wrong. I can explain." "Okay, I'm all ears." I spent a moment trying to think of a way to rephrase what I had just said, and then I realized that there wasn't really any way to make it look good for myself. "All right, I did. I had a good reason, though. He attacked me. I think he's been possessed. Is there any creature in town that can do that?" She studied me as if trying to decide whether or not she trusted what I was telling her. I couldn't really blame her for that. There were times when I got into fights and blamed the injuries I had inflicted on someone on a returned. Eventually, she did come to the decision to believe me, probably due to how freaked out I looked. "I haven't heard of one that can. We better just get some help." We found my dad, who was talking with Mr. Formaggio. I explained things to them, and they informed the rest of the guests. "Is there any way for him to get out of there?" I asked, referring to Jim.
As long as the door holds, there shouldn't be. Wait, Mr. Formaggio interjected. Isn't that the basement where the fuse box is?
Almost immediately after he asked that, the lights went out. "Shit," I thought. Fortunately, Chuck and some of the other officers had flashlights.
"Everyone, stay close,"
Chuck instructed. They shined their flashlights, trying to spot the creature. One of them suddenly cried out, and then his body began jerking as the janitor's had.
Al, what's wrong?"
"Get away from him," I yelled. Al stopped, and a wide grin spread across his face. Without warning, he raised his gun and fired it. I felt a sharp sting in my shoulder as my ears started ringing. Is there anyone out there who's a big fan of candy corn? I have never met anyone who was head over heels for that stuff. I think it's all right, but it comes second to pretty much any other candy bar, in my view. Did you know Hershey's has a candy corn bar? I swear it's like they're throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. I've tried their candy corn bar, and guess what? It just tasted like white chocolate. The candy corn adds literally nothing. I wonder why they can't make like a chocolate pumpkin bar. Would that taste any good? Questions for later. For now, I'll continue from where I left off last week, and that is with me getting shot. Weirdly enough, it didn't hurt as much as the movies and TV led me to believe it would. It was similar to a bee sting, if bee stings could make you bleed out and die. My parents came to my aid, presumably yelling my name. I couldn't hear him at first since my ears were still ringing. My dad ripped off a piece of his shirt in order to create a makeshift bandage. While he did this, I glanced over to see Chuck was trying to wrestle Al's gun away from him. The latter proved too strong and flung the former away with ease. Al got ready to randomly fire again, and he got tackled to the floor from behind by another cop, Sam. He tends to be a bit more strict, but he's very loyal to Chuck. In fact, if there's something he can't do, Sam is the first person that I'll send out. Chuck, along with some of the other officers, helped pin Al to the floor, and they cuffed him. One of them knocked his gun away. My dad gestured for me to apply pressure to my wound. Then he and my mom got some flashlights from Chuck and the others. We used them to navigate our way to the kitchen. By the time we got there, I could hear again. My dad found the first aid kit, and from it, he got some gauze, bandages, disinfectant, and tweezers, then instructed me to lie flat on the counter.
"Pete, I won't lie, this is gonna hurt like hell,"
he told me. What happened next was now the second most physically painful thing that I have ever gone through. My dad cleaned off the tweezers and proceeded to use them to pry the bullet from my arm. I gritted my teeth as the tweezers moved around inside of my arm. He managed to get out the bullet pretty quickly and grabbed the disinfectant. Knowing what was about to happen, I tried mentally preparing myself for it. That did not keep me from screaming in pain and thrashing when the disinfectant made contact with my wound. I managed to stop myself and deal with the pain long enough for my dad to fill the hole with some gauze and then bandage it up. "Try not to move your arm," my mom instructed. "Let's get back to the others," my dad said. As we made our way back towards the gym, we heard screaming up ahead. I got a sinking feeling as to what the cause of this was. We approached the room with caution. Entering it showed us that Chuck was now the only officer there, and that Al was gone.
Pete, how's your arm?
"It's been better."
Where did the others go? My dad asked. Al managed to get away. I sent Sam and the others after him and told them to also check on Jim.
Sam returned shortly later with the others. All wore grim expressions. Neither Al nor Jim were with them.
You couldn't find them?
Chuck asked Sam. "They're dead," he flatly replied.
What? How?
"They killed themselves." Jim slit his own wrists with a box cutter.
Jesus. But what about Al? Wasn't he still cuffed?
We aren't entirely sure how he did it. From the looks of it, he died from banging his head on the wall.
Are you sure that he didn't just knock himself unconscious?
No, we checked. We found him dead, with his forehead split open.
It must have been that thing possessing him.
I was beginning to notice a disturbing trend in the people that this creature was possessing. Both Al and Jim are people that I wasn't too fond of. Similar to me, they were also short-fused most days. Neither of them was very revered by anyone in town, and they were only kept around because they happened to be exceptional at their jobs. More often than not, I would be butting heads with them. Al was the last cop in town who I would want to run into if I did something. He did not give any leniency when it came to doing his job, especially with me. To be fair, I did things to warrant it. There were plenty of circumstances where he wanted to get me on something I did and couldn't prove it, and that's probably why he would always be on my ass so hard. The times that he did manage to arrest me, he almost seemed overjoyed to do it. As for Jim, well, he was in general just kind of an ill-tempered asshole. The reason that he was a janitor is because his anger cost him all the other jobs in town. My school was the only place that would hire him. Maybe what I feared was just a coincidence. However, I didn't want to take any chances. "Mom, Dad, I want to go home right now." "We know you're scared, but we can't go home right now," my mom replied. "The streets are crawling with returned right now." "No, you don't understand. I'm afraid that this thing is going to possess me next." "You? Why?" "Because..." And that's when I felt it again. The same feeling of being frozen as I had in the basement. Something about this was different, though. It wasn't only that sensation. It was also that I could feel something seeping into me. Words cannot describe how terrifying it felt, both physically and mentally.
You're the best one yet,
I heard a raspy, metallic voice say inside of my head. I'm not gonna lie, the events I'm about to describe are really hard for me to talk about. I have talked about them with Carl and Nick. That's helped me become a little bit more comfortable about sharing it here. I still remember how it felt when the thing took me over. The way it seeped into me was like being acupunctured by ice-cold needles.
Oh, yes. I can tell. You're filled with it, aren't you?
The voice sounded so unnatural. "What are you?" I screamed. "What did you do to me?" "Pete, what's wrong?" my mom asked with concern. I felt my anger boil up to the surface. Every problem that had been bothering me came to the forefront of my mind. The first of which was the rage that I now felt towards my parents. Not only that, but fear and panic, as if I was on the brink of losing control. "I tried to fucking tell you!" I yelled at them, my throat hurting from how loud I was screaming. "Pete, what are you talking about?" my mom asked with concern. "What's wrong?" My body began contorting as Al's and Jim's had. Knowing what I meant now, my parents screamed my name. My vision started going red, both figuratively and literally. In that instance, all I could think about was how much I wanted to hurt Jerry. However, there was also a voice somewhere in the back of my mind trying to get me to stop.
It's his fault that this is happening to you,
the voice said to me. He was nearby, and when he saw the look that I gave him, his eyes grew huge. The feeling of what happened next was like being in a haze. I remember pinning Jerry to the ground and then wailing on him with my good arm. With my strength enhanced, each punch drew blood. It was terrifying, yet exhilarating. "Peter, stop it!" my mom shrieked at me. Jerry stared up at me with terror-filled eyes. I could hear people running towards us as I raised my fist to deliver the killing blow. Sean tackled me off of his brother, and I was met with a barrage of punches. They didn't hurt as much as they normally would. Still, they were doing damage. I managed to shake Sean off and knock him back. I jumped on top of him and began returning the beating that he had given me. All the while, Jerry was screaming his brother's name. I grabbed his neck, squeezing his throat. He clawed at my face as I was choking him. Some hands grabbed the back of my shirt, yanking me off of him. I cursed and fought against them. I didn't see who they were, I just wanted to beat them all down. Then I did something that I will never stop regretting. One person tried to pull me away, and my hand shot out, grabbing their throat. I growled while squeezing it. "Peter!" I heard get choked out. My haze cleared, and I saw that the person who I was strangling was my own mother. I felt my blood run cold. I let her go, and she fell back. I looked around at everyone. They were horrified, and so was I. My dad helped my mom up. Both stared at me with sorrow. I didn't know what else to do other than run. My parents shouted for me, but I didn't listen. I burst out of the exit. A herd of returns saw me, letting out shrieks. They were on me like bees to pollen. I managed to shake them off and run deep into the woods. "What did you make me do?" I screamed at the thing in me.
"Nothing that you never thought about doing for yourself."
The voice was full of condescension and malice. "No, I never actually wanted to do that. How do I get you out?"
"You can't. We'll be together forever."
"No!" I screamed and began beating myself, desperate to get this fucking thing out of me. It only mocked my efforts.
"What good will this do? Even if it did work, do you really think that they'd ever want to see you again after what you did?"
"Shut up!" I yelled at it, banging my head on one of the trees. Tears of rage and regret were streaming down my face. All the noise I was making attracted predators. The returned were the least dangerous among them. It was hard to notice their exact shapes in the darkness. However, what I did see were their eyes and mouths. Some were human-shaped, while others belonged to beings not meant for this world. It's pretty ironic, now that I think about it. Before then, I thought I could handle anything alone. I thought if something pissed me off enough, all I would have to do is cut or shoot them down, but at that moment, I got a serious reality check. I wasn't being brave or tough. You know what I was? A scared 14-year-old kid. In that situation because he could never let his ego take even the tiniest hit. Nothing more, nothing less. Those things lunged at me, and I tried fighting them off. It was futile. I let them dig into me, and I thought that would be my end, as I let out screams of pain and terror. Then the sound of several gunshots echoed throughout the forest. I could hear them hit their targets, making them scurry off. My vision was fading fast due to my blood loss. As it did, I felt the shadow creature leave me. "Don't ever come back," I thought as it was leaving my body. It only let out an irritated growl in response before slithering away. "Hey, stay with me," a new, at the time, but now very familiar voice said to me. And then everything went black. I woke up in the hospital several days later, covered in sweat. Bandages covered my wound. My shot arm was in a sling. I glanced around, not seeing anyone in my room. The door creaked open, and my parents came in, carrying some bags in their hands and some pizza boxes. When they saw that I was awake, they dropped them and rushed over to me. "How long have I been out?" I asked them.
"Couple of days," my dad said. "We were really worried about you, Pete."
"You were?" "Of course," my mom replied. "Why wouldn't we be?" "Because I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. We know that you weren't yourself. How's Jerry and Sean? I heard him pretty bad, right? Did I..."
They'll be all right," my dad informed me. "Just a little banged up. We talked with their parents, and they want to put all this behind them as much as we do.
That was something that I could agree with 100%. I knew to prevent a similar incident from ever occurring again, my anger would need to be in check. It was then that I resolved to try my hardest to never let it get the better of me. "What's in those?" I asked, pointing to the bags.
Oh yeah, my dad said, picking them up. The Formagios were nice enough to give us some food on the house. It was in the box, so it should still be good. Sorry if it's a little lopsided now, though.
Honestly, I was hungry enough then to eat that pizza right off the frickin' floor. It was topped with beef, bell pepper, mushrooms, olives, onions, and pepperoni. To go with it, I had a bottle of root beer. "By the way," I said, "who was it that saved me?" "It was the guy who moved into the house in the woods like a few months ago. We talked with him, and he seems nice. He's not much older than you. We're going to be sending him a gift basket for what he did." "What's his name?" "Carl." To say I was lucky to have survived what happened to me would be a grave understatement. If it weren't for Carl, I would have ended up getting torn apart. They aren't the only ones that I have to thank. I still don't understand how my parents put up with my behavior for so long. They were far more patient with me than I would have been. I did get counseling and took up healthier anger outlets. Kicking bags worked wonders to help me vent my frustrations. I'm also on better terms with Jerry and Sean now. I wouldn't say that we became like best friends or anything like that. However, it was an upgrade from constantly getting into fights with them. I did grow curious as to why my fuse was so short. I asked my parents about this. They told me a story from when I was only a toddler that might explain it. The events of it took place around Christmas, so I'll wait until it's around that time of year before I share it. Speaking of holidays, All Hallows Eve is going to be tomorrow, as of my posting this. We'll be celebrating with beer and candy while marathoning scary movies. Well, Carl and Nick will be having the beer since I'm not really a drinker. Sweets, though, are something that I can get behind. And also, the weed. Anyway, I hope you all have a very happy Halloween. Okay, so I know some people think holidays should be kept to their respective months, but I do begin celebrating both Halloween and Christmas months ahead of time. Speaking of the latter, I do have a story regarding that, actually involving my parents, but that won't be posted until December though. For now, I'll just pick up where I left off last week, since I don't really have anything new to talk about. In my experience, nothing makes one more vulnerable than being unprepared. For us, that's pretty much the situation that we were about to be in. It was only about one day until the next experience would occur. That meant we needed to scramble and prepare for it. We discussed this while waiting in line at a Wendy's drive-thru for the first time during our trip. I was the one driving. It felt good being behind the wheel again. Nick was in the back seat.
"Don't you still have your gun?"
he asked Carl. "Nah, it's in the unicorn's world. Sure would come in handy right about now."
"Wait, so you're telling me we're about to deal with God knows what, and all we've got to defend ourselves with are crossbows?"
"That pretty much sums up our situation, yeah."
"They hardly helped against the toad. Whatever we're going up against will be even worse."
"We could always buy a gun," I said.
"That would require me showing my ID, not to mention waiting for a background check."
"What if we find a gun show? If we found a seller who'd be willing to shorten the process for us, we would be in a much better spot." "My gun was over $2,000. You know how much it would cost to buy it, along with ammo, plus bribing a salesman?" "Then what do you suggest?" "I don't know yet. I'm trying to think." We got 2 number 4s with Coke, and a number 6 with no mayo and cheese plus a Fanta. Then Carl spoke up again after we were back on the road. "Okay, so I think the best we can do, given our situation, is to get some melee weapons. We just need to find a store that sells some." Luckily, there happened to be a Home Depot nearby. Once we finished eating, we headed inside. "The name of the game here is sharp, fast, and durable," Carl told us.
"What about these?"
Nick asked, pointing to some chainsaws. "Too heavy, too noisy." Carl noticed some axes and machetes further down the aisle. "Those, however, they might work." In total, we got 3 axes, 6 machetes, a sharpener, and some other items that I won't mention here. Let's just say that Carl can be creative when given the right materials.
Now that we were at least somewhat ready for what was to come, we needed to figure out the best place to wait for it.
I say we keep driving. Maybe we could just outrun whatever shows up,
Nick said. You know, it's not gonna be that easy, I replied.
Yeah, but a little wishful thinking couldn't hurt, right?
We could go somewhere more open, Carl suggested. That way we could see what's coming. But then again, we would also have less cover. It was a tough choice to make. For all we knew, the next thing that would happen would be some trees going evil dead on us. The choice would have to wait though, since we were getting tired. We found a hotel and pulled in for the night. Another thing that felt really good was waking up the next day and not having to reach for some goddamn crutches. Well, Carl said, let's see what Indy has in store for us this time. Indy? I inquired. Name's too long, so I shortened it. By the way, where's Nick? Getting breakfast. Now that you mention it, I could use a bite too. Once I got ready, I headed into the lobby. Nick sat at a table with a stack of waffles and some orange juice. What's that? I asked, pointing to something on his stack.
Blueberry yogurt. The syrup tastes like garbage, so I improvised. It actually tastes pretty good. You should try it.
I think I'll taste a little of the syrup first. As soon as it touched my tongue, I spit it into the trash. Jesus Christ! What the fuck are they putting into this stuff?
Told you.
I went with his suggestion, and it was actually pretty good. I went with strawberry yogurt. I also got some apple juice, cinnamon toast crunch, and bagels with cream cheese. Carl joined us shortly later and grabbed some bacon, eggs with cheese, toast, and a coffee. What time is it? I asked, biting into a bagel. Shouldn't be later than 10, Carl replied. Why? It just seems kind of weird that nobody else is here right now. The moment the words left my mouth, we realized the situation that we were in. We looked outside and saw that there was nothing. The businesses surrounding the hotel were all gone. This shouldn't be happening until later, I said, feeling panic build within me. What gives? Maybe we slept late. But Nick was keeping watch, right? We glanced at him.
Yeah, I was awake the entire time.
Try to remember, I said to him. Was there any point last night where you started to nod off, even for a second?
No,
He paused then, remembering something.
Wait, shit. There was one time. I couldn't have been more than an hour before you guys woke up, though.
Maybe it did something to us to make us sleep longer back at the house, Carl told us.
That eldritch bastard,
I said. Well, the cars are still outside, so we can at least grab our weapons. Let's get our things from the room first. It was a good thing we spent some time sharpening them the previous night. Hopefully they'd be able to cut through whatever threat was in store for us.
What should we do now?
Nick asked once we fished our things out of the trunk. Drive, Carl answered. And so we did, in silence. Tension was high, as we kept an eye out for whatever Indaffermast was going to send our way. It wasn't long before it arrived. Without warning, the ground began to shake. Oh, here we go, I said. Carl, on it! What happened next was what I like to call some fucking horse shit. Goddamn lightning began striking around the car. Seeing as how we were in a car, that might not sound so bad. Unfortunately, whatever part of the ground it struck crumbled away, thus upping the complete oh shitness of the situation. Carl tried speeding up as pieces of the road kept falling away. Soon, even the road in front of us was crumbling. Brakes! I yelled, gripping the roof handle so hard that I damn near broke it off. What do you think I'm doing? He shot back, jerking the wheel with all of his strength.
We're headed for the edge,
Nick informed us, raising his voice. Despite Carl's best efforts, we skittered over the edge. As we plummeted, yelling into the abyss below, we heard the familiar, insane laughter of Indaffermast that made me feel like we were being dropped into the maw of some giant beast. Boy, that was not a fun time. I've actually had several falling dreams, and let me tell you, experiencing it firsthand was not fun. That's all for now, though. I'll see y'all next week. It's been getting pretty damn chilly where we are recently. As such, we've been spending a good portion of this week chopping wood for the fire. Now we do have heating, but Honestly, I like using fireplaces. There's just something so warm and comforting about them. Not to mention, wood chopping is a guaranteed way to increase one's physique. Don't get me wrong, I'm already a pretty well-built guy. Working at Formaggio's required me to do a lot of heavy lifting, boxes, and other things. However, none of those left me with blisters on my hands. That's what happens when you don't wear gloves while doing it. A certain kind, in particular. As I've come to learn, brute force is only the half of it. The other half is precision. Even though it took us a while, Nick and I found our rhythm, and now we have plenty of kindling. I even hope that we get snow this year. It doesn't happen often back in town, although that's probably for the best considering the other problems that we have. Icy roads would not help to alleviate them. Anyway, now that the weekly update's done, I'm gonna continue where I last left off. Another thing that has helped us, put simply, is unity. We've been able to overcome dangers by working together. Unfortunately, that wasn't an advantage that we had at the time. I bolted awake. The last thing I remembered was the car going over the edge. Then it smashed into something, followed by all of us falling out of it. I also recall sliding down something and passing out once I hit the end of it. It was so pitch black that I could only rely on touch to learn about my surroundings. I felt something warm running down my face and discovered that it was blood. At the very least, I could still walk, so nothing was broken. In that regard, I could count myself somewhat lucky. Feeling around, I also found my axe and the machetes. Thankfully, they were also still intact. I thought about calling for Carl and Nick, but then decided against it. I didn't want to take any chances of drawing the attention of something that might be lurking in the darkness. All I could do was keep moving. Eventually, I came across some light in the distance. It turned out to be caused by a torch. Why it was there, I had no clue. I was just grateful to finally have a light source. Something was unusual about it, though. I knew that as soon as I touched it. I don't know how else to explain it other than it seemed to have a mind of its own. It flamed up, becoming bigger when I grasped it. The flame went from orange to red. It almost felt like meeting a cat, unsure of whether or not it trusts you. Questions as to how it was alive could wait. Although I was willing to bet Indephormist was somehow the cause of it, I kept moving, hoping that Carl and Nick were still in one piece. The torch revealed symbols along the wall. I paused to study them. There weren't any that I recognized. The best way I can describe it is each symbol resembling a star. These weren't the only ones that I came across. In fact, there were hundreds, maybe even thousands. That was merely what I was able to see. For all I know, there could have been millions or even billions. The weirdest one I saw resembled various kinds of teeth. I got to another lit up area. This area housed a carving of a knight. It seemed to be humanoid with spiked armor. It held both a sword and a shield. Past it was a lever, which I pulled, and part of the wall slid open. I took solace in the fact that I was at least making some progress in getting out of there. This was short-lived with what I heard next. The carving of the knight was crumbling. From it, another noise reached my ears. It was growling. The debris shook, and from it shot out a dark purple armored hand. The knight rose from it so tall that my head only came up to its chest. I could see multiple glowing yellow eyes within its armor, attached to its ever-writhing shape. What its appearance was without it, I never want to know. Even without its weapons, each spike was long enough to pierce right through to my heart. To make matters worse, it was obviously coated in some sort of poison. That meant that even just a single prick most likely would have ended me. "Stay back," I warned, drawing one of my machetes. "Don't make me use this on you." With a single swipe of its sword, it cleaved off the blade of my machete. Well, fuck, I said, glancing down at what was now only a handle. It brought its sword down on me, and I yelled, leaping out of the way. The ground shook when the blade hit against the floor. The strength this knight possessed was frightening, to say the least. I knew it could easily crush me if I let myself get caught by it. That was something that I was going to have to fight tooth and nail to avoid. I bolted through the door. Even though I couldn't fight it, I was confident that I could probably at least outrun it. The armor it wore seemed pretty heavy, so I thought that this would be a cakewalk, or maybe I should say a cake run. Anyways, my hopes were shattered when I glanced back, seeing that the night was keeping up with me. I cursed, running faster. It tried to decapitate me, but I managed to avoid it by ducking, keeping in mind I could only see what the torch illuminated. For all I knew, I was about to run headfirst into a wall. It was like being caught between a rock and a hard place, or in this case, an eldritch abomination night and a hard place. I was almost at my limit because I could feel my body starting to give out on me. Up ahead, I could see another light. It was coming from the gap of yet another door. I fought against my fatigue. The night tried swinging at me again. I dodged again by sliding forward, going underneath the gap. It led to water below, which I plummeted into. Oddly enough, the torch's flame didn't go out. It was still very bright, even underwater. I was afraid of resurfacing since the night might have seen me. I waited, and I hoped that that was long enough for it to cease its pursuit of me. Then I poked my head above the water's surface, and luckily, the night was no longer there. I swam to the nearest surface, and after climbing up onto it, I collapsed onto my back. Fuck you, Indy, I murmured aloud through heavy breaths. Once I got done wringing as much water as possible out of my clothes, I continued on my way. The path that I was walking slanted upwards. That allowed me some optimism in the possibility that it could be leading to an exit. Guess what it led to? Another fucking room. This one contained 4 doors, each with a symbol over it. The first symbol was a clawed hand. The second was a star. The third, a giant serpent wrapped around what looked like a meteor. The last contained a horned, spiked skull that seemed to be grinning. I stood at them, trying to decide which one to take. The star seemed to be the least ominous out of all of them. Then again, that could have been luring me into a false sense of security. As I was figuring out which one to take, the skull one slid open. To my surprise, Carl stood on the other side of it. "Holy shit, Carl! You're okay!" I exclaimed. "Am I glad to see—" I knew something was wrong when his eyes grew wide. I was about to ask him what was the matter. Then, without warning, he gave my face a very hard punch. Well, that's all for now. I'm gonna make use of that fire and roast some hot dogs and marshmallows. Later, everyone. Do you know something awesome that I found out? This area has beavers. We didn't see them before, so they must have migrated. We saw a colony of them while we were out on a walk on Tuesday. We didn't want to scare them, so we decided to simply keep quiet and observe. Yeah, it was neat to watch the beaver friends working together. Although, it did get sort of awkward when a pair of them began mating. Speaking of friendship, sometimes it gets tested. One such test occurs when one friend tries killing another because they mistake them for a threat. This situation in particular was one that I was finding myself in right now. Carl's punch left me momentarily dazed. I managed to shake it off in time to see him drawing his machete. "Carl," I said softly, trying to de-escalate his mood. "I'm not sure what's going on with you, but if you just put your weapon away, we can move on. Forget about this." "You aren't fooling me again, you bastard!" With a yell, he charged forward. My strategy was then to keep out of his range. I didn't want to fight him for 2 reasons. 1, I didn't want to hurt him, and 2, he really would have kicked my ass. I tried evading for as long as I could while also trying to reason with him. It was at this time that I was glad that he still didn't have his gun on him. He pulled some Bruce Lee shit where he swept my legs out from underneath me. I groaned and felt him put his foot on my chest, holding me in place. I nearly shat myself when I saw him raising his machete to deal the final blow. "Carl!" I yelled. "Think about what you are about to do!" "That's what you said last time!" "Then ask me something only I would know." "Alright. What's my favorite kind of pizza?" "Barbecue chicken Hawaiian with green olives and mushrooms." The look in his eyes changed from one of hostility to concern. "Holy shit, Pete! I'm so fucking sorry," he told me, dropping his weapon and helping me up. "I know this is a stupid question, but are you alright?" My face is gonna be sore for the next couple days, but I'll live. What did you think I was, though? He explained to me that the area he was in contained shapeshifters of some kind.
They took on the appearances of people that he knew, including me and Nick. Each one tried killing him, so his reaction upon seeing me was understandable. I'd cut down at least 100 of those fuckers. They weren't made of blood. I'm not sure what came out of them. It was like dark sand. I'm not sure what's worse, what you saw or what I did. What did you see? I relayed to him my encounter with the knight. Shit, that sounds rough. That is a major understatement. Anyway, we need to find Nick. Which door do you think we should choose? Well, obviously not the one with the skull. Maybe we could open them and just peek inside. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, actually. How do we open them, though? I don't see any switches. We have to push in the carvings. That's how I opened that door in the first place. We picked the one with the star first, since it seemed to be the safest bet. This was not the case. I stepped forward when it opened and screamed as I started to fall towards a pit of fire below. Luckily for me, Carl was there. He grabbed the back of my shirt, pulling me back up. Okay, new rule. Check for ledges, I said, catching my breath. You alright? Yeah. I can't believe I was so careless. It happens. Anyway, you ready to try the next door? I nodded, and we opened the one with the clawed hand. The moment it was fully opened, multiple furry clawed arms shot out, grabbing us by our legs and yanking us to the floor. Why does this keep happening to us? I yelled in both fear and frustration, trying to kick away the arms. I could partially see what they were attached to. It was obscured by darkness, but the best way I can describe it is vaguely resembling a monkey. It had at least one large singular eye and tusks that reached up to it. Less talking, more cutting, Pete! We began hacking away at the arms. The monkey screamed, swiping at us. Although we did sustain some cuts, our efforts were successful in getting it to release us. Once freed, we scrambled to our feet, dashing back towards the door. We were able to leap back through it before the monkey could grab us again. However, its arms followed us past it. I was snatched by him once more, but Carl was once again quick to act. He hopped to his feet, then leaped to the door, hammering on the symbol. The door slammed down on the disembodied arms, causing them to crack, and a roar of pain from the other side. With its grip loosened, I easily freed myself, cursing and kicking the arms that it was now desperately trying to pull back under the door. Leave it alone, Pete. It's not going anywhere now. Do you think we should cut off its hands? No. They might follow us or something. Let's just try the last door. Hopefully it'll be the right one. Well, third time's the charm. Maybe we should try not standing directly in front of it this time. We stood on either side of the door, and I pressed the symbol. I was half expecting a giant serpent to shoot out from the other side and try eating us. Instead, there didn't seem to be anything. Just in case there was another ledge, I used the torch to check, and indeed I saw nothing. Seems safe so far, I said as we were walking through it. But looks can be deceiving. Keep your eyes peeled. Eventually we came to a room with a path that spiraled downward so far that the end wasn't even visible. Where do you think it leads? I asked. Only one way to find out. The surface of it turned out to be really slippery with what? We had no idea. We lost our balance though, yelling in surprise and sliding down the stairs. Watch the edges, Carl told me. I know. Hey, you know what this reminds me of? What? That slide level in Super Mario 64. Oh yeah. Well, hopefully this leads to something good. Sliding down was pretty fun. That was until we saw what was at the end of the path. Over it rose the head of a giant snake. My joyous thrill turned to stomach-dropping fear as we tried desperately to stop our momentum as the snake opened its mouth so it could swallow us whole. Well, that'll do for this week's post. Next week, I'll be sharing something that happened around Christmas involving my parents. Oh yeah, almost forgot. I hope that you all had a pleasant Thanksgiving. Until next time. My family's first holiday season in town. Hey, it's Peter once again. For those of you who don't know me, you can find some of my old posts here, and also down in the description of this video. I'll also include a link to some posts detailing events that happened to me one fateful Halloween. With it being the Christmas season, I figured it would be appropriate to talk about something that happened to me years ago around that time. Now, this will be a second-hand account given to me by my mother. My dad was also present for these events as well, but she's always had the better memory among the two of them. That means that she can get into more specific details in regards to what actually happened. I heard the story from her during a visit. I was still a toddler at the time, being only, I think, a little bit over 2.5 years old. My parents were moving in coincidentally around the holiday season, at the beginning of November, in fact. Now, as I've mentioned in the past, people moving into town is not something that occurs very often. That is, unless they need to be somewhere out of the way. That isn't to say that all of the people in my town have done something bad, although you could definitely find some shady characters. It's more that they weren't exactly dealt lucky hands in life. Due to one event, or several, they ended up needing to settle here. My parents were no exception to this. Their reason for moving is a bit complicated. What I will say in regards to it is that they were in a not many other options type of situation. In fairness, they didn't know much about the town before going to it. All they knew was that it was somewhere that higher up authorities would have trouble finding them. The first oddity they found about the town were the runes drawn on all the buildings. They did ignore this oddity though, wanting to just get moved in as quickly as possible. Word tended to get around fast. Chuck, our town sheriff, went up to greet him. He just acquired the position only a couple of months before because the last sheriff died of a heart attack. It's not that surprising, to be honest. That job must be pretty stressful. Plus, from what I had heard, the old sheriff didn't take care of himself all that well. My mom was the first to notice Chuck pulling up beside the house. She held my wrist tightly in order to keep me from wandering off. My parents have told me that I was pretty curious as a toddler, and I was eager to explore new things. I mean, that's pretty common, I suppose, but it meant them having to keep a constant eye on me. "Can we help you, officer?" my mom asked Chuck. He introduced himself and shook hands with them.
"And who is this little guy?"
he asks, smiling down on me. "Our son," my mom replied. "Wave to the nice sheriff, Peter." According to my mom, I was pretty shy at that age. Chuck is a pretty sizable guy, so the sight of him was pretty intimidating to me. I hid behind her. "Peter, don't be rude," my mom scolded.
"It's quite all right, ma'am,"
Chuck told her, letting out a small chuckle. At this point, the conversation's tone shifted and got more serious.
"Anyway,"
he continued,
"there was something I needed to talk about with you and your family."
"What is it?"
"How much were you told about this town before you came here?"
"Honestly, not much. Why?"
"Normally, I'd have one of my officers tell you this, but I figured since I happen to be out already, I'll be the one to do it. Just out of curiosity, who told you about this place?"
"We can't say. Not to be rude, but is there a point to all of these questions?"
"Well, let's just say that our town has some unusual hazards. It's town protocol to show any newcomers how to deal with them. That is, if you're willing to. It's not a requirement, but I strongly advise that you do."
My dad came back outside to get the last of the things from the car and noticed that my mom and Chuck were talking. He got acquainted with them as well, and then was told everything that my mom was told.
"It wouldn't take very long. I just need you to come down to the station before it gets dark."
"Isn't that only a few hours from now?" my dad asked. Guess it couldn't hurt. Is it okay if we meet you a little later? We need to relax."
"That won't be a problem. One thing though, if you happen to forget or lose track of time, do not go outside at night. Got it?"
My mom had said that Chuck looked intensely serious while saying this. My parents assumed that this was because crime got pretty bad at night. Although this was technically half right, it wasn't the full reason, as I'm about to explain. My parents left with me an hour before the sun was going to set. As they were driving to the station, the town decided to give them a welcome which may as well have been a giant middle finger in the sky. It came in the form of a sudden thunderstorm rolling in. They observed everyone who only moments ago were walking outside, now scrambling to get inside whatever place they could. "What's with them?" my dad asked. "Storms here might get pretty intense. Maybe we should find some shelter too." "I think we're almost at the station though." He was proven right when the station came into view. Before they could reach it, however, rain started pouring down from the sky. It's only a little rain, Darcy." I guess people here just aren't big fans of it." My mom was about to say something when One of them darted out into the middle of the road. It was who they thought was just a crazy homeless man. "Oh shit!" my dad yelled, slamming on the brakes. He stopped with the front of the car mere feet from him. I was awoken from a sound sleep by this and was now crying. My parents were understandably really pissed off. My dad put down his window and proceeded to chew the man out, shouting over the rain. "Hey buddy, what the hell's wrong with you? Why don't you get the fuck out of the road?" The man didn't respond. He didn't even move. He just stood there, looking all disheveled and scraggly, with his hair covering his eyes. This only served to fuel my dad's anger. "Maybe he's on drugs," my mom said. "That's what I'm thinking. Let's try the horn." My dad hammered the horn, sending a blare echoing throughout the quiet town. This did finally elicit a response from the man. It was not the response that they were looking for, however. This man let out an inhuman shriek, making both of my parents flinch. My parents glanced back at me and saw that I was quiet, but now trembling. They turned back to see that the man was no longer alone. More men, women, and even tall children were now standing in the middle of the road alongside him, their long hair covering their eyes. "Where the hell did they come from?" my dad asked. "Jesus, they look like they haven't eaten in weeks." Then they all let out ear-piercing shrieks and began leaping onto the car. My dad cursed and tried hitting the gas, but they held on, not letting go no matter which way my dad jerked the wheel. I started crying again for obvious reasons, and my mom was trying to keep me calm. She's told me the next 5 minutes were just a complete blur. She says she remembers their hair blowing back, revealing different sets of glowing colored eyes. That tipped them off that these people were not human. My dad was still frantically trying to fling him off the car. He couldn't see due to them covering the windshield. Some had managed to break through part of it and were now grabbing at my parents. "Darcy, glove compartment!" my dad shouted. She got a knife and a pistol from it. My dad took the latter while she got the former. They managed to shoot and stab them away, sending them thudding and rolling along the road. When the windshield was clear, my parents saw too late that they were headed towards a pole. My dad tried in vain to stop by slamming on the brakes, only for the car to smash into it. "Fuck," my dad groaned. "Are you and Pete all right?" "I think so," my mom replied and looked back at me. "Pete seems fine." "Good. What's wrong with this place?" More of them appeared, and my parents were probably thinking something along the lines of, "Fuck, here we go again," and they learned quickly that the town contained far worse things. Another noise became audible. This one sounded akin to a really large bird shrieking. They scampered, and through the rain came a creature that my mom describes as 4 bat wings attached to a spider body with hawk talons. "What in the fuck is that?" my dad asked in a wide-eyed panic. It landed on the car and proceeded to dig its claws into the hood, lifting it up. "Shoot the damn thing, Mark!" my mom screamed. He tried. However, his bullets were not affecting it in the slightest. They thought that this thing was going to carry them to God only knows where. Then its head suddenly disappeared into a cloud of light greenish mist, and the car came back down with a thud, making the windows shatter. Speaking of thudding, my mom said that she thought her heart was going to free itself from her chest. "Are you guys all right?" They turned to see Chuck standing beside the car, along with some other officers. Turns out they crashed right near the station's entrance. "What is this place?" my dad tiredly inquired, from the adrenaline of the situation now having worn off. "Come on in. We've got a lot to talk about." Do you know what the really fucked up thing is? That is not the worst welcome that people can get from our town. Some don't survive it. We didn't sustain any serious injuries from this encounter. My mom counts us lucky in that regard. We spent the night in the police station. Chuck went over some history about the town and suggested they go to the town library for more info on that. Not having anywhere else to go, my parents took him up on his advice. As far as I know, the town librarian is still Alice. I've mentioned her briefly in some old posts. At the time, however, the position belonged to a man by the name of Harold. Some called him Old Harry, both because of his age and how furry he appeared. I remember seeing him around when I was growing up. He was always nice. Even when I got rowdy, as I was known to do, he was someone that I never had any issues with. As a matter of fact, you'd have been hard-pressed to find anybody with a negative thing to say about him. "Can I help you?" he asked, glancing up from some paperwork as my parents entered the library, making the bell ring. They explained things to him, and he was happy to help.
I'm happy you came out of it all right,
He said.
Damn shame that some ain't so lucky. Anyway, I have something in the back that'll help you.
He left and came back with a book full of different runes meant to deal with the creatures in town. Over the next couple of weeks, they copied it, learning both the names of the various monsters in town and the right ways to deal with them. If you're wondering why the pages of the book don't get scanned and copied, the reason is rather odd. Every time the book has been scanned or even photographed, it always looks distorted. In other words, if it is to be copied, it can only be copied by hand. Harry would have made many copies if not for his arthritis flaring up. Thank goodness Alice was able to do all that later. She is like a human printing machine. My parents memorized its contents pretty quickly. The next step was acquiring some weapons. Before Carl became the owner of the town's weapon shop, it was owned by a guy named Bill. He was super strict and wouldn't let anyone who he even thought might cause trouble near his shop. Of course, this meant that I'd get chewed out by him if I even did so much as glance at the place. My parents bought new weapons from Bill's shop. They came into town with a large amount of cash, so they did have money to spend. In spite of Bill's strictness, the good thing about the shop was that he didn't bother with any paperwork when selling. Don't get me wrong, normally I'm in favor of going through the proper channels. However, when you have to deal with hostile cryptids, among other things, background checks only serve as a roadblock to ensuring one's safety. That isn't to say that Bill sold weapons to just anyone. If he thought someone was off, he wouldn't sell any weapons to him. This could have been such as if he suspected someone of being a hard drug user or wanting a gun to rob people with. Luckily, he didn't get such vibes from my parents. They were able to purchase several handguns, knives, and even some high-powered rifles from him. After that, we all went home. Then they drew runes on the weapons and the ammo. The only thing left for them to do at that point was find some work. My parents' line of work fell into the blue-collar category. They accepted freelancing jobs, and they would do them around town. It made their schedules pretty inconsistent, but they were happy to have some money coming in. I remember one weekend I spent alone because they were doing renovations on somebody's house. They told me that they were really pushing to finish it and actually had to sleep in it to get the job done. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of fucked things up for them. I mean, sure, some people would still ask them for favors, but when your kid's practically a goddamn psycho, people tend not to reach out to you as much. Not to mention, babysitters are a lot more hesitant to take you up on job offers. Finding ones willing to deal with me was a challenge in itself. Still, despite all of that, they made enough for us to live in relative comfort. By Thanksgiving, we were already settled in. They even managed to make some friends around town. Among them were the Formaggios, the owners of the town's local pizza place. Although they were adjusting to life in the town fairly quickly, there were still some close calls. They told me about several of them. There was one where my dad had to save my mom from one of the long-tongued creatures in town. She thought the coast was clear to get something from the car and found that thing waiting for her on the roof. My dad thankfully was downstairs at the time and heard her choked cries for help. With his heart racing, he grabbed a gun and proceeded to blast that fucking thing to pieces. Eventually, after taking a lot of damage, it did let my mother go. My dad was not done with it though. His fear and worry gave way to anger, and he did not stop until it was no longer moving. After that, he checked on my mom. Thankfully, she was alright, aside from some light bruising on her neck. My mom returned the favor when my dad was attacked by a returned. That's what the people in town with glowing eyes are called, by the way. One managed to get into a house that my parents were working on by climbing in through an open window. While my mom was inspecting something in another room, my dad was attacked by them. They tried strangling him. My mom came back to where my dad was to see this. Adrenaline spiking, she grabbed a hammer and used it to slam him in the back of the head. My dad actually had to pull her off of them, and by then, its jittery movements were now just dying twitches. My dad didn't admit it, but my mom could tell that he was shaken up by it. I mean, she was as well. Due to these two incidents, they became a lot more careful. It was especially difficult when I was little. Often, I wanted to play outside during times that would be especially dangerous. I would nearly give my parents heart attacks because they couldn't find where I was and thought that something had taken me. They had to save me from spider creatures one time that tried to carry me off. However, they tell me nothing compares to what happened during one Christmas Eve. Right now, the weather is what I like to call stupid fucking cold. And Carl told us that he saw some flurries earlier. Good thing I got a cup of hot cocoa with me as I type this. Homemade. None of that Swiss Miss shit. Add some marshmallows along with candy cane dust, and you got yourself the ideal holiday beverage. Sometimes I like to add a splash of eggnog to mine for some extra sweetness. Speaking of holidays, Christmas tends to be a pretty intimate event for a lot of people in town. Sure, there are still work parties, but for the most part, it tends to consist mainly of small family and friend gatherings. My parents had gotten done with a pretty busy work schedule, and were talking about who to invite over for Christmas Eve. While they talked, I was in the living room watching Sesame Street. I know Alonzo and Danelle said they'd be coming over after closing, my mom told my dad. Who else do you think would be willing to come over? By the way, Alonzo and Donnell are the names of the Formagios, my now, I guess, former employers.
What about Gerald?
My dad suggested.
He seems like an alright guy.
Gerald was the owner of the town's mechanic shop. Alright, so that's 3 people, my mom continued. What about Chuck?
I wouldn't bet on it. Work's usually too busy for him, but I could ask about it.
I'll put him down as the maybe for now then. They continued talking about who else might want to come. In total, they came up with about 12 people. Considering we had only been in the town since November, it was impressive that they had already made that many friends in that short amount of time. The other thing they had to do was holiday shopping. They did some for my toys while getting things for Thanksgiving. However, with people coming over, they would need more food and dinnerware. My mom was to do the shopping while my dad finished up some projects. She did offer to do the work instead, but he insisted. The town has a Walmart that people can shop in. Who the hell thought establishing one here would be a good idea? I have no clue. Actually, to be truthful, it does pretty well. And unlike other Walmarts, the employees do actually get paid pretty well. From what I heard, their pay used to be shit until they unionized and threatened to burn the place down. Nothing like a little arson to get assholes in charge to bend the knee. My mom went in, with me in the buggy, and a shopping list in her hand. Seeing how it was only a week until Christmas, the store was really packed. My mom was trying to decide which sides to get when the store trip turned into one of survival. Every so often, some new creatures will show up in town. It's rare, and usually we deal with them just fine. However, sometimes there came ones that were harder to put down. This was one such instance. She heard what sounded like drumsticks being torn from a turkey coming from the other end of the aisle. Realizing what it might be, she grew nervous. The aisle she was on happened to have cookware, and she grabbed a knife for protection. She was able to work it out of the package without making too much noise. She said she told me I needed to be quiet and attempted to silently exit the aisle, then get some help. I don't remember much about the incident, but my mom told me that she saw that I was starting to get scared. A crying child would be the last thing that a situation like this needed. I feel that I should mention at this point that my mom has a seething hatred for noisy shopping carts. Their squawking's bad enough, but what added to her disdain for them is the fact that one nearly got us killed. It had been fine so far throughout the trip. She was planning on leaving it in the aisle. However, she needed to take me out of it and move it out of the way to get by. When she did push it, for some reason it made an ear-scraping squeak. My mom cursed at it and then glanced in the direction where that first noise had come from. To her horror, something now stood at the other end of the aisle. She described it as being tall, practically towering over the shelves when it was standing upright. Its body was covered in thick, dark fur that reminded my mom of steel wool. Its face was almost entirely covered, save for some ape-like features, sharp teeth, and sickly white eyes. Despite this thing seemingly appearing to be blind, my mom said that she felt it staring at her. In its clawed hands was a torn-off arm and a man's half-crushed head, whose one still visible eye was filled with terror. She took a step back, and it took a step forward. She raised her knife, trying to intimidate it. However, it only gave her a look of amusement, as if she might as well have been trying to threaten it with a breadstick instead. It drew in a deep breath, and then let out a monstrous roar that caused glass to shatter. My mom screamed and jumped back, dropping the knife as jars of pasta sauce burst into shards. She remembers me bawling at this point, absolutely terrified by the being. "Don't worry, Peter," she whispered while running with me in her arms. "I won't let it hurt you. I promise." The sounds had obviously attracted the attention of the other patrons, as well as the staff. It was relentless and simply mowed down whoever or whatever got in its way. My mom said she felt chills, hearing people's heads just popping like grapes. All the while, she could feel its breath on the back of her neck as it was pursuing us. The store thankfully did prepare for instances such as these. Several gunshots echoed throughout the store, and the creature let out a cry of pain. Realizing that it was no longer giving chase, my mom stopped and glanced back. It turned out we'd ended up in the grilling section of the store. Some employees, along with the manager, were rapidly firing at it with shotguns. My mom has said that they had to have pumped at least 30 slugs into that thing in total. All the while, my ears were being covered to prevent hearing damage. The creature eventually collapsed on the floor, and they thought that that was the end of it. Then the employees and manager began stepping away, presumably to get some cleaning supplies. My mom, however, is a very perceptive woman. She stared at its body and detected that something was off. It seemed to be vibrating, just slightly. She chillingly realized that it was fucking giggling. She tried to warn them, but it was too late. It sliced off the legs of the nearest employee, while the others screamed and cursed in horror, and then it proceeded to start doing the same to all of the others. It had been toying with them the entire time. It practically laughed off every single slug that was fired into it. My mom was quick to act. There happened to be some lighter fluid and a box of matches nearby. I was apparently sobbing in silence during all of this, not able to really bawl as I did before. She set me down and raised her index finger to her lips. Shh. There was only a single employee left alive in the area at this point, and he was about to be eaten. My mom quietly opened the lighter fluid container and splashed its contents onto the monster. It turned just in time to see her lighting a match and then flicking said match onto it. Unlike the gunfire, this caused genuine pain. It roared in agony and glared at my mom before fleeing the section. Things quieted down after that. From what she heard, it got in through a back entrance. Apparently, someone in the morning shift didn't close it all the way after taking out the trash. My dad later found out about what happened and was, of course, extremely concerned. "Geez, and I thought the shopping would have been the less stressful job for you," he joked when we were back home. My mom did give a small laugh at that. Despite what she'd seen shaking her up pretty badly, that did manage to bring a smile to her face. "Maybe you should do the shopping then," she jokingly told him. Although she wasn't being serious, he did say that he would. My mom tried to protest. However, he told her that she needed to relax. Eventually, she relented. A few days later, he went and did all the shopping. Now we were prepared for the gathering. The following night, which was only a few days away from Christmas, we were all at home. I was sitting in the living room playing with some fuzzy dice. Seeing that I was occupied, my parents stepped away to do, stuff. The less said about that, the better, I guess. Anyway, this is where that repressed memory that I mentioned some posts back comes into play. My parents came back into the kitchen and were met with a bone-chilling sight. Claw-shaped soot marks were on the fireplace's marble, and I was nowhere to be seen. Parents have a lot to worry about. I'm just assuming here, since I myself am not one, but it must be pretty stressful. It's a lot of worry for them that their kids might get hurt or lost or, God forbid, even just kidnapped. I imagine that lost one is what parents fear the most, that they might lose their child. It's a feeling that my parents experienced themselves that very night. My mom screamed bloody murder when her and my dad saw that I was gone. It didn't take them long to figure out what took me either. She was hysterical while they called around. They managed to organize a search party pretty quickly. People usually aren't reported missing until after, I think, 24 to 48 hours after they don't turn up. But this is different in my town. If someone goes missing, search parties organize almost immediately. Everybody knows that even a second could mean the difference between life and death. The Formagios were the first people to show up. Some of my parents' work buddies showed up next. Chuck told my parents that he'd send a call out to the other officers for me, and that he would be sending some help over. 2 showed up. One of them was Sam, who was still pretty new to the force at the time, not even having been on it for a full year yet. But there is something that Sam even had starting out, and that is instinct. When it comes to finding something, Chuck has joked that Sam could give bloodhounds a run for their money. He would play a key role in ensuring my safety that night. "Ma'am, I understand your stress, but I'm gonna need you to calm down," Sam said to my mom. "Calm down?" she practically shrieked. "That godforsaken abomination has my son!" I realized that, ma'am, but panicking isn't gonna solve anything. My mom became pretty much a raving lunatic at that moment, cursing and nearly spitting at Sam until my dad pulled her away. While the others were trying to calm her down, my dad answered Sam's questions. "From how your wife described this thing, it may live on higher ground."
How do you figure?
"From how well it can climb. We'll have to keep our eyes on the trees." They searched for over 2 hours for me. Finally, they got a lead when an officer radioed Sam that he had spotted the creature. There were a number of creatures out that night. However, only a few were as dangerous as my own mother. Much to my dad's horror, she was the one that was driving. "Which part of town did they say it was seen?" my mom asked, agitated, looking in nearly every direction almost simultaneously. She rammed at the corner too fast, knocking over some questions.
"If you drive right, then I'd be able to read the map more easily," my dad told her.
He glanced down at it.
"Wait, we're actually almost to it. Make a right here."
The place they found themselves at was the town power plant. Sam and the others had gotten there as well. They were going to ask the workers some questions until they saw the workers' slaughtered remains. One guy had his entire face shredded off, and that wasn't even the worst of it. One thing was so gruesome that it made Mr. Formaggio and several others throw up. The deeper they searched, the more intense the gore. Eventually, it got to the point that it was reaching the trees. I mean that literally. The intestines of several workers connected a line to a tree, as if maybe that thing had used them as a lasso. Their bodies seemed to have been posed in almost comedic poses. One guy seemed to have been pantsed, while another wore an almost dramatic fainting expression. The back of his hand was on his forehead.
"I've met some people with fucked up senses of humor, but goddamn," Sam said. "Before we go any further, how many of you are carrying flashlights right now?"
The ones who weren't were given the flashlights stored by the power plant, and then Sam radioed his position. He was told that it'd be a while, since they needed to fight off some other creatures. Due to this, they chose to continue without waiting for any extra help to arrive. As they walked, Mrs. Formaggio decided to strike up a conversation to ease the tension. "Don't worry, Darcy," she said. "We'll get him back. I won't stop until we do. Thanks for doing this for us. It means a lot that you would all take this risk with us." "It's not a problem. Disappearances happen a lot around here. It never gets easier seeing a family in pain from losing someone, but we'll do everything we can to make sure that that does not happen tonight."
"Everyone stop,"
Sam ordered.
"I hear something."
Nobody else did, at least not at first. Then, deep giggling became audible. This was followed by another noise that chilled my mom and dad's blood. It was the sound of a baby crying.
"It's coming from this way,"
Sam pointed, and then they all ran towards it. Where it came from turned out to be a rather oddly designed treehouse. It didn't look like one that was professionally designed. Rather, it was made of different branches and sticks that were crudely stuck together. Despite this, it was rather large and managed to hold its structure.
"You ever hear about anything like this?"
my dad asked Sam. "Nope," he replied, shaking his head.
"This must be its lair. How do we get in?"
"We climb." We were about to when a chorus of moans sounded around them. About 30 returns came from all sides toward them. They were bad enough on their own. However, what made matters even worse were the monsters behind them. They were what we call big mouths. This is a giant-mouthed creature with razor-sharp teeth attached to rounded bodies with spider-like legs. Even if the legs are destroyed, they can still roll around pretty freely. Plus, they can shoot webs from their mouths. There were at least a dozen of those now surrounding our group.
"Shit," Sam said. "Darcy, Mark, go inside."
"What about you?" my dad asked.
"We'll hold them off. Now go."
My parents climbed up the tree and into the beast's home. They had to squeeze their way through an opening that appeared too small for it to use. Upon entering it, they learned that this thing was even stranger than they had originally thought. Somehow it was far bigger on the inside. The floors and walls were made of stone rather than of wood, as if they had just gone into a cave rather than a treehouse. "What is this place?" my mom whispered, shining her flashlight around. My cries echoed again, and her skin broke out in goosebumps. She and my dad made their way towards my crying. They reached an opening that housed some kind of altar. On it were different faces with agonized expressions. Surrounding it were the bones of various people that it must have claimed over the years. I laid on that altar, and the beast stood over me with its back to my parents. It seemed to be chanting something. They both raised their guns, hoping to catch the creature off guard.
"You interrupted the ritual,"
it said, much to their shock. Its voice sounded incredibly gravelly, yet wrong, as if something never meant to speak was given the ability to. According to my mom, every syllable it spoke made her feel as if nails were being shoved into her ears.
"Why do you insist on tormenting someone who is simply trying to feed themselves?"
They were unable to find their voices at first. Then my dad spoke up. Although he was scared, his voice surprisingly didn't shake or anything. "Give us back our son before we pump some rounds into your fucking head." It sighed, as if it were a McDonald's customer being told that the ice cream machine was broken.
"Typical of your kind. You have unnecessary attachments. You can easily make another. But this meal is also an offering for my master. If I don't, they will be very displeased."
This time, my mom talked to it. "We do not give a fuck!" she shrieked, pointing her gun at it. "Give him back!" She pulled the trigger, sending a bullet into its eye and causing it to stagger back. It only laughed.
"You should know by now how ineffective your weapons are against me."
It charged, and my dad, who was wielding the shotgun at the time, aimed at its snarling mouth and fired, making its head rock backwards. It retaliated by knocking the shotgun out of his hands and grabbing him. Its claws dug into his arms, causing him to scream in pain. As it turned out, this was what my dad wanted because it meant that the monster was distracted. While it slammed my dad against the wall and bit into him, my mom raced towards the altar. As its teeth sunk into my dad's shoulder, he screamed. My mom frantically scooped me up. My dad's screaming made her neck hairs stand on end. While picking me up, she happened to notice a knife that was lying beside me. It seemed to be some kind of sacrificial dagger. My mom said that its appearance was that of a long metal blade attached to some kind of transparent red crystal handle. Grabbing it told her that it wasn't made of materials found on Earth. It felt so alien, as if the dagger were a living thing itself. The vibe it gave off almost made her feel as if she was holding the hand of someone who had been aging for millennia but could never die. She fought against her natural reaction to drop it and grip the handle more tightly. By this point, something clicked in the creature's head, and it realized what my parents were now up to. The creature's head whipped into my mom's direction. Upon seeing her holding me, it let out an enraged, bellowing roar, dropping my dad and bounding towards my mother. Despite bleeding heavily from his right shoulder, my dad was able to chase after it and jump onto its back. He covered its eyes as it attempted swinging a claw at my mom, causing it to narrowly miss her head. She brought up the knife, driving the blade into the creature's chest. Luckily, its anatomy happened to be similar enough to ours that its heart was located in roughly the same area. It screamed in pain as its blood flowed from the wound. My mom twisted the blade, pulling it from its chest with a sickening plop sound. My dad let go of the creature as it was staggering backwards. He quickly ran in front of it, grabbing his shotgun while doing so. He cocked it, aimed the barrel at the creature's wound, and pulled the trigger. The shot hit its mark, resulting in a huge spray of blood erupting from its chest. The beast staggered backwards, slumping against the wall. Blood dripped out of its mouth, and finally, it fell still, the life leaving its eyes. The adrenaline left my dad, and he clutched his shoulder, dropping to his knees. "Mark, we need to get you some help."
"Never mind that. Is Pete okay?"
"Yeah, I think so."
"Thank goodness."
Just then, they heard a sinister laugh. At first, they were afraid that they hadn't killed the creature after all. However, the laughing, while coming from its mouth, was not caused by it. Instead, another entity had apparently taken it over. It said one thing to my parents while cackling like a lunatic.
What fun!
It let out a god-awful shriek, and the cave began to crumble. My mom helped my dad up, and they managed to reach the window that they came in through before the whole place came down on top of them. Thankfully, Sam and most of the others were still there, along with some other officers. They'd arrived while my parents were in the cave. Obviously, climbing down a tree while carrying a toddler is no easy feat, but my mom did manage to do just that.
Are you two all right?
Alonzo asked.
I could use a doctor.
My dad replied, giving him a slight smile. It faded when he noticed all the blood and gore on the ground.
Jesus,
he murmured.
We'll talk about it at the hospital,
Alonzo told him.
Let's get out of here before something else finds us.
A lot of the search party were killed that night by the big mouths. It was looking pretty bad for Sam and the rest until backup arrived and helped with driving them off. At the hospital, my dad was given stitches and his arm was put into a cast. A lot of good people died to save me, and for that, I will always be thankful. Something of note is that my mom has told me that after that incident, they noticed that I was acting more aggressive. On Christmas, she said I grew frustrated and actually broke one of my toys. Why? She didn't know. Sure, most of the day went pretty well under the given circumstances. However, that outburst did concern her, as well as my father. Little did they know that it would only be the start of their troubles in dealing with me. Would I have tried being less of a shit if I was told this story when I was younger? Maybe, or maybe not. My parents aren't the type of people to try guilt tripping. Therefore, I'm thinking that maybe they thought telling me would make me feel emotionally burdened. I'll have to ask them about that when I can see them again. I hope they understand why I haven't talked to them in so long when I do. They've got the patience of saints. I'm living proof of that. For now, though, I just want to enjoy the rest of my Christmas with Carl and Nick. Time to drink eggnog and eat sweets until I feel like throwing up. This is Peter, wishing you all happy holidays. Have fun and stay safe. Happy New Year's, everyone! Yep, as of this post, it is that special time of the year where special resolutions are made and everyone gets a fresh start. As for me, my commitment should be obvious. We celebrated with beer, cake, hamburgers, and hot dogs. We don't have fireworks here, so we couldn't experience that. However, the beautifully lit night sky made up for that. Anyway, now that I got the New Year pleasantries out of the way, back to where I left off in the last post. I wonder what's worse, getting eaten by a snake or getting swallowed by one. I guess it depends on whether or not you prefer dying fast or slow. With the former, you don't suffer as much. However, the latter gives you more of a chance of getting saved. Of course, if the snake both poisons the prey and swallows them alive, then you're kinda fucked on both accounts. Speaking of which, we were about to head into the maws of a gigantic snake. The snake almost seemed to have this gleeful hunger in its eyes. It was as if it not only took delight in consuming, but also in the fear of its meal. "Quick, give me your torch!" Carl shouted. I slid it to him and he grabbed it. Then he pulled a dagger from his pocket and using the torch, heated it up. The heat worked fast because only after a second the blade was glowing red. Right before we reached the edge, he threw his now heated knife. His aim was on point because it went right into that snake's eye, causing it to let out a scream of pain and recoil. The fact that worked was both relieving and shocking. I mean, I knew Carl's aim was good, but it was like he had the eyes of an eagle. Still, we weren't out of the woods yet. We slid down its belly. Having shaken off its pain and now being incredibly pissed off, the snake gave chase. It was a shame, really. Not even 5 minutes ago, I was actually having a little bit of fun. Now, I was hoping to Christ that we would be able to escape the reptile currently snapping at us. I could feel the wind from each of its attempted bites. I'm pretty sure it nearly got my head with at least one of them. I think it was trying to be careful in order to avoid biting itself, which is something that snakes have to worry about. We reached its tail, which touched the ground below. Like the path, it too was slippery, and we slid across it into a small tunnel, as the snake was still barreling towards us. We managed to escape it by the skin of our teeth. The tunnel we went through led into another room, and we stopped when our feet hit its wall. "Carl?" I said, breathing heavily. "Yeah? I fucking hate this place." The sooner we found Nick and got the hell out of here, the better. Both were not going to be easy tasks. The first step was finding out how to get out of this room that we were currently in. I don't see a switch, I told Carl after examining the wall. What about you? He was checking along the floor. Nope. Shit, this might be a dead end. There might be something above us, but the wall's too smooth to climb. Wait, do you see that? See what? Poking just below the shadow above was what looked to be some kind of thread. We might be able to climb it if it got down. Any ideas? Huh, the wall's a little hollow. Carl's idea was for us to kick at the wall in hopes that it would make the thread fall down to us. This did eventually work after quite some effort. My foot was really sore by the time we got that damn thread to finally fall down. It turned out to not just be a thread, but a web. And a thick one too. This gave us another worry. If Lord of the Rings has taught me anything, giant webs usually mean giant spiders. Either that or the webbing was made by giant silkworms. With our luck though, the former was a much more likely occurrence. All we could do is try to climb as silently as possible. Carl made sure to hold the torch away from the rope so it wasn't set aflame. Do you remember how much fun it was to climb that rope in gym class? Yeah, me neither. However, it did turn out to be a skill that would help me, unlike half of the other things that I learned in school. By the time we finally reached the top, my muscles were on fire. The area's walls were covered in webbing, and it also stretched far above our heads. Holy shit, I said, seeing what it was all wrapped around. The webs held various corpses, with bites taken out of them. Some looked strangely alien, while others seemed disturbingly human, albeit a lot hairier. One thing was for sure, we did not want to meet whatever had caught them. A pained moan made us turn our heads. Among several disembodied arms and legs was Nick. From the looks of it, he'd been knocked out and was just now waking up. We got him down and helped him to his feet. Nick, what did this to you? I asked.
Spiders, he replied, shaking off his fatigue. Really big fucking spiders.
I knew it. Did you happen to pass by any possible exits when they took you here?
No, I only remember them pouncing on me and then I woke up here.
Are they poisonous?
They didn't bite me, so I'm not sure.
Well, let's just assume that they are to be on the safe side, Carl said. Let's get moving before they come back.
The webs became even thicker the deeper we went. It got to the point where we needed to slice through them. Eventually we came to another section. This one was unusually dark, even with the torch.
What's with this place? Nick asked. There's like almost no visibility.
Wait a sec, I said, staring at what we thought initially was a wall. I realized what it really was and got a strong, we need to get the fuck out of here type of feeling. They must have figured it out too because their expressions now matched how I felt. Before we could get out of there, they awoke. The pitch dark room now became illuminated by multiple sets of 6 glowing red eyes. Run! I yelled. I can't say for sure how many there were. Just at a glance, there had to be a couple hundred at least. Did you know that a group of spiders is apparently called either a cluster or a clutter? Personally, I don't really find those terms to be fitting given the size of the ones chasing us. Something like a swarm or maybe even big scary ass motherfuckers would have been more fitting. The sound of their skittering legs was unnerving as hell. The noise was akin to nails being rapidly scraped against dry metal. To make matters worse, we didn't have anywhere to go. The only place that we could go was back down to where Carl and I had climbed up. There wasn't nearly enough time for us to do that, so Carl came up with something else. You know what they say? If you can't beat them, burn them. He touched the torch to some of the webbing, and the entire area instantly became engulfed in fire. We were safe from it, since we were just outside of the spider's lair. The spiders, however, were not so lucky. They writhed, shrieking in the flames. Some panicked and ran right off of the edge that we stood near. We thought that was the end of the matter. Then we heard something else moving towards us. Its skittering was so loud that it was practically thunderous. We saw it peek out from where the spiders came out. Through the flames, we saw a spider so large that the others may have well have been shrimp by comparison. It was their mother. That'll be all for now. I'll see you next week. My head hurts like hell. We've been trying to improve our reflexes by fighting Carl blindfolded. As you can imagine, he's been kicking our asses 8 ways to Sunday, but somehow it has helped. Thankfully, we have a stash here, and I've just been in the clouds for the past day. one important update that I want to give is that we may be getting ready to leave this place soon, depending on whether or not Carl thinks we're ready. Of course, I'll let you all know when we are. For now, though, back to where I left off last week. Of all the things that I encountered, I never thought something as simple as a spider would stand out so much. Then again, I've yet to see one as big as the one we saw. This fucker looked big enough to swallow a great white shark whole, and to kill that snake we saw before with ease. To make matters worse, it was incredibly pissed off at us for destroying both her children and also her food supply. "Can you hit her eyes from here?" I asked Carl. "Too far. And besides, I don't have another knife on me."
"At least it can't get past the fire,"
Nick said. This was disproven by what happened next. The mother spider leaped through the flames, not being bothered by them in the slightest. Our eyes grew wide when we saw this. She landed in front of us with a ground-shaking crash. The impact of it was enough to knock us all off of our feet. I groaned in pain and let out a scream as I saw her head barreling down towards me. My machete wasn't gonna do shit against it. I would have had better luck trying to take down a lion with a thumbtack. To her, we were merely appetizers. I braced myself to get eaten, but then she let out a shriek of pain. Carl was digging into her with his machete. Even though the wound inflicted was by no means serious, it was still enough to cause her some discomfort. I seized the opportunity to get to my feet, then Carl yanked out his weapon and we dashed past her. The area was a bit small for her, so it took some time for her to turn around and face us. The fire burned away most of the webbing at this point, exposing some previously covered tunnels. Lucky for us, they were too small for the mother spider to follow through. She tried to. She kept ramming the entrance. We were afraid that it would collapse in on us. Eventually, though, she did go away. "Thank fucking Christ," I breathed. "Are you guys all right?" They replied that they were, and we continued onwards. My thoughts were plagued by visions of what we might encounter next, although those weren't the only things on my mind. I wondered how all of these beings came to be here in the first place. Were they all just manifestations of Indeframast, or poor souls that it claimed long ago in order to do its bidding? If it was the latter, was that the fate that our town was headed in? Perhaps the Returned and other creatures were servants of it. We know that it's really old based on what it told us. However, we don't know just how old it is. If the carvings I saw were any indicator, it might be millions, billions, even trillions of years in age. God or not, how does something live for that long without going insane? To be fair, maybe it has. Maybe it lost its mind long ago. Whatever it really is, be it God, alien, or both, we know for sure that it isn't meant to be fully viewed by human eyes. Was the glimpse of it that we saw really it, or merely another form of it? If it isn't, what is its true form? These are the questions that I've been struggling with ever since we were back in that place. I try not to think about them, but every so often my thoughts will drift back to wanting their answers, as the human mind does. I've heard plenty of stories of people encountering eldritch abominations and doing everything they can to avoid seeing them. The thing is, I want to. Or at least a part of me does. If you asked me why, I wouldn't be able to tell you. The only thing that I can think to compare it to is like waiting for the grades of difficult final exams. You're just desperate to know how you scored. Yet at the same time, the thought that you might have failed fills you with such dread that the results are almost better left unseen. That's how it feels in regards to Indeframist. The major difference being, I know nothing good would come of me seeing it. Perhaps I want to because of simple curiosity, or humanity's inclination towards self-destruction. Maybe it's both. Or it could be due to another reason entirely that probably hasn't occurred to me yet. Anyway, I need to stop talking about this before I go insane. Try as we might, finding an exit seemed all but impossible. It was cave after cave and door after door, and the only silver lining was that there wasn't anything actively trying to kill us. That meant, from our perspective, our most likely fate would have been starving to death from being down there too long. Obviously, that didn't seem like an ideal outcome either, therefore, we needed to come up with a solution before things got to that point. The area we got to was vastly larger than the ones we'd been to thus far. It contained 4 interconnecting stone bridges, overlooking another pit that was too deep to see the bottom of. Its ceiling was also so tall that we couldn't see that either. We were about to reach the cross-section when one of two life-threatening things reared their ugly heads. The ground rumbled as it came into view from one of the cave entrances up ahead. My testicles retracted some as the night set its gaze upon us. From how its grip tightened on the handle of its sword, I got the sense that it wasn't too happy that I had managed to escape it earlier. Its many eyes conveyed a determined hunger, as if it were a starving wolf trying to corner a meal. At this point, we tried to run back from where we came from, only for that second aforementioned thing to show up, and I am of course referring to the mother spider. We saw it crawl up from the pit and hop onto another bridge. Now we were caught between an oh shit and an oh fuck. Honestly, I thought we were done for, since they would both be too fast for us to escape at that distance, but we got so lucky. It came in the form of the knight and mother spider not being too keen on sharing their prey. We were getting ready to take our chances and just jump over the edge when the mother spider leapt over us and began attacking the knight. We were bewildered by this sight and really didn't know what to do at that point. Despite the mother spider having the clear size advantage, they seemed to be evenly matched. Neither could make the other budge an inch. The mother spider took slash upon slash from the knight's sword. Meanwhile, the knight was taking chomp after chomp from her. Blood flew from both parties involved. It got so intense that we noticed some parts of the cave were beginning to crumble around us. So we tried to flee back the way we came once again. However, their clash became so intense that it knocked us off our feet. Carl dropped the torch, and the flame touched some of the mother spider's blood. To our surprise, it turned out to be extremely flammable. Instantly, it flared up when the torch's fire made contact with it. How or why, we didn't really know. All we did know was that if that flame caught a stream of the mother spider's blood, it would be the equivalent of lighting a fuse. And exactly that ended up happening. We tried to run. The knight ended up hitting an artery in the mother spider, and its blood sprayed at us in a stream. We ducked it. However, the torch was long, so its fire touched that blood. And what resulted was it catching, and their fight coming to a very abrupt end. The mother spider exploded into a massive ball of flame, sending the knight flying. We were pretty far away, and the force of it was enough to send us flying as well. We hit the wall, groaning in pain as we slid to the floor. We shook off that pain in time to see the knight, now aflame, plummeting into the abyss below. Not only did we escape the throes of death once again, we also blew it the fuck up. Albeit, on accident. This sense of accomplishment was short-lived when we realized that the cave was now collapsing around us. Any potential exits were covered by debris, so I once again thought that we were about to die. And once again, somehow, we got really, really lucky. First off, the falling chunks of rock missed us. Secondly, it exposed a light above that was a way out of the cave. And third, all of the debris piled up in a way that allowed us to just climb up it. We were done with that godforsaken place, at last. The joy that we felt was enough to make our pain almost unnoticeable. The light felt so welcoming, as if it were the hand of someone reaching down to help you back up. Our eyes needed to adjust to the brightness. When things came into focus, we found a squad of agents were waiting for us with their weapons drawn. Before we could react, darts were shot into our chests. My vision doubled and faded to black as we collapsed on the ground. Yeah, they finally got us. And where we were taken to, we'll have to wait until next week. I'd be lying if I said the post-holiday blues didn't hit me pretty hard. We put the decorations up on the 8th, and I always feel down when they're gone. On top of that, these nasal issues have been kicking my ass. I can only breathe out of one nostril, and I've been taking Sinex like fucking cocaine. Here's to hoping that it goes away by the time that we're ready to leave here. Now, if there's one place that I never want to end up again, it's at the place that those assholes took us to. My eyes opened and I sat up groggily. When the blurriness cleared from my vision, I saw that I was in a small room with a hard-as-a-rock bed. To my left was a claustrophobically small bathroom. The sink of it was outside. To my right was a door leading out of the room. Of course, I knew it was locked, but I wasn't exactly happy about being imprisoned. I tried the handle anyways, and then proceeded to pound on the door while yelling, "Let me out of here, you fucking snakes!"
Now, Pete. That won't do you any good.
I turned around to notice a speaker, along with 2 cameras. Each one was planted in the corner, so the entire room could be viewed at all times. Instinctively, I shot the bird at the nearest one, while the disturbing thought that there might be a bathroom camera suddenly crossed my mind. A chuckle came from the speakers.
Is that any way to communicate?
It is for assholes like you guys. I started patting my clothes. As expected, I no longer had my weapons on me.
Did you really think we wouldn't search you guys before we brought you here? We were very thorough, you know.
What do you mean by that? I asked, and quickly realized that I could probably do without the answer to that question. Actually, forget it. I don't even want to know. Where are Carl and Nick?
Don't worry, they're safe. By now, they should have woken up as well.
What do you want with us?
All in good time, Pizzaman. Why don't you relax for a bit? Think of this as a vacation from all the running around you guys have been doing.
Oh, yeah. I love vacations where some fucktards kidnap me and my friends and imprison us. I got no reply to that, so I sat down on the bed, wondering what their endgame was and how Carl and Nick were handling things. We'd already been through way worse at this point, so I wasn't too concerned for them. What did worry me, though, was how loudly my stomach was growling. I remembered that I hadn't even eaten since right before we got stuck in that cave. At that moment, it just so happened someone came through the door. I found it had a slot, and I didn't even notice until they slid it back and pushed a tray of food through it, closing it right afterwards. The tray landed on the floor. On it was a circular bread loaf, along with some mac and cheese. The bread was so dried out, it felt like you could break a window with it. However, the mac and cheese was somehow even worse, being so bland and slimy. I had to fight back the urge to immediately spit it back out after taking only a single bite. You have to try and fuck up macaroni and cheese for it to be this bad. Still, it wasn't as though I was expecting the 5-star treatment, so I made do with the food that was given to me. A plastic cup was sitting on the sink, which I filled with water. I found dipping my bread in it helped to make it slightly more palatable. When it comes to eating shitty food, my first tip is don't. However, if you really do have to, eat the worst stuff first to get it out of the way. And that's what I did. Once I finished my meal, a word which I'm using very loosely in this context, the one thing left to do was just to wait. After some time, the same guy spoke to me again. This time it was from the other side of the door.
How you feeling, Pete?
Fuck you.
Not too well, I see. You must be feeling restless. Tell you what, why don't we let you out of the room so you can walk around a bit? All you gotta do is cooperate. To start, put these on.
Once again, the door slot slid open, and some folded clothes were pushed through it. They were white and akin to the kind that nurses typically wear. A quick inspection of them told me that the pants didn't have pockets. Sighing, I quickly changed into them. Alright, I'm done. I figured that this would be a good opportunity to study wherever it was we were and keep possible escape routes in mind. 2 guards came in and cuffed me, then they escorted me out of the room. I saw the man who had been talking to me. Wait a sec, you're the guy I threw that 2-liter at back in town. Despite him smiling, his eye twitched a little at the mention of that.
All in the past. Now follow me.
The hallway was bleak and gray with concrete walls. Doors were on all sides of it. My heartbeat ticked a little faster due to hearing crying coming from inside some of those doors. As we were walking, he began explaining things.
Pete, do you know why we've been after you guys?
Beats me. I thought you were just being petty about us getting away.
It's because you 3 are walking hazards. We know about the people who have died due to the little camping trip that you guys had. Not to mention that cop and the priest. It's a wonder more people haven't died because of your carelessness.
Those weren't our fault, I said defensively.
Not directly. But like it or not, they were the results of your actions, and as such, we brought you here.
And where exactly would here be? He ignored that question. Wait, aren't you guys in danger with us here?
Not to worry. This facility has a number of measures in place to deal with the curses that individuals such as yourself bring in.
What have you guys been doing with our town since we've been away?
Oh, just a little surveillance is all. I'm glad you brought that up, though. We've been told an extraterrestrial was sighted recently. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
Just say alien, you pretentious prick, I thought. But I said, sorry, doesn't sound familiar. There was no way that I was going to tell these cunts a goddamn thing about Zol. Speaking of whom, I was impressed that he was able to avoid detection for so long.
Why don't you try real hard to see if you can remember anything? We have ways to help you jog your memory.
We came across some double doors, which used a key card to unlock. My breath caught in my throat when I saw what was waiting on the other side of them. For starters, the room was so large that its top or bottom couldn't be seen. What really got me nervous were all the glass rooms and what was in them. I could see all kinds of creatures in that room. I recognized some, such as werewolves and vampires. Part of me felt bad for the vampire since he looked so gaunt. The other part didn't want to find out what would happen if he got out of his room. And another, I could see just a group of floating pink, sparkling orbs. Are those fucking fairies? I wondered aloud.
Pretty, aren't they? Mischievous as hell, though. We managed to catch these because they were weakened. Our goal is to make use of their magic. Unfortunately, they haven't exactly been cooperative.
Gee, I can't imagine why. So, what is the point of showing all this to me? A chill ran down my spine when I noticed some of the monsters eyeing me. Some were large and furry, while others were thin and scaly. There were also others who appeared not to have any skin at all.
It's to let you know that if you don't give us what we want, we could easily make you a meal for any of our prisoners here. The vampire's one of the first things you see when you come here. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to become acquainted with you, since it's been a little while since his last meal.
He must have noticed my nervousness, because his smile widened.
But I do want you to know that we aren't unreasonable. All you have to do is answer our questions truthfully, and we'll even give you extra privileges. Who knows? You may even get out of here one day, provided you swear to never disclose what you've seen here. So, what'll it be?
Careful consideration was key here. Our safety was of great importance, of course. However, Zol, I knew, was the key to helping our town. He was also our friend as well, even though we'd only gotten to know him for a very short time. What is it that you want to know?
You know what? Tell us what you know about the extraterrestrial. Your friend Nick already has. I don't mean to talk bad about your friend, but we were able to break him pretty easily. You should have seen him, crying and begging for us to stop.
I felt my hands ball up into fists. If it weren't for the handcuffs, plus the armed guards around me, I would have broken this fucker's nose. Still, I needed to keep my composure. I've seen this trick before on cop shows. They'll lie and tell somebody that they're interrogating that, their accomplice already confessed in order to get them to confess. And I was now in a similar situation. I wouldn't know any more than him about it, but if he really did meet an alien, that sounds really exciting. What did he say about it? The man glared at me.
Fine, smartass. If that's how you want it.
He snapped his fingers, and next thing I knew, one of the guards clunked the back of my head, knocking me out cold. The first thing I noticed upon waking up, aside from the pounding headache, was the fact that I was cuffed to a table. From out of the shadows, the man appeared along with more guards. In his hand was a remote, which he used to make the table raise, allowing me to get a better view of him. Man, what kind of James Bond villain type shit are you guys trying to pull? I yelled, trying fruitlessly to free myself. And why do you guys have a cat? One of the guards held a fluffy white cat, which they stroked softly.
Dogs and cats have an acute sense for the paranormal. If something dangerous is nearby, it'll warn us.
Then why not just use a dog instead?
I'm allergic to them, but that's not important. What is important is that you won't be alone in what we're about to do to you.
He pushed more buttons on the remote. Carl and Nick were pushed into the light, also strapped to tables. The latter's condition didn't appear that bad. However, the same couldn't be said about the former's. Carl's face was swollen, with a large bruise under his left eye. A trail of dried blood connected his nostril and shirt, which indicated that they had broken his nose. "Hey, Pete," he said, giving a weak smile. "What did you do to him?" I shouted.
He was giving us a hard time, so we had to be a little rough. It's a real shame. David is really disappointed with him.
Who? Once again, my question was ignored, but I could see Carl's expression darken at the mention of that name.
Now, we'll do worse than that to you, unless you give us some answers.
Nick, are you okay? I called out to him.
I'm fine, he replied. Don't tell these assholes anything. Correction, he's fine for now. So, what'll it be?
I glanced over at Carl and Nick, who just gave me slight nods. Okay, sure. The man gave me a smug smile.
You've made the right choice.
Glad to hear it. I just need you to come a little closer.
What for?
Well, you see, what I'm going to tell you is really important. It'd be for the best if only people of importance hear of it first. He studied me for a moment and then proceeded to walk over to me.
Your arms and legs are restrained, so it's not like you can hit me. Now, let's hear it.
Okay, Then I thrust my head forward, connecting my forehead with his nose. You forgot about my neck, dickhead! I told him as he staggered back, blood gushing from his nostrils. Carl and Nick both grinned at that. In response, he quickly pulled out his gun and smacked me across the face with it. The coppery taste of blood now covered my tongue. I spat it out at him. It landed on one of his shoes and he looked ready to strangle me.
Fine, if that's how you want it!
He walked away, yelling for someone to get him a tissue.
Did I really kill that cop?
Nick asked us, to which we gave him apprehensive shrugs. The man returned shortly later with some cotton balls stuffed into his nose. With him were some scientists, more heavily armed guards, and a large metal crate.
What's in there?
Nick asked.
You're about to find out.
He and those with him took out some squirt bottles and proceeded to spray its contents all over themselves. The hell? I said. Is that vinegar? I wrinkled my nose at the strong smell.
It'll keep it from noticing us.
He gestured towards the box and then snapped his fingers. They unlocked the crate and slid it open. Fear of centipedes and millipedes is common. I myself have never really been afraid of them, beyond generally finding them sort of unpleasant. However, after seeing what came crawling out of that crate, I swear I am going to kill every one of them I see just to spite that horrid fucking thing. It was very similar to those, except being a lot larger. 2 feelers extended from its mouth, and it moved them all over the room. It reminded me of someone stumbling around to try and find something in the dark. Seeing that shit was really unnerving. The only other thing about it that came close were the sounds that it made. Aside from the scraping chirping, which was already bad enough, its body twisted and crackled. I shit you not when I say that each movement it made sounded like someone getting their bones broken. They'd gotten some kind of leash around its neck and were holding it back as it was thrashing, trying to get at us.
Last chance, the man said to me. Don't you care about your friends? We'll make sure they're safe. And your town has been in good hands as well.
Don't listen to them, Pete, Carl shouted. All these assholes care about is furthering their own power. Whatever they say, disregard it like the trash that it is.
The man shot daggers at Carl.
Whatever it is, we can take it, Nick said. We've been through worse.
Indeed, we have. I gave the man a firm answer of go fuck yourself. His breathing became rapid, and the veins in his neck stood out. Despite his expression, his voice was disturbingly calm.
You've been through worse, huh? Then I'll just have to see if we can reach that bar.
At his command, it was released. This thing moved fast. Within a couple of seconds, it was already standing in front of me. I knew whatever was about to happen next, it wouldn't be pleasant. All I could do was mentally prepare myself, as I felt my heart hammering and my body tensing up. Its waving feelers now suddenly stood straight, pointing directly at me. Up close, I noticed 2 things about them that I didn't before. The first was that they ended in stingers, and the second is the fact that the feelers were barbed with tiny spikes. I glanced at the man who now wore a sadistic grin.
Enjoy the meal!
Its feelers shot forward, sticking them into my chest, and all I could do was scream. I have a lot more to say about the place and what we went through in it. However, typing fatigue is once again taking a hold of me, so I'm gonna cut this one off here. Think I'll make some popcorn and just watch a movie. Later, everyone. Stealth has been the name of the game for this week's training exercises. Of course, that's easier said than done when you're over 6'4". Nick has been having better luck with all that than I have. He's told me that he's had past experience because his parents are light sleepers. The thing about stealth is, oftentimes it just requires a lot of crouching and waiting. My back is screaming at me by the end of it. We've been practicing this by playing hide and seek. I never actually played that game growing up. Guess when you're a rude, violent asshole, not many people want to associate with you. Huh, go figure, right? I've already talked about that though, so I'll pick up where I left off in my last post. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, I was being tortured by that giant centipede-like creature. Good times. And by good, I mean fucking agonizingly painful. Imagine feeling thin spiked wire pushed into your skin, and then having someone move it around inside of you. That's how it felt, and let me tell you, it fucking hurt. My arms and legs were twitching involuntarily as the feelers extended throughout my body. I only recalled the pain over the next 10 or so seconds, but to me they felt like hours. Then, mercifully, it did retract its feelers. I saw that they were now coated in blood and seemed to be a little bit fatter. I felt so weak then, both mentally and physically, I had to fight to keep from passing out right then and there. It was only after it stopped that I could hear the sounds of Carl and Nick shouting.
I wonder who it'll pick next.
The man gleefully wondered out loud. You people are fucking sick, Nick told him as the centipede scurried in his direction. Then he met the same fate as me. Carl yelled some more, but I was too tired to even croak, let alone raise my voice. I could only really groan in pain, listening to Nick in pain. Then the same thing happened to Carl. By the time the ordeal was through, they were visibly paler, and I imagine that I was as well.
Looks like it's full. Put it back in containment.
While they did, the agent walked up to me. He lifted my chin so I was looking right at him.
Now you know what we're capable of.
Fuck you, I breathed. He then ordered us back to our rooms. I remembered fading in and out of consciousness as they dragged us, then feeling the hard floor as they pushed us inside.
Don't worry, we'll send in some medical staff to replace the blood that you've lost. Get some rest. You'll be needing it.
Fully recovering from that incident took me about a week. During that time, I learned of the second thing that we would have to contend with: boredom. I mean it when I say that there was nothing to do. I actually got the idea to write these posts again while I was in there. The only thing I could really do was work out. There wasn't a lot of space in there, but I could do some push-ups and sit-ups, etc. I swear I would have given my left nut to at least have some audiobooks on me or something. I would listen to those a lot during my closing shifts at Formaggio's. All I had to keep me company then and there were my own thoughts. I hoped Carl and Nick were making the most of their time as well. One day, I woke up to my door opening. The agent looked down at me.
Good morning, Pete. How you doing today?
The first person I'm talking to in over a month, and it has to be your ugly ass? By the way, how's your nose?
It's doing just fine now, thanks. Oh yeah, you can call me Blue. It's only my code name, but I'd like us to get more personal with each other.
The only thing I want getting more personal is my foot and your ass. Now, why don't you fuck off? He just sighed and snapped his fingers. Once again, I was escorted, well, dragged, really, out of the room. The guards proceeded to beat the everlasting shit out of me. When I came to, I found myself upside down with chains wrapped around me. I glanced up to see a large metal circular door. Blue and some guards were on a bridge, and on it was a control panel.
Good to see you awake, Pete,
Blue exclaimed. Wish I could say the same about you, I shot back. He went on, ignoring my remark.
You know, something I find fascinating. Of all the areas our facility has acquired its specimens from, the ocean is by far the most intriguing. You don't need a spaceship to get to it, or to do some complicated ritual. All you need is a sturdy submarine.
Is there a point to all your fucking rambling?
Actually, there is.
He went over to the panel.
Before I do this, I'm curious about something. Your leg was broken last time we saw you. How'd it heal so quickly?
Magic juice.
Really? From what?
Your wife's pussy. After that, he hammered down on one of the buttons. The circular door parted open, revealing two enormous glowing yellow eyes. You know that feeling you get when you look down from really high up? I felt that, plus the sensation that one feels when a giant sea creature wants to eat them. That is to say, I did not take it well. I cursed, shaking in my chains as it stared at me. At first, it merely observed me. Then, to my horror and Blue's delight, the chain was lowered. The beast shot up, trying to bite me. I was just out of its reach, but feeling its breath was absolutely terrifying. I came close to losing my hands. All the while, I could hear Blue over there laughing. The sicko liked seeing me squirm. My mind scrambled for something I could say. It wasn't that I couldn't come up with anything. Rather, the issue was thinking of information that they would want that also wouldn't endanger Zol.
You're looking a little pale there, Pete. If you want us to stop, you know what to do.
I suddenly got an idea. Why at that exact moment, I'm not sure. However, it was the only thing that I could think of that might possibly help me. They proceeded to lower the chains again.
Wait!
I yelled. Blue signaled for them to cease.
What?
I can tell you the real reason that my leg is better. That piqued his curiosity.
Do tell.
Let me ask you a question first. Do you believe in unicorns? He and his men exchanged glances.
Are you saying you've encountered one?
We have. In fact, the blood from one is what healed my leg. We might be able to show you how to get to their world, if you let me down from here. He pondered my offer, stroking his chin thoughtfully. At the same time, the monster was growling, eyeing me with that intense hunger. Sweat covered me, and I silently hoped that Blue would fall for my plan.
All right, you got yourself a deal, he said. Get him down.
My thundering heart slowed as I breathed out a sigh of relief. They got me down and undid the chains from me. At least step 1 of my half-baked plan was complete. Step 2 would involve Carl and Nick. And I guess that's all I really feel like typing up right now. I actually got some chores that I need to do, so until the next time, this is Pete, signing out. If someone were to ask me which chore I hate the most, I would, without hesitation, say doing the dishes. It is so fucking tedious. The other night, they took me altogether 2 hours, even though I let them soak. Bottom line, never cook eggs in a skillet that isn't non-stick. We really need to get a new scrubber, because the one we got ain't cutting it the least bit. Now that I got all that off my chest, I guess I'll just continue where I left off in the last post. I convinced them to bring me, Carl, and Nick together. The two of them were informed of what I had said. I'm not sure if they knew what it was that I was trying to do, however, they both trusted me enough to just go along with it. We were put in an interrogation room, in which we were cuffed to our chairs. So, what did they do to you guys? I asked. Carl answered that they'd put him in some kind of sensory deprivation machine for several hours. That sounded horrifying. Imagine being aware, but unable to feel anything. That would be enough to drive any normal person crazy. But the fact is, he isn't normal, and that's one of the reasons that I like Carl.
Holy shit, Nick said. Are you all right after all that?
Don't worry, I've specialized in some torture tolerance techniques, and while being in there was unpleasant, it'll take more than that to break me. Now, what'd they do to you, Nick? Nick told us that he spent the morning in a maze, getting chased by giant man-eating worms.
It was like they were watching a game. I'm glad I made it out, but people down there with me, they weren't so lucky. I'll be honest, I was close to cracking before they came to get me.
Well, we're happy that you didn't, I told him. Not to mention the fact that now we're all safe.
Me too. By the way, what'd they do to you?
Oh, they threatened to feed me to this giant anglerfish sea serpent thing. Honestly, it got way too close.
Sounds rough.
Then Blue entered the room.
That's enough small talk. I should inform you three that unicorns have also been sighted by our staff. However, we haven't had as much interaction with them as you claim to have had. The only thing of them we've managed to get is some fur.
That was exactly what we needed. Did you lose any people to them? I asked.
Oh yeah, those things are vicious, but I'm confident we'll be able to handle one with ease here.
At the mention of the word one, I could have sworn a flare of realization in Carl and Nick's eyes. The former spoke up. Well then, it's a good thing you got some of their fur, since that is the key to accessing their world.
Oh, and how exactly is that done?
Gather some supplies and we'll show you. He explained how he came across the ritual, and even though the old woman was dead, the items needed for it might still be among her belongings.
Well, since this could end up being very useful to us, I'm gonna give you the order to track her things down. You mentioned the town she was in, but would you happen to recall her exact address?
Carl did, in fact. We were sent back to our rooms, and it took them a couple of weeks to locate and retrieve her things from storage. After confirming that they had what would be needed, we were taken to some sort of outdoor greenhouse. It was so big that they were growing trees in it. Hell, you could practically call it a mini forest. Carl and I proceeded to do the ritual, just like we did the last time. I feel as though I should explain what exactly I was planning at this point. Now, admittedly, I was extremely nervous to execute it, since it would put all of us at risk as well. Sometimes you gotta take that gamble, though. Anyway, I was hoping that my theory would be correct. Said theory depended on our world and the unicorns being in sync with each other. What I mean by that is, you could end up in a different part of their world depending on where you do the ritual here. Things actually ended up going too well. Like, way too well. Once we finished, the path appeared, just like it did the last time.
I'll be damned, Blue said. It actually worked. What now?
You can either send some people in, or wait to see if one comes out, Carl answered.
I think we'll wait.
A minute or so passed, and we could hear the galloping of several sets of hooves. I thought this was so far so good. My plan was for about 5 or so unicorns to show up, cause some chaos, which we could take advantage of. That changed when other noises made themselves known. My heart dropped into my stomach when I recognized them as coming from harpies. Carl yelled at me and Nick to get back. Then, before Blue knew what was happening, a flock of harpies came out of the path, along with an entire fucking stampede of unicorns. All hell broke loose at this point, in a gore-filled bloodbath. Right off the bat, the harpies decapitated the nearest guards. The poor bastards didn't even get the chance to defend themselves. Next, a group of unicorns came stampeding out. Although some of them were gunned down, they did manage to impale or stomp most of their attackers to death. By this point, we were just trying to get the fuck out of there. Then we heard a voice that chilled my spine.
You,
he said, his voice full of hatred. Carl and I recognized him as one of the unicorns who had found us. A lifeless body was currently on his horn and dripping with blood. He tossed it aside and turned his attention to us. Oh, shit, I murmured.
You betrayed their majesties.
Yeah. About that? And then we fucking booked it, trying desperately to escape him. His thundering hooves were right behind us.
Our castle fell because of you two,
he roared, attempting to impale us with his horn. We split up, trying to divert his attention, and he chose to chase me. Of course. I tried losing him behind some trees, but he just knocked the fucking things down. One of them nearly fell on top of me. I was beginning to get a stitch in my side, so I needed Carl and Nick to do something, and fast. I ended up getting cornered, scrambling and finding no way out. I could only turn to face my pursuer.
Now, perish, traitor,
the unicorn declared, galloping towards me. As he did, I could only really just brace myself for what was to come. My only thought was, I fucking hate unicorns! That'll do for this post. I'm feeling a little nostalgic, so I'll spend some time rewatching Dragon Ball Z, I suppose. Later on, everyone. This week's goal has been target practice. Now, I'd say that I've always been fairly decent with my aim, but Carl told us that it wouldn't hurt for us to improve. Nick's isn't as good due to his lack of experience with firearms. I know in one post I detailed him and me gunning down a bunch of creatures trying to attack formagios. However, they were large and in close proximity, thus making them much easier to hit. We're gonna need better aim since they won't be the only threat that we'll have to deal with when we get back to town. Granted, we don't want to shoot any living, fully conscious people, but if we have to, then so be it, I guess. You know, sometimes it feels as if the universe is just out to get me. I mean, of all the unicorns that have come into this goddamn facility, one of them had to be the one with a grudge against us. The unicorn nearly reached me, and I almost shat myself. At the last moment, the sound of gunfire became audible, accompanied by the unicorn's body being riddled with bullet holes. At the very least, I have to give him props for his determination. Even as he was bleeding out, he still tried to kill me. He fell dead right before me, and I looked past him to see Carl and Nick holding assault rifles. I wish we'd stop cutting these kinds of situations so close. I told them, breathing heavily. Never mind that, Carl replied. We're gonna get going, so take this. He gave me a handgun. We needed to reach the exit. Unfortunately, there were still guards, not to mention harpies and other unicorns running about, so doing this would be no easy task. We tried to be stealthy, only to be immediately spotted by some harpies, of course. They came flying at us, but luckily I was pretty quick on the draw. I shot both of them in the head, and they fell directly to the floor. When about 10 or so more appeared, my confidence boost went out like a snuffed candle. We tried firing at them, but they moved so fast. We only managed to hit a few of them. Next thing we knew, our weapons were ripped from our hands, leaving us defenseless. What kept us from becoming mincemeat, ironically, was Blue. We thought that he'd gotten killed. As it turned out, he was only knocked unconscious. He came to and shot the harpies as soon as he saw, unknowingly saving us. As you can imagine, he wasn't too thrilled about us tricking him. Upon noticing us, he aimed his gun, only to get knocked away by a unicorn. Quick, grab some key cards, Carl instructed, and we did so, snatching them off of some dead guards, along with their weapons. Then we ran to the exit and used one of the key cards to unlock it. Naturally, those patrolling didn't take too kindly to 3 prisoners running about, not to mention the fact that they had most likely received reports of what we had done. Blue was so furious with us. We heard him order us to be shot on sight over the loudspeakers. We were met with a barrage of bullets that we only managed to avoid by rounding a corner. This is no good, I said. We can't keep running around like this. I know that, Carl replied, but I have an idea. We need to reach the prison floor, though. Easier said than done. There's guards crawling all over the place. I think I might have the solution to that. Follow me. Carl led us to a door which turned out to be for the bathroom.
Why'd you take us in here?
Nick asked him. Just trust me. Nick, stand in the left corner. Pete, stand in the right. After we did, Carl cleared his throat and opened the door. Hey, someone come help me. I seen those bastards head into the bathroom, he announced in a very gruff voice. He then got into position alongside me. 3 guards entered the bathroom, rounding the corner. The moment they did, they were met with the butts of our gun. They staggered back, hitting their heads on the walls and knocking them out. Help me take their clothes off, Carl ordered. Nick and I gave him puzzled looks. So we can disguise ourselves with them? He explained.
Oh,
we said in unison. From experience, I could say that putting on a bunch of body armor is not easy. It's a wonder it didn't take me and Nick even longer to do it.
Man, this shit is heavy,
Nick complained. Well, it's the only way that we'll blend in, so act natural, Carl told him. Hang on, I said. How will we be able to tell who's who? Carl thought on that for a moment and then ordered us to take off our helmets. What are you doing? I asked him. Our equipment came with combat knives. Using his, Carl scratched some distinct markings into our helmets. There. Now we'll be able to recognize each other. Good thinking, Carl, I said, but what should we do with them? I pointed to the unconscious men on the floor. We dragged them to the sink and cuffed them to the pipes. Then we gagged their mouth with their shirts and left them in the bathroom.
You 3, report!
We turned to see a guy who was the definition of intimidating. He had to be at least 7.5 feet tall, with monstrously broad shoulders. Just from a glance, I knew this guy probably got anxious whenever he wasn't carrying something heavy. We thought we saw him head into the restrooms, but when we checked, it was empty. We think they might have doubled back to throw us off.
Damn. We'll keep looking. There's no way they could escape this place.
He turned to walk away when his radio crackled to life. Blue's voice sounded over it.
Mickey, we need you to get down here right now. Shit's gotten bad. Really fucking bad.
Upon learning this giant of a man's name, I had to hold my breath to keep from laughing. I imagine Carl and Nick needed to do the same. That quickly became easy due to the shitstorm caused by what we heard next.
What's wrong? One of those goddamn unicorns escaped the greenhouse. It shattered the fairy containment. It did what?
Hearing worry in such a big dude's voice was beginning to make us nervous.
We have no idea where they are now,
Blue told him. Growling became audible in the background, and I got a sinking feeling from just listening to it.
Oh God, they released the fog.
We could hear what sounded like the hissing of steam, and this was followed by agonized screams.
Shit,
Blue yelled.
We're gonna try and make it to the upper floor and seal it off. You do the same.
Then the radio cut out.
All right, ladies, you heard him. We need to get moving.
I wanted to ask him what exactly the fog does, but I was afraid that would blow our cover. As it turned out, I wouldn't need to ask. One of the areas we passed contained a glass bridge that connected different sections of the base. While running, I could see the fog below us. It was a massive silver cloud with golden sparkles. Some guards, along with prisoners, were trying to escape it. Unfortunately, most weren't fast enough. I guess the fog poisoned those that touched it, somehow. While that assumption was in the ballpark, what it actually did was far more horrifying than I could have ever possibly imagined. At first, I wasn't even sure what it was that we were seeing. It just looked like people freezing suddenly and then crumpling to the floor. Then I saw it happen again to some prisoners. They too froze, and I could see them being dissolved alive. It only lasted a few seconds, but judging by their expressions, I bet it felt like an eternity. No way in hell were we letting that stuff get anywhere near us. If things got real bad, we knew we could use Mickey as a meat shield. Now, as you can imagine, running with heavy body armor was tiring me out pretty quickly. Not to mention how generally hot I was getting. By the time we were across the bridge, my face was drenched in sweat. I hate the heat, so this was like torture to me. What I wouldn't give for a glass of water right now, I thought, with sweat stinging my eyes. A thunderous boom made us stop. What now? I asked. Mickey didn't reply right away. Instead, he seemed to be listening. Something was coming towards us. We knew it wasn't a unicorn because its step sounded lighter, and yet it was strong enough to knock down thick steel doors.
Get ready,
Mickey told us as my adrenaline spiked.
We got a fight on our hands.
I'll have to end this post here since I'm going to have to do some training tomorrow. Later on, everyone. You know those training montages in martial arts movies where the hero's wearing a blindfold? Fucking garbage. We've been trying that for the past week and I just keep walking into shit. Oh well, I guess it takes a while for it to start working. As I'm sure you all know by now, I have seen some weird shit. Being exposed to that kind of stuff can either strengthen or weaken your belief system, depending on which angle you're approaching it from. I've never been the religious type, but I do like mythology, so it is fascinating to me. Who knows? Maybe certain parts of some religions are true, while others aren't. While it can be scary, I don't know if I can call it truly surprising. If someone provided irrefutable evidence to me that all of existence was created by a sentient cowboy boot named Thornton, my reaction would likely be apathetic. I mean, how would you react after learning that unicorns, fairies, werewolves, and the like exist? At this point, anything is possible, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe I've just gotten too used to this kind of shit. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, I'm not really sure. The best advice I can give in that regard is not to worry so much about what might or might not be true, and just get out there and live your best life. Also, enjoy your free time. I know I do, especially after what we witnessed in that facility. Thinking about it still gives me a weird tingling feeling in my balls. As it turned out, I was wrong initially. The thing coming towards us wasn't knocking down doors, rather it was slicing right through them. I know because we saw one of its claws pierce through the door of the room that we were in, slicing it in half right down the middle.
What the fuck?
Nick yelled, reverberating my thoughts. The two halves of the door fell to the floor, revealing something called a mantis, not to be confused with mantis with a lowercase m. What it looked to be was a hideous cross between praying mantis and human. Now you may be picturing some kind of humanoid mantis, that is to say a mantis with human-shaped arms and legs maybe ending in claws. I can say with 100% accuracy that this was not the case. Instead, this thing's parts were all jumbled together. It was as if someone somehow melted a human and a mantis together and blended them and somehow gave the resulting monstrosity working claws and legs. I could see two sets of eyes, one belonging to a mantis and the other belonging to whatever poor bastard was a part of it. The formers contained only pure animal instinct, while the latters were filled with anger, pain, and sadness. Even though it tried to kill us, I can sympathize with it on some level. If that had been done to me, I would be lashing out on whatever I could too. I already knew that this facility did some pretty fucked up shit, but this was on a whole nother level. I did wonder after the fact who this person was, and why they had chosen them for that particular experiment. Somehow, I don't think they had any qualms testing on innocent people if it furthered their goals. At that moment, my goal was to keep that thing as far away from us as possible. Instantly, we opened fire on it as it was skittering forward. Even though we were clearly hitting it, our bullets didn't even slow down. I think its skin was armored. We were drawing blood, however, it must have already been in so much pain that it could shrug off whatever we inflicted on it. "How do you kill this thing?" I asked as we were fleeing from it. We were caught between a rock and a hard place. It was either get slaughtered by that thing or risk going back towards the fog.
"Damn it, rookie," Mickey told me. "This is the exact situation you were trained for, so don't you go pissing your pants on me."
For the record, I wasn't going to, and it didn't have anything to do with the fact that I already used the bathroom earlier. Moving on. We needed to hit this thing with something big in order to finally put it down. Our guns just weren't going to be enough to get the job done. Fortunately, there was a weapons room nearby, full of explosives. We burst through the next doors. On the other side were more guards marching to reach the elevators. I could empathize with the fear in their eyes when they saw us.
"The mantis is loose," Mickey yelled at them, repeating the words several times. "Get to the weapons room."
To their credit, some did make a valiant effort to delay this thing while we ran to get what we needed. Unfortunately, they weren't able to delay it for very long. When they realized that they were out of ammo, they tried fleeing, but due to the lack of space, some ended up tripping over each other, and the mantis made short work of them, slicing them all to ribbons. I won't be able to eat shredded pork for a month, I thought, trying to ignore the thick metallic smell now coating the air as we kept running. At last, we reached the weapons room.
"So, what are we hitting this thing with?" Nick asked. "Grenades? Are you insane? We're gonna shock it into submission."
Sitting on the wall were guns, resembling rifles but with claws sticking out of their barrels. They were similar to the ones found in crane machines, except the claws were much, much sharper.
"All right, make sure you turn these things up to max voltage."
Me and Nick were having trouble turning our tasers on. Carl, however, was able to do it pretty quickly. Part of me did wonder how he was able to figure it out so fast. The other part was just glad that he could. He gestured to show us while Mickey was busy getting his ready. Once ours were turned on, we turned them up to full voltage. The mantis was getting close. Its skittering made my skin crawl.
"Remember, don't stop until it does,"
Mickey said as we aimed our guns at it.
"Ready? Fire!"
He barked the command and we pulled our triggers, shooting the claws of our weapons into the mantis. They were vibrating as they were shocking it. Despite this, the mantis did not seem to be even slowing down.
"Shit," Nick said. "I don't think it's working. Just keep at it,"
Mickey replied. I was afraid that we were going to become mincemeat as well. Thankfully, though, our tasers did eventually take effect. The mantis slowed to a stop before falling over. "Well, at least we don't have to worry about that. For now," I commented, breathing heavily. Our celebration didn't last long, though. Behind the mantis, we could see the fog creeping into the area. "Oh, god damn it," I sighed. I think this is a good place to stop for now. I guess I'll see if Carl and Nick are up for a game of Smash Brothers before bed later on. Do you know what we got at the store today? Discounted Valentine's Day candy. Pretty much the only good thing to come out of that holiday, if you ask me. Now I'm sitting here with boxes of chocolates as I type this. I've been using them as little rewards for myself for progressing in our training. Speaking of which, we've taken to swimming. With it being February, the nearby lake is really fucking cold. According to Carl, this is supposed to improve our fortitude. So far, the only thing it's done is make my balls feel like ice cubes, but Carl hasn't steered us wrong with his training in the past, therefore, we keep at it. Getting back to where I left off in the last post, things were not looking good. My stomach lurched seeing the mantis fall victim to the fog. Viewing the effects of it from afar was bad enough. Seeing it up close was unbelievably horrifying. The mantis began rapidly dissolving before our very eyes, shrieking in pain as it did so.
"Oh shit,"
Nick said. We all turned and ran. The weapons room did contain gas masks. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time to get to them. It might have been for the best because changing into them would have required us to take off our helmets, and that would have blown our cover. "How did it get through?" I asked. "I thought this area was sealed off."
"How the hell should I know?" Mickey replied. "Probably something caused a crack in one of the windows."
The fog was rapidly gaining on us. I could sense a strong, sadistic malice emanating from it. That's when I knew that it was enjoying this. It was as if it was a hungry cat and we were all mice. I did glance back every so often as it was chasing us. I swear I thought I could see something vaguely humanoid moving within it. Something with large hands reaching out for us. How the fuck do you even contain something like this? I wondered, panic flooding my mind.
The stairs are up ahead, Mickey told us. Just a little faster.
We dashed to them with the fog only feet away. Mickey used his keycard to unlock it, and then locked it back once we were through the door.
Can't get us now, you son of a bitch,
he mockingly said to the fog. We couldn't see it anymore. However, we did know that it was super pissed off, based on the loud, rapid thumping we heard from the other side of the door. Then Blue's voice sounded from the radio.
Mickey, are you in a secure area? Affirmative, sir. I'm here along with 3 other agents. Unfortunately, we lost some to the fog. Damn it.
Blue said that in a tone that conveyed disappointment, but not surprise.
We need to get these fuckers contained, so you and the others better haul your asses to the 200th floor.
200th, I thought. How many floors does this place have? Another question on my mind in relation to how exactly they go about containing these things.
Understood, sir. We'll be there as soon as possible.
My breath hitched when I saw the number of stairs that we needed to climb. It would have already been bad enough on a normal day, never mind wearing a full suit of body armor and carrying a heavy weapon.
Faster, Mickey barked. Move your asses!
Carl was the only one keeping pace with him. Meanwhile, me and Nick were panting from exertion. By the time we reached the 200th floor, the only thing keeping me from collapsing due to exhaustion was holding on to the handrail. Nick wasn't doing much better, leaning against the wall and breathing heavily.
Can you give us just a minute? I asked between breaths.
Mickey shook his head in annoyance while sighing.
I'll have to run you two through more training drills after this. Now suck it up and let's keep moving.
Even though he couldn't see it, I was staring daggers at him. When his back was turned, Nick shot him the bird. We went through the doors and followed him into a room labeled retrieval equipment. The room was huge, housing a wide variety of gadgets and weapons. I'm not exaggerating when I say that there were thousands of them, all in this one room. Each one was catered towards a specific task. There were so many, there's no way I could describe all of them. What I can say is that there were some which were shaped like guns, swords, saws, cannons, and nets, among many other things.
Time to bust out the vortexes,
Mickey said, cracking his fingers. From the wall, he grabbed what looked like a portable vacuum. Think similar to Luigi's Mansion. It was basically a long vacuum tube attached to a clear glass tank. There were 3 more on the wall, so we grabbed those too. Once we were all armed, Mickey spoke up again.
Since you two are off your game today, I think it's appropriate to remind you not to point these things anywhere near each other or yourselves. That is, unless you like the idea of your face getting sucked clean off, and for God's sake, hold them steady. Now, let's go.
Knowing how powerful the suction was made the device feel a hell of a lot heavier. Before we got moving, there was something that I needed to ask. Wait, sir? He let out a grunt of annoyance. How are they going to stop the cause of all this?
I'm not sure, but someone's probably working on it already. Just focus on what we need to get done right now.
My reason for asking was to gauge how fast our window of opportunity was shrinking. If creatures kept coming here from the unicorn world, it would keep them occupied. What we needed to find was an elevator that went back up to the ground level. There was something else in the room that caught my eye. There were these deep blue crystals that just radiated calmness. It's hard to explain. Looking at them gave me a sense of calm, as if despite all the stress that I was under, everything would turn out all right. On impulse, I swiped a handful of them and put them into my pocket. Then we headed out to deal with the fog. While walking, I noticed that the vents were all shut, presumably to keep it from traveling through them.
Remember, this fucker could be anywhere, so keep your eyes peeled, Blue told us. Every door and window of this place should be sealed shut, but if there was an opening anywhere, it'll be able to get through.
On edge doesn't really begin to describe how I felt in that moment. It wasn't only because of the fog either. It was also because of the vortexes. I was afraid that I might accidentally kill Carl or Nick if my trigger finger got too itchy. Remember, I did not have any experience using this thing. We received a report that the fog was now 6 levels below us from a researcher. Mickey knew him, so he radioed him directly.
Stevenson, it's me.
Mickey, oh thank Christ. I need your help so much.
Damn it, Stevenson. Calm your ass down and tell me, what is your current position?
We could hear Stevenson let out a deep breath.
You're right. Sorry. Right now I'm holed up in an office, but I can hear them. Christ, those crams.
Is there anyone else with you?
Not in the room I'm in, but there might be people hiding in their offices too.
All right then, just sit tight. Where did you see the fog last?
Around the west wing, I think. I've been here for about 10 minutes now, so it might have moved already. It should still be in the general area, though.
Thanks for the info. We'll be down there soon.
On the plus side, it was a hell of a lot easier going down the steps than it was going up. On the downside, even one touch from this thing would be enough to kill us. Gas masks weren't going to do any good against this thing from what we saw, because it seemed to just be able to seep through clothes. Obviously, time was of the essence, so we didn't really have time to change into proper gear. All it would take is one drop to kill. We tried to make sure to be quiet as possible as we entered the area. Clothes lay all over the floor, indicating the massacre that had just taken place.
Shit,
Mickey said.
I bet it must be getting pretty big by now.
A frightening realization hit me when he spoke those words. It gets bigger with each victim that it takes, I thought. And they keep this thing around? Why? Are they trying to make it into a weapon? God, they must be out of their fucking minds. To be fair, maybe they just didn't know how to kill it. However, if that was the case, I'd have that thing blasted into space, never to be seen again. That leads me to believe that they are in fact keeping it for some ulterior motive and not merely just containment. Just then, a door opened up to the right of us. We all turned, my heart thumping as we got ready to face whatever was about to appear. I think that that's as good a place as any to stop. You know something I haven't had in a long time? A bubble bath. And after a week of ice swimming, I think I really deserve one. Maybe I'll have a little snack while I'm soaking in the tub. Anyways, that's all for now. Till next time, this is Pete, signing out. Things got a little awkward last week. Y'all remember how I said I was going to take a bubble bath? Well, I did, but I kind of forgot to lock the door. Nick walked in on me while I was soaking. Our exchange went something like this.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Pete. I didn't know you were... Wait, are those toys?
A rubber duck, a toy boat, and a pool noodle were all in the tub with me. I also had one of those Spider-Man figures that grow when you soak them in water. Nick and I just stared at each other for a while. They make bath time more fun.
Sure. Unless you're older than 8.
What do you want? I'm trying to relax here.
Hey, I'm not judging. I needed to take a leak, but I guess I'll just use the bathroom downstairs.
Oh, sorry. All the training this week has me really stressed.
No biggie. I feel you on that one. Anyway, I'm gonna leave now. It's starting to feel awkward.
I gave him a backhanded wave and he left, closing the door behind him. Then I enjoyed another hour of my relaxation. Next time, I'm locking the door. I don't really have anything new to share in regards to our training. We've still just been ice swimming. Well, there's actually one thing different that we've been doing. In addition to the usual laps, we've also taken to diving. In particular, we've been playing a game where Carl tosses something into the water and we have to locate it as quickly as we can. I suppose this has helped my lightning skills. Damn, is it cold though? I normally do enjoy it, however, there is a limit. Anyway, now that I got all that off my chest, back to where I left off in the last post.
Wait, don't shoot!
Someone in a panicky voice pleaded, cowering with his arms raised.
Damn it, Stevenson!
Mickey scolded as we lowered our weapons.
What in God's name were you thinking? We could have killed you just now.
You're right. My apologies. I'm not thinking clearly right now.
Well then, you need to start doing that. Why did you even come out here anyways?
I figured I might be safer with you guys, in case the fog decides to come back here.
Steven was extremely fidgety. Clearly this man wasn't used to things being this bad.
Safer? You aren't even in any protective gear.
I know, but I could still run like hell though, if I saw it.
How about you run like hell upstairs instead? The last thing we need right now is dead weight.
He agreed and left. And then we got our hunt for the fog underway. Fun fact, I'm actually part Native American from my mom's side. Of course, you probably wouldn't be able to deduce that by looking at me. To be honest, I've never really given a shit about ancestry or anything like that. I rarely even share that information about myself unless I feel it's relevant. You've probably been wondering why I'm bringing all this up then. Well, it's because this incident got me thinking more deeply. I felt a sort of kinship with those ancient hunter-gatherers. I know they must have felt the same way I did at the time when they were on their hunts. I can picture them, even now, braving the wilderness armed with only a bow or a spear, knowing full well that they might not come back. That's how I felt as we were searching the area. The fog was the most dangerous thing that we had ever faced directly. One touch, one kill. That was the name of the game here. I think I hear something, Carl spoke. He pointed in the direction it was coming from. Our boots squeaked against the floor as we all started running towards it. Something I haven't mentioned is the fact that I have pretty big feet. Unfortunately for me, the boots that I was wearing weren't exactly my size. I had to curl my toes in order to make my feet fit. I was dreading the blisters that I was going to find after this was all over. All I could try and do was block out my discomfort by focusing on the task at hand. Speaking of which, we finally managed to locate the fog. We found it, hovering high above us. I think it might have found a crack that it was trying to slip through. Stevenson wasn't kidding when he said that it had grown. This thing was colossal now, covering the entire ceiling.
Are these still gonna work on it?
Nick asked nervously, referring to the vortexes. I was wondering the same thing. If they didn't, plan B would be to get the fuck out, and then think of something else, I guess.
They should, Mickey answered. We'll have to hit it with everything we've got, though.
It took notice of us. Now that it was bigger, I could make out more features of it. There was a face. It was smooth, almost mannequin-like. The eyes, nose, and mouth almost seemed to phase in and out of existence. It gave us a look of pure anger and hunger. There was also this deep malice to its expression. I felt as if we could be swallowed at any moment. Even if I wasn't nervous before, I sure as shit was now. It began convulsing. Parts of it were rapidly pulsing and writhing.
Get out of the way,
Mickey barked. The fog shot out a stream of coppery-colored liquid. We leaped out of the way, narrowly avoiding it. Upon hitting the back wall, it started burning through it. That was when the stakes ramped up. There was a strong chance that it could escape now if we managed to fail. Why aren't we firing on it yet? I asked.
It's not close enough, Mickey answered. We need to close the distance between us.
How? With a battle cry, Mickey charged forward. I thought he was insane. Powering on his weapon, he aimed his hose at the fog. The suction was enough to immobilize it. Unfortunately, it was unable to pull it down.
Come on, you bastard!
He grunted, yanking the hose. We went to help him, and this only ended up resulting in a game of tug-of-war. It got ready to shoot out more of that liquid at us, giving us no choice other than to relent. I jumped back as the stuff nearly landed on my feet. Then we ran, hiding behind one of the walls. Is it flammable? I inquired of Mickey.
Are you crazy? That'd be like setting off a bomb in here. That's why we never bothered trying that.
Hear me out. If we can light up parts of the area, maybe we can get it to lower itself. Mickey considered my idea.
That does sound a little risky, but I think we can manage it. We'll have to get it done quick, though.
The fog was so large that it rubbed against the walls, which left condensation on them. Mickey smoked and carried some matches on him. It was a simple matter of using one of them to light the liquid on the walls. The plan actually went well for about the first 2 minutes. What we didn't count on was how flammable that stuff turned out to be. The area was set ablaze in about a split second. It's a miracle that the fog was able to move in time to avoid the fire. Otherwise, we would have all been blown sky high. Despite the admittedly major setback, the plan did technically work, and the fog was forced to lower itself. The problem now was trying to capture it while there was a fucking raging inferno going on.
Our vortexes have a reverse setting, Mickey told us. Blow out the flames with them.
Once they were cleared enough, we ran past them. Luckily, the fog was still within range. Despite its struggles, we finally managed to trap it, dividing its body among our 4 containers.
Repairs will take some time, but aside from that, you did a good job, Mickey told us. Now, Let's get this fucker back in containment.
He radioed Blue to inform him of our accomplishment. There was no answer.
Blue! Blue, are you there?
Only silence responded to him from his radio. Once again, I got a bad feeling. Mickey must have felt it as well because a hardened look came over his face. He gave us a nod and we began heading back upstairs. I think that's as good a place as any to stop. I'll make a quick bagel sandwich before winding down, and I'll see y'all next time. You learn something new every day. This past week, I learned that there are snakes around here. I've never seen one before that. Do you know how I found it? That fucker bit me. You'd think it would be while I was doing something crazy and strenuous, but no. I was just on a walk. I accidentally stepped on its tail, and it didn't take that very well. I was fortunate that it happened to not be poisonous. Man, did that shit hurt, though. Honestly, this really hasn't been my week. The weather's been all over the place, hot one day and cold again the next, and as I type this, one of my nostrils has just sealed itself shut. Carl's been making us ice skate, of all things. Now, I don't really consider myself a nimble guy. Due to this fact, my face has gotten really acquainted with the frozen lake that we practice on. I even fell through it once, which, as you can imagine, was not a pleasant experience. At least the water didn't feel as cold, thanks to all the swimming that we've been doing in it. Still, that was a total pain in the ass. Now that I've gotten my gripes of the week off my chest, I'm going to continue where I left off in my last post. Tension was high as we were going up the steps. There was an eerie silence accompanying us. We didn't know what to expect, which made it even worse. Naturally, we made sure to be as silent as we possibly could. Slowly, we opened the door, peeking inside. There was nobody in the area. It was so quiet, every step we took echoed. After a while, I couldn't stand the silence anymore. I needed to say something. I did so, though I took care to keep my voice down. "Where do you think they went?" I asked.
How should I know?
Mickey replied.
Something might have gotten to him.
Why don't you try your radio again? He did try it again, and this time we did hear something different. However, it didn't come from his. Rather, it was coming from another radio nearby. We went to investigate it, finding the hand radio on the floor. We knew who it belonged to based on the color it was, and finding it all by itself was already a really bad sign. What disturbed us even more were the streaks of blood near it, as if Blue got wounded and dragged away before he could use the radio to call for help.
Do you think he's dead?
Nick asked.
Maybe not,
Carl answered.
Doesn't look like enough blood loss to have been fatal, but I bet he's in bad shape.
Very observational,
Mickey told him.
But that doesn't explain what happened to him or the others. And there's 1,001 things here that could have caused this.
The only thing that we could do was just keep looking. We found the weapons room in complete disarray. The objects were scattered everywhere. Pools of blood covered parts of the floor. "What the?" I said. "Are those teeth?" We found handfuls here and there. Despite what we'd seen thus far, there wasn't a single body to be found. You'd think not seeing any dead bodies would serve to lower the tension. Instead, this only served to unsettle us further. Mickey contacted members of the other wings, asking if Blue and the others might be with them. When they all answered no, he sighed in frustration, returning his hand radio to his pocket.
I'm gonna need to hit the scotch when I get home. Alright, so we got an entire wing missing and no idea why. The way I see it, we're only putting ourselves in danger by staying here. Besides, we need to get the fog back in containment.
That was fine by us. Therefore, we walked to the nearest wing with no trouble whatsoever. Like fucking hell we did, because of course things can never be that simple. Even walking from point A to point B cannot be easy for us, apparently. What horror awaited us this time? Well, it was Blue and the others, actually. We saw them step out from behind a corner as we were walking. Oddly enough, none of them were wearing helmets.
"Blue!" Mickey exclaimed. "Where the hell have you guys been?"
He didn't respond, only stared blankly, and so did those with him. Mickey repeated his name. Carl, Nick, and I looked at each other. We knew some shit was about to go down. Without warning, Blue and the other guards all let out these ear-piercing shrieks. It sounded like the kind of noise that insects would make.
"Oh, God!" Mickey said, turning pale. "It's the connector! Run!"
He screamed out that command and we booked it. They gave chase. Let's hide in the weapons room, I suggested to him.
No, too obvious. They can get in anywhere with their key cards. We need it to be somewhere we can barricade ourselves in.
We practically jumped down the stairs when we reached them. We knew that if we could get out of the Horde's sight, it would put us at a much greater advantage.
Wait,
Mickey said, pointing.
there!
We turned, heading into an open door, which was the cook's entrance to the kitchen.
None of the equipment's bolted down. Help me move it!
We pushed what we could against all the entrances to the kitchen. Not even a second later did we hear rapid pounding on the doors.
Do you think that'll hold?
Nick asked.
It should,
Mickey replied, taking his hand radio back out. As he was informing the others of our current predicament, my eyes drifted to the fridge. It was then that it dawned on me. I hadn't eaten since morning. Ferocious growling accompanied by a sharp pang shot through my stomach. Obviously, I couldn't take my helmet off, as that would have blown our cover. Maybe I could just lift it off partially, I thought. No, wait, that'll just make me look more suspicious.
You might want to get some grub while we're here,
Mickey told us.
It's gonna be a bit before help arrives.
He went over to the fridge, opening it and grabbing what looked to be a turkey club sandwich.
What's wrong?
He asked us.
The food isn't poisonous, if that's what you're worried about. They wouldn't have had enough time for that.
Now I was beginning to think that if we didn't eat anything, he would find that odd as well. We think it'd be safer if we kept our helmets on in case they get through, I told him.
Then just lift the mouthpiece.
Huh?
The mouthpiece. That model has an adjustable one, right?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. This isn't usually the kind that I wear. That was a close one. It's not much of an exaggeration to say that we tore into the food like wild animals. While tearing into some hearty, albeit cold, beefaroni and cheese, I noticed another fridge. Anything good in there? I inquired, pointing at it with my fork.
Fuck no,
Mickey responded, looking at me with disgust.
That's filled with all the rotten shit that we feed to the prisoners.
Sorry, it's been a while since I've been in here. Carl was enjoying a large chicken wrap filled with crunchy vegetables. Nick helped himself to several drumsticks of fried chicken, which he alternated between topping with honey mustard and hot sauce. His face became covered in grease, so he wiped it with the sleeve of his uniform. We then helped ourselves to some Gatorade. Carl and Nick drank original, aka lemon lime flavor. Mickey helped himself to the fruit punch kind. I enjoyed the thirst-quenching green apple. While we drank, Nick pointed something concerning out. He paused, lowering his bottle in order to take a breather.
By the way,
he said, wiping away the excess Gatorade off his chin with the back of his glove.
Does anyone find it weird that we aren't hearing them anymore?
He was referring to the connector. Once again, Mickey's expression shifted into one of worry, which caused us to start worrying as well. I silently wished that, just for once, things could be easier for us in these kinds of situations. My wishes were answered by fast beeping coming from the doors.
Get down,
he yelled. The kitchen shook as the doors were blown off their hinges, knocking us away with the force. Our only bit of good luck was that the tanks miraculously weren't damaged, also the fact that our injuries weren't a lot worse thanks to the body armor. That did little to balance out the ringing in my ears, not to mention the vicious pain now shooting throughout my body. What the fuck? I groaned, lifting my head. Much to my dismay, Blue, along with the other guards, were now coming into the kitchen. Now was the time to use lethal force. Unfortunately, I was unable to make my arm respond to pull my handgun from my belt. Carl and the others were also seemingly unable to defend themselves. We could only watch as they walked closer to us, arms outstretched. What I saw next sent strong nope feelings down my spine. Thin feelers shot out from their mouths, wiggling around. Christ, that was unnerving. And the worst part was we could not defend ourselves as they started stretching out towards us. I have to stop here because honestly, describing this again gives me the creeps something fierce. Unless you were there, you'll never know exactly how unsettling just viewing it was. I'm gonna take my mind off it with some incredible edible grilled cheese and some cherry Dr. Pepper. I'll see you next time, everyone. Guess who's finally getting good at ice skating? This guy. Took me a little while, but I'm finally achieving balance. Even though I'm not going to be performing figure eights anytime soon, I can at least be happy with the progress that I've made. I mean, at least I'm no longer falling on my ass or face constantly.
I really don't want to pick up where I left off last time because recalling it still freaks me the fuck out. However, I know that I'm only stalling. I might as well get back into it then. Naturally, I wasn't exactly thrilled about seeing those feelers extending out towards us. I frantically willed for any part of my body to move, to no avail. They squirmed, wiggling, and I could see needles poking out from the tips. I did not like where this was going. All I could do was close my eyes, bracing myself for what was about to come. Luckily, it never did. The feelers were inches away from piercing us when the sounds of many boots stomping the floor became audible. The controller paused, turning to face the source. A new group burst into the room. In addition to full body armor, they also wore heat vision goggles and wielded tranquilizer guns. They did not waste any time in shooting darts into our attackers. "Can you move?" the nearest one asked me. I only managed to shake my head in response. He pulled out his radio, speaking into it. "This is Cahill to Medical Wing. There are 20, possibly more, who've been infected by the connector, and 4 who've sustained injuries due to some light explosives." "Understood. We'll be sending help right away." "What is your current position?" After the call concluded, Cahill put away his radio, turning back to us. "You 4, sit tight. Count yourselves lucky that it didn't get to you." My God, is that surgery going to be painful for them? Although curious about what exactly he meant by that, I got a strong suspicion that was something that I did not want to find out more about. We actually had more pressing matters, beside anything medical related, I mean. We were now at serious risk of being exposed. They would have to take our helmets off in order to see how extensive our injuries were. As they put us on stretchers, I mentally groaned at the thought of our only window of opportunity to escape closing before our eyes. We were put in separate rooms in the medical wing. Mickey was put in his own room, while Carl, Nick, and I all had to share one. I thought at the time that this wasn't ideal. The reason being that if we were all in one place, it would make us easier to catch. However, it turned out being placed all into one room actually worked out in our favor. We were told to wait for the doctor to see us, and he arrived shortly later holding a clipboard. "Alright, I'm going to do a brief rundown of any symptoms you might have. Try to answer my questions as clearly—" "Ivan?" Carl spoke up. The doctor paused, looking at him with slight recognition. "I'm sorry, have we met before? I tend to see a lot of patients, so if we have, I apologize for not being able to recall it." "Dude, it's me, Carl!" Ivan's eyes went wide. Immediately, he rushed over to him, taking off his helmet. "It really is you!" he exclaimed in a whisper. "But how? Why are you here?" "I could ask you the same thing. Long story short, we got captured. What about you?" "Similar circumstances, I'm afraid." "Anyone mind filling us in here?" I asked. As it turned out, Ivan and Carl were old buddies. When he got injured, Ivan, only a doctor's assistant at the time, helped with caring for him. The two got to talking and became fast friends. "Ivan was the one I wanted us to go to. Guess that's out the window now, though." "I'm terribly sorry, Carl. I slipped up."
What happened exactly?"
Nick asked Ivan. "I got lonely. They managed to track me down and capture me after a date that I had. Oh, just my luck, too. It went well, and I thought it might become something more. Now I'm stuck here, under constant surveillance." "Wait," I spoke up, feeling sudden panic. "Are there cameras in this room?" "Not to worry. Privacy is a privilege for the soldiers here. Now, if we were in the prisoners section of the medical wings, that would be a different story." I relaxed at that. "Ivan, I know this is the first time we talked in years, and I hate to ask this after all you've been through, but could you help us out?" Carl asked. "I welcome any opportunity to stick it to this godforsaken place. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how much aid I can lend to you. I will do what I can, though. First things first, I need to make sure nobody else can come in here." He achieved this by putting a caution sign on the door. "I have some matters that require my attention. You guys have a good rest." "He seems like a good guy," I told Carl. "Yeah, he is. Shame he got captured. Usually they'd kill most people who try to defect." "What's the exception then?" "If someone happens to be really good at what they do." "And Ivan is." He explained that Ivan was exceptional in his field and rose through the ranks fast. Over the course of the next few days, he would treat us. I don't know what kind of medicine they were giving us, but it was doing wonders. Must have been some sort of super drug.
On day 4, he once again came in, wheeling a food cart. The scent of eggs, waffles, bacon, and sausage woke us up from our sleep, and it smelled absolutely heavenly. "Good morning," Ivan said, greeting us. "I'm sure you all must be hungry." The word did not do justice to accurately describe the giant metaphorical frog that had decided to make its home inside of my stomach. I made a waffle breakfast sandwich with a bit of everything on it and topped it with butter and syrup, and while we ate, Ivan updated us on our situation. "By the way, I have good news. I looked over your lab results this morning, and you should all be making full recoveries within a matter of days." "That's good and all," Carl replied, "but we're still stuck here, and it'll only be a matter of time before they find us, and they will all be in really deep shit, including you." He took a large bite of his waffle. "I've been thinking about that. Did you know this facility doesn't only go underground? It also technically goes below sea level." "What are you getting at, Ivan?" "Well, I don't know the specifics, but this entire place was built above and below an uncharted island." "Fascinating. How does that help us, though?" "It just so happens that this area develops weapons for the other sectors of this organization. Those weapons are then shipped via aerial or sea travel. Now, suppose someone were to swap places with the people in charge of overseeing the voyage of those ships, Carl pondered this. "Wouldn't that be dangerous?" I asked, after consuming part of my sandwich. "I mean, who knows what those ships will be carrying? Nothing good, I can tell you that much. Trust me, whatever they're carrying will be safer at the bottom of the ocean." "What exactly is the plan after we sneak on?" "Wait until you get close enough and then dispose of the cargo." "How?" "Blow it up." "What?" "The ships are all made with self-destruct mechanisms in case they get intercepted, although such an occurrence is extremely rare." Nick, who had been silent up until then, chose this moment to speak up.
"Is that the only reason the ships have them?"
he asked. "As a matter of fact, it isn't. They're also for killing anything that might break out during the voyages." Those words caused apprehension to stir within me.
"You mean those cargoes also carry creatures?"
Nick inquired. "That's right."
"Why?"
"Other sectors have certain resources to experiment with them that this one doesn't. Anyway, I need to get going. The next ship leaves in 4 days. That should give you plenty of time to make a decision." There was a lot of discussion within that time frame. Eventually, we came to the conclusion that this was our best course of action. The question was, how were we going to pull it off? Ivan told us that the ships coming in arrive late at night, and the ones leaving do so very early in the morning. He helped us tremendously once again. Under his recommendation, we were able to be a part of a crew heading back to the States. It's easier than other jobs at the facility, which is good for people getting over serious injuries. Due to the fact that Carl and Ivan had a history together, we knew we needed to execute our plan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they would eventually stumble across the connection. It was already very fortunate for us that we happened to meet him, and it would be a shame for that luck to go to waste. Once Ivan gave us a clean bill of health, we were stationed on the docks. Being outside after so long was truly refreshing. It would have been more so if we could have taken off our helmets. Still, we knew if we were patient, we would be out of the woods soon enough.
You three must be the new crew members,"
the captain of the ship said to us. He was a hawkish man in both appearance and attitude. His tone was very sharp and to the point. Although he didn't seem to be as built as Mickey, his aura was equally intimidating. His eyes made me feel like he could read my mind if he really tried to. "Yeah, that's us, sir," Carl replied to him. "How should we address you?"
"My name's Arif, but Captain'll do. Now I suggest you get on. We'll be leaving soon."
Boats were something that I did not have much experience with, or any experience with for that matter. Our town does have one lake. However, after one incident where a family decided to go fishing and never came back, people wisely decided to avoid it. One challenge that I didn't count on, seasickness. Oh, I got it bad. I felt okay at first, then the way the ship rocked back and forth began to get to me.
"You okay?"
Nick asked me. "I'm good. I just need to relax a bit," I responded, leaning on the side rails a bit. Arif took notice of this and approached me.
Are you feeling under the weather, lad?
No, Captain. It's nothing.
Really? Because you seem as if you're about to pass out. Why don't you try taking off your helmet, huh? Some fresh air would do you some good.
I knew I couldn't do that. Fortunately, Carl thought fast. Did you skip breakfast again? He called out to me. Oh, yeah. I got in a hurry and forgot to grab something to eat this morning.
Damn it, Arif said. You should know better than to patrol on an empty stomach. Grab a bite and hurry back.
We actually didn't have breakfast that morning. The ship housed a kitchen from which I had consumed a bottle of Coke and a large pre-made roast beef sandwich. Truth be told, eating it did help me a bit, and when I was done, I headed back up to the deck.
Are you feeling better?
Nick asked. A little.
Good, because Arif said if you threw up, then we'd have to throw you overboard.
What? I responded, taken aback.
Oh, I'm kidding,
he laughed. I shot him a light glare from under my helmet. Arif saw me and approached once again. He faced the sea, the wind ruffling his hair.
Good to see you in better condition, lad,
he told me. Thank you, sir. By the way, out of curiosity, what exactly is the cargo on this ship?
You needn't concern yourself with that. All you have to do is report if something goes wrong, and also if you spot any other ships.
And what exactly is the protocol if I see one? He turned to me.
Well, we can't have anyone reporting that they saw us.
The implication of those words were chilling. From his eyes, I knew he was dead serious. The thought of what he might do if we were found out was not a pleasant one. Yet, we knew he wasn't the most dangerous thing that this ship held. For a while, things were pretty uneventful. So, I said to Carl, are you worried about Ivan? A little. If they find out my connection to him, he could end up in deep trouble. He knew the risk though, so I can only hope that he can handle himself.
Hey, are you guys seeing this too?
We heard Nick say. We checked to see and my stomach dropped when I realized what it was that we were viewing. Are those goddamn whirlpools? I asked. I've heard about them, but I didn't even think they could get that big. It wasn't only their size that was concerning. It was also the fact that more and more of them kept appearing. We knew this couldn't be a naturally occurring phenomena. We radioed Arif and he ran onto the deck looking rattled. His eyes were wide as he stared at what was now a fast-gathering storm.
No, he's supposed to be sleeping.
Before we could inquire as to who Arif was referring to, he dashed away, presumably to check on the cargo. The ship furiously rocked back and forth as waves were battering against it. This is looking bad, I said, gripping hard onto the railing.
Should we try for one of the lifeboats?
Nick suggested. In this weather? Carl replied to him, shouting over striking lightning. Are you crazy?
Do you have any better? Oh, shit!
Nick screamed those words as a massive wave rose from the water. This one sent us flying back, hitting the cabin walls. Our body armor did take the brunt of the impact. That didn't stop it from hurting like hell, though. Water found its way under my helmet, which I accidentally breathed in and began hacking as a result.
Fuck it,
I murmured between coughs. I removed my helmet, letting it drop to the deck. Then I doubled over, coughing up a massive lungful of water. Fucking Christ, I wheezed. Are you guys okay?
I wouldn't say okay,
Nick replied,
but I'll live.
We glanced around to see who was left. Unfortunately for many of the crew members, they'd been thrown overboard, while the rest were left temporarily dazed. It didn't take a genius to figure out that this storm was being caused by whatever the ship was transporting. We were about to head into the cabin when we noticed another crew member staring at us. From his expression, we knew that he recognized me.
Guys,
he yelled, prompting the others to also look in our direction.
It's the escapees! Didn't one of them go into the cabin earlier?
Another one asked.
He must have sabotaged the tank.
We don't have any clue what you're talking about, I told him.
Liar! Grab those bastards!
We didn't know what they planned on doing to us, and we sure as hell were not eager to find out. Unfortunately, we didn't really have anywhere to escape to. Suddenly they stopped, their faces going pale. I mentally groaned, feeling that all too familiar knot that occurs when things are about to go from bad to worse. Turning around, we saw a tsunami-sized wave rising from the sea. Did that scare us shitless? Absolutely. That was not the most terrifying thing about the situation, though. No, That would more accurately describe the giant cephalopod creature moving inside of that wave. Keep in mind, it was heading right towards us. My grip on the rail tightened as I watched its tentacles emerge from the water and let out its thundering battle cry, which sounded like the crunching of many seashells. Ugh, that was not a fun time. Unfortunately, that's all I got time for in this post. I wish I had some calamari to eat in order to spite that prick, but I'll see y'all next week, I guess. This past week has been grueling. We've gone from running while carrying something heavy on our backs to climbing. Rock climbing in particular. There's a cliff about an hour from us that we've been practicing on. Let me tell you, doing that while having the equivalent of another person on my shoulders is no easy feat. I hope that all this training will be worth it. Now back to where I left off in the last post with us on the boat and the giant ass sea monster hurtling towards us, which didn't exactly put me in the best state of mind. Is that a fucking kraken? I asked, bewildered.
Who cares? Nick replied. We need to get the hell away from it.
Carl went to the cabin door during our brief conversation and yanked it open. Get inside, quick, he shouted. We practically dove inside as the creature slammed into the ship, causing it to violently rock back and forth. Luckily, it somehow managed to remain upright. The last thing we saw before the door shut were tentacles snatching some crew members and dragging them into the depths of the ocean. The ship was pretty large, so we weren't sure where to look, but we knew we had to find it fast. As we were racing through the corridors, we heard yelling and recognized it as coming from Arif. We were already plenty freaked out by this whole situation. We knew that whatever we were heading towards was far more dangerous than the sea devil currently assaulting the ship. It's hard to explain the feeling, other than that there was a strong pressure in the air. I don't mean literally. It's the kind that, like, an adventurer feels when they're going into a cave that they know has a sleeping dragon inside of it. This tension only amplified the closer we got. At last, we reached a door that, at first, we thought must be the freezer. We quickly realized that that doesn't make any sense, as this was nowhere near the kitchen. On top of that, this felt far colder than any walk-in freezer needed to be. Even with my body armor on, I couldn't help but let out an involuntary shiver. Can you see inside? I asked Carl, who was nearest to it. Nope, the window's frosted over. Can you make out what Arif is saying? I think something about sleeping? Not seeing any alternative, we pulled the door open. A wave of cold steam hit us as we entered. When it cleared, we saw Arif with his back to us. He was trying to operate a control panel that was connected by thick metallic tubes to a large rectangular metal tank. At its topmost center was a circular window that was also covered in frost. Realizing we were there, Arif spun around to face us. His demeanor of calm, orderly professionalism was replaced with one of sheer terror. He also recognized us. We stood in silence for a brief period until he spoke.
Did you do this?
How could we? Carl replied. Arif glanced back at the tank.
He should be asleep. No, he is sleeping, so why is this happening?
The ship rocked as it was slammed into again. Arif was able to stay onto his feet by holding onto the control panel. We didn't have anything to grab and therefore tumbled to the floor. We looked at the tank, realizing that several of the tubes were now disconnected. Arif's face was pale. Who's in there? I asked, unsure if I really wanted to know. Arif ignored my question and began working at the control panel.
What are you doing?
Nick inquired of him.
It's a failsafe. Hopefully it's enough to wipe this bastard out, or at least put him down for a bit.
It took us a moment to figure out what it was that he meant. Wait a sec, I said, feeling my palms getting clammy. Are you seriously going to blow up this ship?
I am.
But we're still here.
Then I suggest you find a lifeboat and...
The tank flew open, filling the room with steam. Now there was very little visibility. However, I could still make out some things. In particular, two silhouettes. One belonged to Arif, and the other to someone far taller. He could only let out a gasp before what happened next. The steam cleared just enough for me to see him get impaled. 3 prongs poked out of his back as he let out his last dying gasp and was quickly flung aside. Now the room was clear enough again. The person before me caused my neck hairs to stand on end. Guys? I asked in a low voice, as Carl and Nick were collecting themselves from the fall. What? Carl responded, shaking his head to get rid of his fatigue. Do either of you happen to know any Greek? He and Nick seemed confused until they too looked at the man. That intense pressure I mentioned earlier in this post was now amplified. It was obvious that the person before us was not human. What we weren't expecting was for him to be a god. Before us was none other than Poseidon, Greek god of the sea. Despite his ancient appearance, he had a strong, muscular build. I've seen depictions of him. Some show him having legs, while others show him looking akin to a mermaid. In reality, he did have legs, but they were covered in blue scales. His sheer presence alone was frightening enough. What added to this was his blood-covered trident that gleamed under the light. Steam rose from it due to the room's coldness, and he pointed at me.
"What have you people done to me?"
he demanded to know. I was temporarily caught off guard by the fact that he apparently knew English. You know our language?
"We gods know all tongues. Now, answer my question."
I explained that we didn't know, and that we didn't have anything to do with it.
"Then what are you doing here?"
We were prisoners, and we were trying to get back home. Poseidon considered my words for a moment.
"How much do you know about me?"
he asked. Well, I replied, I've read that you are not someone to be messed with.
"Correct, but I'm not unreasonable. I'll be sinking this ship. However, I'll give you three some time to escape."
We brightened up at that. How much time? I inquired.
5 minutes.
Our collective optimism plummeted.
"I'd get moving if I were you."
We booked it. On deck, the remaining crew members were trying to fend off the Kraken. Apparently, Poseidon didn't let us know that we weren't supposed to be on the menu because it tried grabbing us. I'll admit that I'm not proud of this, but given the circumstances, I'm sure you can understand. An appendage was stretching towards me, so I dead-legged a distracted crew member and sorta used him as a human shield. He screamed as the tentacle wrapped around his waist, pulling him into the water. I ducked the swing of another one and jumped over yet another as it was coming towards another. I cursed, nearly tripping, but luckily caught my balance. My gut twisted as we saw the ship beginning to sink. "I found the boats," Carl said, pointing. We evaded more of the arms. One came towards Nick, who knee slid under it. That was impressive, and I think he was able to do this thanks to the deck's slipperiness. Carl slashed at one in front of him, making it pull back. "Halt!" a crew member demanded of us, drawing his gun as we reached the boats. He was immediately snatched by the Kraken. Some of the lifeboats were missing, which told us that some people had already abandoned ship. We got in a remaining one just as the ship was about to give. We managed to lower ourselves into the water as the ship was starting to capsize. As it was sinking, a figure rose from the ocean. It was Poseidon, standing on the Kraken. Its body was mostly under the water. The parts of it that we did see were very unnerving, with it having multiple multicolored eyes and several mouths. Poseidon seemed to be admiring his handiwork, seeing all the floating debris. He took notice of our boat and gave us an acknowledging nod before sinking back into the sea.
"What now?"
Nick asked. "Well, let's see here. I've seen lightposts like this before on cruise ships. This one seems a lot more advanced, though. Once we get this thing up and running, I'll be able to see our coordinates." It turned out that we were a lot closer to US soil than we thought. On our boat were enough supplies to last us the trip. During the trip, we discussed the best story to give if we ran into someone. It took us 3 days to reach shore. Thankfully, we did so without anyone spotting us. Of course, we were still worried about the weekly weird shit that was happening to us. However, our first priority was finding a mode of transportation. We did have a general idea of where we were thanks to the lifeboat's navigation system. Unfortunately, we were also flat fucking broke. Nick suggested seeing if we could sell the lifeboat. Carl pointed out that that would take a hell of a lot of explaining.
"What are we supposed to do then?"
Nick asked as we started walking. "I don't know," Carl replied. "Give me a bit to come up with something." What he came up with, I once again have to admit, is not our best moment. Before you ask, no, it didn't involve us turning tricks on a street corner, which I don't have an issue with, so long as all parties are willing participants. We sort of, oh fuck it. We straight up carjacked someone. We reached the stop sign after many hours of walking.
And there, a man in an old rusty pickup truck pulled up, whom Carl prompted to persuade into giving us his vehicle using his gun. After that, Carl knocked him out and took his phone. We rode in silence for the next while.
That was so fucked up,
Nick said, breaking the silence. At least he's still alive, I told him.
Just because it's not as bad doesn't mean it's good. Plus, any kind of incidents we've been involved in that resulted in people dying was in self-defense.
I thought about that. Was me using that guy as a human shield self-defense? I mean, technically, considering that the people on the ship were hostile towards us. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Nick, Carl said. Let's move on from it and discuss how we're going to deal with the next incident, which will be coming up soon. Our odds weren't looking good. Considering our lack of supplies, we couldn't carry the ones on the lifeboat back with us, save for what was left of the food rations, a whistle, a first aid kit, and some fishing tackle. We decided that we would just have to deal with whatever Indephemus threw at us. And the day came as we sat parked, waiting in the woods. Tension was high as we were waiting for the ungodly horrors to greet us again. Time passed and nothing happened. We gave it even longer and still, not even so much as a ghost.
What's going on?
Nick said.
It's almost midnight. Something should have happened by now, right?
We pondered this for a second. Then I remembered something. Maybe these have something to do with it, I said, pulling out the crystals that I stole from the base.
Holy shit, Pete! Carl laughed. I think you're right. That means we can finally have a real break from all this shit. I think we should celebrate, and I know just the place.
3 days of traveling later, Carl pulled up to what we thought was a random spot. To us, it just looked to be a bunch of intertwined branches. He began turning the truck next to him.
Carl, what are you doing? Nick asked. You're gonna get us in a wreck.
We won't. Trust me, Carl replied. For a second, we thought he would definitely be wrong. Then, we pushed through the branches, which collapsed back into their original shape. Behind them was a hidden path, which Carl drove on. Where does this lead? I inquired.
You'll see.
We pulled up to a sizable house.
This is Ivan's place, Carl told us.
Really?
Nick said. The place was damn impressive to behold. Carl informed us that someone had already had the place built years back. Ivan happened to stumble across it and just fix it up. He added food, water, entertainment, and its own private internet connection, among other supplies. There was even another car there. We've been hiding out here ever since. Ivan, if you ever read this, you have our deepest gratitude. This will probably be my last post as far as the road goes. I don't have anything else relating to it to talk about. We're actually going to be leaving this place soon and heading back to town once we're done with our training. Although we shouldn't be encountering anything paranormal, at least until we reach our destination, we've still got to be wary of agents. We got a feeling that we are still pretty high on their shit list now, so traveling will take a little bit. Hopefully everyone in town is doing relatively well, and we can't wait to see him again. I'll be sure to update you all whenever we do. Until the next time, this is Pete, signing off. We're investigating the disappearance of everyone in our town. Well, we finally made it back. If you're wondering who I am, my name is Peter, usually known as Pete. To summarize things thus far, my friends and I have been dealing with, well, a lot of weird shit. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with me, you can check out some of my posts here and here to get you up to speed. Those links in the description. As for those of you who are familiar, let me just say that this is some fucking horse shit. I mean, we spent all that time training and working out how we were going to infiltrate the town, and guess what? There's nobody here. Well, not entirely, but I guess I'll get to that later. For now, I'll begin this right as we were pulling into town. I was driving, and Carl was using his binoculars to see how far away the blockade was.
Hey, Pete,
he said. Yeah?
It's gone. It's been destroyed.
Really?
Take a look.
He handed me the binoculars, and I took a quick peek through them. The SUVs barring the entrance to and the exit from the town were overturned on the side of the road. You're right, but why? I asked, putting the binoculars around my neck.
Don't know. Maybe something in town did it. Hey, Nick!
Nick was snoring in the back seat. Carl said his name louder.
Nick!
and when that didn't work, he threw an empty McDonald's cup at him, causing him to jerk awake.
I'm up, he yelled. Let's kick some...
Nick, Carl interrupted. There's been a change of plans, and we filled him in.
So, in short, all of our training was for nothing.
Maybe not, I said. Let's see what it is that we're dealing with first. We drove closer and then got out to inspect.
Do you think that we should see if anything's useful inside the SUVs?
Nick suggested. More guns couldn't hurt, Carl replied with a shrug. The windows on the vehicles were shattered, so getting into them was easy. Furthermore, the keys were still in the ignition. As we were about to check one, Carl spotted something unusual.
Where's the blood?
What? I said.
There's no blood. See?
He was right. Despite how banged up the SUV was, not a stain could be found anywhere in or around it.
Maybe it's only this one, though, Nick said. Let's check out the others.
Doing so had the same results.
Know what?
Carl told us.
I think we should leave this alone for now.
We agreed and got back into the car. As we were pulling into town, we expected to be greeted by the sound of traffic or the sound of anything. Instead, there was only silence, with wrecked cars here as well. In addition to that, there were also knocked over lampposts and signs. Our tires are armored, so driving through wasn't an issue. The same thing couldn't be said for our current situation. You'd think the lack of blood would make the mood less eerie. It did the opposite, and I could feel the hairs on my neck start to rise. So, is everyone gone? I asked in partial disbelief. That can't be. How? Things were somber. From our perspective, we failed. All that time we spent preparing, only for it to go to waste. I can't believe this. I kicked away a piece of scrap metal in frustration.
Maybe there's still something we can do, Carl said.
Like what? Carl pointed.
Are those cameras?
Nick asked.
Looks like it. But where are they all connected?
Using the binoculars, I followed how far the cords went, and the place they ended is somewhere that I hadn't been to in years. It's the town hall.
Makes sense, Carl said,
scratching his chin thoughtfully.
It's the closest place to the center of town.
So we headed over there. First time I've been here, I told Nick as we were heading up the steps.
Second for me, Carl said.
What? Why were you here before?
The mayor needed my help with something. It's a long story.
The floor inside was still covered in cords. They led to a room in which we could see hundreds of monitors. None of them were on. Still, we knew the footage was saved to something.
Found it,
Nick declared. The monitors were hooked up to a single large computer tower. We couldn't turn it on since there was no power in the building. Carl began detaching the cords from it, and then he hoisted it over his shoulder.
Let's head to my place, he said.
Seeing as how it was still day, we weren't anticipating encountering any creatures quite yet. We were expecting to as we drove further into the shadows of the woods, but there was nothing.
Maybe Zol is still out here, Nick said.
Only one way to find out,
Carl replied, cupping his hands over his mouth. We shouted his name, only to get silence in response. Great, so he's gone too, I said. I never thought I'd say this, but somehow the lack of things trying to kill us feels more disturbing.
I get what you mean, Carl replied. Still, it's a decent change of pace. Anyway, let's get this thing up and running.
So we got to his house. We found it odd that no agents had tried to break in. However, we figured that this was something that could wait until a little bit later. Carl was able to get power back to his house through an unused backup generator. Plus, we paid to get his internet back up and running, which is how I'm able to post this. Then we hooked up the computer and booted it up.
Shit, there's a password, Nick said.
Carl sighed.
Give me a bit.
He was unable to lock it within an hour, and at last we were able to see what was on it. The files on it went as far back as the month that we left town.
Man, Nick groaned. It's gonna take forever to go through all these.
Carl, can you put all of them on one screen? I asked.
Not with this many. We'll have to hook up my old TVs. I think they're in the garage.
We grabbed them and Carl proceeded to make it so we could view all of the footage simultaneously. Hey, this might take a while to finish. How about we do some more exploring in the meantime? The first place we headed was to Formaggio's. It's the place that I used to work, and for personal reasons that I do have a connection to. While I was happy to see it again after so long, I was also worried about what we might find inside. The door's unlocked, I said, pushing it open. The stench of rot hit us like a freight train. Chairs and tables were overturned, with broken dishes and food all over the floor.
Looks like a fight broke out here, Nick said.
Wouldn't be the first time, I added. But somehow, I don't think that's the reason for all of this. I went further inside.
What are you doing?
Carl asked. I just want to check something. I went into the kitchen, wrinkling my nose at the smell. It got a whole lot worse. Putting a hand over my nose, I opened the fridge and from it pulled a bag of moldy cheese.
That's disgusting, Nick told me. Why the hell are you doing that?
Take a look. I held it up. The date on this is for a little over 6 months ago, which means whatever happened here might have been around that time.
Could be, Carl said. Actually, that reminds me. I don't have any food back at home right now.
I'm surprised seeing all this even made you hungry, Nick replied,
to which Carl shrugged in response. One grocery trip in the next town over later, and we were back at Carl's house. By then, we could watch all the security footage. To do so, he divided it among 3 flat screens. He also installed a program that enables the use of multiple cursors at once, so we didn't all have to watch at the exact same time.
Hey, Pete, how's the food coming along?
Carl asked. Almost done. Lasagna was our dinner for tonight. Homemade, too. Well, as homemade as you can get with store-bought pasta sauce, although I did spruce it up a bit. For drinks, Carl had a beer, Nick had a Sprite, and I had a grape soda. Now that we were all set, we were finally ready to sit down and watch the footage.
Should we speed it up?
Nick asked.
Sure, just make sure you're paying attention,
Carl replied to him. Over the next few hours, we viewed what the security cameras recorded. Looks like the usual monsters so far, I commented, seeing several returns skitter across the street. What are you guys seeing on your end?
Nothing much, Nick replied. An agent got stabbed.
By who?
An addict, I think.
Ah. I took a bite of my lasagna and a sip of my drink every so often. We have considered skipping to the end of the footage, however, we don't want to risk missing anything. Something on them got me super pissed. One square showed the Formagios, Alonzo and Donnell, and some agents were harassing them. Now, Alonzo is usually a nice guy, except in cases such as that. Despite being in his late 40s, the punch he gave one of them left him temporarily dazed. Then, several more agents tackled him to the ground, and Donnell sprayed them all with mace. Soon, she was apprehended as well, and taken away. To where? I'm not sure, but I swear there's gonna be hell to pay. Well, I mean, we did kind of wreck one of their facilities. Still, I'm not gonna let this shit slide. Further viewing showed us something new and concerning. I saw it on the screen showing Mike's mechanic shop. Guys, I think you should see this, I said. Carl and Nick came over, and then I let the footage play at normal speed. This took place 2 months after we left. It was daytime and raining. It's in this time of weather when the creatures our town fears come out to hunt. As a result, people may choose to close up shop. Mike does not, however. I once saw him beat up what we'll call a long-necked creature with a rune-covered wrench. As an aside, runes are required to deal with the monsters in our town, with the exception of the returned. And then, something was coming toward the shop from the left. We thought it was a tree at first, and then we realized what we were actually seeing. I got a strong, oh hell no feeling. This thing was clearly not a tree for 3 main reasons. The first is that trees don't tend to have human skin stretched over them. The second is that they also don't have heads on the top and bottom. In this case, the heads were exactly the same in appearance. This was reminding me of something. Nick realized what it was. "Pause it," he ordered. I did so, and he got close, squinting his eyes. They widened, and then he stepped back.
What did you see?
Carl asked him.
"Hearts. On its chest."
He was right. There were 6 in total, 2 small ones on top, 2 on the bottom mirroring those, 1 big one on the top, and 1 big one on the bottom mirroring that. Okay, what kind of fucked up Alice in Wonderland type of shit is this? I wondered out loud. Mike came out of the shop along with some workers, blissfully unaware of what was about to happen. That ended when the tree screeched. At least, we think it did. We've been watching without audio. Otherwise, hearing all those noises at once would probably drive us crazy. Even though I didn't know what it sounded like, that didn't stop my skin from crawling. Mike and the others turned as the tree's branches shot forward. I really hate my imagination sometimes. It has plagued me with various ideas of the noise that might make, and the most likely one that I got so far is cracking wood tearing through dead skin. The others were grabbed and lifted, struggling. Mike pulled out his gun and fired at it, hitting the top head. While painful, this did little to hinder the creature.
"That was practically point blank," said Nick in disbelief.
"He doesn't have the right runes," Carl told him.
It would be more correct to say that he couldn't have the right ones since this thing was completely new. The question was, how did it get here? Mike, well, he put up one hell of a fight. Unfortunately, the tree did manage to nab him by going for his legs. He yelled at it. However, we couldn't hear what was said due to the audio being off. The tree did not answer, and he kept cursing at it until eventually, I presume, the sound of his voice faded away. I paused the footage and we were all silent. The air was thick with despair. "Carl," I said. "Yeah? I think we should sleep with our guns within arm's reach tonight." "Yeah, I was thinking the same thing." Since then, we've been making sure to keep quiet for the night in case more of those things are out there. Carl's house isn't able to protect us from those trees. Maybe more of the footage will show the right runes to defend from them. Oh well, time will tell, I guess. In the meantime, I'm gonna get some rest. After all, it has been a long trip. Well, that training might not come in completely useless after all. Looks like you got your job cut out for you, Pete. Let's go ahead and get into part number 2. We're investigating the disappearance of everyone in our town, part 2. Written by user RoseBlack2222, narrated by Brandon Dayton. We've managed to find out some things, the most concerning of which is that we aren't alone out here after all. The night after my last post, I saw one of those trees. Actually, I need to think of a better name for them. How about card trees? Yeah, sure, that works. So anyway, I woke up having to take a leak, something fierce. The blinds in the bathroom window were still up. I didn't much think of it as I did my business. And then I glanced out the window to see one of those freaky as shit things coming out of the woods. I ducked down, cursing. I heard it come closer, and I pressed my back against the wall beside the window. I didn't even want to breathe in case it could hear. Eventually, it did go away, which I was thankful for. Well, that and the fact that I took a piss beforehand, yeah, that wasn't a fun time. Fortunately, we might be able to do something about it. The next morning, I let Carl and Nick know what happened. "What a close call," Carl told me. "But how come we aren't seeing any now?" I shrugged. "Maybe they don't like daylight either." "Did it look different from the one that took Mike?" Nick asked. "Well, it was dark, but now that you mention it, I do think it had diamonds instead of hearts. So that pretty much confirms that there's more of them. Great." Carl stretched and headed to the living room. "Well, we're not gonna solve this by standing around," he said. "I get the computer booted up. Pete, breakfast." "What kind?" "Waffles." But we didn't buy any. "I got an iron in my garage." He cocked his thumb to the door. Then he left, and Nick followed him. I went into the garage. "Where is it?" My eyes fell upon the waffle iron sitting on a rack. "Ah, there it is." When I picked it up, there was a gasp from behind me. I kind of freaked out when that happened. Maybe my nerves were just too wound up from last night, or just yesterday in general. Whatever the reason, I spun around, hitting whoever it was in the face with the waffle iron. Carl and Nick came running shortly after, coming to a sliding stop in the doorway. "What happened?" Nick asked. They glanced at the man, now out cold, on the floor. "Holy shit, Pete," Carl said. They came around for a closer look, and Nick squinted at him. "Wait, I think I recognize this guy," he said. "From where?" I replied. "Remember how we had to pretend to be guards at that facility?" "Yeah, don't remind me." I glanced at the man, and then it clicked in my mind who he was. "Stevenson," I exclaimed. "Who?" Carl asked. "That guy that we almost used the vacuum cleaner weapons on." Recognition slowly came into Carl's eyes. "Oh yeah, but how'd he get in here?" "Did you forget to lock the door to your garage when we left town?" "Ah, shit. I knew I forgot something." "Yeah, it happens. So, what should we do with him?" Carl considered this. "Well, maybe he knows something. Nick, tie him up. We'll deal with him when he wakes up." He looked at me. "In the meantime, I'm still waiting on those waffles." I gave him a nod and went back inside. My first time making waffles at home. They didn't turn out half bad, even if I did use a bit too much batter. I made 6 with chocolate chips, butter, syrup. Along with it, I also made scrambled eggs with cheese, salt, and pepper. Then for drinks, coffee and orange juice. "Food's ready," I said, coming into the living room with Carl and Nick's plates with their drinks set on top of them. "Where's Stevenson?" Carl, while taking a sip of his coffee, pointed, and I saw Stevenson tied to an office chair. "Ah." I set down their plates, and they thanked me. Then I went and got my plate and drink. "Is everyone ready?" Carl asked after I sat down, plate resting on my lap. We replied that we were. As the footage played, I cut into the waffle and raised a piece to my mouth. So far, the card trees seemed to be the only thing new. What we weren't expecting was just how many of them there were. They were all over town, which makes me thankful that we didn't arrive back in town at night. Without fail, they would take at least some people, and without any idea of what their weaknesses might be, all those people could do was try and hide. Unfortunately, it seemed that hiding only worked for so long. Indy is probably the one responsible for them appearing, so that means the other question is, where did they take everyone in the woods? About 2 hours into watching the footage, Stevenson began to stir.
My head,
He groaned. We paused the footage and turned in his direction. He looked around before his eyes fell upon us. He was about to speak when Carl raised his index finger. "How long you been here?" he asked him.
Since last year.
"Before those tree things arrived?" Stevenson nodded. "Pete, Nick, wait here, will ya?" Carl got up and left.
Where's he going?
Stevenson asked nervously. We didn't answer him. Carl returned within the minute, favorite pocket knife in hand. This one was retractable, with a gleaming silver blade that he always kept extra sharp. Understandably, Stevenson wasn't too happy seeing it. "Sorry about that," Carl said. "Got a lot of junk, you know? Now!" He turned his chair around so that when he sat in it, he could fold his arms over the back. Then he did something that, if I were on the receiving end of, I would find far more alarming than if he just yelled or cursed at me. Carl smiled. Although it appeared warm, we knew it was like having a river of lava underneath a sheet of ice. "Your name's Stevenson, right?" He nodded. Some sweat droplets were already forming along his forehead. "Thanks. Just checking. So, Stevenson, I want you to tell us everything you know about what happened. Sure, we could go through the footage, but if we could find out through a quicker way, that's all the better."
What'll you do to me if I tell you?
Stevenson replied with his throat dry. "Well, for starters, I won't have to use this." Carl brandished the blade of his knife.
Wait, I heard Commander David talk about you, and I know for a fact you don't have it in you to murder me.
I felt like I'd heard that name before, and then decided that that could be addressed later. Although I could see the aforementioned metaphorical river of lava behind Carl's eyes beginning to bubble, he regained his composure and sighed. "You know something? You're absolutely right. I just don't have it in me to murder somebody in cold blood." Stevenson seemed to gain some confidence, which was immediately snuffed out by what Carl said next. "But I can make you wish that I did."
How?
Stevenson ran his tongue over his lips nervously. This attempt at calling a bluff would prove woefully unsuccessful. "That's a good question," Carl replied thoughtfully. "Let's see. I could break all your fingers and toes, one by one." The sweat formerly dripping down Stevenson's face was now pouring. "Or I could get my knife real hot before I cut you. Or better yet, we could just put you outside for those tree things to find you." At that, Stevenson seemed to be on the verge of shitting himself. It was like watching a deer caught in a bear trap with a wolf only a few feet away. I almost felt bad for him. Emphasis on almost.
Okay, he said. Can we make a deal?
"I don't see why not."
All right. If you let me stay here and protect me, I'll tell you everything I know.
"Sounds good so far. I got a few things I want to add, though."
What?
"If you try anything funny, I'm kicking you out. And you know what that means."
Of course. And one more thing. Could I please have an ice pack and some Tylenol?
5 minutes later, Stevenson was untied and holding a pack of frozen peas to his face. "Okay, so where should we be searching?" I asked. He was silent. "Well," Carl told him.
I'm thinking, he replied irritably. It's not easy to recall things when someone damn near gives you a concussion.
"My bad," I said with a shrug.
Right. Now, as for where to search, I should probably tell you how I came to be stationed here.
"Just curious," Carl said. "But what happened after we escaped?"
Well, higher-ups weren't happy about that, especially with the whole Poseidon incident. Hey, that wasn't our fault,
Nick chimed in defensively. Stevenson looked at him.
I'm aware of that, but you should know that the bosses hold everyone accountable for a mission failure, and since you were all technically a part of it, you share in the blame.
"Actually, I've been wondering about that," I said. "Is he the only god that you guys have found?"
As far as I know. Maybe there's more. Maybe there isn't. That could wait until later, though. Now, listen close, because there's a lot to explain.
It was the month after we escaped the facility that he was called out to town.
They were having trouble dealing with the creatures here, he said.
This struck us as odd.
So, we could deal with them, and a bunch of trained agents couldn't, Nick said. It's a bit more complicated than that, Stevenson said. Apparently there was a massive increase in the number of monsters after you guys left.
That made me worry a little. Did us leaving have something to do with that, or was it just a coincidence? If we didn't cause it, then what did?
To combat them, I was tasked with creating a super weapon.
Oh no, I thought upon hearing those last two words. And let me guess, Carl said. Something went wrong? Stevenson frowned and put down the pack of frozen peas.
Not at first. What kind of weapon was it? Nick asked. A robot.
A robot? Carl said.
That's right. I designed it to combat all the creatures known in town at the time.
Stevenson explained that the way it worked was by having an assortment of bladed and projectile weapons stamped with different runes.
It could also project them onto itself so it couldn't be attacked. Wait, why didn't we do that? Nick asked.
Do what? I replied.
Like, wear clothes with runes on them. Would that work?
It was a really good question. The journals don't suggest doing that, which leads me to two conclusions. Either nobody thought to try it, or they did and failed and therefore didn't add it. Beats me, I answered with a shrug after some thought. Might be something to try later on.
Right, Stevenson said. But for now, let's get back to the matter at hand. So, the robot initially was pretty effective.
Until? There's always an until with these kinds of situations.
Well, it was working until the flash.
Stevenson leaned closer.
I've heard of things like this before, but this was the first time I ever saw one. What do you mean things like it?
Nick asked. Stevenson sighed.
I don't want to go off on another tangent, so I'll just say that a flash is our term for a burst of abnormal energy. This can be either subtle, in which case it can only be detected with special equipment, or more obvious, such as with your town, for example.
He told us a white flash washed over the town that most people confirmed to have seen, including him. And is that when those tree things started showing up? I inquired.
Not right away. Flashes can occur without any unusual activity afterward.
Like with those lights in the sky videos?
Those ones are real, yeah. In fact, most of the time, they never really amount to much. Then you have cases like your town, and considering its state before, that was the last thing we needed. Without any clue as to what the tree's weaknesses might be, the robot proved ineffective against them. So why haven't you left? Nick asked.
Stevenson stared at him like the answer should be obvious.
If I abandon my post, they'll track me down. Besides, avoiding them is relatively easy.
Why haven't you tried to get help? Carl asked.
The phone I used to communicate with HQ got busted.
Then why haven't they sent anyone out to check?
They did. But when I explained the situation to them, they told me it would be a waste of resources to risk lives without knowing how to combat those things. So I was ordered to stay and monitor things while they come by periodically.
I let out a light chuckle. Stevenson glared at me.
Does that sound funny to you?
What? I replied in feigned confusion. You mean the fact that we were held prisoner by you guys, and now they basically left you for dead? Not in the slightest.
I wasn't responsible for that.
But, like you said, everyone shares the blame. He didn't have a good retort to that, which happens a lot to people whose words get used against them.
Regardless, he continued, it means we're on our own for the time being.
So, have you been able to find out anything useful then?
Carl inquired.
Actually, yeah. I might have a way to deal with the trees. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to test it.
So, you want us to?
If you would be so inclined.
What he was proposing didn't sit well with me in the slightest. It was essentially a trial and error of different rune combinations to see if one would work on the car trees. We explained to him that if the runes are too close, they'll cancel each other out.
I'm already aware of that, he replied. But perhaps if we take some parts of them and recombine them to make new runes, it might work to weaken the trees.
Hang on. So your brilliant idea is to just randomly combine shit to see what sticks, I objected.
Do you see what I have to work with? I'm basically shooting in the dark here. If you have any better ideas, I'd be glad to hear them.
I didn't. So we brainstormed how we were going to carry out what would be the first of many experiments. Having nearly been spotted by one of the card trees earlier, I wasn't exactly thrilled about this. To summarize, one of us would be trying to shoot the trees with bullets carved with these new symbols. As we eliminate them, we'd be crossing them off. We'd be doing this from the roof, and meanwhile, someone would be waiting to drive by and pick us up if things went wrong. Carl didn't trust Stevenson, so he was the one to drive by. We spent most of the week preparing for the experiment. By the time we were ready, we went about an hour before sunset to Formaggio's, my former workplace. It's kind of like back then, I told Nick.
Huh?
You know, the night we saw those lights?
Oh yeah, crazy. We had to blast shit left and right.
And don't forget that worm.
Oh, don't remind me.
I forgot. Some of its blood got in your mouth when Carl blew it up, didn't it? Despite my fear of the upcoming danger we were about to face, I couldn't keep myself from laughing.
That wasn't funny.
He glared at me in annoyance. We brought some two-way radios from Carl's place. Stevenson had the one we were using. It crackled as Carl's voice came through the speaker. "Who's got you laughing, Pete?" he asked. "I can hear you from way out here." I asked him if he also remembered that night. "Oh yeah," he exclaimed. "Nick, you should have seen the look on your face." Now we were both laughing, and Nick's expression was that of someone who had just bitten into a lemon. This didn't last long because as soon as his face broke into a smile, he joined in. When we considered what we've been through and what we will go through, it all seems so absurd. Here we are in our town with everyone else gone. We have no idea if we'll be able to get them back, and yet, for some reason, I've been experiencing an unjustified optimism. Why? I can't really say. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Whatever the reason, our first night fighting against the card trees did not do wonders to stoke that feeling. In fact, it seemed hell-bent on snuffing it out.
Will you take this seriously?
Stevenson snapped at us.
The sun's about to set.
I glanced at it. "You're right," I told him, wiping a tear away from my eye. "Carl, are you ready?" "Yep, and if something goes wrong, I'll be there in a flash." "Good to know. Nick, let's get the guns ready."
On it,
he replied. The best gun we could think of to test Stevenson's idea with were revolvers, a bullet with a different rune combination in each chamber, and more on standby if those didn't work. Those last couple moments before the sun disappeared behind the trees almost seemed to go by in slow motion. It was like the calm before the storm, and I knew this would be one hell of a difficult night. I gave Nick a look to convey this thought, and he returned it with a nod. He rested his hand on his gun handle, and I did the same with mine. Stevenson also had a paper with him. It was a pretty simple checklist with two columns, Gun A and Gun B. There were drawings of different runes under them. Nick would be using the bullets under the A section, while I used the ones under the B section. "Carl," I said, "you're in a safe spot, right?" "Yeah, don't worry about me. I'm all good here. Wait, I think I see some of them. They're coming from behind the restaurant." We turned around and confirmed that this was indeed the case. We drew our weapons and cocked them. Nick was the first to shoot. A card tree spotted us and screeched. It sounded like wood in a chipper, and then it began making its way towards us. He raised his gun. "Firing! Bullet A1!" he declared, and then pulled the trigger. A boom rang out, and the bullet clearly hit. "It didn't work," Nick reported to Stevenson, who checked it off. "Here goes," I said, taking aim. "Firing bullet B1. It didn't so much as leave a scratch. "Nothing," I said. "Damn," Stevenson muttered, checking off my bullet. We tried again with the same results. "Maybe we should call it quits," Nick said. I was starting to get the same idea, especially since those things were now much closer. Stevenson was disappointed, but he agreed as well. "Carl, get ready to pick us up," I said. "On it," he replied, and then he gasped. "Oh shit, they spotted me." "What?" I said, tightening my grip on the radio. Carl revved his engine. "Sorry, I guess there's more coming out at once than we thought. Just hang tight. This'll take some maneuvering." That was easier said than done, especially with a bunch of these tree monsters ready to snatch us. Carl pulled out from his hiding spot. Quickly, he was pursued by card trees trying to surround his car. However, with his driving skills, he was able to get around them. The downside is that it seemed as if it was going to take a while before he could actually, reach us.
"At least we should be safe up here,"
Stevenson said. The card tree's branches shot out, gripping onto the sides of the roof. They then proceeded to pull themselves up. Nick and I glared at Stevenson for jinxing us. We brought some knives with us, and luckily they were able to cut the branches. What didn't help was how many were trying to get to us.
"Where the hell's Carl?"
Nick shouted, cutting through a branch, causing a card tree to fall.
"My arms are getting tired."
"Work through it," I yelled back, slicing some more away in one quick motion.
"He'll be here soon."
One unexpected advantage was that as these things fell upon each other, it was hard for them to straighten themselves up. That bought us time, albeit only a little. They weren't slowing down, and we were running out of steam real fast. If Carl was going to do something, we hoped that would happen, quickly. Sure enough, the noise of a speeding car reached us. However, it wasn't Carl's. Instead, it came from a police car. As it got closer, we saw the sirens were turned on. This caught the card tree's attention, which was a huge break for us. Honestly, we were practically a second away from being grabbed by them. As usual, we cut it way too close. The card trees let go of the roof and gave chase to those blaring sirens. I was drenched in sweat both from exertion and from my rattled nerves.
Where's he going?
Nick asked. I don't know, I replied, but I think we should get the hell out of here. By the time we were outside, the card trees were all gone, having been lured off by the siren.
He did it,
Nick said. Yeah, hope he's okay though, I replied.
That's good and all, but how are we supposed to get back to his house?
Stevenson asked. Another engine sounded over the street, and this time it was from Carl's own car. He pulled up, coming to a stop in front of us.
How'd you get away from him?
I asked. It wasn't hard. I just left the car on and got out before they reached me. Come on, let's head back before they realize they've been duped. The aftermath of these kinds of situations is weird. During them, adrenaline saves you from fatigue. When it's all over, though, you feel it with interest. By the time we got back, I was ready to drop. Well, that was a disaster, I stated, flopping onto the couch.
At least we tried,
Nick said.
That's right,
Stevenson agreed.
Trial and error, all part of the scientific process.
And so is nearly getting killed, apparently, I responded with an eye roll. This isn't gonna work. Honestly, I didn't mean to sound so defeatist. Thing is, with how many runes there are, the number of combinations that could be made from them could take us months to go through. Not to mention, our luck would eventually run out on facing those things. You're not wrong, Carl told me. What we need is a different approach. I think I got an idea, but I need to think on it. Why don't y'all head to bed? I'm gonna stay up a little bit longer. We told him goodnight and headed up to our rooms. Carl has 2 guest rooms, and I have to say, it feels good having a room to myself again. Stevenson had been sleeping on the couch, which he hasn't complained about, seeing as how before then he was sleeping on the garage floor. Despite how tired I was from this ordeal, falling asleep still took a little bit of time. I kept thinking about the faces in those trees. Seeing them on camera and from far away was one thing. Up close was another matter entirely. It's like they were crying, wailing even. I swear I heard one say something. Help. That happened only hours ago. I was too tired to tell the others, but it made me think that maybe we shouldn't be trying to kill him after all. I brought up what I mentioned in my last post to Carl and Nick. We discussed it over breakfast, cereal to be specific. Carl was having Captain Crunch, and Nick, honey bunches of oats with almonds. Are you sure? Carl asked me.
Yeah, Nick said. It was pretty hectic. You could have just thought that you heard one talk.
I had a bowl of untouched Cinnamon Toast Crunch sitting in front of me. That morning, I didn't have a strong appetite. Closing my eyes, I rubbed my forehead with the tips of my index and middle fingers and sighed. I thought about that, believe me, but I just can't convince myself that it didn't happen.
But I didn't hear anything,
Nick pointed out. What about Stevenson? Carl asked. He was in the basement working on some blueprints that he said would help us. He came up to put his plate in the sink, so I asked him if he had heard what I did.
You did too?
He replied in bewilderment.
I thought it was just me.
Oh, hell. This complicates things, Carl groaned.
How?
Stevenson asked him. How? Because if the card trees are enslaved somehow, then killing them is basically murder. Stevenson pursed his lips.
We can't worry about that, he said. We need to focus on making sure our goals are achieved.
Yeah, of course the guy who works at a torture facility would say that, I chimed in, causing Stevenson to glare at me.
If they find us again, they'll either kill us or take us to God only knows where, he snapped. The way I see it, it's either us or them.
Admittedly, he made a good point. That said, I don't think we have it in us to flat out kill someone in cold blood. Anytime we have taken lives, it's always been in self-defense or, well, by accident. We've never been in a situation like this, and if this is Indy's doing, he is playing dirty.
The blueprints I'm making are going to be for a weapon that can help us test rune combinations more efficiently. And how will that work?
Nick inquired.
I was thinking something along the lines of a turret, but we'll have to see. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be getting back to my work.
Stevenson left the dining room, went back down to the basement, and left us alone in annoyed silence. Great. Guess we'll all have to become murderers then, I said, and then absent-mindedly shoved a spoon full of now soggy cereal into my mouth. Carl was lost in thought. Maybe not, he told me. What do you mean? I replied, wiping some of the milk off my face with my sleeve. When was the last time you visited the library? Not since before we left. What are you getting at? What if there's something there that could help us? If that's the case, why didn't Alice tell anyone? Alice was the librarian of our town, and she was responsible for hand-copying journals of runes that our town settlers left. If not for her, we all would have been helpless against the monsters that used to be here. Speaking of, it is odd that the card trees are the only monsters that we've seen. I guess they killed or took the others. It really wouldn't have been like her to withhold information that could save people, I continued. Unless she was one of the first people taken. Yeah, but surely Blue's goons would have searched there. I don't know. Between trying to keep everyone here and dealing with creatures, they might have overlooked it, Nick pointed out. He and Carl both took bites of their cereals. I guess it couldn't hurt to take a look around. What do you guys say we head over there after breakfast? Sounds good, Carl replied. What about Stevenson? Nick asked. I mean, we can see if he feels like coming along, I guess. Shortly later, Nick and I were waiting outside. I sat leaning back against Carl's car. I glanced up at the sky, mentally noting that it was pretty cloudy. The front door opened and out stepped Carl. Stevenson said he'd be fine here, Carl told us. Is it safe to leave him alone? I asked. I'm sure it'll be all right. He just wants to work on his blueprints, but I'm bringing the radio with us just in case. Whenever I got punished, my parents would hide my video games in the woods, so reading was all I could do for fun. I read a lot, and the place that I did that the most was the library. Nobody would try to mess with me there, so I could get lost in a good book without having to worry about interruptions. Seeing the library building again after all this time sent a mixture of nostalgia and guilt through me. That guilt wasn't only from being away for so long, either. It was from thinking about just how much I'd neglected to visit it over the years. Sure, I'd deliver there for formaggio's. However, after graduation, going there solely for recreation occurred less and less. Between work and taking care of my parents' home, the closest I'd get would be the occasional chat with Alice. Speaking of whom, of all the people who were taken first, we were surprised that she was among them. The library is so quiet. Nothing ever bothers to attack it, so how the card trees even thought to was a question that would require us reviewing the security cam footage to solve. When we parked and got out, I stared at it, at those windows that almost made me feel like I was making eye contact with a giant face. Pete, you alright? I turned to Nick. Yeah, it's just that it's been a while, you know? I think so. Then let's get inside, Carl said, and went off ahead of us. Oddly enough, the front entrance was completely fine, not a crack or a scratch on those doors. Carl picked the lock to get them open, and we went inside. While it did feel good to experience that soothing quiet again, something about it was also undeniably eerie. When was the last time you came here? I whispered to Carl. A few years back, but I did talk with Alice in my shop sometimes, he whispered back. Why are we whispering? Nick also whispered. I was about to answer when I realized that I didn't exactly know why we were. Force of habit, I said, after a brief moment, letting my voice go from whispering to talking low. Even if we were the only ones there, talking any louder than that still felt almost sacrilegious. It's like getting drunk at a funeral. You just don't do it. We made our way to the front desk, figuring that that would be the best place for us to search first. What we were looking for, we didn't know quite yet. But then I remembered something. Wait a minute, I said. Didn't Alice have a book here? Pete, we're in a library, Carl pointed out. There are lots of books. I rolled my eyes. I know that. What I mean is there was another one she showed us. You know, the one she said belonged to the settlers. Oh yeah, Nick exclaimed, to which I shushed him. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I remember. Mind filling me in here? Carl asked, and we did so. Hang on, he said. Zoe had a book like that too, didn't he? I completely forgot about that, I said, surprised. Yeah, me too, Nick added. Too bad we haven't seen him. Well, let's see if we can't find that book, Carl told us. Searching the desk yielded no results. Maybe she took it home with her, Nick said. Yeah, maybe, I replied. But let's keep looking. We knew things would be pretty dim inside, being without power at all, so we did bring along some flashlights. Actually, dark would be a more accurate description than dim. The only other light coming in was through the windows, and most of that was getting blocked out by the taller trees. Our flashlight beams swept around, illuminating bookshelves whose contents were coated in dust.
I think I see something,
Nick said, shining his flashlight past some cobwebs. Some books were on the floor. Investigating showed us a pile, as if someone had raked them off the shelves. My grip on my flashlight tightened. The hairs on my arms were beginning to stand. Looking further confirmed our fears. We didn't know what was worse, the smear of blood on the carpet or the nail marks on the wood flooring that led to the open back exit. "Pete, are you okay?" Carl asked. I was trembling while staring at the sight before us. It wasn't only due to fear. I dug my nails into my palms. At the same time, there was a familiar pressure building behind my forehead. This ceased when Nick touched my shoulder and brought me back to my senses. "Your hands," he told me. I glanced down and noticed blood trickling from my palms. I looked back up to the visibly concerned faces of Carl and Nick. "Sorry," I said. "It's just that..."
"We know," Carl replied. "Why don't you go cool off for a little bit? We'll keep looking."
I let out a deep breath. "Okay," I told him while nodding. He and Nick went out the back to keep searching. I stayed inside the library and paced around. Every so often, I'd run my finger over the books, coating them in their dust. So many I'd read, from adventure to fantasy to horror. For someone who was more of a loner back then, yeah, these books brought me comfort. I smiled upon seeing the Stephen King books. I read a lot of his work back then. Oftentimes, due to my shitty behavior, they would be my only source of entertainment. As I was reminiscing, my foot hit something. I cast my eyes downward to see part of a book sticking out from under the shelves. Picking it up revealed that it was none other than the one that we were searching for. "Guys, I found it!" I yelled out to them after I ran out the back exit with the book in hand. Carl and Nick, who were crouched over something, turned to look at me, and I waved the book at them.
"Hey, you found it!"
Nick exclaimed. "Yeah, did you guys find something too?"
"Take a look,"
Carl replied. They stepped aside, and I could see on the ground what appeared to be some kind of pen, or at least something pen-shaped, wedged into the concrete's crack. Surrounding it were some symbols drawn with white chalk that were similar to the runes on the buildings in our town. However, I didn't recognize these, and they were nearly encompassed by a black chalk circle. I say nearly because the circle was incomplete. Whoever had done it had only got halfway before being dragged off, as indicated by how it skewed off into a random line. The library has an awning to provide shade during outside reading, which explains how no rain was able to damage a chalk illustration. "Who do you think did this?" I asked.
"Well, couldn't have been Alice," Carl said. "And it seems to have been done in a rush, which means it was most likely done at night."
"Maybe Stevenson knows something," Nick suggested.
"He might," Carl told him. "We'll ask him later, though. I think we should keep looking around."
"I'll head back inside in case we missed something," I replied. While I was doing that, they were searching other areas around the building. I came back to the blood on the floor. I hadn't noticed it before, but part of it seemed unusual. I knelt down and got closer to it. Part of the stain almost looked like a letter. I shined my flashlight on it and confirmed that it was. In fact, it appeared to be an uppercase B. My heart raced as I thought it might be some kind of message that Alice was trying to leave behind. Unfortunately, I couldn't make out anything else. Mentally, I cursed the fact that the carpet wasn't a lighter color, but then I got an idea. By running my finger over it, I was able to trace what the letters were supposed to be. It spelled out the word ink. This confused me. Granted, being dragged by the legs while you're bleeding doesn't exactly allow time to write a well-thought-out message, but still, I was stumped. What did ink have to do with anything? A light noise interrupted my thoughts. Drip, drip, drip. Panic bubbled within me. How could we have forgotten about the damn rain? Rushing outside, I turned to see Carl and Nick already running in my direction. I glanced at the woods. Much to my dismay, I could already see the movement from among the trees. It appeared the rain rule also applied to the card trees. A quick aside, while creatures in our town don't usually come out during the day, stormy weather is the exception, and that was the case here. Some of them were already trying to move towards us when we went back inside. Our plan was to head out the main exit to Carl's car. More card trees at the front, however, changed this plan.
"Oh, hell,"
Carl muttered. The only place we could think of to hide was under the front desk. Shortly later, windows were shattered as the trees began to break in. Now the place was crawling with them while we were cramped in our little hidey hole. When we talked, we made sure to adhere strictly to the library rules.
Why didn't you park closer?
Nick whispered to Carl.
It's not that far, he replied.
It's on the other side of the parking lot.
Well, I just didn't think about it, okay? You could have told me to.
Argue about that later, I told them. Right now, we need a way out of here, and fast.
I flinched as books that were raked off the shelves thudded to the floor. They sounded close, and it really was only a matter of time before they made their way to where we were.
You're right, Carl said. We need a distraction.
Isn't there a coffee mug on the desk?
Nick asked.
That should do it, but we need to make sure they aren't looking over here first.
I was the one who checked. Slowly, I peeked over the desk, making sure to be extra careful. The place was now crawling with card trees, and having them that close was making me sweat. Fortunately, none of them were staring over this way, so I grabbed the mug and chucked it as hard as I could. That training we did back at Ivan's place did pay off because I was able to hit the wall on the other side of the library, causing the mug to shatter. This drew the card tree's attention, and they made their way over to the sound, allowing us to start sneaking away. I'm proud to say that we almost made it to the exit when the radio clipped to Carl's pants began to crackle.
Guys, come in, please.
Stevenson's urgent voice spoke from it. My blood chilled. I felt like a skydiver whose parachute had just jammed. We turned, and now all of the card trees were fixated on us. God damn it, I yelled. Run! We sprinted to the car, all the while dozens of limbs were trying to snag us, and Stevenson was still screaming at us through the radio. Carl hit the button on his keys to unlock the door, yanked the driver's side open, and we got into the back. Nick went in first, and I was about to when one of those things yanked me by the back of my shirt. Pete! Carl and Nick yelled in unison. Fuck, I said, thrashing to get free. It was dragging me away, so there was only one way out. With some wriggling, I was able to slip out of my shirt and therefore its grasp. Since it was a little high up, the land was a bit painful. I wouldn't notice it until later, however. I was only focused on getting the hell away. I dove into the car, and as Carl was speeding off, some card tree's branches shot forward, busting in the driver's window and the one next to me. He screamed a string of obscenities when this happened, and some even managed to damage his windshield as he was swerving around them. We booked it out of town since they were currently roaming. When we finally felt safe enough, we stopped to get out and brush the glass away. As it turns out, bare skin and broken glass have never really been on good terms. I had to pick out shards all while it was still raining. Carl was assessing the damage, trying to see if only the glass was damaged when Stevenson spoke up again.
Why won't you pick up?
He pleaded. Carl was understandably pissed, and I honestly thought he was going to smash the radio on the ground. Instead, he yanked it from his pocket and hit the button to respond.
Finally, I've been trying to reach you for—
Shut the fuck up!
Carl's booming voice carried across the road.
Excuse me?
Stevenson replied, offended.
You need to listen.
No, you listen! Do you have any idea what we just went through because of your dumb ass?
Carl explained what had happened to him as I continued to get the glass out of my body. The car had a first aid kit in the trunk, which Nick used to help me as Stevenson responded.
It's not like I knew it would be bad timing, he said defensively, and you haven't even let me explain what I'm currently dealing with.
Fine, let's hear it then. Similar to our situation, Stevenson found himself caught in the rain with the card trees after him.
Something killed them, he said.
What?
It killed them. Hell, it tore him apart.
What could have done that to him?
I have no idea, but I don't want to find out. I don't think it saw me, so I'm safe for now. Christ, do you know I heard it laughing earlier?
Carl grunted in annoyance.
Did you see it? He asked.
Only a glimpse. It was pretty far away.
Well, just stay put then. We can't exactly head back right now, so you'll be on your own for the night.
With that thing out there? Are you kidding me?
Nope. Good luck.
Stevenson began cursing, so Carl shut off the radio.
Y'all patched up?
He asked me. Gauze pads and band-aids were applied to my cuts. I thought with all the pain I'd experienced, hydrogen peroxide wouldn't hurt that much. As it turned out, I was, in a manner of speaking, painfully wrong. As much as I can be, I replied to Carl. So what now?
I got a little cash on me. Let's find a place to crash for the night.
We found a motel. The guy at the desk was naturally curious upon seeing both a shirtless man with cuts all over his body and a busted car outside.
What happened to you guys? He asked.
Long day, Carl replied, placing some money on the desk.
That'll do.
The man handed him a key card and we headed off to our room. That brings me to now. There was also a laptop in the trunk belonging to Carl's friend Ivan. Actually, the car is really Ivan's as well, but he said that Carl could use it. Speaking of which, it is in desperate need of repair. Anyway, I'm typing this up on the motel's Wi-Fi. Earlier, Carl ran to the gas station across the street and got some hot dogs and drinks. Something about convenience store hot dogs hits different, and it's not only the way they cook them either. It's as if you can somehow taste the overall atmosphere in them. At the very least, I'm glad that I don't have to sleep on an empty stomach. On that note, I should get some shut-eye. When we see Stevenson, I might smack him upside the head again, only this time it won't be an accident, but for now, I'll say goodnight. I'm not sure if tasting the atmosphere of a convenience store within a hot dog is a selling point. What I will say is that at least we seem to be a few steps closer to figuring out what is going on, how to deal with these things, and hopefully bring some life back to this town. It remains to be seen. We'll check out part 4 right now and see how it goes. We're investigating the disappearance of everyone in our town, part 4, written by user RoseBlack2222, narrated by Brandon Dayton. Man, time flies. Stores are already coming out with Halloween decorations. I wish I could get into the spirit, but I've also been really stressed lately, worrying about everything. Oh well, maybe I'll watch some scary movies or something. At the very least, seeing the stores decked out with pumpkins and skulls has lifted my spirits some, especially since we got a ticket last week. Yeah, apparently we were parked in a handicap spot at that motel. With it being dark at the time and the paint faded, we didn't really have any reasonable way of knowing this, despite bringing up these valid points. That son of a bitch cops still find us. Whatever. If they want to send someone to our town to collect on it, they can be my fucking guest. Otherwise, we have more important things concerning us. Namely, the message I found in the library. We discussed it, among some other things, on our way back to town, after grabbing some McDonald's breakfast burritos and coffee. What could Alice have meant by it? I asked as I yawned. My body needed time to process the caffeine, so I was just barely operating beyond autopilot. I took another sip of my coffee. Maybe it was short for inkling, Carl suggested. So she left us a hint that says, hint. You're right, that doesn't make any sense. Damn, I'm stumped.
Well, from what we saw, it's not like she had time to write a clear, thought-out message,
Nick chimed in from the back seat. Maybe it was my drink finally working its magic, but his words made something click for me. Saw, I said, speaking the word softly. You say something, Pete? Carl asked. What's the opposite of saw? I don't know. Sawing means separating something, so the opposite would mean putting it back together. I mean, that's if you mean saw as in tool, and then I guess it would be glue, maybe? No, I mean saw as in the past tense of see. Well, then that would be not seeing. Right. And what kind of ink aren't you able to see? Nick spoke again. Invisible ink, he exclaimed. Of course, Carl laughed. I don't know how we didn't realize it sooner. Well, now that we have, I think we should return to the library first. It should be safe now, I told him. Well, it was. That didn't mean it was in good condition. Pulling up to it, this time parking a lot closer, it was obvious just how damaged it was. Shards of glass were all over the sidewalk and in the library. Broken shelves and books were scattered about. I sucked in through my teeth. Alice is gonna have a heart attack when she sees this, I said, as we were surveying the damage. You could say that again, Carl replied. We'll have to cross that bridge later, though. First, we need that book. Searching for it was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It took a while, but eventually, Nick spotted it, sticking out from under the front desk. I figure it got knocked over there when I dropped it. So, should we check it now? He asked after picking it up. I think we should check on Stevenson first, Carl told him. I haven't heard from him yet. Didn't you turn the radio off? I asked. Oh yeah, you're right. Better switch it back on. He did so, and then spoke into it. There was no response. Stevenson, you there? Hello? When there still wasn't a reply, he shrugged and put it away. Guess we'll have to hear from him when we get back home. With how Stevenson sounded the night before, we were expecting a mess when we got to Carl's house. But instead, nothing seemed out of place. The only odd thing was that Stevenson wasn't already downstairs. We called his name, and when that didn't work, we went to look for him. We found him in Carl's shower, hugging his knees to his chest. Whatever happened last night must have done a number on him, I said. I waved my hand in front of his face and snapped my fingers a couple of times. Yeah, nothing, I informed.
Move away from the tub,
Carl told me. When I did, he reached for the handle. He turned it to cold and then turned the shower head on. The freezing water caused Stevenson to scream and jump up in shock. He seemed to be not all there yet, and he ran at me. I slapped him across the face.
Where am I?
He asked while glancing around wildly.
What's going on?
His eyes fell on us, and they went from being filled with shocked fear to whining anger.
Do you have any idea what I went through last night?
He roared at us.
I was hiding for my life because you were all too stupid to make it back here in time. Never before in all my years did I see some...
He was hit again, this time by Carl, who gave him a hard gut punch. He dropped to his knees, gasping.
How dare you,
he said in a weak voice.
Calling us stupid?
Carl practically spat at him.
You nearly got us killed last night, but we don't hear you apologizing for that. Now quit your bitching and get up.
Stevenson glared at us, gritting his teeth. We left the bathroom to allow him to collect himself. Man, Carl, he really got under your skin, I said.
Yeah, it's not like you, Nick added. What gives?
Carl hesitated for a moment and then gave his reply.
Let's just say I can't stand people like him.
Soon, we were all situated in the living room. Carl and Stevenson, who was now in fresh clothes, glared at each other for about 2 minutes straight, so I decided to break the admittedly tense ice. Okay, I know we had some problems this morning, but I think it's best if we can get along, so we're gonna apologize to each other. I'll start. I looked at Stevenson. I'm sorry that I slapped you, and I'm sorry about hitting you with a waffle iron.
Thanks,
was his only response. Good. Now you apologize to Carl.
Why should I?
For someone who claimed to be a professional, he was acting pretty childish. Because it'll lower your chances of getting punched by him in the future. Carl flashed Stevenson a quick smirk, who in turn drew in a deep breath through his nostrils.
All right, fine. I'm sorry about last night and what I said earlier. Happy now?
Carl, I said.
Apology accepted,
he spoke, doing his best to keep the annoyance out of his voice. Good. Now say you're sorry to Stevenson. Carl was struggling to allow the words to pass his lips. I don't know exactly what he meant earlier, but it's clear that there's more to it than what he told us. Eventually, he did manage to speak.
I'm sorry for the other night, too, and for punching you.
And what do you say? I asked Stevenson.
I accept your apology,
he told Carl. All right, I smiled. Now that we got that all cleared up, how about we tell each other exactly what happened last night? Stevenson made a gesture for us to go first, and Nick summarized the previous night's events for him. As he listened, we could see him getting a look that conveyed that he was realizing just how badly he had actually messed up.
Okay, and I admit, in light of this new information, I might have been too harsh earlier, he said. But in my defense, I didn't know that at the time.
Fair enough, Carl replied. So what happened to you?
Fear crept into Stevenson's eyes, and I found that same fear beginning to build inside me as well. It wasn't only the card trees, right? I asked. You mentioned there being something else. What was it?
Honestly, I can't really say.
The incident occurred shortly before ours. He was outside at the time.
I thought maybe I could try collecting a sample of them to study, he explained.
By yourself? Nick said, surprised. I was as well. So was Carl.
Didn't think you had those kinds of balls.
Stevenson rolled his eyes.
I wouldn't have if I didn't think it was safe. My plan was just to break a piece off of one of them, but then...
The rain, I replied.
Correct. I was too close, and then the first drops fell.
While I can't say I consider Stevenson a friend, part of me did empathize with how he must have felt. No way to truly defend himself in the face of a roaring shitstorm. I know we've been in similar situations plenty of times.
I'm always so careful. Unfortunately, bad luck just has a way of overriding caution.
This was something else that I could agree with. Honestly, I still can't tell if our luck is good or bad. Whatever the case, it's at least gotten us this far. I just hope it doesn't run out soon.
At that moment, I panicked, Stevenson continued. I fled, but they were already moving, and there was no way I could outrun them.
We were on the edge of our seats now. I was thinking about what I'd be doing in his situation.
Since that was the case, the only thing I could think to do was hide somewhere, so I climbed up one of the trees.
You climbed? Nick asked.
Yeah, hadn't climbed a tree since I was 10. Scrambled up that thing and waited while they were roaming around. Getting soaked was bad. Knowing I could be snatched up at any moment, even worse.
So, how'd you get back here? Carl inquired. Stevenson straightened himself and coughed.
They spotted me, he said hoarsely. God, thought that was the end for me. And then it came.
I leaned in close, feeling myself get tense.
I couldn't see it clearly because all the rain. All I could tell was that it seemed humanoid. The card trees noticed it too, and they tried to attack it, but they never stood a chance. It cut them, somehow. Even through the rain, I could see them being sliced to pieces. Their screams were so loud. The only positive was that it gave me time to escape.
Do you think Indy has something to do with that? I asked Carl and Nick.
Who?
Stevenson replied. Evil god that we think might be an eldritch abomination, I explained to him.
Really? I've heard of them. Could you tell me more?
Later, Carl said. First, you tell us why we found you the way we did this morning. Stevenson began to tremble.
It knew I was there. I know it did because I could hear it laughing. As I was running, I could hear it moving among the trees. I came close to seeing it. Of course, it was pretty dark by then. What I did see of it, though, shocked me to my core. The most disturbing part was that it could have killed me at any time.
My heart steadily climbed in beat. With the card trees already being enough on our plate, this was really the last thing that we needed.
I managed to make it back here. The reason I was in shock is that it spent the night lurking outside the house. Whatever that thing is, it's not mindless. It likes to play with its food.
A thought occurred to me. Do you think it's asleep right now? I asked.
I can't say for sure. Why?
There's something I want to try, if we can find it before it gets dark. Even though it took a while, we did manage to locate it. Nick spotted its crystal red handle sticking above some leaves. In one of my old posts, I mentioned how my parents had come to rescue toddler me from a monster during Christmas time. In order to do this, they used a special dagger that, after the ordeal, my mom ended up losing in the woods. I asked her about it, and she told me she must have dropped it on the way back to the car. Truth be told, she didn't even realize it was gone until much later. Now we have it. She was right. It does feel as if it's alive somehow. However, contrary to what she told me, I didn't want to drop it. The way it feels reminds me of holding my mom's hand when I was little. I'm not sure how, but Stevenson thinks that we should study it. We'll be doing that sometime in the future. It may be able to help us against the card trees and that thing in the woods. One other thing I should mention before I end this post is that we did find this weird tree that almost seemed to have been pulled apart and then collapsed back together. I'm getting the sense that we are soon to be in for a lot of trouble. For now, though, I need some rest. Later, everyone.
I swear, if it's not one thing, it's another. This week has been hectic, to say the least. I'll get to exactly why a bit later on. The day after my last post, Stevenson decided to study the dagger. He informed us that he usually keeps some lab supplies in his car. Seeing as how it was wrecked by the card trees, we went with the next best thing.
I don't have many fond memories of this place, Stevenson said. Or any memories, for that matter.
We were parked in front of my old high school. Yeah, even with all the shit I had to deal with growing up, this place was still pretty boring, I replied. Up close, we could now see that the front doors and several windows were smashed in, and this made me uneasy. It meant that kids, annoying though high schoolers may be, had been taken. Also, I know I'm not one to talk about how I behaved at that age, but I won't lie and say that some of them didn't have it coming back then. In general, annoyance does tend to beget at least a little bit of violence. Maybe I spoke too soon, I said. To my surprise, the school seemed to have been updated since I graduated. While I wouldn't call its equipment up to date, it was certainly an improvement. Well, when it wasn't smashed to bits anyways. It's weird how I was still able to remember where everything was even after being gone for so long. We headed for the science wing and into a classroom that didn't look
too damaged. Stevenson found a microscope and plugged it into a portable outlet that we had brought with us.
Find anything?
Nick asked as Stevenson was peering through the ocular.
Incredible, he murmured, adjusting the knobs. Usually, solid object cells are static, but this one's kinetic. It's as if it somehow has the energy of a gas.
So, what does that mean? I asked. Can it help us?
I'm not sure yet. Maybe we should perform some tests.
We could do it at home, Carl suggested. We stepped out of the classroom. However, before we could leave, there was something on the other side of the hall that had caught our attention. It was a long cord. Upon closer examination, we realized that it was connected to the school's security cameras, which were something else the school did not have when I was attending.
You people were spying on high schoolers?
Nick asked Stevenson in disgust.
That's sick. It wasn't my idea, he replied defensively. I just do research.
He did have a point. Then again, he never told us that he wasn't against the surveillance, so we had a point as well. Regardless, it was an issue that could wait. Stevenson took the microscope from the classroom, and then we left the school. Our next errand was checking out the old book from the library. Invisible ink from back then was fairly easy to read, provided a light source was handy. Ours was a flashlight held underneath the pages. It turned out that the book held far more information than we realized. There were symbols similar to the ones we normally use, and yet we didn't recognize them. It wasn't only those symbols either. There were also illustrations of different new creatures. You know, it would have helped if the town's founders left a message to let us know that this was in here, I said. Something like, oh, hey, by the way, we wrote with invisible ink on the last page. Well, maybe it was common knowledge back then, so it just became an oversight, Carl shrugged.
What if they were trying to hide it?
Nick asked. We hadn't considered that. You might be onto something, I told him. The question is, hiding it from who or what, and also why? One thing at a time, Carl said. First, we need to see if them tree fuckers are in here, and if they are, then we'll finally know how to deal with them. Right. So we continued scanning through the book while Stevenson worked in the basement. Eventually, we did find the card trees sketched in their pages. Finally, Carl said. Now, let's see their... We stared at the page, and then we stared some more. When we collectively realized that our eyes weren't deceiving us, I felt bubbling anger. It was the kind reserved for when something is truly incredibly stupid. You can't be serious, I blurted out. The page we were viewing with the card trees indeed had symbols by them, and they were ones belonging to poker cards.
The whole time? Nick yelled, dumbfoundedly. This was their weakness, the whole time.
You know, there are days where I feel like I'm an idiot, Carl told us, and this is one of them.
Well, now that we got that out of our systems, I said, I think we should tell Stevenson. We did, and he responded with a pungent smugness.
It's all right, he smirked. We can all be a little slow at times.
Oh, whatever, Carl replied, rolling his eyes. You never figured it out either.
You're right. That's because my mind was focused on more, how should I put this, advanced matters.
Yeah, well, it wasn't too hard to see why Stevenson might have been bullied in high school. People like him think it happens because they're smart, which makes others feel threatened. And while that's certainly the case in some instances, it was probably due to the fact that he was a condescending asshole.
Nonetheless, he continued, I suppose we all need help every once in a while.
An angered Carl stepped forward, but Nick put an arm in front of his chest, looked at him, and shook his head slightly. Carl cooled down, and I turned back to Stevenson. Okay, so can you make something of this? I handed him the book, opening it to the right pages.
I should be able to implement them in my current project, he replied, glancing down at them. Give me some time. I should be finished before dusk.
We passed the time by playing Halo 2 on Carl's old 360. Sweet. As I was about to get a winning kill with the Needler, Stevenson came back into the room and called our attention, which momentarily distracted me, allowing Carl to get the winning kills on me and Nick instead. Damn it, Carl! That's not fair, I said, as we both gave him light glares.
Gotta keep your eyes on the prize, he told us. Now what do you want?
Carl looked at Stevenson.
It's done.
Really? Well, let's see it.
Follow me then.
It wasn't only one weapon. There were several. There was a rotating chamber with a label showing the card's suits on it.
How does it work? Nick asked. Simple. Whatever you spin the label to will be stamped on the bullet you're firing.
Why don't we test them out?
Hang on, I interjected. This is only for self-defense. We're not looking to just slaughter them. Stevenson shrugged.
They'll serve us well in either case, but I do think that right now we need to capture one.
I'm sorry, Carl said. Did you say capture?
If I can examine one up close, it might give us some insight as to what they did with everyone. Can we even fit one in here?
Nick asked. Maybe if we just trim them down a bit, I replied. Right, then let's catch us a card tree, Carl replied. We needed to make some additional preparations. Namely, we made some drug-tipped arrows with suits carved onto them. Honestly, we weren't even sure if they would work. The hope was that if they could bleed, then they would. In addition to that, we also painted the suits on some chains and Carl's house. Everyone ready? Carl asked. Armed with crossbows and Stevenson's guns, we replied that we were.
I'll be staying inside, thank you,
Stevenson replied.
Great. There goes our decoy,
Nick said, to which he received a glare.
Just get the damn specimen. You've got it, Professor.
And with that, we left.
That's Doctor,
Stevenson called after us. Outside now, the sky was a vibrant pink in the last minutes of daylight. Despite the horrific abominations of nature that we were about to face, we did find the sight quite beautiful. That changed when we could see the first of them moving in the woods. Get ready, Carl told us. He got his bow out along with 4 arrows of different suits. We did the same and waited. The card tree that came into view was a club. We loaded our crossbows and fired. The arrows hit their mark, resulting in a pained moan from the card tree. Well, at least we know our weapons work on them now, Carl said.
Yeah, but is it slowing down?
Nick asked. The card tree came closer, and that did indeed seem to be the case. This would have been great if it weren't for the fact that the drugs were not stopping it fast enough. I cursed, ducking when it tried to grab me. Fucking shoot it, I yelled. It grabbed me by the waist, lifting me off the ground. I was about to pull out a knife and stab it when it spoke. That's right, it actually talked. And this time, I know I didn't imagine it.
Please,
it whispered,
free us.
My heartbeat became non-existent, and time stopped. My mind was racing with a million thoughts that were interrupted by Carl and Nick firing more arrows. It dropped me, and I shook off my fatigue. Don't get distracted, Pete, Carl said. Yeah, sorry, I called back. At last, the drugs were finally taking effect. A couple more shots, and the card tree's movements were growing steadily more sluggish. It came to a stop and began to fall over.
Timber,
Nick said. It hit the ground, and we rushed over, wrapping it in chains. All right, let's get inside before more show up, Carl told us. The ground rumbled. Off in the distance, a forest of card trees were moving in our direction.
Uh-oh,
Nick exclaimed, and he pulled his gun. We both did as well, and then an icy realization washed over me. Guys, I said, they're running away from something. What could possibly make them? Carl asked, and then his eyes got an expression of recollection.
That thing that Stevenson mentioned,
Nick said with wide eyes, finishing our thoughts for us. Out into the clearing came a deer. It didn't have sharp teeth. It wasn't walking on 2 legs. It didn't even have big antlers. It seemed perfectly ordinary, which is why we shot it. Yeah, with all the shit we've faced, and especially what we've been dealing with lately, a deer appearing is so normal that it actually loops around to becoming unnerving. And sure enough, we were right. The deer began chuckling. Many people don't know this, but they do make a noise, and it's how this thing sounded when it talked.
Smart prey, huh? That's an exciting change of pace.
It was being all weird, cryptid deer now that its facade had been exposed, or in this case, shot off. You got about 10 seconds to explain what and who the fuck you are before we blast your ass into shredded venison, Carl told the creature, as our guns were still pointing firmly at it. The deer sat up, and its lips curved upward and parted, revealing several layers of human-esque teeth.
All you need to know is that I'm the apex predator.
Didn't Daframas send you? I asked.
Never heard of them. I'm only here because my last home was destroyed.
By what?
Just two people who were upset that I killed someone that they knew.
And what did you do to them?
I ate them right up. Tasted so good.
Anger and worry flowed into me. Did you do that to anyone here? I yelled.
Only the moving trees. And now you three are next.
I don't think so.
Carl growled, and we fired again. By the time we were done firing, what was left was a deer-shaped thing giving its best impersonation of Swiss cheese.
Do you think that was overkill?
Nick asked. Speak up, I replied. My ears are still ringing.
Guys,
Carl hoarsely whispered. Upon seeing what was making him lose his voice, our throats went dry. In addition to its wounds having healed, as if we never riddled it with bullets, the deer was now changing. The bending and snapping of shifting bones was bad enough. What was much worse was what, or rather who, it chose to take the shape of.
What?
Nick said.
In the...
Carl added.
Fuck,
I finished. It had my face, except that its antlers, eyes, and teeth were the same. It stood on hooved back legs with its torso resembling mine. I could at least take comfort in the fact that with our ranged weapons, we were at the advantage. Suddenly, sharpened vine-like tentacles protruded from its back. Now, if there's anything that I've learned, it's that if you give the universe a chance to fuck with you, it will. A storm of curses filled my head at the horrid sight before us. I was going to say that without warning, its tentacles shot forward. However, now that I think about it, that is kind of a stupid phrase. I mean, what's the alternative? A shape-shifting monster hungry for human flesh politely letting us know in advance that it's about to launch its tentacle attack? I digress. Anyway, it was fast, and this is where our training was finally coming into good use. With our heightened reflexes, we were able to dodge it, and I felt a sharp end just graze past me. We noticed that it was reaching for something. To our dismay, it grabbed up that chained-up card tree.
duck,
Carl barked as the creature yanked, and we did so, even feeling the wind of the card tree passing over us. Well, it caught the tree and was now holding it as if it were a club. We had firepower, sure. The problem was, while this monster could be put down, it did not stay down. I should also mention that I've come to realize that the phrase "words can't describe" has always seemed pretty cheap to me. With that being said, though, it is legitimately difficult to convey how terrifying it is seeing something that freaky wearing your face, especially when it starts getting all jittery movement on you. It tried assaulting us with a series of whipping attacks, which we managed to evade by ducking, sidestepping, even dodge rolling. Honestly, it was extremely exhilarating to pull that off outside of training. Unfortunately, we knew that we could only keep this up for so long, and so did the monster. Carl fired a shot at its face, and we dove behind a tree while it was regenerating. Maybe we should consider some kind of exit strategy, I panted.
Yeah,
Carl replied.
Let's cut through.
There was a noise akin to slicing the air with a knife. Then the entire trunk of the tree right above our heads toppled over. My heart stopped when that happened. The shapeshifter stared at us, its grin stretching even wider. The card tree that the creature held was now seeing it as well, and he seemed just as scared as us. Then we noticed something disturbing. The creature's tentacles were burrowing into the soil. Instinctively, we jumped back right as they sprang up from the ground. Knowing that I nearly got pierced from my chin up to my brain isn't what I would call a comforting thought. And if that wasn't bad enough, it turned out that that attack was merely a distraction. Its grotesque limbs wrapped around our arms, lifting us up. We cursed as our guns slipped from our grasp. We struggled while getting whipped around like rag dolls, making my insides do cartwheels. I'm not sure what was worse, the headache-inducing double vision or the intense nausea. Actually, it was probably the fact that a shape-shifting monstrosity was about to bite my head off. It brought me close, only inches from my own face.
I'll start with you,
it said, as Carl and Nick were screaming my name. Panic filled my mind as I tried desperately to get free. I managed to slip my hand into a pocket and grasp something. Instantly, I realized what it was and yanked it out. The blade of the living knife sliced through the creature's arms like butter, making it shriek. This wasn't it toying with us either. It was genuine, and from the sound of it, agonizing pain. I dropped, landing on my feet. Before it could regain its composure, I went berserk, stabbing it repeatedly, and each time I twisted the handle to yank the blade out, it let out an enraged roar and backhanded me. I flew back a few yards and landed on my back. Groaning and rubbing my jaw, I shook off the pain and fatigue just in time to hear Nick. "Pete, look out!" he yelled. My eyes went wide as the card tree it was using came down like a hammer. I rolled out of the way, causing it to strike the ground right beside me. God, that would have been one hell of a headache. As it was getting ready to try again, an arrow went straight into its eye, and it staggered back, screaming. "Pete!" Carl called out. I turned to see him holding my gun. He tossed it, and I caught it by the handle. Focusing back on the monster, I could see that its wounds were no longer healing, and deduced that the knife was the cause, the handle of which was protruding from its chest, so we advanced on it, firing rapidly. Although it was taking a lot of damage, we couldn't seem to kill it. This thing's durability was insane. Despite this, we pressed on. My stomach dropped when pulling our triggers was met only with clicks. The shapeshifter, now extremely pissed off, swung the card tree. We tried to dodge and found one of its limbs around our ankles. It knocked us away like it was a game of t-ball. We flew toward the house and crashed down in front of Carl's fence. There were no words from the creature. It clearly wasn't used to being in this kind of situation, and it wanted blood. It pulled the dagger from its own chest and shattered it with one hand, throwing the now bladeless handle on the ground. My heart twisted when I saw this. I didn't have time to mope, though, since it was about to rip us apart. "We need to hit it with something big," Carl told us as it was coming closer. "What else do we have? Some grenades?" Nick asked him. "Maybe in the house, if you guys could hold it off." The problem was, we couldn't get up. I guess getting hit with something that size tends to do that to you. The creature was nearly upon us, and we struggled feebly to even stand up. Now it was grinning again. It knew that we were flies caught in its web. "Feeding time," it rasped, and took another step like a lion ready to pounce. For whatever reason, something clicked in my head. A memory. "Hang on, Carl," I said. "Didn't you bury some landmine?" The ensuing explosion sent parts of its body shooting in all directions. The clearing smoke revealed something falling from the sky, and then the shape-shifting creature's smoldering head hit the ground, rolling, and happened to come to a stop right at my feet. "Huh," Carl said. "So that's why nobody came in here while we were gone." "What about the others?" Nick asked, concerned. "I guess the other creature set them off." "You guess?" "Where's the card tree?" I asked. We looked around and saw it laying face down in the dirt. "Come on," I said. "We better get it in before the others decide to come back." Well, that was a crazy night. We managed to get the card tree down to the basement, and Stevenson is experimenting on it. When he saw the shapeshifter, he panicked and hid in the closet, only coming out when we came inside. We don't know exactly what he's doing to it, but he tells us that it's necessary, and I sort of hope that it isn't anything too bad. Speaking of, damn shame about that knife. There's nothing I could do about it now, though. I was able to pick up the handle along with its shards, so at least we have that. And the feeling is still there, albeit faint. We also have that monster's skull. It's kind of a greenish black with multiple sockets and antlers sticking out. I might have an idea of what to do with it. However, I need some candles. In the meantime, it's off to bed for me. After tonight, I'm in need of some serious rest. Later, everyone. One of the things I like most about Rose Black's writing is just the humor. The landmine thing, that's so funny. That's why I don't use completely serious voices in these stories, because there's just a hint of something lulzy like that, like in every part. Really good stuff. Let's get another part in here, why not? We're investigating the disappearance of everyone in our town, part number 6. Written by user RoseBlack2222, narrated by Brandon Dayton. October is here, at last, and in spite of everything, I'm still excited about it. Last post, I mentioned that I kept the skull of that shapeshifter. Since then, I've put it to good use, as a candle holder. Yeah, I got some black and red candles and stuck them in all the sockets, and we even painted it. The left side, along with its antler, being the former color, with the right side and the corresponding antler being the latter color. Even Stevenson agrees that that thing looks pretty damn cool. Among other things, we made a sugar cookie pizza that I saw in my dream. Good ones have been rare for me lately, so I took it as a sign. I topped it with Nutella, peanut butter, and some strawberry jam. I also baked chocolate chip cookies topped with peanut butter. And this year, I'm hoping to get baking a pumpkin pie down. I keep burning those frickin' things alive. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. If anyone could give me advice on that, or hell, even link a surefire recipe that even an idiot like me could make, I'd appreciate it. Anyway, talking about my cooking ventures is fun and all, but I guess I should move on to more important matters. Namely, the card tree that we have in the basement. None of us could have guessed what Stevenson found out about it. Early in the morning, at breakfast, he came up to call us down and to get a slice of the quiche that I had made. His expression made it apparent that whatever he wanted us to see had shaken him. We followed him, and there it lay, on Carl's workbench. Multiple tools were beside it that were covered in thick blue liquid, which was presumably the tree's blood. Seeing all this was pretty off-putting.
Okay, so besides making yourself seem like a demented surgeon, why are you showing us this?
Carl asked. Stevenson, slightly annoyed, replied, "Just watch." He proceeded to use some tools to pry what I will loosely refer to as its lips apart. We could hear an awful, ear-piercing noise as he did. It was like listening to countless people being tortured at once. My arms broke out in goosebumps. It was like listening to someone open up an entire can of what the fuck. As the anguished wood around its mouth, that I will loosely be referring to as its lips, was parting, there was a faint white light. When they were fully opened, we could see a glowing, swirling mass within. It got so bright that it was nearly blinding until Stevenson removed the tools, making the mouth close.
"Warn us to wear sunglasses next time," Carl snapped at him.
"What the hell was that?" I asked, rubbing my eyes. "I believe it's some kind of portal," Stevenson replied. "I've stuck several different tools inside, and it doesn't seem to have an end." This was shocking news.
"So then they must have eaten everyone," Nick said.
"I don't know if eat is the right word. More like consumed. Either way, by doing so, these things have most likely sent your friends and my colleagues far away, maybe to another universe. Hell, even to another dimension for all we know."
"To Indy's home?" I asked. That was a harrowing thought. If everyone was there, it meant they might have seen it, and if that was the case, well, they were as good as dead already. Then again, if there's a word that can be used to describe our townspeople, it is resilient. We'll never know until we finally go to where they are. The most obvious obstacle to our goal is that we don't really have any reliable way to fight Indy.
"It's gonna be a bitch," Carl said. "Maybe we're going about this the wrong way."
"Meaning what?"
Nick replied.
We're thinking about this like we're going in to fight Indy, and to be honest, I just think that's fucking stupid."
Well, none of us could argue with him there.
"What we should do is get them out as quickly and quietly as possible," Carl continued.
"Great, because the last rescue mission we were on went so smoothly," I said. "Oh well, I guess we'll just have to hope that our luck stays strong."
"That's the spirit."
"Great," Nick yawned. "But how do we even know that the card trees will take us there? We could lower a camera inside," Stevenson suggested. "Then again, that might be a bit risky depending on what it shows us. If only we knew someone who could tell us more about it."
The only person we could think of that would fit the bill was Zoll, and we didn't have a clue where he was. "Maybe we should try the library again," I said. "I don't think we finished exploring it."
"Now that you mention it, there are those symbols we found in the back," Carl replied. "I wonder if the book mentions anything about them."
We flipped through it and eventually did find those symbols among the invisible ink portion. From what we gathered, they seemed to be used for performing some kind of ritual after dark, as indicated by the drawn stars.
"Of course it has to be at night," Nick complained. "What does it even do anyway?"
"Something important, I bet," I told him. "Why else would Alice risk her life to try it?"
"Hang on. I don't think that's all of it," Stevenson spoke up.
He pointed to the end of the page and noted a shape that seemed to be connecting to something else. Sure enough, he was right. The following 3 pages showed that the symbols we initially saw were part of 4 sets, meaning to complete it, we'd have to set up the other 3. While initially we thought that wouldn't be too difficult, we soon realized that would not be the case. The main challenge to all of that was shown on the following 4th page. On it were all the symbol sets, with a note saying that they all had to be a half a mile apart and then somehow connected together.
So, we have to do all this while the card trees are attacking us?
Nick asked. Yeah, pretty much, I said.
Well then, maybe we could put down some suits first so they can't get us?
There'll still be openings for them to get through.
Oh, right, well, I guess we better weapon up then.
The plan was to do it as early in the night as possible. Stevenson would be completing the one at the library and then pick us up once we did ours. We made sure to copy down the symbols so we'd get them right. Plus, we brought some extra hand radios and offerings to place in the circle's centers. Nick was at the town power plant, Carl at the town hall, and I was back at Formaggio's. We need something roughly at the center of all these places, and that happened to be the stand containing statues of presumably our town's founders. We don't know much about them, and the plaque is too faded to even read properly. All right, is everyone ready? Carl asked through the speaker. As ever, I replied.
Yep,
Nick said. Glancing up from my spot, I could see the setting sun here, at last, and the all too familiar dread crept within me once more.
Let's hurry this up,
Stevenson told us, and we did so, drawing the symbols fast and placing our objects within them. It couldn't be just any object, however. It had to carry some significance. For example, the pen on the first set was one Alice used a lot. Carl used an old knife that he owned since he was a kid. Nick used an old t-shirt of his, and I used my old GameCube controller, which contained a lot of teeth marks. I placed it in the center and waited. For what? I wasn't sure. Then, a bright orange light shot out from both sides of my symbol set. Did you guys see the light too? I asked. They told me that they did, and that the offerings were acting strange. I checked on mine, and much to my dismay, it seemed to be melting. While this did give me some heartache, I knew that it was a necessary sacrifice. The others reported the same thing was happening to them. Everything was going smoothly so far, which naturally meant that shit was about to hit the fan. Even though we knew this all too well, it didn't stop the panic from crawling in. The first few card trees were emerging from the woods. I told everyone this, and they informed me that they were starting to see him too.
How long do we have to hold him off for?
Nick inquired. According to the ritual, once all the symbol sets were created, it wouldn't complete until the line was fully connected. If any of the sets were damaged, it would stop everything, so we had to prevent that for the next, 10 minutes. This was easier said than done, obviously, especially when we were swarmed with card trees. From the front, about 4 approached me, which I promptly shot down. Then 10 came from my left and right side, which I also managed to shoot down. The thing is, as prepared as we could get, we can really only carry so much. When pulling the triggers of my guns was met with clicking, I switched to my crossbow. This put me at a significant disadvantage since I couldn't attack as fast. Back before our training, my hands would be shaking in a situation like this. However, Carl taught us to separate fear from action. So I ducked, and I sidestepped swinging branches, and some tried to grab my legs. I cut them away. Then I noticed that one was getting too close to my symbol set. I dove at it with my knife out and leapt onto its back, stabbing repeatedly. It screamed in pain, and then it spoke, and what it said was chilling.
Thank you.
Caught off guard by this, I failed to react in time to some more branches swinging at me. There was only time to gasp before one of them hit me. I let out a grunt of pain and was sent flying through the broken window of Formaggio's and right into an overturned table. Groaning, I pulled out my radio.
How are things coming along for you guys?
I asked, gritting my teeth as I was trying to fight through the pain shooting through me. I managed to climb up a tree, but these fuckers have me stuck, Carl replied. Nick, breathing heavily, spoke next.
Why are there so many? I've been running like a maniac and keep...
He yelled, and an audible thump sounded over the speaker. Nick, are you alright? I said, getting concerned.
Yeah, for now.
Okay, good. What about you, Stevenson? When he didn't respond, I got a bad feeling. I heard him screaming off in the distance, and I didn't have to see, what was going on to know that it wasn't anything good. Stevenson did respond.
They're looking for me inside, he whispered. I'm hiding in a restroom.
How'd you mess that up? Carl chastised him. The only thing you had to do was wait inside and not draw attention to yourself.
I was startled. There were some flashing lights above the library that caught me off guard.
As I was trying to think of what that might be, the card trees started coming in. Scrambling to my feet, I dashed for the back exit, only to find more bursting in from there as well. At that moment, I wondered to myself why we didn't paint suits on these buildings, but it was too late. I was surrounded, and despite my best efforts of slashing and stabbing, they had me. Guys, I screamed into my radio as I was being dragged away. They got me.
Pete, no!
Nick yelled.
We'll be over there soon, Carl said. Hang on.
The branches wrapped over my entire body. It was suffocating, and I wriggled desperately in a vain effort to free myself. Eventually, my body succumbed, and I passed out. I woke up later with a gasp, finding myself bound to a tree, and so were the others. They were tied to trees near mine.
You guys got captured too?
I croaked. My heart sank, knowing that not one of us was able to get away.
Oh no,
Stevenson responded.
We just thought it would be a good idea to take a walk in the woods full of things that are gonna eat us. Yes, we were captured.
Hey, shut up, Carl told him. We're in this mess because you fucked up. You had the easiest part of all this, and you got scared by some damn lights?
Before Stevenson could reply, our captors returned. We were helpless against the card trees, and my stomach turned at the sight of them. Something we'd been wondering is why they bothered dragging their victims into the woods, as opposed to consuming them as soon as they were caught. The answer was that they seemed to need to perform some kind of ritual first. Actually, it was more of a dance. They did it in rhythm, circling around us. Honestly, if they weren't a bunch of abominations of nature intent on consuming us, I mean, it would have been kind of majestic. We tried to get free, however, none of us could move freely. The card trees were chanting something. The language was ancient and gravelly. Hearing it made my skin crawl. All at once, they stopped and faced us. Their mouths opened wide, shining blue light onto us. Sounds come from them, screams of anguish and despair. Their branches shot forward, slicing away our restraints and then ensnaring us once again. They lifted us up, dangling us over their open maws. Well, this was it. A distant part of my mind was wondering if this was what everyone else in town had seen before they were eaten. If that were the case, then our hopes of them being okay are officially dashed. Guys, I groaned.
Yeah,
Nick said, panic clear in his voice. Sorry. The others were silent. We were pulled forward, only able to stare while awaiting our harrowing fate. We were inches away from the trees when suddenly something flew towards us, slicing their branches, and we dropped to the ground hard. My muscles ached due to how long we were still. As I was getting up, my bones popped, and I could now see many arrows sticking out of the card trees. When they fell over, our savior was revealed. Apologies for not assisting sooner. I needed to make preparations. Our faces broke into grins.
Zol!
Carl, Nick, and I exclaimed at once. He was back, and unchanged, except that his suit was now blue with a white tie. Come, we should discuss matters somewhere safer. He helped us back to Carl's place, and shortly later we were all sitting together on the couch. A curse. Well, it sounds like you've had quite the eventful past couple of years, he told us. Yeah, but we got these crystals to keep it at bay, Carl said. Good thing too, because what we're dealing with now, that's bad enough on its own. I can imagine. Incidentally, that man's been staring at me for nearly 6 minutes straight. He pointed to Stevenson. He'd been that way since the walk back.
I've never seen a real-life alien before,
he whispered. And now you have. So, what do you think of me? Those words were like opening a dam. A torrent of questions poured from Stevenson, asking about all his powers and technologies. Settle down, I said to Stevenson. He literally just got back, you know? Give the guy time to relax. Wait, you're a guy, right, Zol? I don't think we ever asked. My species does not recognize the concept of gender. Refer to me as you wish.
Okay, so as I was saying, give him some time to breathe before you jump down his throat with all the questions. Oh, where have you been anyway? Nick inquired of Zol.
It's a long story. I will tell it. However, I need rest after such a long journey.
He was preaching to the choir. We were exhausted by this night's events. He's sleeping out in his ship, which he promised to show us. I'm fucking pumped about that. I finally get to see the inside of it. More good news is that when I told him that I thought saving everyone would be impossible, Zol told me that I might be wrong, so I guess there's a glimmer of hope there after all. We'll soon know what he means. On that note, I better get some sleep. Later, everyone.
Now, I know what some of you are thinking. Pete, where in the fuck have you been? Well, this is a valid question, and the answer is that I've just been really busy. Yeah, what else is new, right? The difference is that it's been more hectic than usual for us. First, let me get the greeting out of the way and wish all a happy goddamn Halloween. Well, almost, at least. True, we may not be celebrating with the people in town, but how many people can say they're celebrating Halloween with a real-life Gray? Not many. And speaking of Zol, guess who finally got to see the inside of his ship? That's right, we all did, including Stevenson. Of the four of us, he seemed the most excited to be there. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. I won't lie, since I got over 2 weeks of stuff to talk about, I'm gonna have to split this into 2 posts. Oh yeah, one more thing. I finally got down to baking pumpkin pie, thanks to a helpful commenter. I also found this super easy recipe that uses graham cracker crust. I'll link it here if anyone wants to try it. Now, without further ado, I'll pick up where I last left off. The first part is a couple of days after it, due to us needing to recover from that card tree incident. So, what do you guys think? I asked. We were all in Carl's living room. We decided to spend our first day of downtime decorating. Zol helped us, and now we have lights up, jack-o'-lanterns, fake crows, and Freddy and Jason lawn inflatables, 2 pumpkin pies on the coffee table in front of us, and between them was a bowl of homemade cinnamon whipped cream. That was enough for each of us to have 2 slices. Damn good, Carl told me, biting into a slice. I like the classic kind more, but I won't knock this graham cracker one either.
I have to admit, this is pretty good, Stevenson said, cutting off a piece with his fork and dipping it into some whipped cream. I looked at Nick, who gave a thumbs up, as he couldn't make words with the slice stuffed into his face. Thanks, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. By the way, Zol, I've been wondering something. Do you actually need to eat? He was spreading some whipped cream onto his slices.
Not as often as other species. Mine can go weeks at a time without needing sustenance.
He dug off some of the filling and put it in his mouth. I picked up a slice from my plate, swirled it in some whipped cream, and bit into it.
As much as I'm enjoying this, I think we should move on to more important matters,
Zol continued. Right, so what's the plan here? Carl asked.
Indafirmas.
Indy.
Indy?
We shortened the name.
Well, whatever its name, we'll need all the resources we can get to destroy it.
He noticed our expressions drop.
Did I say something wrong?
We weren't planning on fighting it, I explained.
Yeah, the idea was for us to just go in and get everybody out, Nick added.
You've all managed to overcome every challenge thus far, and yet you seem apprehensive. Why is this?
Because monsters and paranormal shit's one thing, but we're talking about a freaking full-fledged eldritch abomination here, Carl answered. We can't exactly fight, let alone kill something that'll fry our brains the second we lay eyes on it. The other stuff was bad enough, but we'd be goddamn idiots to try this.
Believe me when I say that I can empathize with your fear. Indafirmas, or Indy, as you prefer to call it, was my home's terror for longer than you can imagine.
His words made me realize something. Oh yeah, I said. You mentioned creatures overrunning your planet before. I'm guessing that it's responsible.
Your guess would be correct. I and just a handful of others managed to escape before it was taken over completely.
How did you end up on Earth then?
One of the creatures was chasing me. I managed to hurt it, but my ship was damaged in the process. It crashed near your town, and I passed out on impact before your townspeople found me.
When did you arrive exactly?
The late 1600s.
Stevenson, who'd been quietly observing up to that point, spoke up.
That was during the witch trials, he said, surprised. How did you manage to convince them not to burn you at the stake?
Contrary to popular belief, there were places back then that you would consider progressive. While we were initially scared of each other upon first contact, the townspeople and I grew fond of each other. That surprised us.
You were friends with them?
Nick asked. Indeed. I was especially close with the founding family. They let me stay with them and provided me with clothing while I found the right materials to repair my ship.
You knew the founders? What were they like? I inquired.
You mean you don't know about them?
Well, no. Information about him kind of got lost over the years. Zol seemed lost in thought. His gold eyes stared down at the pie slices on his plate.
For us to succeed, knowing the history of your town is of vital importance. Before I begin, I suggest someone write all of this down.
Since I'm already writing these posts, I volunteered to type up the history of our town according to Zol.
To start, the village that would become your town was still in its infancy when I arrived. Earth was a planet that we'd been occasionally monitoring. However, we still considered it to be too primitive to make direct contact.
Stevenson piped up again.
So, you were the first alien on Earth then?
The first of my kind. I cannot say if there were other species there before me. We were impressed with your species' ingenuity and thought you needed more time to develop before we were ready to make ourselves known to humanity. We've made sparse communication over the years, but kept it to a minimum.
Zol's voice, despite its monotone, showed the slightest hint of regret.
That's the way we did things when meeting new species. However, I'm beginning to think that was a mistake. We thought if we helped species develop, then that would give them an unfair advantage over others, but if we had, maybe we would have come up with a way to deal with threats like Indaphromast sooner.
You couldn't have known that something that powerful would show up, I said.
This is true. Our planet was able to repel many outside threats until then, and I suspect it may have made us unintentionally arrogant. Now, getting back to when I was meeting your town's founders.
He went on to explain that he was found passed out in the lake near the village.
Some hunters were fishing at the time. Among them were two of the founders, a man by the name of Lorcan O'Rourke and his wife, Faye. My species had already studied your languages by then, so I was able to catch what they were saying. There was some discussion of what I might be and what should be done with me. Dissection came up several times.
Yikes, Nick said. Were you nervous?
A little. I knew your species, while smart, didn't deal so well with the unknown.
His mouth curved up into a faint smile as he continued,
which is why they surprised me. Lorcan deduced that I may be able to communicate with them and helped carry me back to the village.
Who were the other founders? I asked.
Another couple, by the name of Laylim and Ashkira Davis. They worked as doctors and aided greatly in healing me. If it weren't for them, my crash surely would have been fatal.
Well, our townspeople always have their moments, even if a lot of them are fucked up when they do them. What did they tell you about the town? Zol explained that the town acted as a safe haven for the outcasted and scorned, be it escaped slave, women from overly religious villages, people with different sexualities, or even people falsely accused. They all ended up meeting each other and migrated far to settle on the land that became their village and now our town.
It took them months to get here, Zol said. I don't believe it was random chance either. I think this land was calling to them.
How exactly does land call something? Nick inquired.
By someone else leaving a message from beyond the grave. This land was occupied by a prehistoric type of ape that would eventually become human.
That rang a bell in my head. Oh yeah, I think Indy mentioned something about that, I said. Didn't they think it was a god?
They did. How it got through was due to weak spots in reality.
Meaning it was strong enough to create a rift between its world and ours.
Correct. Planets will form a natural barrier against the paranormal to minimize how much of it can get through. Your planet was still young, though, and wasn't quite strong enough to keep something as strong as Indaphromast out. The fortunate thing is that the rift was only large enough for some of it to get through.
But that was still enough to convince them? Stevenson spoke up. What a bunch of simpletons.
Why are you being so judgmental? Carl angrily asked him. They didn't know any better. How could they have?
Because things haven't gotten much better since then. Zol said it himself. If we were more advanced, then we'd have a better chance against threats like Indeframes.
Honestly, Stevenson wasn't wrong. As much as we want to believe that reason and logic are going to win out at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is, most people will still end up choosing what makes them feel comfortable over an unsettling truth 8 times out of 10. We spend most of our time bickering instead of coming together to advance when progress tries to happen. There are people who drag their feet every step of the way. It's depressing as hell and yet completely unsurprising. Your frustration is understandable, Zol told Stevenson. However, all we can do now is focus on what we currently have to stop it. The early humanoids were able to harness the energy from the rift and, for lack of a better word, enchant the land to attract people, to protect it. What do you mean by for lack of a better word? I asked. You would consider the enchantment to be both a blessing and a curse. It attracted both people to defend the land and also acted as a magnet for paranormal forces. Dealing with threats such as that requires people who are more open-minded and ready to face the unknown. I became fast friends with the O'Rourkes and the Davis family. What were they like? A reminiscent expression came over Zol. Kind, strong, and intelligent. They helped free their people from enslavement and led them away. I have many fond memories of myself having meals with them. Zol picked up one of his slices of pumpkin pie. This reminds me, they used to make pumpkin pie back then as well, although it was a bit more cinnamon heavy and occasional due to the rarity of spices. I also recall it using honey instead of sugar. He opened his mouth and stuck in the slice, pushing it through with 2 of his long fingers. Seeing that, we realized that we should be finishing ours too. If I had to pick, he said after chewing and swallowing, I would probably choose the pie that they made. Not that yours isn't good, Peter. Thanks, I replied. You wouldn't happen to know their recipe, would you? That and more. The blacksmith helped me craft parts to rebuild my ship. How long did you stay there exactly? At least a few decades. Unfortunately, I wasn't the only extraterrestrial guest during that time. His words chilled the mood in the room. That monster found you, right? Carl asked. Zol nodded. It must have left its scent on my ship and was possibly able to track it. From space? Stevenson asked, shocked. From that far away? I thought I finished it off. I was wrong. It came in the form of a green meteor. The way it looked was like an octopus attached to the body of a mantis. It was fueled by Indy's power and managed to infect villagers before I and others band together to stop it. The first returned were created? I asked. Yes, that thing managed to infect over half the town. Luckily, we were able to utilize the runes to fight it, but by then, it was too late. Its presence severely weakened your town's paranormal defenses and has allowed the creatures you are familiar with today to get through. And others. So what happened after you guys killed it? We realized more threats were coming, so I helped create the Journal of Runes to combat them, but I can't take all the credit. The Davis family had fast sketching hands. When it finally came time for me to leave, I made the villagers a promise that one day I would return with a way to stop Indeframes once and for all. This town holds that key, and there's far more to it than you know. So, what should we do now? You'll have to reattempt the ritual that you were trying to do before. Collectively, we got that, fuck type of feeling. Do not worry, I'll be assisting you this time. Since you were nearly done already, completing it should not take long. Once again, we attempted the ritual. The offerings were already burned, so all we needed to do was connect the sets. Zol was on the roof of the town hall and would shoot at any card trees that came too close. All right, Carl said into his radio. Let's try this again. My parts reconnected. What about all y'all's? We replied that they were, as I was drawing my sets back in. Once completed, the orange light once again appeared, and with Zol's help, the next 10 minutes passed. Not like a breeze. I mean, things were still trying to kill us, and time always seemed to go the opposite of how you need it to, especially in high-pressure situations like this. I will say, though, it did alleviate much of our dread to have Zol helping out. It is complete, Zol called out to us. We went back to the town hall and saw that the statue of our founders had slid away, revealing a stone staircase. Okay, that's new, I said. How long has this been here?
since before the town's founding. We discovered it during the making of the journal through an old cave. Then we built this to keep it safe." He gestured to the statues. We went down the stairs. What they led to left us in awe. There was a massive obsidian door in the wall. There weren't any handles or switches on the walls nearby. "How do we open it?" Stevenson asked. Zoll stepped past him. "Allow me." He took out a long piece of chalk from his suit pocket and began drawing. He drew a circle of runes in the door's center that started to glow a faint white. He tapped them in a certain combination and they changed to a forest green. The single door turned out to be a double, which came open as if pushed by an invisible force. The inside made my breath stop, and for once I mean that in a good way. I'm not exaggerating when I say that this room was one of the most beautiful things that any of us had ever laid eyes on. The cave walls were decorated with smooth crystals of varying colors. On them were prehistoric paintings, men fighting with spears against winged monsters, or ones that were humanoid but massively tall. We even saw a bunch of people fighting a type of lake serpent with a head on each end instead of a tail. One especially unnerved me. It showed people on their knees, or in poses I can only describe as towering. Some stood with the spear in hand. Above them was a dark, formless mass with red eyes. Tendrils seemed to be sprouting from its body, reaching in every direction. Even though we knew that wasn't Indy's true appearance, that didn't make seeing this any less unsettling. The floor of the cave was the same obsidian black and stretched off into the unusually shaped crystal. It reminded us of an open hand. In the palm of it were holes, meant for some kind of... "What is this?" I asked. "A gateway," Zoll answered. "I built it myself in order to access a realm that might help us to defeat Indy." Hang on, May? So you aren't even sure where this thing opens up to? What if it's somewhere where we can't even breathe? "I assure you, we'd not be trying that if this were the case. Do you all trust me?" We replied, yes. It wasn't as if he'd given us a reason to distrust him. "Then I need you to trust that wherever this goes, we'll get back from it safely. Now please, step into the hand with me." We did, and Zoll reached into his suit pocket again, pulling out some jewels. "These are the reasons I was gone so long. I needed them to power this, and they are very rare. Help me to put them in." Once we got all the crystals in place, the air around us seemed to distort. "My insides feel backwards," Nick groaned. "Mine too," Carl replied. Stevenson and I weren't faring much better. Thankfully, this didn't last too long. When it stopped, we found ourselves in a sort of void, only consisting of dark blue and purple swirls. Behind us was the hand. "What is this place?"
Stevenson inquired.
"The realm between dreams and the waking world. The reason it's empty now is because it creates places based on the consciousness of those within it."
"So we just think it and it'll appear?" Nick asked.
"Not exactly. It's more that it'll pick up on what's close to you as a collective and create it accordingly. Observe."
Bright orange cracks spread through the space around us. When they connected, they shattered, causing the light to spill over us and forcing us to shield our eyes. The light faded, and in front of us was something that made our jaws drop. A black castle sat atop a tall hill. There was a spiked fence outside of the castle with jack-o'-lanterns in front of it. On them were crows, ravens, owls. Hanging upside down from nearby trees were bats. "This is awesome," I exclaimed. I know it must have seemed childish as hell, but this place was practically oozing Halloween.
"While it is indeed festive, you must be wary of the dangers lurking within."
Huh. Alright, so anything we need to know before we head in?
"There are certain items that we must locate that are rumored to be contained in this realm. I'm not sure where they are, however, I have the feeling we'll know them when we see them."
Well, no point in standing around then. Come on. The entrance doors were made of dark oak with golden handles. We tried it and found that they were unlocked. The doors opened with a creak. The walls were stone and the carpets were red. Chandeliers hung high above us. There were several different doors we could choose to explore, and a staircase going to both the upper and lower levels.
"Which one?" Carl asked. "The objects will be in difficult-to-access areas. I suggest we start with one of the hallways."
We picked the one on the far left since it was closest.
Upon opening it, there was only darkness, and yet it was solid. When we all went through, we found ourselves in an underground temple.
How'd we get here?
Nick asked. I've heard of these before. Haunted houses, changing where people would end up to fuck with them, I replied. Are those hieroglyphics? They were painted on the cave walls. Remember, we'll face threats related to the world created, Zol told us. Given our location, it was a pretty good idea of what we were about to face. We came to a room with a sarcophagus that was solid gold with red claw marks all over it. Okay, I'm sure I already know what's going to happen, I said. The pharaoh, or whoever, is going to be holding the thing we need, and as soon as we take it, he'll wake up and attack us. I mean, it does seem to be par for the course in these kinds of situations, Carl replied. Let's see here. The door's still open. I bet when they wake up, it's going to close, so we should hold it open and then run like hell once we get whatever we need. In fairness, that was a decent plan, which was probably why it was doomed to fail. The pharaoh had definitely seen better days. Seeing as how he was dead, though, I guess that wasn't unusual. In his hands was a silver orb covered in golden symbols. It seemed to have the consistency of a jello mold. It jiggled when I touched it. Nervously, we checked on the pharaoh. He remained the same, a dried beef jerky corpse wrapped in bandages. We glanced back and could see that the door to the castle was held open with one of Carl's knives. I let out a breath. Here goes, I said, and then I grabbed the orb. We turned tail and ran. We could already hear the pharaoh's groans as his ancient remains became reanimated. Now, here's where things went downhill off the edge of a cliff. The door didn't close. It vanished, and my urge to not shit myself right along with it. The pharaoh is this item's defender, and the only way to escape with it is to beat him. Well, it's just one stupid mummy, Carl said. We could take him. At that moment, the walls slid open, and a group of undead armed guards flooded in and pointed their spears at us. Sweat trickled down my face as I closed my eyes and groaned.
You were saying?
Stevenson nervously asked Carl. Shut up. It shouldn't be difficult, because we got the firepower. Carl drew out his handgun as the guards were shambling towards us. He took aim at the pharaoh and fired. The shot was dead on, and the former ruler collapsed. See? Nothing to it, he said.
Then why's the door still gone?
Stevenson pointed out. Carl frowned. The wall was indeed still smooth without any sign of an opening. Turning back to the still approaching horde, the pharaoh was back on his feet, the bullet wound in his head all sealed up. Beneath the bandages was gray, rotted skin.
At least they're slow,
Nick said, at which point the pharaoh moaned out a command and chopped his hand downward in the air. The guards were now sprinting towards us. Fucking shit, I hissed. Run, Carl yelled. We split up to try and divide them. I went with Zol and Carl. Nick and Stevenson went together. Okay, regular weapons aren't working, I said as we ran. What will? The creatures here correspond with the world they come from, and will share their traits. Wait, does that include their weaknesses? It should. Okay, then I think I know what to do. I shouted at the others to get their attention. What? Carl called back. Fire! He and the others were confused at first, and then looked at the torches lining the walls. Instantly, they understood. While we knew what to do, that didn't mean that doing it would be a walk in the park. We knew the mummy's weakness. However, their advantage lay in their overwhelming numbers. Duck, Zol warned. I did, and a spear zipped over my head. We got close to the wall, grabbing some torches. Now we were ready to fight back. Two guards thrust their spears at us. We sidestepped them and shoved the torch into their faces. The result was almost instantaneous. They screamed in pain and turned into a pile of ash. That gave us a confidence boost. All of us were armed, so we thought that from here on out, this would be a breeze. Soon only the pharaoh was left. He snapped his fingers, and guess what? More guards came in.
Ugh, you gotta be kidding,
Nick said. We figured they'd keep coming unless the pharaoh was taken out. The obvious problem was that when we took out his guards to get to him, he would just keep summoning more. On top of that, there was the whole tiring out from running for our lives thing. I really hate the human body sometimes. We searched for something, anything, to give us the upper hand.
Guys, the pots,
Nick yelled, pointing with the torch. Oh yeah, I said. The spices. You see, certain spices used for burial are flammable, so that meant we could essentially make firebombs. Grabbing one required me to drop my torch. My heart thumped rapidly as 2 guards came at me, and I was unable to defend myself. Luckily, Zol came to my rescue. Turns out that he's a lot stronger than we originally thought. When he hit his torch into those guards, they went flying and exploded into ash against the walls. "Since when could you do that?" I asked. "I've been holding back my strength. Now, time to end this." I took aim at the pharaoh and chucked the pot at him. Zol threw his torch, which hit him, covering him in flames. He wasn't the only thing to burn. The entire temple was catching and soon began crumbling around us. The door had reappeared and we got back through it just as the area finished collapsing. "Anyone else want a break?" Carl asked. We told him, yeah, between heavy breaths, and sat by the wall outside the door. It was only when we calmed down that I noticed the cuts on Carl and the others. "You guys okay?" I said.
"We've been better," Nick replied. "You aren't looking so good either."
"Huh?" I felt a sharp pain and glanced down to see a wound in my abdomen. All the adrenaline must have made me not register it sooner. We did bring some medical supplies, so we were able to patch ourselves up. Once ready, we got up and headed for the next room, and this time it led us into some dark woods. "At least we could get some fresh air," Carl said.
"Yeah, at the expense of something trying to kill us," Stevenson responded. "Let's just get this over with."
A loud howl chilled the mood instantly. I've seen enough movies to know that that could really only mean one thing. "Werewolf," Carl muttered. It came bounding out of the forest, and this thing was insanely huge. It made the one in American Werewolf in London look like just a puppy. Hanging around its neck was a red orb with blue lines running through it that reminded us of veins. "Zol, please tell me you're strong enough to fight this thing," I said as fear came back over me. "I am not. I'm sorry," he replied.
"Then we are up shit creek,"
Stevenson groaned. The werewolf sized us up. We drew our guns, and then it noticed the orb in my hand. It tilted its head and then peeled back its lips, exposing its teeth in a faint grin. My blood's warmth quickly plummeted at the sight of this. With a bellowing roar, it charged forward. We fired only for our bullets to not even so much as make it flinch. Carl cursed, and we all fled. The werewolf was quickly gaining on us. Realizing that it was after the orb and recalling what Zol told me earlier, I had an idea. "Carl!" I called out, and he gave me a questioning look. I waved the orb, and from his expression, I knew he understood my plan. I threw it at him. As the werewolf was breathing down the back of my neck, it let out an enraged roar, seeing Carl catch the orb, and it switched targets, now bounding after him. The others picked up on the situation, and what followed was basically a game of extreme catch. Whenever the werewolf got too close to someone, they'd throw the orb to someone else. This went on for a while as we were keeping an eye out for the thing that would help us. Nick, who had the orb, threw it to Stevenson, and Stevenson fumbled it. "Ah, hell!" Carl yelled. Stevenson was on his hands and knees trying to find the orb, letting out multiple curses as he did. "Hang on," I shouted. "I got another idea." Admittedly, this was simply plain fucking stupid on my part. The werewolf was nearly on top of Stevenson. It stopped, getting ready to leap on him, but the tables turned as I jumped onto its back. You see, I thought since the place was associated with the dream world, the whole doing whatever you want in a dream thing applied. It didn't. I was flung away like an ant. The only saving grace was that I had given Stevenson enough time to pass the orb to somebody else. I was seeing stars upon impact, and pain shot through my body. Shaking off the fatigue, my fingers brushed against something as I was getting back up. I'd found it. Wolfsbane. I yelled for the orb to be tossed to me. Zol was holding it this time, and he threw it a second before being knocked to the ground. When the werewolf came after me, I stuck the plant forward, hoping like hell this would work and that I wouldn't just end up a chew toy. The werewolf's fur started to sizzle as it approached. I drew my gun and shot it between the eyes. It reverted back to a naked man, and then crumbled into dust, leaving only the orb behind. We got out of there, and along the way I snapped off some large branches. "Second one down," Carl said. "How many more do we gotta get?" 4. 4? This could take a while then. Pete, what are you doing?" I was sitting down and snapping the sticks that I got in half. We'll probably run into vampires in this place at some point, so I'm making steaks. Oh, good thinking. Here, we'll help. We spent the next half hour whittling down the sticks into steaks, during which some concerns were brought up, namely about food and where we might use the bathroom.
This place is pretty weird. Maybe we'll come across one,
Nick said. He turned out to be right. We tried another door and found a restroom, with stalls eerily similar to the ones at my old high school. I won't lie, this did bring back some bad memories, but I did my best to ignore them as we went on about our business. After leaving, we marked the door. We were super tired, so we chose to rest up with Zol on guard, whose species needs very little rest. I'll have to leave it off here for now due to Reddit's character limit. Expect the second post tomorrow, though. Good night, everyone. I mean, haunted mansions are cool, but I was hoping for something a bit more original than a monster movie marathon. Then again, if that's what exists in your brain, I guess that's what this dimension manifests. We are now at the finale, so I guess we'll get rid of those 4 creatures and a Daffermest in one fell swoop, or the evil might continue living on. Does Pete escape or not? I guess we'll just have to jump in and see, so let's do that right now. We're investigating the disappearance of everyone in our town. Happy Halloween. Finale. Written by user RoseBlack2222, narrated by Brandon Dayton. We've been spending some time making food for our Halloween celebration. Since we're all going to get high to the stars and moons, we figured that this might save us some time. Speaking of weed, we might try out some cannabis recipes. I've never done it before though, so I'm a little apprehensive. This isn't ordinary weed. It's actually from Zol's ship. That shit literally had us levitating, so we had to go real easy on it. Anyway, with the small talk out of the way, I'll pick up where we left off yesterday. Sleeping on the floor isn't ideal. Still, at least the carpet was soft. We made some breakfast of water, trail mix, beef jerky, and pepperjack Cheez-Its, and then continued on our way. By the way, how are we gonna carry all the orbs? I asked. Allow me, Zol replied, and took something out of his pocket. A first glance would show it as nothing more than a cloth bag, which was much too small for the orbs. However, he demonstrated that the bag possessed incredible elasticity and fit the orbs inside. The way the orbs moved around reminded us of a certain part of anatomy that made us giggle. Immature, I know. Would you expect anything less, though? We came to the next door, opened it, and went inside.
Tombstones, Nick said. So we're at a graveyard? And what's with that lab table right over there?
Stevenson asked, pointing to the right. Then it's a mad scientist lab in a cemetery, I said. Just go with it, Carl told me. Seems to me like these boys ain't seen Frankenstein, huh? I shrugged, and then we searched for the orb. Shortly later, we found it, and something else that made my heart sink. On a medical table was a humanoid creature covered in a sheet. Anyone who's heard of Frankenstein will know where this is going. Fortunately, nothing was happening yet, probably because we didn't take hold of the third orb quite yet.
I see it,
Nick called out. It was embedded to the top of the lightning rod that was attached to the monster's table. Its color was a sickly yellow with green specks. We already knew what would happen once we grabbed it, so we decided to just get things over with. However, what happened next we were not expecting. My muscles tensed from nervousness as the graves of the dead were being clawed from the inside. We thought zombies were going to crawl out slowly, in dramatic fashion, or they would do so fast, all while making weird moaning noises. Instead, they literally popped out, like 4 feet into the air, and landed in front of us. The monster was snapping off its restraints, and the sheet fell away, revealing its appearance to be a cross between Boris Karloff's portrayal of it and Robert De Niro's. Stay close, Zol warned. There's no telling when they may attack. They all stepped forward in sync, and then snapped their fingers. We tilted our heads in confusion as the zombies broke out into a coordinated dance. They're thriller zombies, Nick exclaimed. Equal parts bewilderment and fear came over me. Seeing them perform would have been pretty entertaining if they weren't trying to kill us. Not only were they dancing, but the monster was too. It swiped at us with its massive arms. We ducked and it transitioned into a ballerina spin, kicking its leg out. Nick was hit, sending him sliding back through the gravel. We shouted his name and attempted to run to his aid. Unfortunately, the zombies had other plans. Thankfully, this was an instance where normal gunfire did prove effective. Even when the zombies got shot, they fell dramatically, putting the back of their hands atop their foreheads and fainting backwards. Theater zombies. Nick fired at them as well and managed to slip away. While our weapons did work on them, the monster wasn't so easy to contend with. It leapt gracefully into the air, grabbing Carl and me by the back of our shirts. We didn't even get a chance to get out so much of an "oh shit" before being flung away like paper balls. Zol was in the path of projection, which was lucky for us and, well, unlucky for him. We slammed into him, making all of us fall to the ground. "That hurt," Zol said. "Yep, sorry about that," I replied as we were scrambling to our feet. We checked on the others to see Stevenson with the orb being chased, and Nick on the monster's back, stabbing it repeatedly. Despite his best efforts, his attacks weren't making any lasting impact. The monster transitioned into doing the worm to bounce him off, and then it did an upside-down breakdance spin, kicking him and Stevenson away. It grabbed the orb and swallowed it. "Oh, that's just fucking dandy," Carl said sarcastically. "How are we supposed to get the orb now?" "By going up against the 12-foot-tall monster," I replied. Speaking of which, it was now moonwalking in our direction. In spite of its size, it wasn't fast. It punched at us and we dodged. Our biggest disadvantage was that its weakness wasn't accessible to us. The only one that we could think of, again, was maybe fire. Unfortunately, we didn't have a quick way to make that. Knowing this did not do much to decrease the close-to-death sensation that I was getting. "Carl, you wouldn't happen to have another grenade on you?" I asked. "Sorry, no. They aren't exactly cheap." "Damn it. There has to be something we can use." I fished into my pocket, and to my surprise, I did find something that would prove to be a necessity. During our downtime, I went out and found the shards of the broken dagger that my parents had used. We were going to try and see if we could put it back together, but apparently, I still had a piece on me. "Carl, look," I exclaimed, showing it to him. "That's great, Pete, but how are we supposed to use it?" "I don't know. Maybe we could tie it to the end of a knife?" My idea was to use a piece of my shirt to do it. What happened instead was the piece moved on its own and attached to the combat knife I drew out, seeping into it. "That's new," I said. Asking how or why that happens could wait. For now, we needed to take this monster down. While my weapon looked the same, its feeling was now entirely different. The same as the dagger had felt. The monster moved fast, and my heartbeat halted when it appeared in front of me. Reflexively, I stabbed it in the abdomen, and it cried out in pain. Then it brought up a massive knee, hitting me in the chest and making me drop the knife. Before I could recover, my breath was stopped by it planting its massive foot onto my chest. I desperately felt around for the knife and found it nowhere near me. It brought its other foot up above my head. Realizing with chilling terror what it was going to do, I brought my arms up in a fruitless attempt to shield myself. The sole of its shoe made contact with my arm when suddenly it stopped. Confused, I squinted to see a surprised expression on its face, and then its head fell off, and the creature fell right along with it. The sound of it hitting the ground was akin to hearing a boulder dropped off a cliff. "Are you okay?" Zol asked, holding my knife and reaching down to help me up. "Other than nearly getting my skull crushed, yeah," I replied, taking his hand and allowing him to pull me to my feet. "Good. Now let's collect the orb." The monster's corpse was on its back. Zol stuck the knife into its chest, dragging downward. Blood spurted from the incision. "Gross," Nick said. "How about a little warning next time?" "Apologies. This is the only way to get what we need." He fished into the body and yanked out the orb, and with it now with us, we got the hell out of there. "We're already halfway there," I said. Door number 4 threw us into chaos straight away. This time, haunted suits of armor charged at us. My mind flashed back to another incident where I was running from my life from an eldritch abomination knight. Needless to say, it wasn't a good memory, and this was not a good situation to be in. Zol was quick, stopping a sword by the handle in midair as it was being swung at him. With a yank, he forced the armor to let go of it. Then he kicked the armor down, which made it crash into several others. Past them was a pale white armor. In the breastplate was the orb, which was black, with a yellow star in the middle. We needed to get close. That's a Dragon Ball, bro. This was going to be easier said than done. Of all people, it was actually Stevenson who managed to help us win. I'm not sure what happened exactly. All I could say is that amidst the chaos and us trying not to get decapitated, he somehow came face to face with the head knight. It tried to cut him and he panicked, jumping out of the way. The knight tripped and fell on its sword, dislodging the orb. The second that the orb was out of it, all of the armor became lifeless. Well, good job, Carl told Stevenson. 2 left, I said. We went downstairs next and found a bunch of coffins. All right, get the stakes ready, I ordered. We got them out of our packs. Figuring the orb would be in the most unique coffin, we went to it and lifted the lid. Then we pounded a stake into its heart, resulting in the creature turning to ash. Well, that takes care of that, Carl said. Now, where's the orb? We searched every inch of the coffin, and yet the orb wasn't there.
I don't understand, Stevenson said. Wasn't this the head vampire?
That's vampirus, spoke a feminine voice behind us. A chill wormed its way up my back. We turned and saw the vampire. I can't deny that she was beautiful. Too bad that was only skin deep. Speaking of skin, our skin was not in a good spot. Caught off guard, she was able to hypnotize us. We were practically under her control. I couldn't move or make my body listen to me in any way. I was in the passenger seat of my own mind. Her powers were working effectively on us guys. Well, most of us. Zol wasn't fazed. He attempted to rush forward, only for the other coffins to pop open and for her minions to fly at him. She gave a wicked laugh as they tore into him. My heart tightened, knowing that if something wasn't done, Zol was not going to last much longer. She smirked, beckoning Nick forward. I willed myself to move or do anything, but to no avail. We thought for sure that she'd bite him and drain all his blood or turn him. Then as her hands were on his shoulders and she was about to sink her fangs into his neck, her expression shifted to one of confused pain. Our autonomy suddenly returned and the vampiress staggered back with a stake in her chest. When she too became ash, the other vampires did as well. Nick, how'd you do that? I asked. He was nervous as he answered.
Women don't really do it for me, if you catch my drift.
Oh.
Is something wrong?
No, I just never would have guessed that. I mean, you never acted that way.
Is there a certain way I'm supposed to act?
No? I mean, not unless you want to, and it doesn't really matter what anyone thinks of how you choose to present yourself.
Ugh, that was awkward as hell.
I'd never been in a situation like this, and I'm sure Nick didn't think that I was trying to be an asshole, but I still sort of felt like one. Well, thanks, I told him.
No problem.
The orb was located among the ashes. It was red, with a blue teardrop in the center. As we were going to go back upstairs, I felt the need to address something. Nick?
Yeah?
Listen, I think you're cool and appreciate how you've helped us, but I don't, swing your way. Nick gave me a look that basically said,
Yeah, really? I don't like you guys in that way.
Really? Because I don't want things getting weird between us.
Yeah, but can we just talk about this later?
Okay, right. Sorry. We went back to the main floor and then up the stairs and came to a large kitchen connected to a dining room. On the table was an enormous green apple that was twice Zol's height, who is taller than all of us. All right, I'm lost, Carl said. Anybody know what's supposed to happen here? We didn't have a clue, so we searched around. Oddly enough, the kitchen was in use. Pots were on the stove, full of melted caramel, bread, candy liquid, and chocolate. Beside the pots was an assortment of different chopped nuts. We checked the oven and found some cookies in the shapes of bats, spiders, ghosts, and mummies. The smell was incredible, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to try just a little bit. However, there were more important things to deal with. Eventually, it was Nick who spotted the 6th orb sitting on the chandelier above the dining room table. It was orange, with caramel-colored zigzags running through it. Does anyone see a ladder? I asked. When that question was answered with a hearty no, Zol stepped up. Allow me, he said, and then jumped high into the air.
His leg strength is insane,
Nick commented as we watched him snatch the orb. When he came back down with it, shit got crazy. The apple shook and out poked one leg, followed by 7 others, and then a pair of giant pinchers.
It's a crab apple.
Stevenson exclaimed, in shock as two eyes poked out on stalks from the top of it. Our current predicament was equal parts bizarre and frightening. The crabapple almost seemed to glare at us. "Why do we always have to deal with this kind of weird shit?" I asked as we were backing away from it. The oddity let out a clicking chirp and then jumped at us, bringing its massive claws down. We dodge-rolled out of the way and the ground rumbled from the impact. Carl took his knife out and attempted cutting it. His blade slid off as if it were made of stone. Using one of its claws, it knocked him away. Carl grunted as he flew back, crashing into some pots and pans. Before any of us could ask if he was okay, the crabapple charged at us. With the size of its body, it was pretty difficult to evade. Still, Nick, Zol, and I did manage to get out of the way, while Stevenson was sent through the air, screaming. It missed us by inches, and I cursed out of fear as it grazed right past me. "How do we hurt this thing?" Nick asked. "Perhaps we should try attacking between the joints," suggested Zol. "You should use your special knife, Peter." "Huh?" I replied. All right. Due to the oddness of what we were dealing with, it sort of slipped my mind. I drew it out and sprung at it, stabbing downward. The blade sunk into its skin, and it chirped in anguish, trying to shake me off. Unlike the knife's other uses, it didn't make it vulnerable to conventional weaponry. Still, Nick and Zol were able to hurt it by stabbing between its joints. I tried to stab it again, however, its reaction time was quicker than I anticipated. The fucking thing caught it by the blade. My eyes went wide when it did, and then it tossed me over its head as if I were a discarded banana peel. I crashed through the dining room table and managed to see through pained vision that it had crushed the knife, scattering the shards everywhere. Nick and Zol tried attacking it, only for it to knock them away with its claws. Then using one, it lifted me up as the stars were still dancing in front of my eyes. Of all the shit that I've nearly gotten killed by, this was by far the most asinine. In a way, that made it even scarier. I mean, if someone can choose how they die, it would probably be in a bed, surrounded by family and friends, or maybe in some cool way, like an explosion or a monster truck accident. Instead, I was about to be bifurcated by one of the most ridiculous fucking things I'd ever seen. I screamed as its pinchers slowly started squeezing my ribs. Then I heard a wet sound as if someone were shoving a knife into a Thanksgiving turkey. Suddenly, it loosened its grip, and I was dropped onto the now splintered table. Luckily, nothing seemed to be broken, so at least there was that. Groaning, I sat back up. Carl was on the crabapple, going absolutely beast mode on it. He was stabbing it repeatedly. "Knives! Kitchen!" he yelled at us. We took that to mean that he had used the shards on them. Sure enough, this turned out to be the case, and we made that crabapple into a living knife holder. By the way, I should mention that it bled apple cider, which was still good enough for me to enjoy, even after all of that. Anyway, it eventually succumbed to its wounds, and we thought that that would be the end of it. Then its body burst into a bunch of flying apples, which attacked us. "God fucking damn it!" I screamed. "How are they biting us?" They didn't even have teeth, and yet the sensation of sharp points digging into me was undeniable. In my panic, I stumbled back into the kitchen and tripped, forcing some of the flying apples to let go and fall into the pots. They tried flying out, and the candy liquid and caramel solidified. They fell to the floor and stopped moving. We did the same thing to the others, and soon we were catching our breaths around a bunch of now dead flying candy caramel and chocolate apples. My stomach rumbled, and I absent-mindedly grabbed a caramel one that had landed in some chopped pistachios. I chomped into it, chewing, and then swallowing. "Pete, what are you doing?" Nick asked me. "Huh?" I replied, and then glanced down at the apple I was holding. "You don't know what that might do to you." "I mean, I don't feel any different." One was beside Nick. It was candy-coated. He picked it up, inspected it, shrugged, and then took a bite. The others enjoyed some too, and we decided to take a few back with us. After all that, we could use some treats, and damn tasty ones at that. We left, and I have to say that it felt as if we were in there for a long time. I wasn't wrong. See, there was some weird time shit going on with that place, and we didn't get out until a few days ago. We've been making preparations to enter the card tree portal. Hopefully we can save everyone, or at least a lot of them. I'm not sure when I'll be updating again when I post this. We'll be attempting the rescue mission after Halloween because if we die trying, well, at least we did it right after celebrating one of the best holidays of the year. I wish you all a happy one. Make sure you eat a lot of candy, have fun, watch some scary movies, and cause a bit of chaos. This is Pete, wishing you all a fan-fucking-tastic Halloween. Signing out.
And after all of that, now we reach the end. This is Pete, posting again, this time from a hospital and a laptop that my friend Carl provided. I'm not the only one who ended up here after what went down. We got back only recently, and typing while dealing with broken ribs is not easy. Thankfully, I have a little something to take the edge off, you know what I mean? I should probably begin where the last post left off. So, since the day after Halloween, we spent our time preparing. Nobody, not even Zoel, knew what to expect, which only fueled our collective nervousness. He had only a vague idea, based on rumors that he heard during his travels. Apparently, there are many different kinds of returned, consisting of different species. The same thing is what happened with his planet. When the returned, are someplace long enough, that's when the card trees are sent out to collect the populace and take them back to Infiltrat's home. What it does with them is unknown, but chances are it's nothing good. We asked Zoel how the orbs will come into play, and he told us that there are places in its home where they can be placed to weaken it. With a fuck ton of weapons at our disposal, we were finally ready to face our ultimate foe. Stevenson didn't want to go with us, for understandable reasons. He'd been having conversations with Zoel and collecting enough information to send back to HQ. Upon the day of our arrival, which was yesterday, we were sent to open the card tree in Carl's basement. "This is it," Stevenson said. "Not that's my concern, but are y'all sure that you want to go through with this?" "Believe me, if there was any other way we could save everyone, we'd take it," I replied. He looked down and then back to me and nodded. "Best of luck to y'all then. I'm finally leaving here after this and contacting HQ. I think they'll be quite pleased with the information you've given me." He glanced at Zoel. "By the way, I have to ask, how exactly do y'all plan on getting back?" "I'm sure we'll figure something out," Carl answered. And with that, we opened the card tree back up and we went in. The light, already blinding, somehow became even brighter. It was so intense I could see the bones through my arms. We were being pulled, swirling to a center point, like in a toilet, which does fit, because, yeah, this is a pretty shitty situation. When the light faded, imagine our shock when the place that we found ourselves in was almost an exact duplicate of our town, with some key differences. The buildings were all the same, however, they were on different planes. We could see houses and shops on spaced-out, floating pieces of land. The sky was a dark green and reminded me of a flowing river. The void below, which gave me some serious vertigo, was nothing except endless darkness. "Hang on, are those Christmas lights?" I asked. I squinted, and I could see them covering buildings and other decorations on the properties. This was bizarre, to say the least. "We can focus on that later," Carl said. "Right now, we need to see if anyone else is here." Where should we start?" Nick asked. "I suggest somewhere important," Zoel replied. "But we must be careful. Infiltrat is lurking here. Somewhere." He didn't have to say that twice, of course. If any of us saw him, it would be lights out for us, mentally. On top of that, who knew what else we would have to deal with? I looked up and didn't see any kind of way back from where we came. While not surprising, it was still disappointing. "How do you suppose we go about getting around?" Carl asked. That question became secondary to what happened next. People weren't the only things that the card tree took. From behind some houses came a bunch of flying creatures and 2 long-neck creatures. "Of course," I said, heart steadily beating faster. "Get your ammo ready," Carl instructed. We made sure to bring regular ruined weapons in case we ran into any threats that night that might call for them. As the creatures flew at us, we shot them all, and they didn't so much fall as drift down into the void below. "Are you guys seeing this?" Nick asked. "Gravity here must be weaker," Zoel replied. That was both a good thing and a bad thing. Good because it meant moving around wasn't going to be as difficult as we thought, and bad due to the fact that dangerous shit could reach us more easily. Speaking of, the 2 long-neck creatures were joined by about 10 more. "Guys, I don't like these odds," Nick said. He was right. Even with Zoel, going up against that many at once, it'd just be walking into a slaughter. "I believe taking shelter would be our best course of action," Zoel said. The monsters jumped from where they stood, almost gliding in the air towards us. One upside was that as long as our feet were on something solid, we could run like normal, and therefore more faster than those things in the air. The issue with that is, given that they're called long-neck creatures, their reach was a significant concern. One snapped at me, and I ducked it, cursing. To make matters worse, we were quickly approaching an edge. We could only hope our next course of action wouldn't be our last. Closing my eyes, I felt instinct take over, and we leapt from it. The sensation was odd, as if we were being pulled by an invisible bungee cord. We reached another piece of land, much to my relief, only to find a shitload of return crawling out from behind some trees above us. "Oh, come on!" I groaned. They swarmed at us, and if that wasn't bad enough, the long-necked monsters were still right on our asses. Nonetheless, we still fought, firing, stabbing. Despite our efforts, we were quickly being driven back to the edge. We couldn't jump either, since we needed that running start. Thankfully, we were aided. Shots rained down from nearby roofs, eliminating most of the return and wounding the long-necked creatures. We seized the opportunity and finished them off.
Holy fucking shit!
We heard a welcome voice yell.
I can't believe it's really you guys!
It was Chuck, along with Sam and some other cops. Our relief was immense.
You guys are alive?
Nick said.
Give us some credit,
Chuck replied, but
this isn't the place to talk. Follow us!
we made our way to them, and they led us to the police station. I should clarify, when I mention any place that was back in our real town, it isn't actually that place. Rather, it's a replica of it. Everything was a lot closer together, so at least we wouldn't have to do a lot of running. We reached the station, which was covered in Christmas lights.
So, this is the alien, huh?
Chuck asked. Zoll introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to make his acquaintance.
Likewise. You know, we were asked a lot about you by those government guys.
Oh yeah? Are any of them here too? I inquired.
Yeah, they've been answering to some guy called Blue.
God damn it.
What?
Nothing. It's just we met him before, and he's not exactly fond of us. Anyway, what else can you tell us? Is everyone all right? The answers to those questions worried me. Chuck grew solemn.
We have lost some people. Mike has, and so have the others.
Are Alonzo and Donnell okay? I could feel my hands tremble before he replied.
Yeah, don't worry, they're fine.
I realized I was holding my breath and exhaled. What happened to the others? Carl asked. Chuck looked to Sam, who shrugged, and then replied while he went to get something in the other room. The runes weren't on all the buildings when we got here, but luckily we managed to paint them on. It wasn't easy, though. A lot of us were killed doing it. In fact, we lost over half our guys here. That's awful. How have most of the deaths happened? Creatures, originally from town, and the ones who died to them, they were the lucky ones. I'm sorry, lucky? How did the others happen? Sam and Chuck exchanged a serious glance before the former replied. They saw some things that broke them. Indy? Carl replied.
Who?
Chuck replied. Oh yeah, in Dafframass, that thing that run this place. We call it Indy for short. Well, it isn't the only thing here. Luckily, we've noticed a pattern of when they arrive. Time is weird here, but we've managed to keep track as best we can. A few years have passed back home, right? Yeah. Is that why you have all these lights set up? The station was decorated with Christmas lights and a fake tree with presents under it.
We have to keep our spirits up somehow. If we didn't, we would have all perished long ago,
Chuck said. Zoll chuckled, which was shocking. We didn't even know that he could laugh. Your species' tenacity is remarkable. Even in a place like this, you're managing to survive through your traditions. He wasn't wrong. Case in point, Christmas in one of its earliest stages as Saturnalia was invented to help people get through the winter. So now we're doing the same thing here to help us stay sane. Something tells me that it is this that will ultimately serve to secure our victory, Zoll went on. Hang the fuck on, I said with bewilderment. You're telling us how we're gonna win basically boils down to Christmas spirit? Yes. There was a heavy silence for a moment. All right, I murmured, throwing my hands up and letting them fall to my side.
By the way, we have food if you're hungry,
Chuck told us. Later, Carl replied. First, can you show us around? I want to meet up with the others.
Sure thing. We have to hurry, though.
Chuck led us inside, and we followed him, hopping over the void as necessary. Then finally, we got to a sight for sore eyes. It was Formaggio's floating ahead of us. As much as I hate to admit it, knowing that I was about to see them again did make me emotional. I suppose now is as good a time as any to explain why it is that I see the Formaggios as second parents. You see, Mom and Dad both worked for some crime lords. Through a series of events, they ended up meeting and eventually falling in love. Obviously, by the time they realized that yours truly was on the way, it wasn't a good idea for them to raise a child with a target constantly on their backs. Therefore, they got away. Far away. Eventually finding out about our town and moving to it. Unfortunately, while they managed to escape the mob, the law was another story. They'd stolen a sizable amount of money from their bosses, both of whom ended up dead in a shootout. It took them nearly 16 years to track my folks down, and by then, they'd already spent the money on the house and, expenses. The day of their arrest was a difficult one for me. Imagine my shock when I found Sam and the Formaggio's waiting at my home. They explained things to me about how my parents were arrested in the middle of a job. Part of me wished one of the creatures in our town could have intervened and stopped it, but such was not the case. I attended both of their trials, and their sentences were either to sell everything they own and give up their savings to pay off the legal fees, or their other option was jail. They chose the latter, and for over a decade now, they've been in prison for me. I was devastated when they were taken away, and my old anger flared up when I saw them being cuffed. If it weren't for Chuck holding my arm, I would have lashed out. This is where the Formaggios come in. Since I was too young to claim ownership of the house, they let me live with them and they gave me a job. I was so fortunate to be working for some honest people. Nowadays, I know that's rare, but believe me when I say that the Formaggios truly rewarded my hard work. By the time I was 18, I'd saved up enough to maintain taking care of my parents' house, which was now legally mine. With the exception of the time that we spent on Ivan's property, I always made sure to call my parents as often as possible. The reason that I haven't mentioned this until now simply has to do with me not liking to share sappy shit. I know this will sound horrible to some. I didn't mention that I would be going here to them. How could I? You probably wouldn't either. I understand not knowing can be the worst experience for some people. However, if they knew what we were going up against and what might happen to us while we were there, something tells me they'd want to forget immediately. We made our way to the front door of that pizza shop and went in. Zoll told us that he'd stay outside and keep watch for us. The Formaggio's mouths fell open upon seeing us, and they rushed over for a proper greeting.
My God, is it really you guys?
Alonzo asked in disbelief. Yeah, a long time no see, I replied. Sorry I've been gone for so long. We were beginning to think you wouldn't make it here, Donnell said. Wasn't easy, I can tell you that, Carl responded.
We can only imagine. So you and Pete been living together all this time? And dealing with the freakiest shit you can imagine,
Nick spoke up. They turned to him.
Do we know you from somewhere? Alonzo asked. Hang on, you mean you don't remember me? Should we? Now that you mention it, you do seem kind of familiar.
He's the hire from a couple of years ago, I explained. He was crashing at my place. The Formaggio's eyes lit up with recognition.
Oh yeah, Alonzo said. I remember you now. Sorry, we've been through a lot of employees over the years. I take it you guys don't remember me either?
Nick asked Chuck and Sam. Chuck stared at the floor, rubbing his neck.
I feel like I should, but I couldn't for the life of me think of where I know you from, he said.
Nick wasn't offended.
It's all right. I wasn't in town long before we left. I wouldn't mind working for this place again, though.
We'd like that a lot, Donnell said. Is there anyone else we're forgetting about?
Oh, right. Should we get Zoll in here?
Nick asked.
Who?
Alonzo asked. We stepped aside so they could see him outside. Instead, their expressions were blank. Am I supposed to be looking for something? Donnell asked. Confused, we turned and saw that Zoll was no longer where he was before. Instantly, my be wary of scary shit alarm was ticking. I glanced at Carl and Nick, who were of similar attitude. You guys got weapons? Carl asked. In response, the Formaggios pulled out 2 shotguns from under the table.
Plenty, Alonzo replied. I take it we got a fight on our hands.
Possibly, even if it's a minor threat. Be on guard, Sam said. He took out his radio and spoke into it. When he did, we heard loudspeakers from outside projecting his voice. Everyone, please be aware we may be dealing with a low-level threat. Stay in your homes. He put his radio away, and then we headed outside.
We dealing with anything dangerous to see?
I asked.
No, those are larger ones. They tend to announce themselves more, Chuck replied. But the smaller ones are still ugly as sin.
Zoll! Carl called out, only to be greeted with dead silence. I glanced at Nick, who returned my gaze, and we kept our hands on our gun. A noise like moaning static came from below us. Carl put a finger to his lips, and we inched closer with our weapons raised. Suddenly, something shot up in the air and landed in front of us. It was Zoll. and he was all kinds of fucked up. Cuts were all over his body, leaking purple blood. His suit had been shredded. "Oh my God!" Nick exclaimed. Carl knelt beside him and put his ear to his chest. "Don't worry, he's still breathing," he informed us. "What could have done this to him?" I asked, my grip on my gun tightening. That question was answered by multiple tentacles shooting over the edge of the property. They were black with spiny feelers covering them, its rose head revealing a spider-esque face covered in scales.
"Oh shit, I hate these things," Chuck said. "Don't let it touch you."
Its tentacles shot forward. We were quick to react, raising our weapons and firing. While our bullets did hit their mark, whatever damage the creature sustained healed rapidly. "Guys, how do we kill this thing?" I asked. "There's a certain spot you have to hit it," Sam replied. "The issue's exposing it." By squinting, we could see a faint pulsing red light under its stomach. Safe bet to assume that was the weak spot.
"Alonzo, Donnell, can you get Zol out of here?"
Chuck asked.
"Who?"
Alonzo replied.
"Oh, right. Yeah, the alien. I'm on it."
Seeing this, the creature attempted to swipe at them. I ran, squeezing off more shots as I did. Now its attention was solely focused on me, which, while certainly not ideal, did allow enough time for Zol to be carried to safety. As good as I was doing, I couldn't hit all of its tentacles. One managed to scratch me, and my muscles immediately seized up, and my gun dropped from my fingers.
"Pete, what's wrong?"
Nick yelled. I could hear the others running to help me. Unfortunately, they weren't fast enough, and I was as vulnerable as an upside-down tortoise. The monster wrapped the tentacle around my waist, lifting me. I willed for any part of my body to move, to no avail. Its mouth opened wide, exposing its weak spot. I had another gun attached to my belt. If I could just grab it, I could maybe finish this thing off. Suddenly, I felt a small pinch in the back of my neck. Some feelings returned to me. I could move again. Holy shit! I could move again, even if doing so sent pain shooting up my arm. I didn't want to waste another second. I pulled out my other gun and fired around into the creature's mouth, hitting its weak spot. Its grip loosened, and I squeezed the trigger again. It finally dropped me, and I landed on my feet while it sank back into the abyss, letting out its dying gasps. Feeling the back of my neck, I pulled out something that turned out to be a dart. I shot a questioning glance at the others.
"It's to counteract the paralysis,"
Chuck explained. "Still hurts to move."
"Yeah, that'll wear off. Just try not to move much when we get back."
Zol was helped back inside the restaurant, along with the bag of orbs, and we were treated to some special pizza while Carl tended to his injuries.
"Here you go,"
Alonzo said, setting the pizza on the table before us.
"What kind of pizza is this?"
Nick asked. It seemed to be your standard pepperoni, only something about it was different.
We've had to do a bit of improvising since we ran out of some things,"
Alonzo explained. A large portion of the buildings in the town were currently operating as farms. Special lights were installed to help them make plants grow and therefore provide food. "That's impressive," I told him, "but where are you getting the water from?"
"From anything, really. Every business in town still has utilities. We aren't sure why. There's something it has to do with us still being connected to the real world somehow."
Now that you mention it, I was wondering how the lights were still on in here.
"Yeah. Anyway, why don't you have a slice? It's vegan cheese with tofu pepperoni and a cauliflower crust."
Was the vegan pepperoni pizza as good as the genuine article? If I answered yes, I'd be lying. For what it was, though, it was pretty damn good. I honestly wouldn't mind having it again sometime, or some of the other pizzas that they'd come up with. My favorite among the new vegan items we have is the jalapeno mushroom calzone. Oh, delicious. Matter of fact, I have one with me right now. Oh, jealous. I also have a laptop that was brought to me from home, on which I've downloaded some Christmas specials. This, along with the calzone and some Gigglebush, has served as a recent distraction from all that crazy shit I'd seen. A lot of it. I wish that I could forget completely. The things I witnessed there aren't leaving my memory anytime soon. I'll have to finish this tomorrow, though. I need to get to bed before the drugs wear off. Good night, everybody. If the place that they're in is still connected to the real world, I am glad that they can get back. The way Carl said flippantly that we'll just figure something out, that's exactly the energy that I aspire to live my life with. It's gonna be fine. Let's just do it, and as we go, we'll make it happen. I also like the positive messages about tradition, goodness. This series is certainly ending on a positive note. Or maybe I'll get bamboozled. Maybe there's another part to it, but I think this really is it. So let's get into the last story, friends, and see what happens. We spent most of the holidays in another dimension. Finale. Written by user RoseBlack2222, narrated by Brandon Dayton. Happy holidays, everyone. Today was pretty hectic for me. I've been having a lot of visitors. The doctor says I might be able to leave the hospital tomorrow, and that's some good news at least. As for the bad news, well, I have plenty. No sense in beating around the bush, so I'll get right into it. Due to the mild paralysis and Zol's injuries, we slept inside the restaurant while everyone else left. Chuck and Sam went home. The Formagios let Carl and Nick crash at their place. Thankfully, we both recovered by the next day. Aside from this weird itchy sensation, it wasn't my first time sleeping in the restaurant. In fact, there are sleeping mats in the closet for this reason. Too bad the ones that we have weren't made for people as tall as Zol. I opened my eyes and yawned. I stretched, popping my shoulders as I did. Hearing him wake up too, I asked how he slept. Pretty well, all things considered, although my neck is a little sore. Where are the others? They'll probably show up soon. The clock still seemed to work, and it showed that it was an hour before when prepping would begin for opening. Are you hungry? I could try to whip something up. Thank you. Do you think the phone still works? I'm not sure. You could try it while I fix something. I went into the kitchen. Gold and silver garland lined the walls, and snowflakes hung from the ceiling. A snow globe of presents surrounding a Christmas tree sat on Alonzo's work desk. Beside it was a notebook, and in it there were the new recipes. Skimming through them, I headed for the walk-in. The door to it was covered in snowman wallpaper. I opened it and gathered some ingredients. Following the recipe, I baked a Mexican-style pizza with a black bean crust and some diced vegetables. I inquired as to how they knew how to make some of these, and they told me they picked some things up from people in town. I brought the pizza back to the front of the store. Any luck with the phone? I asked, placing the pizza on the counter. Unfortunately not. Perhaps only certain signals are operational here. Something to figure out later then. In the meantime, let's eat. The pizza made for a tasty breakfast. With it, we drank some lemonade sweetened with date syrup. While noticeably different, it was pretty good too. Not having much to do, we decided to help with prepping. Can't say I was working there since it wasn't actually operating as a business. This was the case for other places as well. They chose to provide free services while we were trapped in that dimension. Mainly they kept people occupied, which really was essential in such a place. Otherwise, we would have all lost it out of despair. The Formagios arrived later and were surprised to see that we'd done a lot of their work already. You guys didn't have to help us out, Donnell said. Thanks so much. She and Alonzo hung up their coats. The weather was odd in that place. It could be blistering hot and then freezing cold shortly after. It wasn't a problem, Zol replied. We followed the notes that you left. We appreciate that, Alonzo told him. Does that mean that you want me to start working here again? I asked. Not right now. It's not like we're getting much business here. Well, we could talk about it when we get out of here. Does that mean you have a plan? I glanced at Zol. We might, he answered. It'll take some preparation, though. We'll have to talk to the others about it. Would either of you happen to know if there's a power station somewhere near here? Alonzo scratched his head in confusion. Sorry, we haven't seen it. Do you know who might have? Let's see, you could try Mike. He gets around a lot. Zol headed for the exit, but I stayed where I was. Everyone looked at me. Is something wrong, Pete? Donnell asked. Are you sure you'll be all right? I don't feel comfortable leaving you both, especially since we only just got back. We'll be fine, Alonzo said. We've been defending ourselves way before you guys arrived, haven't we? I couldn't deny that. You've seen a lot, right? You look more tired than we remember. Yeah, and you guys have all seen things too. We'll find a way out of here, I promise. Wait, but before we go, could we get some more food? Zol and I left the restaurant with some pizzas, and I inquired exactly how we were going to stop Indy. With the orbs. So, what, are they weapons? They can be. More important is their secondary use. And that would be, they may be able to send a signal. However, doing so may be risky. Someone called our names. We looked to see Carl and Nick on a piece of land floating above us. Good to see you both back in good health, Carl told us. Are those pizzas? Yeah. What have you guys been up to? I asked. Checking things out, mostly, Nick replied. Your place is back where we came if you want to see it. Maybe. Have you run into any trouble yet? Plenty. You should have seen that horde last night. I should mention that the day and night are being used very loosely here. The clocks still worked, so we went by them. Y'all have any trouble? Carl asked. No, I guess we lucked out, I replied. I suspect we'll be dealing with a lot of trouble soon, Zol chimed in. We were trying to see if we could locate the power plant. Did you ask the Formagios? They told us Mike might know something. Mike? We bumped into him a little while ago. Come on, we'll take you to him. I'm sure he'll be excited to see you. In retrospect, Having to jump across platforms over an abyss while carrying 6 boxes of pizza, it probably wasn't my best idea. Damn near lost my footing a couple times. Eventually, we found Mike, and he wasn't doing so hot. Something was chasing him. It was this headless reaper-looking thing. Its skin resembled that of someone mummified by the cold. Its legs were non-existent, only having a scorpion tail where they should be, and where its hands should have been there were scythe blades with eyes covering its torso. It swung at Mike, and he dodged by jumping to another platform. "Oh shit, Mike!" I yelled. "Pete," he said, squinting. The Reaper monster was onto him almost immediately. Carl drew out his gun and got it in the arm. While this did work, it also pissed it off. We thought it would chase us next, but instead it did something far worse. It let out a cry so shrill and abrupt that I nearly dropped the pizzas out of shock. Turns out, it had friends, and they weren't too fond of us. They were similar in appearance to us, except their hands ended in different weapons. One sickles, the other sword, another had buzzsaw blades, and the last had axe heads. "Do you think we could take them?" Nick asked. "I believe attempting to do so would be unwise," Zoe replied. "I suggest we run." Do you know what was harder than jumping across the abyss to other floating pieces of land while carrying 6 boxes of pizza? Doing that, but with something trying to kill you. I nearly lost my shit when I felt the breeze from the axe. I nearly lost my shit when I felt a breeze from the axe one swinging at me pass over my head. "Pete, drop the damn pizzas!" Carl shouted, leaping left to avoid an attack. "But they worked hard to make them," I yelled, and then ducked another swing. It whipped its tail to trip me up, causing me to drop the boxes and their contents to spill out. Carl cursed at me as the axe monster brought down one of its hands. Eyes widening, I rolled out of the way and then pulled out my gun, firing multiple times. I managed to hit its eyes, which gave me enough time to get back up while it was recovering. The sickle and sword ones were after Carl and Mike, while the others were chasing Nick and Zoe. Then things got worse, and I mean astronomically. Our assailants ceased their attacks and then stared up at the pulsing purple sky above us. To our confusion, they seemed afraid. We could see it in their many eyes. They turned and fled. "Oh no. No, Mike breathed. "What's wrong?" I asked, growing ever more worried. "It's coming." My heart froze. We didn't need him to explain what he meant. "We have to hide," Carl said. "There's not enough time," Mike replied. We needed to do something fast. Our eyes fell on the pizza boxes. "You can't be serious," Nick said. "I wish I weren't," I replied. This was the first time that we'd ever met Indefromest in person. Deep darkness fell over the area. Before, when we talked, it had used someone to speak through. Now we could hear it in its own voice. Unnatural doesn't even come close to describing it. The best way I can explain it is as if all the voices of everything that was never meant to exist were speaking all at once.
"I've waited so long for this day, and now, Peter, you and your friends will be... What's that on your head?"
Due to Indy's eldritch abomination nature, we were wearing pizza boxes to cover our faces. We wanted to make sure we were dressed for the occasion," I replied, trying hard to keep the shakiness out of my voice. There was a noise akin to a massive wave. I knew that Indy was now much closer to me. I wanted to run, but I knew that's what it wanted. I felt like an ant, trapped under some sociopathic kid's magnifying glass in the blazing sun.
"But it's a shame you aren't seeing me right now. It's impolite."
Underneath the box, I noticed something thin and shadowy reaching for me. Instinctively, I backed away. "Leave him alone," I heard Zoe shout. Indy shifted his focus.
"You!"
The sadistic glee in its voice was replaced with sharp malice.
"So, the last survivor's chosen to meet me face to face, and you're all grown up."
"Things won't go your way forever." Zole's normally leveled voice contained a hint of worry. Indy laughed, which seriously fucked with my head because the volume of it kept fluctuating, going from deathly quiet to piercingly high.
"I've lost count of how many people told me something similar. And do you know what I did to them?"
"Flashbang!" Carl yelled, followed by something metallic clanging to the ground. We escaped in the opposite direction. Mere seconds later, it went off, and Indy yelled in frustration as its vision was obscured. "This way," Mike told us. We went between some trees, but Indy wasn't about to give up so easy. Our only advantage was that its massive size made it easy to outrun. The mechanic shop was up ahead.
"Come on, Peter. I know you're curious. What will one peek hurt?
Although I know what Indy was trying to do, it was hard to resist it, and even without thinking about it, my head was slowly turning upwards. That's when I felt something strike the back of my head. Stars danced in front of my vision. "Sorry, but you're about to do something really stupid," Nick told me. Indy screamed some words in a language that we didn't recognize, which was presumably cussing, as we reached the building. After Mike frantically knocked on the door, we were let in and the door slammed behind us. It was only after we'd escaped that all the effort that we exerted in doing so finally caught up with us. We collapsed in exhaustion, with Mike's workers asking what had happened. "Bunch of horse shit," he replied, and proceeded to explain what went down. While he did, Carl, Nick, Zoll, and I hung out in the waiting room. The store had changed considerably. In fact, it wasn't even a mechanic shop anymore. Mike and his workers had managed to convert it into some kind of weapons maker. We could see molds for knives and for bullets. There was a pile of scrap metal by it, which I assumed was what they were being made from. The waiting room was next to this, with a line of chairs against the wall and some open vending machines. We asked Mike if it was all right if we grabbed some food, and he said, "Go ahead," and then resumed talking with his workers. "How has everyone been living like this?" Nick said. "We haven't even been here 2 days, and we've nearly died several times." "Well, if there's one word you can use to describe the people here, it's resilient," Carl told him. We could hear Indy moving outside. "Wonder why it doesn't just smash its way in," I asked. "Sadism. It made this place so it could play with its food," Zoll replied. "If it could break in here whenever it wanted, the fun would end too quickly." "Like playing a game on handicap mode?" "I suppose you could say that. Fortunately, I do have some good news. Even though we knew Zoll wasn't the joking type, we waited for some sign that he was humoring us. How could he have gotten anything positive out of what we just went through? His expression remained unchanged. "Did I do something wrong?" he asked. "No," Carl answered, scratching his nose. "So, what'd you come up with?" He opened the orb bag. They were glowing. It was mesmerizing. "Well, what gives?" Nick asked. "I believe the flash of light from Carl's weapon activated them. I suspect with a strong enough surge of energy, we could draw out their true power." "So in other words, you want to use the power plant to charge them up," I said. "Correct. Would that be enough, though?" Zoll gave this brief yet heavy consideration. "There's no guarantee. All I can tell you is that this is our best chance to end all of this." We relayed this information to Mike, and in order to pull this off, it was going to take the cooperation of all the townspeople. We slept on the floor of his shop. I should mention that the main reason that we were stuck in that dimension so long is because it took the power plant an absurdly long amount of time to finally appear. We got by as best we could, fighting off or fleeing from danger. We stayed at Carl's place, since between his place and mine, his was far more secure. Mike's the one who let us know about the strange behavior of the power plant. According to him, it would show up in different spots. We asked if he might know when and where it could be accessed again. He told us it would eventually show up near the center of town. For the plan to work, not only would we have to be there, Indy would also have to appear simultaneously. We kept in mind the date that he told us the power plant would be most accessible. During our wait, we visited several places, including the library. After dealing with some nasty eye bat things with scorpion claws, we entered it for the first time in that place. "Alice," I called out. Her head popped out from behind some shelves, and her eyes grew wide with excitement. She greeted and hugged me and Carl. Unfortunately, she too didn't remember Nick, so we reintroduced her to him and also introduced her to Zoll. We talked for a long time, mainly about how we planned on getting everyone out, and also about the books. She told us that she'd kept busy decorating and helping morale by giving out some books. Christmas Carol was getting passed around a lot. While the others were checking out books to read, she and I talked alone. "Hey, sorry I wasn't there for you at the library before," I said guiltily. She seemed confused. "Thank you, Pete. I appreciate that, but I wasn't at the library the day I was taken here." Now it was my turn to be dumbfounded. "You weren't? Then who was—" "I was at the doctor for an appointment. Is something wrong?" We'll have to worry about it later. Do you want any snacks?" Alonzo and Donnell helped us bake some cookies at their place. I pulled a bag of them from my coat pocket. They were peanut butter and chocolate chip. We shared them with the others with drinks of cola from the vending machine. For being in such a nerve-wrackingly horrifying place, it was an all-right time. We visited the library often, which helped our boredom when we had nothing else to do. This brings me to an interaction that I did not wish to have. For us to pull off the plan, though, we would need all the help that we could get. Blue and his goons had made the hospital their base of operations. We stood in front of the building. I hate having to ask him for help, I said. Look on the bright side. After this, we'll probably never see him again, Carl replied. That time can't come fast enough. Let's just get this over with. 2 nurses came outside, and one told us that Blue was expecting us. They led us inside and through the corridors. The layout of the hospital remained mostly unchanged, aside from some new equipment on the walls. Blue's office was located at the center of the top floor. Inside, he sat at a desk with a control panel and a bunch of screens. Dark circles were under his eyes, and part of me felt bad for him. Long time no see, Carl said. You're not still mad about the whole Poseidon incident, right? Blue only gave us a weary stare. I just want to get out of here. I've been away from home for over 2 years now. Where's the alien? You know about him already? I asked. We have people all over here. Well, if you must know, he's trying to design something to help us stop Indy. Who? The one that runs this dimension? And we'll need your help to stop it. Blue agreed, and he stuck out his hand for me to shake. Hang on, Carl told us. What are you doing? Nick asked him. Negotiating? Negotiating? Blue glared. You may know how we can escape, but we have the means to make it happen. Seems we're at an impasse then, Carl replied. Why don't you at least hear us out? I'm all ears. First off, take the targets off our back when we escape this place. Blue's anger deepened. After what you 3 did, that's outrageous. You cost us $1 billion in damage and stole equipment from us. And you guys tortured us, I said. He fell silent at that, closed his eyes, and exhaled. What else do you want? He asked. Stop trying to catch Zol. As a consolation, we'll let you have something from his ship, but he has to be the one to pick what you get. Don't worry, it'll be something good. Anything else? Ivan goes free, and also... Then Carl looked at us. I can't think of anything, Nick said. What about you, Pete? There was only one thing that I wanted. Can you get my parents out of prison? I can make some calls, sure. Can't guarantee anything, though. As for the rest of your demands, it should be doable. With that, the conversation was concluded, and then we left. Thanksgiving came by, and we celebrated as best we could. We did so at the library with pizza from Formaggio's and some of our friends there. Eventually, the time to face Indaframast came. We were stationed at the power plant. The entire police department was there, as well as Blue and his goons, all of whom were armed to the teeth. Zol was instructing the workers on how to hook up the orbs to charge them. Nick, Carl, and I stood by, waiting. It wasn't even there yet, and my heart was already racing. How do we even know it'll show? I asked. It will, we heard Zol say. With all of us gathered here, there's no way he would be able to resist. Neither can they, Nick said. Different creatures were gathering. The orbs need a while to charge, Zol told us. When they're ready, someone will have to flip the switch. How will we know when it's ready? An alarm will go off. The next several hours were absolute mayhem. The monsters attacked, and we fought back. We ran into the weapon-handed ones again. This wasn't helpful in quelling my nervousness, especially since some of the flying creatures were trying to grab us and carry us away, not to mention a bunch of other shit. This is another instance where our training seriously paid off. Were it not for it, there's no way that we would have survived. Unfortunately, many people didn't survive. It took everything in me to block out the screams of people getting slaughtered as I fought for my own survival. I could only hope that it wasn't someone I cared about, or that one of us wouldn't be next. 2 flying creatures were carrying me by my shoulders toward the sword-handed monster. As it thrust one of its blades at me, I shifted my weight, causing it to miss, and also causing the things holding me to lose their grip. This would have been good news if it weren't for my underestimating the distance between me and the edge of the nearest platform. When my fingers grazed it instead of grasping, I felt my throat close up. Instinct took over as I was falling, and I pulled out my special knife and stabbed it into the platform's side. I braced my feet to slow my descent and managed to do so right before I reached the bottom. My arm was burning, and the only thing keeping me from falling into the void was a knife handle. I fully expected the monsters that were after me to continue their pursuit. Instead, they seemed to have left. Guys, what's happening? I called out. Pete, where are you? Nick called back. It's coming! Now? You've got to be kidding. I nearly fell into the void. I need to climb back up. Oh, shit. Hurry. You don't have a lot of time. I drew a second knife, and then, using both of them, I began making my way back towards the top. As I did, my mind flashed back to all the climbing exercises that Carl made us do. The closer I got, the more audible Indy's noise became. When I finally reached the platform and climbed over, I made sure to keep my gaze downward. "Hello again, Peter." Indy's massive shadow fell over the area. There were shrieks from the people who failed not to see it. My fists clenched in simultaneous anger and fear as its tendrils moved around me. "Just let us go," I said. "What?" "Let us go and never bother us again." Indy cackled. "You haven't even looked at me yet. You've already lost it. You should know by now in this place I am God, and I will do to you and your friends whatever I please." My eyes slammed shut. This time, the blindfold training came into play, as I managed to evade its grasp, for a little while anyway. Eventually it wrapped around me and yanked me upward. I screamed. The others, having heard me, yelled my name. "If you open your eyes, I'll stop," Indy told me while squeezing. Even through my clothes, its touch felt so unnatural. "Fuck you," I breathed. "I've heard plenty of stories of people surviving encounters with things like you. It'll be the same for us. You'll be shit out of luck." It grew enraged at me for the disrespect. "I said, open them," I yelled in agony, feeling my bones crack from its immense strength. While it squeezed, it was also mocking me, asking how we planned on beating it. The source of my saving grace was unexpected. Something whizzed through the air and sliced through Indy's tendril. I fell upside down, past the edge of another platform, and was grabbed by the legs. "That was close," Nick said. "Pull him up," Carl ordered. I groaned as they dragged me up. "What's going on?" I asked, wincing in pain. "Well, you know how nobody can look at Indy without going crazy?" Nick asked. "Yeah, I think I got that, so who's trying to fight it now?" As it turned out, the others got the idea to give weapons to a bunch of meth heads under the logic that excessive drug use had destroyed their minds already. This decision, while not exactly ethical, was surprisingly effective. While Indy was distracted, we headed toward the power plant. Good old disposable meth heads. "Quick, the weapon's nearly ready," Zol told us. "We need to flip the switches at the same time." "All right, let's do it," I said. "Not yet. I need to add something first." The orbs were attached to a cylindrical machine with a bunch of cables connecting it to everything. Zol took something out. It was a black feather. He placed it on top of the machine. Although this action was a little puzzling, we did as instructed. Rays of light shot out and hit Indy, causing it to make a noise akin to someone about to puke. "Ugh, ugh." That's because it was. From it came all the souls of its victims, in the form of red and green orbs which obstructed our view. The irony of seeing those colors wasn't lost on us. Indy yelled in both pain and rage. "It's becoming starved," Zol explained. "Does that mean we finally won?" I asked. "No, not yet." My heart frosted over. "What?" I breathed. "Then what the hell was the point of all this?" "We're not strong enough to kill it, so this was to attract him." Before we could clarify who, there was a ripple in the air nearby. It was a portal, and from it emerged someone that I am not eager to meet again anytime soon, or ever, for that matter. This person was reminiscent of an archangel in appearance. His hair was spiky black. Dark wings were protruding from his back, and each of his fingers and toes had a talon coming from them. He didn't seem to care how he'd gotten there, as his focus was instantly upon Indy. "So this is where you've been hiding," he said. His tone was so calm that it unnerved us something fierce. He was staring right at Indy, and yet he seemed unaffected. For the first time, it sounded scared when it spoke. "Timor, what are you doing here?" "A question for later. Master Perusi will be pleased by your capture." My mind raced with questions. Mainly, who was this guy, and what was he talking about? Indy never stood a chance. Although we didn't see it, we could still hear what happened. Indy was getting torn apart. We should have enjoyed this. Instead, our anxiety only grew as Indy begged to be spared. It was no use, as its attacker ended it. There was another flash, this time of darkness that somehow glowed. Timor sucked Indy's soul into something. The following silence put us all on edge. Timor looked in our direction. His eyes were entirely coal black, with not a trace of humanity behind them. How was it that this guy was making me more afraid than a fucking eldritch abomination? Zol stepped in front of us. "Well, Gray, I haven't come across one of your kind in a long time. Was it your signal that reached me?" "It was. If you're going to kill me, I only ask that these people be spared. Their energy Wouldn't be worth the effort anyway. Timur glanced at me. The fuck are you looking at? I asked, feeling my heart threaten to escape my chest. Not ripe enough yet, he muttered in his monotone voice, and then focused back on Zol. Fortunately for you, I'm on a busy schedule. Rest assured, though, Master Perusi will have you, eventually. Timur then disappeared through another ripple. Cracks formed in the sky, and then it shattered, flooding us all in inky, suffocating darkness. Suddenly it cleared, and we were all back in town. My injuries were screaming at me, and I only had the energy to shout for Carl and Nick before collapsing completely. Peter? My eyes opened. The dull light of the hospital room was welcoming, and the voice of the person who said that was familiar. When it hit me who it was, my eyes widened, and I sat up, only to feel a surge of pain shoot through me. Easy, Peter, another familiar voice said. Mom, Dad, it's really you? When did you get here? A few days ago, my dad said. I've been out for that long, huh? You had us worried sick, my mom snapped. You didn't call us for over 3 years, and then you go and nearly get yourself killed again? Who told you all of this? A man who called himself Blue. That bastard. I groaned at the thought of a lecture. Fortunately, I guess she figured that I'd been through enough. Well, we're both glad to see that you're safe, and to finally see you again, of course. Blue also said that you were the reason that we got out. Yeah, sorry it took so long. She laughed, and so did my dad. It was never on you, Pete, he said. We made that decision. Yeah, then I guess we'll just have to think of another use for all the money I saved up. I'd been doing so in order to afford my parents' bail. Oh yeah, have you met Zol? I asked. We did, my dad replied. Meeting an alien is one hell of a way to start the holidays after getting out of the slammer. I'll bet. When you see him again, can you ask him what he gave to Blue? No problem. A nurse came in, informing my parents that visiting hours were over. I spent nearly a week in the hospital. Zol provided some medicine, which helped speed up my recovery process, albeit just a little. Even though I can't do a lot, I should be able to move on my own again pretty soon. I was surprised to see him in the hospital, and he told me what he gave to Blue was some sort of communicator. There was another on his ship, but he said he did it as insurance. Not only am I wondering what he meant by that, I've also been wondering who was in the library instead of Alice. Oh well, I've worried about enough shit to last several lifetimes at this point. Unfortunately, the creatures still seem to be around. Yeah, apparently with Indy being gone, it's like a self-perpetuating system. The good news is, it'll be way easier to combat them. Zol has even talked about possibly making a cure for the returned. I hope he can. Only time will tell, though. I'll be getting discharged soon, and there's going to be a holiday party at the town rec center. Our house is getting fixed up, and on top of that, the Formagios have talked about passing ownership of their restaurant to yours truly soon. They want to retire, and after everything, well, I can't blame them. I'd happily run the place. Nick's already on board, and finding new hires shouldn't be that difficult, and I'm hoping he'll finally put himself out there. He deserves it, and I can't wait to dig into the buffet. Of course, I'll be smoking a little hoo hash beforehand. It'll also be great to finally be officially back at my old job again. Carl will be picking me up soon. This will be my last post for a long time, as I don't have anything else to really talk about anymore. But who knows? Maybe something new will happen, but for now, I wish you all a very happy holidays. This is the soon-to-be, once again, Pizzaman Pete, signing out. Well, that's a pretty good feel, ain't it? Pete got his parents back, the whole town's back together. There's still a lot more to the lore of this universe, apparently, if eldritch abominations are scared of something. Who exactly is Master Perusi? Maybe we'll find out one of these days if we dig into some of OP's other writings. But once again, of course, thanks to user Roseblight2222 for writing this entire adventure and letting me share it. We'll be on to something new quite soon, I'm sure, so I hope you guys are looking forward to it.